Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 7 Mount Chapter 203 Sarutobi Hiruzen abdicates after leaving the Sarutobi clan's territory. Chuan Feng felt relieved. The matter has been finalized, and all that is left is for Sarutobi Hiruzen to abdicate. As for whether his nomination is really dispensable, Tsunade's reputation is enough. As long as he can contact the daimyo, Tsunade's position as Hokage will be confirmed. When they got to the street, Chuan Feng bought a nice toy for Kakashi. I also brought some snacks for a few of my disciples and went straight to Flying Thunder God's home. In the martial arts hall, Shuamao was instructing the three little ones in actual combat. Minato was alone, and the Rasengan in his hand seemed to have grown in size. Sister-in-law. Chuan Feng kicked away the ghost mastiff and its son who came over following the scent. Ouch, the two dogs began to express their dissatisfaction, but at worst they would let you have a good rua after they finished eating. Did the talk go well? Naishui also knew what Chuan Feng was going out for. Smoothly. Kakashi, look at the toy uncle bought for you. Chuan Feng picked up Kakashi who was lying on the ground. That's good. Naishui looked at the uncle and nephew babbling, her face full of smiles. Chuan Feng's personality is very likable to children. Guiyao and his son circled around Chuan Feng. I'm so greedy. Chuan Feng easily put Kakashi on the back of the white mastiff. The 1-year-old dog had no pressure in carrying Kakashi. Haha. Kakashi grabbed the mastiff's neck hair with his two little hands and smiled happily. Chuan Feng took out 2 skewers of meatballs, one for each dog, the ghost mastiff and its son, which was fair and reasonable. Go play. Chuan Feng rubbed the heads of the 2 dogs, and the ghost mastiff took his son and ran away. Kakashi sat very steadily on the white mastiff's back. Come and eat, we'll practice later. After Chuan Feng sat down, he stopped everyone with a shout. Sakumo and Minato were the first to arrive, and the other 3 were a little slower. Fortunately, Chuan Feng bought enough, otherwise there wouldn't be enough for so many people. Teacher, is your wife going to be the Hokage soon? Konan, relying on her cuteness, asked Chuan Feng before she even swallowed the meatball in her mouth. Who told you that? Chuan Feng remembered that he had never mentioned this matter in front of his disciples. My uncle told us to practice well and not bring shame to master's wife. He was laughing happily and said you were very capable. Konan repeated Sakumo's words with his hands dancing. Advertisement, ahem. Sakumo tried to cover up his embarrassment by coughing. He was not the kind of person who would be happy just because a Hokage was born in the family. Okay, stop being stubborn. Naishui laughed secretly and patted Sakumo. Will I die if I praise my brother? Your uncle has poor vision. Teacher, I've always been great, okay? Chuan Feng touched Konan's head and did not forget to mock Shuamao. Don't be ungrateful. Shuamao was naturally unhappy to hear him say that. With a glare of eyes, a smokeless war is about to break out. I'm going to go find your teacher's wife. I'm leaving now. Chuan Feng got the advantage and quickly ran away, and a flying thunder god disappeared in front of everyone. When he appeared again, he was already in the hospital laboratory. Tsunade and Orochimaru were busy inside. I'm here. Chuan Feng pushed open the door of the laboratory and went in. Both people inside were indifferent. From the looks of you, you've made the deal, right? Orochimaru spoke first, but Tsunade didn't even bother to look up. It seemed as if the things in the petri dish interested her more than Chuan Feng. Well, he agreed to everything. Chuan Feng originally wanted to share his joy with Tsunade, but now he realizes that this seems inappropriate. He slowly walked over to Tsunade and patted her shoulder. Since you've made a mistake, you need to make amends. Fortunately, he figured it out and let it go. Tsunade paused, sighed softly, and said nothing. Okay, now that it's over, don't worry about it anymore. Orochimaru was more open-minded than Tsunade and helped to persuade her. With the comfort of Chuan Feng and Orochimaru, Tsunade slowly cheered up. Early the next morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen was at home, wearing his new Hokage uniform and fixing his appearance in front of the mirror. Hiruzen, how about someone else take the stage for you? Mitokado Homura's eyes were sunken and he spoke weakly. He knew that if Sarutobi Hiruzen took power today, nothing good would happen. No need. I made my own mistake, there's no reason to let others bear the responsibility. Sarutobi Hiruzen put on the Hokage hat, turned around and patted the old friend on the shoulder. Yan, I'm sorry, there's no need to talk about this between us. Mitokado Homura forced a smile, having accepted the current situation. Advertisement, it's just a police force, he can just go. Don't go, I'm leaving. Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he went out alone and headed towards the center of the village. There was a confession stand that he had built. Along the way, he walked slowly, thinking about his past. The closer he got to the center of the village, the more his smile grew. It didn't seem so bad to abdicate now. If he continued to sit as Hokage for a few more decades, Konoha might become very bad. A high platform had been built in the center of the village, and the platform was filled with villagers. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked onto the stage calmly amidst the scolding. Arriving at the center of the platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the megaphone. I know people are upset with me. Would you be so kind as to listen to me for a few words? His voice was clearly transmitted to every villager through the loudspeaker. Maybe everyone still wants to hear how he defends himself, or maybe everyone wants to hear how he repents. After a while, it really quieted down. Thanks. Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed to the audience. I am standing here today, not to defend myself. The news you heard is true. I was selfish and embezzled the pension money. I can only apologize to you here. However, I promise to make up for all the funds that have been embezzled over the years. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth with a bombshell and admitted the crime directly. His words completely aroused public anger. Get out of here. You're not worthy of being Hokage, you vampire. The villagers cursed and threw stones, eggs and rotten vegetable leaves at the platform. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't move, allowing these things to hit him sporadically. After a long time, all the things in the audience were thrown away and he was covered in dirt. Ignoring the dirt on his body, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued speaking. It is I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who am sorry for you and for the soldiers who died on the front lines. Today is also the day I step down as Hokage. I am no longer worthy of leading Konoha village forward. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of the villagers. He took off his Hokage robe, folded it, and bent over to put it aside. He took off his hat and placed it solemnly on top. Then he bowed deeply to the villagers below the stage and did not straighten up for a long time. From this moment on, he is no longer the Hokage of Konoha village. Chapter 204 Internal Recommendation Meaning a country cannot be without a king for a day, and a family cannot be without a master for a day. With Sarutobi Hiruzen abdicating, Konoha village is also in need of a new Hokage. As the only high-level advisor of Konoha who was not implicated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Udatane Kaharu, at the suggestion of Chuan Feng, summoned the leaders of various tribes to participate in the internal recommendation of the new Hokage. In Chuan Feng's words, the necessary procedures must still be followed. This is also a good opportunity to see if there are any die-hard fans of Sarutobi Hiruzen. On this day, the largest conference room in the Hokage building was filled with people. It was Udatane Kaharu's first time sitting in the main seat, and she was a little uncomfortable. In the past, she and Mitokado Homura sat on the left and right of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looking at the people present, most of them are regulars here. Glancing at Chuan Feng intentionally or unintentionally, Udatane Kaharu cleared his throat and began to speak. Today, I brought everyone together. I'm sure you all know why. Udatane Kaharu paused and looked around. Not noticing any confusion in anyone's eyes, he continued to speak. We in Konoha have always advocated democracy. As for the selection of the fourth Hokage, we still need to discuss it together. I don't have much experience in chairing meetings, so I won't waste any time talking nonsense and will get straight to the point. If you have a suitable candidate in mind, you can speak up directly. Regardless of the truth, everyone feels comfortable listening to what Utatane Kaharu said. Being able to decide who will be the Hokage is a symbol of status. As for being Hokage, most people have a clear understanding of themselves. After a while, no one took the initiative to speak out. They are all very smart. Since no one is talking, I'll speak first. I think Tsunade-sama is very suitable to be the fourth Hokage. Dai was promoted to Jonin after the war, and because of his strong strength, he was qualified to participate in meetings. He doesn't have much family behind him, only a wife and children, and he is good friends with Tsunade. This time, he voted for Tsunade without any hesitation. This guy. Chuan Feng smiled and muttered something. Dai is so adorable. Thanks. Tsunade gave Dai a nice smile. Someone started with a few words, and then others began to speak one after another. Udatane Kaharu wrote down the names and the number of times people mentioned them in a prepared notebook. The way it is done looks quite realistic. Advertisement. I think Tsukumo-sama is qualified for the position of fourth Hokage. Chuan Feng looked over when he heard this, wondering which unlucky kid had brought this up. I am not qualified for the position of Hokage yet. Shuamao glared at his brother-in-law and replied indifferently. He is really not interested in the position of Hokage. It would be nice if Chuan Feng could be the Hokage. As for Tsunade, she was also within his acceptable range. Haha, the Inuzuka clan leader smiled awkwardly and then said nothing more. I think Lord Orochimaru can take the position of Hokage. This is a die-hard fan of Orochimaru and has fought many battles with Orochimaru. To exaggerate a little, his life was saved by Orochimaru. I have no interest in the position of Hokage. Orochimaru was not as tactful as Tsukumo and spoke directly from his heart. He now has Yi Kang for experiments, and Nawaki to make trouble when he has nothing to do. That's enough. After Orochimaru finished speaking, the nominations continued. Even Jiraiya who didn't come was mentioned, so he still has some charisma. I think Lord Chuan Feng is also qualified to sit in the position of Hokage. He fought against the Jinchuriki and two Kages in the Second World War, and he brought glory to our Konoha at the Cloud Shinobi village. So I recommend Master Chuan Feng. Chuan Feng looked over when he heard that, and he had some impression of him, the patriarch of a small family. I fought a lot of tough battles with him. I also support Master Chuan Feng. Then there was a lot of support, which surprised Chuan Feng a little. I didn't expect that I would have such a status in everyone's hearts without realizing it. Thank you for your kindness, I appreciate it. It's just that I'm used to being lazy and I really can't take on such a heavy responsibility. I can only live up to everyone's expectations, but I think Tsunade is very suitable for this seat. Chuan Feng stood up and first thanked everyone for their recommendation. Then he politely refused and pushed Tsunade again. After he finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows at Tsunade. Successfully earned an eye roll from Tsunade. Well, that's a shame. Everyone was a little bit in disbelief, as 3 people who didn't want to be Hokage appeared at once. I think that with Hyuga Nobunaga's qualifications, he can take the position of Hokage. This was a person whose name Chuan Feng could not remember, and he voted for Nobunaga. Advertisement: this would be nothing if it happened under normal circumstances. With normal recommendations, anyone could do it. It's credible that Chonke had just chatted with Sarutobi Hiruzen a few days ago. I suddenly felt a little panicked. Is someone trying to plot against me? He stopped waiting and spoke immediately. Nobunaga admits that he is incapable, so please stop saying that. My Hyuga clan is willing to support Master Tsunade. He already knew the whole story, unlike some people who were still in the dark. Thank you very much. Tsunade gave a polite smile in return. The Hyuga clan had nothing to do with her normally. But she didn't think too much about it. Apart from Chuan Feng, her voice was the loudest. Since the Hyuga clan leader supports Master Tsunade, I, Uchiha, will join in the fun. I support Master Tsunade. Fugaku was the youngest clan leader present, and this was his first time attending such a meeting. In the past, even his uncle would not be invited to participate in such discussions. Hyuga Nobunaga looked at him, and neither of them communicated with words. A slight nod served as a greeting, and after today they were on the same side. Hyuga Nobunaga knew very well that Uchiha had made the right bet and would soon escape from its previous predicament. In the future in Konoha, the title of Hyuga, the largest clan, may have to be replaced by someone else. After the 2 clan leaders spoke, the remaining fence-sitters also followed suit and voted for Tsunade. After Udane Kaharu finished the statistics, he picked up the notebook in his hand. Based on your recommendations just now, let me summarize. Tsunade has the highest number of recommended votes this time. We are ahead by a huge margin. I think there is no need for a vote of confidence in Jonin. What do you think? Udane Kaharu didn't have the nerve to say that Tsunade was the only candidate, and everyone else had rejected it. It seems that the Hokage position is a hot potato. Everyone present knew that once all the ninja clans in the village agreed, the other Jonin had no right to refuse. I think so. Chuan Feng spoke first now, and the vote of confidence would waste time and was really unnecessary. Then there was a chorus of approval. That's it, the meeting is over. Once the daimyo's appointment letter arrives, Tsunade will officially become the 4th Hokage of our Konoha village. We will hold the inauguration ceremony then. The meeting is adjourned. Udane Kaharu ended the meeting neatly. Everyone started to leave. Chuan Feng and Tsunade smiled at each other. Everything was said without words. Chapter 205. Drunk, come on, let's go to my house for a drink. As soon as they walked out of the Hokage building, Chuan Feng called his friends to drink. It's almost time for lunch. Let's have some fun together. Tsukumo was probably in a good mood, so he also helped to greet everyone. He is not so attentive on ordinary days, and he is only more enthusiastic when drinking. I'll go back and call my wife and children. Dai is really a good man. He never forgets his family when he has a big meal. Okay, I'll go with you, Tsukumo said as he and Dai left together. Me too. After saying this, Yuhi Shinku also walked home. He didn't feel any psychological pressure to eat at Hitaki's house. You should. Don't forget Hong. Kakashi said he hasn't seen her in a few days. Chuan Feng never forgot to give instructions. He is really a good uncle. Don't worry, my girl is also talking about it. Zhen Hong didn't even turn his head, but raised his right hand and waved. Would you mind if I brought Yi Kang with me? Orochimaru spoke slowly when he saw that there were fewer people around. Fugaku was quite surprised, as he had heard that Orochimaru had brought the acting Kazekage home to steady the bloodline limit. It doesn't seem that simple, as everyone at this party is bringing their family members. That's fine with me, Chuan Feng said and looked at Tsunade. Why are you looking at me? As long as you are happy. Tsunade glared at Chuan Feng, then turned to smile at Orochimaru. Okay, see you later. Orochimaru raised the corners of his mouth slightly, turned around and walked home. They've all left, so I'll go back and take Makoto with me. Fugaku smiled helplessly. It would seem a bit out of place if he went alone. Haha, go ahead. I'll wait for you at home. Chuan Feng patted Fugaku's shoulder and left with Tsunade. The two suddenly thought of Nawaki and the others. If they didn't call them, they would definitely be scolded by this kid. Chuan Feng took Tsunade's hand and they both disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was in Tsunade's boudoir again. Can't you go somewhere else? Tsunade was a little speechless. It wouldn't be a big deal to leave a mark. Forgot. Chuan Feng laughed, opened the door and walked out. When the two of them were passing by the living room, they were caught by Mito. Is the meeting over? Mito was not completely unaware of the news in the village. Well, it's just a formality. Chuan Feng continued following Mito's words. Hiruzen was a good kid back then, too. Advertisement. That's fine. Mito shook his head and sighed. Let's not talk about this. Grandma, have you set a date for Tsunade and I's wedding? How long has this been going on? Chuan Feng changed the subject, and Tsunade stared at Mito expectantly. Why are you in such a hurry? Can Xiao Gang still run away? Mito recovered quickly and asked Xuanfeng with a smile in his eyes. Well, I just asked casually. Xuanfeng scratched his head. He really had to behave himself in front of Mito. Grandma, Tsunade is acting like a spoiled brat. Not only Xuanfeng can't handle it, but Mito is also a little overwhelmed. Okay, I'll tell you. 1 month later, this is an auspicious date that I found after consulting many masters. Don't do anything weird to me when the time comes. Mito didn't really intend to hide it from them, he was just teasing Xuanfeng. Tsunade had already been taken advantage of by him, and he was still hoping to have a great grandson. Don't worry, Grandma. Xuanfeng and Tsunade were in unison at this moment. Okay, you guys are looking for Nawaki and the others. In the martial arts hall, Mito guessed the purpose of their visit. It didn't seem like they were here specifically to see her. We are going to have a meal together. Grandma, do you want to join us? Xuanfeng didn't flatter himself and say that he was here to find Mito. Forget it, you young people, eat your own food. Although Mito looks young, there is indeed an age gap between him and them. Okay, let's go then. Tsunade didn't wait for Xuanfeng to speak, just answered and pulled Xuanfeng away. This is her grandmother, there is no need to be as polite as Xuanfeng. Goodbye, Grandma. Xuanfeng also turned back to say goodbye to Mito. When they arrived at the training hall, they saw Nawaki teaching Masaki some simple ninjutsu. The Uzumaki clan has a large amount of chakra, and the power of the ninjutsu performed by Masaki is very impressive. Masaki, you learn really fast. Nawaki was flattering him on the side. Nawaki brother, I despise you. Kushina started to make trouble on the side, saying that it was unacceptable for him to flatter others like that. Stop bickering and come to my house for dinner. Xuanfeng and Tsunade found it funny, sister, brother-in-law. Nawaki was about to scold Kushina, but stopped when he saw Xuanfeng and Tsunade. Hurry up, we're leaving first. Xuanfeng finished speaking and disappeared in front of the 3 people with Tsunade. About half an hour after they arrived home, guests began to arrive. The table was filled with sumptuous dishes and fine wine. Advertisement. Everyone found their seats and sat down in a familiar manner, except Yi Kang, whose identity was rather special and who felt a little restrained. She knew quite a few of the people inside. They were enemies back then, but now they were sitting together eating. I have to say, life is really wonderful. Orochimaru noticed her embarrassment and asked her one more question before leaving. If Yi Kang didn't want to come, he wouldn't force him. Don't be nervous, they are all my friends. Orochimaru patted Yekura's hand gently. Okay, got it. Yi Kang responded in a mosquito-like voice, which was not like her usual style at all. Orochimaru couldn't say anything more when he saw this, as Tsukumo had already started his performance. I won't say more. Let us first congratulate Tsunade. She will be taking office as Hokage soon. As the host, Shuamao stood up at the main seat and offered an opening drink. Congratulations, Hokage-sama. Everyone was drinking happily together, and the children were drinking beverages. The scene was very lively. Thank you, everyone. Tsunade didn't say anything polite like the appointment hadn't come out yet. Today they were all family members. Okay, it's time to eat and drink. At Xuanfeng's signal, several wine pourers started working as soon as they finished their drinks. There were only 3 girls whispering together. Conan is also familiar with the 2 red-haired sisters. Fugaku, why don't you introduce me to everyone? Xuanfeng saw that Makoto was still a little nervous, so he deliberately tapped Fugaku. Now everyone's eyes were focused on him. Her name is Uchiha Makoto, and she's my fiancé. Fugaku pulled Makoto up and introduced him to everyone. Hello everyone, just call me Makoto. Makoto is about the same age as Masaki, and their personalities are quite similar. Still as quiet as before, but now extremely shy. Makoto, please be more friendly in the future. Play more with Masaki and Kushina. Xuanfeng was originally going to talk about Tsunade, but suddenly realized that the 2 of them couldn't possibly play together. It's better to let her spend more time with her best friend in the original novel. Good. Makoto also knew which 2 people Xuanfeng was talking about through Fugaku. I have another good news for you all. Tsunade and I will be getting married in a month. Xuanfeng announced this happy event while everyone was together. Good. Shuamao slammed the table and stood up. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. If Mito hadn't been alive, he would have arranged their wedding long ago. Good things really come in pairs. I'm happy today, bring some more wine. Tsukumo raised his hand and called for the servant beside him to bring more wine. This meal lasted from noon to night, and the men were all drunk. When the show was over, no one was able to walk out on their own. Chapter 206 Hokage Robe. A few days later, the appointment letter from the daimyo of the Fire Nation came down. That little speed is awesome. The above severely criticized Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions and expressed strong support for Tsunade's appointment as Hokage. Hokage's office. Tsunade is an adult. Oh no, Hokage-sama. Are you satisfied with this decoration? It was still the short, dark middle-aged man, with an obvious look of flattery on his face. Not bad. Tsunade looked around and found that this office was renovated with money paid by Xuanfeng. Originally she didn't plan to move, but Xuanfeng insisted that new people would bring new atmosphere, and finally she agreed. Now the whole office looks brand new, and she slaps the appointment letter against her palms. The solid wood floors, warm-colored walls, and office furniture are all made of top-quality materials, several levels better than before. That's fine. If there are any quality issues, you can always call us. The smile on the dark-skinned man's face became even wider. Having climbed onto the high branch of Hokage, there would be no shortage of projects in the future. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Tsunade smiled at him politely, and was very satisfied with the decoration effect. I'm leaving now. You're busy. The dark-skinned man did not continue to try to make his presence felt in front of Tsunade, and he knew the scale very well. Tsunade nodded, and the dark man turned and left. Comfortable. Tsunade came to the desk and threw the appointment letter on the table. Then he sat down on the cushioned chair and put his feet up on the desk. Before she could close her eyes and enjoy it, she heard Utatane Kaharu's voice. Take your feet off. What do you look like? Utatane Kaharu rushed forward and slapped Tsunade's feet down. With a look of disgust on her face, she still couldn't change her stubborn temper. Got it, Counselor Kaharu. Tsunade replied helplessly, holding her forehead. Haha, you really need to pay attention to your image. Don't drool on your desk anymore. Chuan Feng was a step behind Utatane Kaharu as they had just gone to arrange matters for the inauguration ceremony. You're drooling. Tsunade embarrassedly retorted to Chuan Feng that she had once left a mark on Chuan Feng's chest. Stop being so frivolous. Everything has been arranged. We will hold your inauguration ceremony tomorrow. Utatane Kaharu is already old, why would she want to eat dog food? Directly interrupt the conversation between Chuan Feng and Tsunade. Thank you for your hard work. Tsunade meant what she said. Utatane Kaharu put in a lot of effort inside and out. It should be. The Hokage robe will be delivered to you later, you can try it on. Advertisement, let me tell you tomorrow's procedure again. Utatane Kaharu talked non-stop about what Tsunade needed to do tomorrow. It took her almost half an hour to finish, and Tsunade almost dozed off while listening. Did you hear that? Seeing Tsunade's sleepy look, Utatane Kaharu slapped her again in annoyance. I heard it. Tsunade was startled by the slap and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Haha, Chuan Feng laughed out loud while sitting on the sofa. What are you laughing at? Tsunade glared at Chuan Feng in dissatisfaction. Okay, I'll go first, you guys chat. After explaining everything, Utatane Kaharu didn't want to stay here for even a minute. Okay, bye, Counselor Kaharu. Tsunade rubbed her eyes and said goodbye to Kaharu. Well, I got my money's worth, didn't I? After Utatane Kaharu left, Chuan Feng stood up proudly and walked around. Finally he stood behind Tsunade and placed his hands on her shoulders. It's okay, it's just right for me to pinch, worn out. Tsunade tilted her head back, her voice a little lazy. Well, most people can't enjoy our craftsmanship. She just stays in the office, I really don't know what's so tiring about it. Chuan Feng also doted on her and started pressing hard with both hands. Didn't you eat? Tsunade is still struggling, Chuan Feng almost laughed out of anger when he heard this. I can't do anything to you. Just as I was about to add a little more force, there was a knock on the door. Hokage-sama, the Hokage robe has been delivered. A female voice sounded outside the door, which saved Chuan Feng's life. Otherwise he would use too much force and would be beaten up by Tsunade. Come in. Tsunade sat upright, and had to be careful about his identity in front of outsiders. Chuan Feng also stepped aside and stood still. The door was pushed open and a middle-aged woman came in carrying a large bag. Try it on first. If it doesn't fit, I'll modify it. She is one of the best tailors in Konoha. Okay, put it on the sofa. I'll come back to you if I have any questions. Tsunade signaled to the tailor to leave the clothes behind and that they could leave. With the measurements taken, there is little chance that a tailor like her will make it a wrong fit. Advertisement, good. The tailor agreed, put the bag on the sofa, turned around and went out, not forgetting to close the door. They are all sensible people. Try it, let me see if it looks good. Chuan Feng walked over and picked up the bag, looking at Tsunade with clear eyes. It's just a robe, what's so good about it? Tsunade said this, but took the bag with her hands. Take out the brand new Hokage robe and hat. It's a bad idea, I don't think I need to take off my clothes. Chuan Feng saw Tsunade shake open her robe and realized that he had overthought and muttered in regret. What did you say? Fortunately, Chuan Feng's voice was not loud, and Tsunade didn't hear it clearly when he put on the Hokage robe and walked over. Nothing, just pretty. Chuan Feng attentively put the hat on Tsunade. How about it? Tsunade turned around in front of Chuan Feng, and the large gold-plated words, "Fourth Hokage," on his back were very conspicuous. The hem of the white Hokage robe also has golden flames, which fits Tsunade's temperament very well. Money. The Hokage hat slightly covers Tsunade's eyes, making him look a little mysterious. Nice. Chuan Feng praised without hesitation. Tsunade does look more dignified in the Hokage robe, with a bit more aura than usual. Hatake Chuan Feng, listen up. From now on, the sanitation of the Hokage building will be in your hands. Tsunade had a serious look on his face and sounded a bit domineering when he spoke. You're so proud of me. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you don't even know what the family rules are. Chuan Feng's eyes lit up and he rushed towards Tsunade. Ah, Tsunade yelled, thinking that he might have gotten into trouble, and they both disappeared into the Hokage's office. Anbu rushed over after hearing the noise but didn't see anyone in the office. Maybe it's just Master Chuan Feng and Master Hokage playing a joke. And Anbu scratched his head. After all, they were the only two in the office just now. Okay, don't tell anyone about this. Captain Anbu was a married man, and he had already guessed this little thing. Yes, Captain. Then several people left the Hokage's office as if nothing had happened. In the Hatake house, Chuan Feng's room is already filled with spring colors. Put on your robe. I don't, just wear it for a bit. Tsunade had no choice but to agree under Chuan Feng's pestering. What an enemy. Just this once. Chapter 207 Hokage rocked the next morning. Tsunade was having dinner at home wearing a Hokage robe, and Chuan Feng made an appointment with her to attend the inauguration ceremony together. Sis, you're already the Hokage. Can I enter Anbu? Nawaki made a request that wasn't too much to ask, looking at Tsunade expectantly. Anbu? Have you thought about it? Tsunade frowned, but it wasn't that he was unwilling. After all, Nawaki was strong enough now and had been on the battlefield before. It was just subconscious favoritism and worry towards my younger brother. I still need to grow up. Nawaki answered firmly that without actual combat, he felt that his progress was a bit slow. He often loses in sparring with Minato because that guy secretly placed the Flying Thunder God mark on him. Mito listened to the conversation between the siblings without saying a word. When children grow up, they naturally have their own ideas. Okay, I agree. I'll assign you a captain. Being an Anbu chief was a bit exaggerated, but as a small captain, Tsunade could still do it easily. Sister, I know you are the best to me. Nawaki immediately laughed happily, his mouth almost reaching his ears. What about me? What about me? Kushina joined in the fun, pointing her index finger at herself. Just stay where you feel cool. Tsunade glanced at her and continued to eat. Kushina hasn't graduated yet. Even if she graduates, she'll just be a genin. What can she do? Puff, Masaki laughed out loud when she heard that. Tsunade-san, you're biased. Kushina pouted, feeling very dissatisfied. I'll find you a good leader Jonin when you graduate. Tsunade still made a small promise. All right. Kushina thought about it and agreed, as she was not far from graduation. When Tsunade finished eating, he seemed to remember something. She turned to look at Mito. Grandma, do you want to go and have a look? I won't go. Just don't waste your grandfather's hard work. Mito has seen all kinds of scenes. Konoha was founded by her husband. She had no interest in this little scene at all, as she still had to choose lanterns for the wedding later. All right. Tsunade was not disappointed, which was within her expectations. Why hasn't my brother-in-law come yet? Nawaki was getting a little impatient waiting. Advertisement, urgent. Before Tsunade could finish her words, she heard Chuan Feng's voice coming from the restaurant door. Who is talking about me? It goes without saying that this guy came out of his room again. Brother-in-law. Brother Chuan Feng. Kushina and Masaki called Chuan Feng the same name, and I don't know how she and Minato will call him when the time comes. Grandmother. Chuan Feng nodded to the three of them and greeted Mito first. Here you are. Have you had breakfast? Mito was very satisfied with Chuan Feng, with a smile on his face. I have eaten. I came to find Tsunade to attend the inauguration ceremony. It's not too early yet and some villagers have already gathered in the village center. Well, go ahead, I won't join in the fun. Mito simply kept Chuan Feng's invitation to himself. Then let's go. Chuan Feng didn't say what he wanted to say, and he didn't think of any other topics to talk about right away. Just leave with Tsunade. Nawaki and the other two naturally would not miss this lively opportunity, so they said goodbye to Mito and left. For a moment, Mito was the only one left in the restaurant. Hashirama, I'm afraid you didn't expect Suna to be the Hokage. Mito muttered to himself as he watched the people leaving. After exiting the gate of the Senju residence, Chuan Feng and Tsunade headed towards the center of the village. Nawaki and the other two followed behind him. I don't know what they were talking about, but from time to time I could hear their pleasant laughter. Nervous? Chuan Feng squeezed Tsunade's hand. What's there to be nervous about? I am the third Hokage in my family. Tsunade had a nonchalant attitude, having interacted with the Hokage a lot, so he had no respect for the position. Okay, so are you afraid of piles of paperwork? Chuan Feng hit the nail on the head. You said you would help me find someone. If I can't find anyone, I'll capture you and use you as a laborer. Tsunade's face instantly fell. She could handle it, but it was a bit too much for her to handle it every day. Haha, I'll help you find one. We'll go and invite them together after the ceremony is over. Chuan Feng was very happy just by teasing Tsunade, and then he successfully received the Iron Fist of Love. Look, brother Chuan Feng got beaten again. Kushina even thought Tsunade was a bit too much, she didn't remember hitting Minato at all. Haha, I think someone learned this from my sister. Nawaki glanced at Kushina with disdain. Masaki was still the best. Advertisement, I won't hit anyone for no reason. Kushina felt a little guilty as he spoke. Right, Masaki-san. Turn around and find someone to corroborate your case. Yes, our Kushina is the most gentle. Masaki is like an older sister, and she has no conscience at this moment. As long as Kushina is happy, did you hear that? Kushina immediately gained confidence and looked proud at Nawaki. Forget it. I don't want to talk to you. Nawaki saw Masaki's hidden look and gave up the idea of arguing with Kushina. HMPH, Kushina snorted coldly and stopped causing trouble, perhaps she realized something herself. When everyone arrived at the center of the village, many villagers had already gathered there. Tsunade smiled and waved to greet the villagers. Not only was she the hospital director, she was also Konoha's commander-in-chief during World War II, and already had a high reputation among the villagers. Facts have proved that the routes designed by Chuan Feng were correct. A magnificent platform with fluttering flags has been built in the center of the village. There were more than a dozen ambu standing on both sides, looking very imposing. There is also a very high-end loudspeaker in the center of the platform, which is much better than the hasty one Sarutobi Hiruzen used last time. You are finally here. Utatane Kaharu had been busy for a long time, and when he saw Tsunade, he hurried over to greet her. Come with me. Before Tsunade could say anything, she pulled Tsunade away. You three should go find Minato and the others to watch the ceremony together. Chuan Feng sent Nawaki and the other two away and followed Tsunade. What are you in such a hurry for? Tsunade was dragged unwillingly by Utatane Kaharu. My Lord Hokage, when you give your inauguration speech, the Hokage rock will be engraved at the same time. Now I have a few photos for you to choose from. The masters are waiting anxiously. Utatane Kaharu explained, and Tsunade finally realized what was happening. His own Yan Yan would also stand next to his two grandfathers and teacher. I'm definitely the best looking one. Tsunade grinned, feeling a little different now. You're still the youngest Hokage. Chuan Feng followed suit and also praised it. That is. Tsunade raised her head slightly proudly. Under the guidance of Utatane Kaharu, Tsunade met with the carving master and picked the best smiling photo as the prototype. Then the two sides communicated some details, and Tsunade watched the rock carving master leave with satisfaction. Chapter 208 Inauguration Ceremony. As time passed, the Hokage inauguration ceremony officially began. Chuan Feng had never seen an inauguration ceremony before, so he planned this one himself, striving to make it wonderful. A group of beautiful ladies came on stage and performed an eye-catching dance for the villagers. Her graceful figure and beautiful dancing moves drew cheers from the audience. Does it look good? Tsunade's eyes twitched when she saw Chuan Feng was so engrossed in watching. Ah, just average, far worse than you. Chuan Feng felt Tsunade's cold gaze and quickly looked away. In this situation, it's a pity that Jiraiya is not here. Hey, I was wondering why you've been so busy these days. The rehearsal was great. Tsunade sneered, saying that all men are pigs. No, I'm just busy with work. Chuan Feng quickly explained that he really didn't go to the rehearsal very often and just took a quick look. I'll settle with you later. Tsunade's face was full of distrust. She glared at Chuan Feng fiercely and turned away. We in Sanagakure don't have so many tricks. Yi Kang stood next to Orochimaru, feeling a little strange. It turns out that wealthy villages have more things to do. It's just that Chuan Feng has many varieties. This was the first time in Orochimaru's life that he had seen such an inauguration ceremony, and the effect was really good. I guess my brother-in-law is going to get beaten. Nawaki made malicious speculations on the side. I think you're right. Minato added, causing the rest of the group to laugh. As the opening dance ended, Utatane Kaharu took the stage to act as the host. Good morning, everyone. Today is an important day. We at Konoha Village will be welcoming our fourth Hokage. She is a powerful ninja and a kind dean. Not only did he lead Konoha to victory in World War II, he also cured many villagers who were suffering from injuries and illnesses. This person is Tsunade-sama. Let's welcome her to the stage with warm applause. Utatane Kaharu spoke her lines word for word, and the audience immediately burst into thunderous applause. There were also many people shouting Tsunade's name, which shows how popular she is now. Applause and cheers echoed throughout Konoha. Haven't you let it go yet? Sarutobi Bawako came out of the house and put a coat on her husband. It's over. I'm happy for Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted his wife's hand on her shoulder, his eyes fixed towards the center of the village. Suddenly, he smiled bitterly and shook his head, putting aside some unrealistic thoughts. Advertisement, have you finished cleaning up? If it wasn't his fault, he should have handed the Hokage hat to Tsunade himself. Instead of waiting for the relocation of the entire tribe like now. Well, it's all packed up. Bawako responded softly, she didn't know how to comfort her husband. You go back, I'll stand here for a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen persuaded his wife to leave, but the excitement in the center of the village continued. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Tsunade flapped her wings and flew directly from the audience to the stage. This handsome move made the villagers cheer even louder. Seeing Tsunade fold her wings, Utatane Kaharu nodded slightly to her and turned away, leaving the stage for her to perform alone. Ahem. Tsunade cleared his throat. The script Chuan Feng prepared for him was quite long and took him a long time to memorize it. The audience also fell silent, waiting for Tsunade's speech. It's an honor for me to be here today. Under my leadership, Konoha will surely become more prosperous. I, Tsunade, the fourth Hokage, swear. Memorizing a script and giving a speech are two completely different things, and Tsunade gradually became immersed in the emotion. The last sentence was shouted out, Hokage, Hokage. The villagers below the stage were also moved by Tsunade's impassioned speech, and the final stroke was taken on Hokage Rock in the distance. Tsunade looked at the Hokage rocks, and from left to right, her face rock was fourth. It's not as vivid as I'd imagined, but you can tell it's her at a glance. With this, Tsunade's inauguration ceremony as Hokage was successfully concluded. Great. Chuan Feng gave a thumbs up to Tsunade, who had just stepped down from the stage. You almost killed me because your manuscript is so long. Tsunade complained, but she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. Isn't this a good recitation? Go home for dinner, and I'll take you to find help in the afternoon. Chuan Feng stepped forward, grabbed Tsunade, and the two disappeared on the spot. And many villagers are still leaving in an orderly manner. After lunch, Chuan Feng and Tsunade, who had taken off her Hokage robe, went out together. Are you going to the Nara clan? In order to maintain the mystery, Chuan Feng did not tell Tsunade who the helper he was looking for was, but Tsunade still knew where the road ahead led to. Well, go find Nara Shota, do you still remember? Chuan Feng had a deep impression of this guy during World War II. The Nara clan is indeed smart enough. Remember. Tsunade nodded. The Nara clan has been raising deer for generations, and deer antlers are a precious medicinal ingredient, so Tsunade has had many dealings with them. Advertisement. The Nara clan is afraid of trouble, so we have to fool them a bit. Chuan Feng stroked his chin, already preparing his next words. Can't you be more sincere? Tsunade was unhappy with his word. Fudge? Almost. Don't get hung up on the little details. Chuan Feng waved his hand, not being interrupted by Tsunade. A friend's death is not a good thing for me, so he could only say sorry to Shota silently. He was unwilling to deal with the piles of documents. Not long after, the two arrived at Nara Shota's house. Dong, Chuan Feng went forward and knocked on the door. Who is it? A question came from inside the door, and then it opened. Nara Shota appeared in front of the two of them and saw that they still had a bit of surprise on their faces. Hokage is a big man. Chuan Feng is a big man. Shota greeted respectfully. Shota, I have something to talk to you about today. Would it be convenient for you to come in and chat for a while? Chuan Feng saw that Shota was a little confused and showed a harmless expression. Sure, please. Shota led the two of them into the house and sat them down, then made a pot of tea. I wonder what the two adults want to talk to me about. Shota poured tea for Chuan Feng and Tsunade and sat down opposite them. You made a great impression on us in the Rain Country. He has a broad perspective, is steady, and can take on big responsibilities. I believe you are also willing to contribute to the village. Now I have a very important task for you. I wonder if you are willing to accept it? Chuan Feng first praised Shota and then began to fool him. Tsunade stood aside in silence, watching Chuan Feng's performance. Master Chuan Feng, it is my duty as Nara Shota to contribute to the village. Shota saw that Chuan Feng had a serious face and his eyes were staring at him. I really thought it was an important task, so I agreed without giving it much thought. Very good. Chuan Feng's expression changed immediately, and he smiled in a cunning way. Congratulations. From now on, you are the assistant Hokage. Shota didn't react for a moment. Assistant Hokage sounded like a job title. Isn't it a mission? He looked at Tsunade a little confused. Chuan Feng didn't look like a good person at all at this moment. Chapter 209 Personnel Appointment. Your task will be to be the Hokage's assistant. Just help me with the paperwork from now on. This is also a contribution to the village, which is very important. Tsunade said this shamelessly, her face turning red. She has a carefree personality, but this is the first time she has fooled people like this. No, I can't. It's not like Shota hasn't seen the documents on the Hokage's desk before, and he's getting a little anxious by now. He is really afraid of trouble. So many documents would be fatal. How can a man say he is incompetent? It's settled. Come to work early tomorrow. Chuan Feng no longer cared about his face at this time and disappeared with Tsunade. Before Shota could refute, he looked at the empty seat in front of him and felt like crying. Who are these people? If you just say you want to be the Hokage's assistant and help the Hokage process documents. Even if you kill me, I won't agree to it. Shota's expression suddenly fell, like an eggplant hit by frost. This is the longest routine I have ever walked since I was born. Haha, I found someone for you. Don't drag me to process documents in the future. Chuan Feng showed up at the Senju residence with Tsunade, looking happy. You are so mean. Tsunade gave Chuan Feng a speechless look and sat down on her bed. Don't worry about whether it's damaged or not, this is a beautiful job. It shouldn't take more than 5 minutes from start to finish. Chuan Feng was very proud of himself. He ran away without even drinking a sip of the tea that Shota had kindly prepared for him. Puff. Tsunade remembered Shota's surprised look and suddenly laughed out loud. It was also his misfortune to know Chuan Feng. Okay, stop being happy. There is still a lot to do. Chuan Feng sat down next to Tsunade and the two began to talk about the next arrangements. Tsunade's shadow guards need to be reselected, and Anbu also needs to be cleaned up. The most important thing is that the police force is handed over to Sarutobi and the Mito clan, and the Uchiha can finally ascend to a high position in Konoha. The two of them went through all the big and small things, and when they went out, they found that it was already dark. Just eat at my house. Tsunade pulled Chuan Feng towards the restaurant. Good. Chuan Feng hurried over and stood shoulder to shoulder with Tsunade. I was just about to ask Nawaki to call you. Mito had already noticed that the two were at home, but he didn't bother them. Isn't this coming? Advertisement. Tsunade sat down below Mito, and Chuan Feng called out, Grandma, and sat down too. Sister, you are so full of energy today. Nawaki saw that his grandmother had already started eating, so he also picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. I didn't have an aura before. Tsunade's words made Nawaki feel like he was praising her unnecessarily. Tsunade's sister has always been very charismatic. But Masaki, who was standing by, rescued Nawaki. Yes, Masaki is right. Nawaki nodded quickly. Saving his life was the most important thing. He would have to think more carefully before flattering others. A flatterer. Kushina glanced at Nawaki with disdain. These two really didn't get along well. Okay, eating can shut your mouth. Mito spoke up and the two of them immediately stopped fighting. After the meal, Chuan Feng said goodbye and left, as he had more important things to do tomorrow. The next morning, Naruto reported to the Hokage's office. The moment he saw Chuan Feng, there was still some reluctance in his eyes. It's not a big deal, this is also a test for you. Chuan Feng walked up and patted Shota on the shoulder, speaking in a very relaxed manner. Thank you, Master Chuan Feng, for your kindness. Shota responded through gritted teeth as he looked at the document on the desk that covered half of Tsunade's head. You're welcome. Get familiar with it first, there's an important meeting later. Chuan Feng pretended not to understand and walked over to sit on the sofa. Utatane Kaharu went to inform the meeting participants. Yes. Shota could only come to Tsunade and watch how she handled the documents. Shota, just deal with this kind of thing directly, don't ask me. Like this, show it to me when you're done. Just leave this to me. Tsunade quickly organized the files into 3 categories, which reduced her workload dramatically. After listening to Tsunade's words, Shota's resentment towards Chuan Feng reached a new level. Can I hire someone else? Konoha is just a village, there aren't so many important things. According to Tsunade's request, most of the documents need to be handled by him. Okay, I'll just meet him then. Tsunade agreed readily, saying that she would be happy to hire not just 1, but 3. Alright. Now that things have come to this, Shota has no choice but to continue. About half an hour later, Utatane Kaharu came to announce the meeting. Tsunade threw the pen down. Shota, you've seen enough. Advertisement, try to deal with it first. I'll be back after the meeting. After saying that, she and Chuan Feng left the office together, leaving Shota alone staring at the documents. The 3 of them came to the conference room, and all the decision-making people in Konoha were already there. Today Tsunade is going to rearrange the personnel and take Konoha into his own hands. She came to the main seat and sat down, and the meeting officially began. Today, we are going to make some personnel appointments. We need to hear everyone's opinions. Tsunade got straight to the point and stated the agenda for the meeting, and everyone guessed what it was. It is normal for a new official to promote his own people when he takes office. The former minister Anbu has resigned, and I have decided to let Hatake Tsukumo take his place. Does anyone have different opinions? Tsunade looked around and saw people talking in groups of 3 or 4. After a moment, most people voted in favor. Hatake Tsukumo's position as Anbu minister was successfully secured. There were originally 2 advisors in the administration department, so now we have to trouble advisor Kaharu for the time being. Tsunade glanced at Utatane Kaharu, and everyone agreed. I will do my best. Utatane Kaharu agreed, and she has long been a complete Tsunade. Leave the police force to the Sarutobi and Mito clans. Does anyone have any different opinions? Tsunade talked about the most sensitive topic, and the room suddenly became noisy. Don't argue, just speak up if you have any questions. Tsunade patted the table, and finally quieted down. So how do you plan on Uchiha? An elder spoke up, which was also the question raised by most people. The Uchiha are good at genjutsu, so let them take charge of the interrogation department. This was the choice made by Tsunade and Chuan Feng after discussion. It is much better than the police force. No, Uchiha is too ambitious to handle this task. Someone immediately spoke up to refute. Why is Uchiha so ambitious? Their clan leader died in World War II, and Uchiha Fugaku made great contributions. Is this all fake? Tsunade questioned, and the person who had a stereotype about Uchiha was immediately speechless. Okay, let's vote by raising our hands. Chuan Feng had already made plans for this and glanced at the people he had greeted. As he expected, Uchiha was appointed by a narrow margin. Orochimaru was then appointed as the head of the medical department. Chuan Feng didn't expect that Tsunade would arrange a position for him as Minister of Education. To put it bluntly, he is the principal of the ninja school. After thinking about it, he found it quite interesting. The meeting ended here, and all 6 major departments of Konoha were under the control of Tsunade. Whether in terms of reputation or actual power, she is a well-deserved Hokage. Chapter 210 Experimental Progress. After the meeting, Tsunade had no intention of returning to the office to process documents immediately. After everyone had left, she was still hesitating and unwilling to get up. Let's go. Shota is probably going to go crazy. Chuan Feng still has some conscience, as this meeting has been going on for quite some time. No, I just can't remember something all of a sudden. Tsunade made up a lame excuse and stood up slowly. I'm too lazy to expose you. Chuan Feng rarely rolled his eyes at Tsunade. You've grown so powerful that you dare to turn over me? Tsunade raised his brows and hit him. Haha, Chuan Feng dodged flexibly and ran out of the meeting room. Tsunade chased after him and put on airs again, but now in a different identity. Otherwise she won't give up until she defeats Chuan Feng. When the two returned to the office, they saw Shota sitting at his desk, scratching his head. A lot of the pile of documents has been processed. The boy is very capable. Sure, it looks like I found the right person. Chuan Feng walked forward with a smile. Shota looked up at him without saying a word. The resentment in his eyes has almost solidified into substance. You didn't choose the wrong person, but you made me suffer. If we continue like this, it will become the Mediterranean Sea. Hey, you're still young, this is a good opportunity to gain experience? Chuan Feng put on a serious look, but he looked like he deserved a beating no matter how you looked at him. After hearing this, Shota finally raised his head and stared at Chuan Feng in a daze. Only you can say such shameless words. You're young, why don't you gain some experience? If he didn't know that he couldn't defeat Chuan Feng, he would have let Chuan Feng see what it means to be angry. Take a break, Shota. I'll take care of it. Tsunade finally relented and stepped forward to replace Shota. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Shota instantly felt that the world was full of love and thanked Tsunade in return. It was as if she had forgotten that she and Chuan Feng were birds of a feather and that she was the victim. You're welcome. It's what I should do. Tsunade smiled beautifully upon hearing that, and Chuan Feng almost fainted from laughing. With Shota's help, Tsunade finished processing the documents easily. They also took some time to go to the hospital, where Orochimaru worked with Nagato and the newly joined Misaki. Advertisement as Nawaki's teacher, Orochimaru takes good care of Misaki. This little girl is really talented. Under Tsunade's training, she has already mastered a lot of basic knowledge of medical ninja. How was the reaction to today's live experiment, my medical minister? Tsunade put on a white coat and walked over to Orochimaru. Fugaku had secretly sent death row prisoners here a long time ago, and the number was considerable, at least meeting Orochimaru's temporary needs. Teacher, master's wife, sister Tsunade, brother Chuan Feng. Nagato and Misaki greeted the two. 4 people died. We need to continue to observe. Orochimaru stated the data indifferently, and Tsunade's expression did not change. It's pretty much what we expected. The rejection reaction is normal. Tsunade walked over to the file cabinet and took out the experiment log to take a look. Well, I think. Orochimaru began to offer his own suggestions and ideas for improvements. Tsunade listened carefully, and then the two began to discuss their professional fields. Chuan Feng and the 2 kids were completely confused and didn't understand anything. Let's go out first. Chuan Feng was smart enough to take the 2 little ones out of the laboratory and sit down on the sofa outside. Are you still used to it, Misaki? Both kids are quiet people, so Chuan Feng started the conversation first. It's okay. Orochimaru-sensei is very good, this is how Misaki really feels. Teacher. Nagato cried out timidly, what's wrong? Chuan Feng looked over and saw Nagato still a little hesitant. Tell me what's the matter, the teacher will take care of it for you. Could you please talk to Lord Orochimaru? He kept staring into my eyes and I was scared. Nagato is still young after all, and a child really can't handle Orochimaru's temperament. Not to mention that he always looked at Nagato with curiosity when he was free. Haha, if he looks at you again, tell him. I've given you my eyes, please help me get a better pair. Chuan Feng understood Orochimaru's curiosity because he himself had once thought about transplanting Madara's Rinnegan. With Tsunade and Orochimaru's current skills, that is completely doable. However, as they got to know each other better, he developed deep feelings for all of his disciples. This idea is naturally thrown out of my mind, I don't dare. Nagato thought about it, and the next moment Orochimaru's surprised face appeared in his mind. Advertisement, what kind of weird idea is this, teacher? Don't worry, he's just curious. Chuan Feng spoke up for Orochimaru, and he still cares about his own people. Nagato said, oh, in a doubtful tone, you won't be here much longer. Chuan Feng smiled and touched Nagato's head. He is not the big boss who would say, a bag of rice can be carried up several floors, which is really adorable. Really? Nagato didn't even bother to ask Chuan Feng why, he just jumped up with joy. Orochimaru had tried his best to restrain himself, but he still left a huge shadow on Nagato's young mind. Real. Chuan Feng nodded seriously, and Misaki was still thinking, Orochimaru-sensei is obviously very friendly. The 3 of them were chatting outside, and Chuan Feng was talking most of the time. The 2 little ones listened quietly and only expressed their opinions occasionally. It took a long time for Tsunade and Orochimaru to finish their professional discussion and decide on the next direction of the experiment. Thank you for your hard work. I won't be here much in the future. As Tsunade becomes Hokage, there is no way he can stay in the laboratory all day long. Yes, my Hokage-sama. Orochimaru also laughed and retorted, director of the medical department is indeed a position that suits him very well. Okay, I'll go back first then. Tsunade took off her white coat and put it back, it was getting late. Well, can I remove Yi Kang's seal when I go back? Orochimaru looked at Tsunade and said quietly, Ah, you haven't untied her yet? Tsunade had almost forgotten about it. She thought Orochimaru had already helped her remove the seal. No, aren't we waiting for the Hokage's approval? Orochimaru's mouth corners slightly raised. This is just a process. Just like you would knock when entering the Hokage's office, nothing else. Of course, but I want to make one thing clear, Tsunade said as her face started to turn serious. You say. Orochimaru dropped his smile when he saw her expression, thinking she had some other request for Yi Kang. Be careful not to get squeezed dry. No, don't get steamed. Haha, Tsunade said in a hurry. She started to say something wrong and then made up for it. You two are a perfect match. Orochimaru was very upset, and Tsunade and Chuan Feng really lived up to that statement. People from the same family don't enter the same door. Chapter 211. Currying favor with Tsukumo. That's what everyone says. Tsunade also learned some of the essence from Chuan Feng, and shamelessly pretended not to understand Orochimaru's sarcasm. Haha, you can do it. Orochimaru was so angry at Tsunade that he laughed. Chuan Feng-kun is the source of all evil. Bye-bye. Tsunade waved at Orochimaru and pushed the door open to go out. Are you done talking? Tsunade came out just in time. Chuan Feng really couldn't continue chatting with the two kids. It was simply torture. Well, let's go. As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, Chuan Feng took her hand and the two disappeared from the spot. The results of the live experiment will be available in a while. If it meets our expectations, we can integrate it for you. If it doesn't meet expectations, then we need to continue to improve. The two appeared at Hitaki's house, and Tsunade told Chuan Feng the progress of the experiment without waiting for him to ask. After all, it was Chuan Feng who integrated it personally, and she was unwilling to take any risk. She had very high requirements for this experiment. As for the current experimental results, if they were placed in the original work during Orochimaru's research period, he would probably be ecstatic. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chuan Feng agreed obediently. He is a layman, so professional matters should be left to professionals. There was no way Tsunade would joke with his life. Go meet my Anbu minister. After talking about business, Tsunade started to joke around. Tsukumo is the most suitable person to be the Anbu minister. If she can't even trust Chuan Feng's eldest brother, how many people in Konoha are worthy of her trust? Walking. Chuan Feng stood up and they both left the room. Tsukumo received the appointment letter right after the meeting, and he was not surprised at all. He was a little puzzled by the fact that Chuan Feng was the principal. With someone like his brother, was he qualified? Tsunade is not afraid that he will bring bad influence to the ninja school. When I think of Kakashi's school days, the first thing he says is, my uncle is the principal. He had a headache. When did his father become inferior to his uncle? When he was alone in the living room, deep in thought, he heard Chuan Feng's voice. Brother, where's Kakashi? Not at home. Tsukumo responded impatiently, if you like children, just give birth to them yourself. That's really shameless. I guess he went to Zhenhong's house. Chuan Feng guessed where Kakashi went without even having to think. Well, your sister-in-law was so upset that she took him with her. Such a young child is not reserved at all, and it can be seen that he doesn't follow himself. Very good. Very good. Chuan Feng came over and sat down next to Shuamao with a smile. Advertisement, brother. Tsunade only just now greeted Tsukumo, not interrupting the two brothers' conversation. Tsukumo wasn't being arrogant, he didn't think anything was wrong with Tsunade becoming the Hokage. I have something to tell you. I promised to let Nawaki go to Anbu to be a small captain. I will trouble you to arrange it later. Now that Tsukumo is the Anbu minister, it is easier for him to do this kind of thing. Okay, let him report to Anbu later. Tsukumo agreed immediately, as he knew Nawaki's strength. It is more than enough for a team leader to lead a few team members. Then I'll go back and talk to him. Tsunade finished what he promised Nawaki, and he felt relieved. Nawaki is going to enter Anbu. That's great. I have someone to put in here too. Brother, let's have a discussion. Chuan Feng licked his face and came over with a smile. If you have to fart, do it now. Shuamao is already immune to it. Chuan Feng has been like this since he was a child. He will be particularly obedient when someone asks you for something. I plan to let Minato and Yahiko form their own team. You can just join them. Chuan Feng looked at Shuamao eagerly. He had already had this plan. It's just that the former Anbu minister was Sarutobi Hiruzen's man, so it's not convenient for him to operate. Except for Nagato, the other three members of Yahiko are still lacking in strength, but fortunately, with Minato's protection, it's not a big deal. Then wouldn't it be easy for him to get it by using his elder brother's back door? Oops, my neck has been a bit sore lately. Upon hearing this, Shuamao immediately put on airs and twisted his neck in a pretentious manner. Before Tsunade could understand what was going on, she saw Chuan Feng suddenly stand up. Brother, let me give you a massage. The smile on Chuan Feng's face was as flattering as it could be. Tsunade saw Chuan Feng massaging Tsukumo's neck very skillfully, asking questions while doing so, and she burst out laughing. Brother, is this strength okay? Yes, my skills haven't deteriorated. What a picture of brothers being friendly and respectful to each other. No wonder Chuan Feng's massage technique is so good, the emotions are all trained from Shuamao. What about what I just said? Chuan Feng bent slightly and leaned closer to Shuamao's ear. Sure, Sure. Try harder. Shuo Mao closed his eyes and enjoyed it, and began to instruct Chuan Feng to add more strength. Okay, bro. Chuan Feng continued the massage very servilely. Luckily there were no outsiders around. His lifelong reputation as Hatake Chuan Feng will not be affected by this. After a while, Sakumo shrugged. Advertisement? Okay, let Minato take them to report later. Chuan Feng's massage finally worked, and Shuamao agreed. Not long after the farce between the brothers ended, Nayuki came back holding Kakashi. Gradually, the whole family arrived and it was time for dinner. Orochimaru closed the door of the laboratory and walked slowly towards home. When he got home, he found the door was ajar. It was the door that Yi Kang had left open for him. This happens every day. Orochimaru straightened his clothes before pushing the door open, with a look of "keep away from strangers" on his face. You're back? Yi Kang heard the door closing and came out from the hall. I made the braised spare ribs today, come and try them. Yi Kang smiled widely as he walked over and dragged Orochimaru towards the dining room. Let me unseal you. Orochimaru was trotting with Yi Kang dragging him, his expression remained unchanged. Don't worry, let's eat first. Yi Kang looked back at him, his tone not changing. Right now, breaking the seal was less important to her than letting Orochimaru taste her cooking. Good. Orochimaru, who was very frugal with words, came to the restaurant and sat down. Yi Kang brought him a bowl and chopsticks, and put a piece of pork ribs with the most meat in his bowl. Under Yi Kang's expectant gaze, Orochimaru took a bite. How about it? Before Orochimaru could swallow it, Yi Kang couldn't wait to ask. Good. Orochimaru commented with 2 words, and Yi Kang suddenly looked a little disappointed. He quickly added another sentence, give me another piece. Good. Yi Kang immediately regained his smile and put another piece of pork ribs into Orochimaru's bowl. You eat too. Orochimaru was stared at by Yi Kang every day, but today he felt that her gaze was particularly hot. Good. Yi Kang sat down across from Orochimaru and started eating as well. Neither of them drank any alcohol and the meal ended quickly. A large plate of ribs was eaten up completely. Wait until I finish washing the dishes. Yi Kang picked up the dishes and left without waiting for Orochimaru to speak. Looking at Yi Kang's departing back, Orochimaru's thoughts were in a mess for a moment. For some reason I thought of Tsunade's words. What are you thinking about? Orochimaru quietly pinched his thigh, and his thoughts calmed down. Chapter 212 Yi Kang is unsealed. Yi Kang quickly washed the dishes. Orochimaru's house had no servants, and she felt that it made it feel more like home. Putting the dishes back in place, Yi Kang dried his hands and turned to see Orochimaru still sitting there. He has long black hair and long golden pupils that look a little empty, as if no one is thinking about him. The purple eyeshadow that extends to the wings of the nose looks even more enchanting against the pale skin. The blue-green Magatama-shaped earring on the earlobe remained motionless, and Yi Kang gradually became a little dazed as he stared at it. Are you done yet? It was Orochimaru's voice that woke her up. It's over. Yi Kang was like a child who was caught doing something bad, looking a little panicked and embarrassed. Then I'll help you remove the seal. Orochimaru couldn't imagine the scene of himself losing his power, and he was a little impressed by Yi Kang's calmness. Don't worry, I'll go take a shower. Yi Kang seemed to have thought of something and ran out. It's the same if you take off the clothes and then wash them. Orochimaru spoke behind her, but Yi Kang didn't look back. You really love cleanliness. Orochimaru didn't think much about it, shook his head and went to the bedroom. Yi Kang took out clean clothes from the room and turned to go into the bathroom. She closed the door and slowly took off her clothes, exposing her curvy figure to the air. She lowered her head and touched the middle of the lower part of her breasts with her right hand. There was an ugly black seal pattern there, which was also the culprit for sealing her chakra. Gradually, a blush appeared on her face and her body temperature began to rise. After a while, he turned on the shower and let the cold water pour over his body. He shook his head, as if to get rid of all the messy thoughts. Take a deep breath and adjust your mindset. Yi Kang carefully washed every inch of his skin. Since coming to Konoha, she found that her skin had become whiter and tenderer. It's much better than being ravaged by wind and dust every day in the Kingdom of Wind. Rinse off the bubbles on his body. Yi Kang turned off the shower and dried himself. Once the seal on her wet hair is released, she can naturally steam it dry instantly. After putting on clean clothes, Yi Kang opened the door and went out. Arriving at the door of Orochimaru's bedroom, she hesitated for a while before she mustered up the courage to knock. Dong Dong, come in, the door is not locked. Orochimaru's voice came from inside the house, and Yi Kang pushed the door open and walked in. Advertisement. I see Orochimaru is reading the Scorched Style Experience he wrote, and he is quite serious about it. After all this time, he still had no idea about Scorched Style. Reading the scrolls seemed to have become a habit for him. With his intelligence, he could have memorized them by heart long ago. Yi Kang closed the door and slowly walked over to sit across from Orochimaru. You're not that lucky, don't watch it. Yi Kang noticed that Orochimaru didn't even look up at him, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. I suspect you hid it. Orochimaru then put down the scroll in his hand and looked at Yi Kang, with a smile on his face. How dare I, my lord Orochimaru? Yi Kang rolled his eyes. He almost wrote down his date of birth. What else did he want? That's good. You don't have the guts to do that. Let's get started. Orochimaru stood up and walked over to Yi Kang, not realizing the seriousness of the situation yet. Well, let's forget it. I'm used to it. When the time came, Yi Kang still backed down. It wasn't that there was much danger in unlocking the seal, but she couldn't help but feel shy at the thought of revealing the location of the seal pattern to Orochimaru. Forget it. I even said hello to Tsunade. Besides, you have chakra so you can better help me steady my bloodline limit. Orochimaru immediately rejected Yi Kang's idea and placed a hand on her shoulder. How could Yi Kang, who had no power, resist Orochimaru? He was pinned to the chair and unable to escape. You're hurting me, I promised to untie you, isn't that enough? Yi Kang struggled in vain and could only agree reluctantly. That's more like it. Which position is it? Let me see. Orochimaru took his hand away and asked casually. Here. Yi Kang hesitated for a while, then raised his hand and pointed to the location of the seal. Then he lowered his head, not daring to look Orochimaru in the eyes. What is Hatake Tsukumo doing? Orochimaru muttered, also a little speechless. It's not Tsukumo's fault. As long as the sealing effect is good, it's fine. As for which part of the body the sealing pattern is randomly placed on, what does it have to do with him? Either a prisoner or a rebel ninja, Yi Kang may be the first person to be unsealed. What did you say? Yi Kang didn't hear clearly. He looked up and looked at Orochimaru, then quickly lowered his head. Nothing, just this location. Orochimaru himself didn't know what to say and was stuck for a moment. That's it, I'm fine. Advertisement. Yi Kang said this and tried to get up and run away again. It's just a seal. We are all full-fledged ninjas now. Orochimaru didn't know what he was saying, but he just reached out and pushed Yi Kang back. The two of them looked at each other in surprise. Take off your clothes, I'll be done in no time. Orochimaru was the first to break the silence and prepared himself mentally. A short pain is worse than a long one. The sooner the pain is relieved, the less worry you will have. His face also regained its calm and cool expression, making people believe that he would not be disturbed by external things. Well, then turn around. Yi Kang saw that Orochimaru had made up his mind and that a weak woman like her had no room to resist. Good. Orochimaru reacted after turning around. Wouldn't he still have to see it later? What's the point? Listening to the rustling sounds behind him, Tsunade's words suddenly flashed through Orochimaru's mind. Then a big pot was placed on Xuanfeng's head. I'm fine. Yi Kang's somewhat timid voice sounded from behind Orochimaru. Then I turned around. Orochimaru heard Yi Kang make a slight before he slowly turned around. Fair skin, eye-catching height, and Yi Kang's shoulders trembling slightly due to nervousness. Orochimaru's golden pupils began to dilate and his heartbeat slowly quickened. I have seen it before, but the nakedness on the battlefield is nothing as shocking as what I see in front of me. When do you want to see it? Seeing that Orochimaru didn't respond for a long time, Yi Kang mustered up the courage to ask. I'll be right there. Orochimaru closed his eyes and opened them again, exhaled deeply, and took a step forward. Are you ready? This might hurt a little. Orochimaru looked at the seal pattern and the unlocking code already matched up in his mind. The patterns are different, and the unlocking methods are different. Well, come on. Yi Kang tilted his head slightly and straightened his chest so that the entire seal pattern could be more clearly displayed in front of Orochimaru. But the blush on her face had spread to her neck, and was so obvious against her fair skin. Untie. Orochimaru made a few seals, bent his fingers slightly, and pressed directly into the center of the seal pattern. As Orochimaru's chakra continued to be output, Yi Kang screamed. The seal pattern on her body faded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 213. Python out of the cave. As the sealing pattern completely dissipated, Yi Kang felt the long-lost chakra filling his body. Orochimaru withdrew his hand and turned around again. Put it on. Yi Kang pursed her lips to hold back her laughter. It was the first time she saw Orochimaru so shy. Without seeing her move, her hair began to slowly emit steam and gradually dried. Aren't you afraid that I might attack you from behind? Yi Kang asked from behind Orochimaru. At such a short distance, her scorch style was very lethal. You won't. Orochimaru was completely unguarded, and said this calmly and confidently. Yeah? Yi Kang chuckled, and the last line of defense in his heart was broken. She took a step forward and passed her hands through Orochimaru's waist. His whole body was pressed tightly against Orochimaru's back. Does this count as a sneak attack? Orochimaru was startled at first, but then he felt a soft touch on his back and Yakura's gentle whisper. Calculate. He reached out and held Yi Kang's hand on his chest, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. It is really disappointing that Yi Kang has to take the initiative. You know, this is the easiest time I've ever had. No dangerous missions, no intrigues. I feel at ease just seeing you sitting there. Waiting for you to come back every day is like, I have a home too. Yi Kang slowly recounted his psychological journey, tears streaming from his eyes. She and Orochimaru were both orphans and excellent ninjas. Perhaps these common points made them resonate with each other. I understand. Orochimaru held Yi Kang's hand even tighter. Orochimaru, do you dare to marry me? Yi Kang calmed down his emotions, pulled back his hand and wiped away his tears. It doesn't matter if I can't learn scorch style. I can have a wife and children who know scorch style. Orochimaru turned around and looked at the beauty in front of him, with a captivating gleam in his eyes. My mood at this moment is different from before, less anxious and more expectant. What Tsunade said was right. If he didn't do something, he would be doing a disservice to his python. Puff. Yi Kang laughed out loud at Orochimaru's words. Yi Kang. Advertisement? Orochimaru exclaimed softly, holding Yi Kang's face in his hands. Their eyes met again, and the atmosphere in the room began to become ambiguous. Looking at Yi Kang's beautiful lips, Orochimaru lowered his head and kissed them. Slowly, Yi Kang could only make sounds. After a long time, their lips parted. Orochimaru picked up Yugoro by the waist and walked towards the bed. Yi Kang put his arms around Orochimaru's neck, pursed his lips and said nothing. The look in his eyes when he looked at Orochimaru almost solidified into substance. She became more and more beautiful in Orochimaru's eyes. You won't regret it now. Orochimaru gently laid Yekura on the bed. I don't regret it. The python's attack ability was so strong that Yi Kang felt a little strange when he got out of bed the next day. She got off the bed and took 2 steps, then turned around and glared at Orochimaru. Well, I don't have experience either. I'll remember that next time. Orochimaru scratched his head awkwardly, looking like a completely different person than before. HMPH, Yi Kang snorted coldly. He had already said he didn't want it, but he still wanted to come. I almost broke down that night. Luckily the seal was released, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable. I'll help you. Orochimaru was quite considerate. He put on his clothes and helped Yi Kang to the bathroom to wash up. He then went to the restaurant to make breakfast. This was the first time he was late for the laboratory. However, the laboratory is now completely under his control and there is no impact at all. When he arrived at the lab, Masaki had already finished cleaning and was reading a book. Orochimaru-sensei, why are you so happy today? Masaki saw that Orochimaru was smiling, which was different from usual. Nothing, just in a good mood. Nagato didn't come today? Of course Orochimaru would not tell Masaki what happened between him and Yi Kang. He reported to Anbu. Nawaki and Minato entered Anbu together, so Masaki naturally knew the news. Oh, I see. Orochimaru was not surprised either, and Nagato's strength was also mentioned by Chuan Feng. He walked into the laboratory without paying attention, and Masaki followed behind him. Advertisement Another beautiful day has begun. Early this morning, Minato, Nawaki and Yahiko came to Anbu. The 4 children instantly caught everyone's attention. Nawaki and Minato are already somewhat famous. Regardless of their status or battle record, no Anbu dares to say that they are better than them. We also received friendly greetings from everyone along the way. Although these people were wearing masks, they didn't care at all. After questioning an Anbu member, Minato led everyone to Tsukumo's office. Dong, come in. Tsukumo's voice came from inside. Adult Tsukumo. Minato used honorifics for all 5. Well, your identities have been filed. Minato and Nawaki are the squad leaders, and you 3 are the team members. Everyone go down and get dressed. Nawaki, your teammates are waiting for you too. Tsukumo threw 3 pieces of paper to Nawaki, which contained the information of his team members. Yes, Master Tsukumo. After Minato and the others finished speaking, they followed the people arranged by Tsukumo out. This is the locker room. You can familiarize yourself with the rest. This is also Anbu's first lesson. The masked Anbu ninja said this and walked away. Come in. Nawaki opened the door carelessly and walked in first. There were quite a few Anbu ninjas inside, all of whom attracted the attention of several people. This is the new guy. What newcomer? You don't know Namikaze Minato and Nawaki? Master Chuan Feng's disciple, Master Hokage's younger brother. He's a veteran of World War II, and he's a newcomer? The other 3 are unfamiliar, but they are too small. How old could that girl be? In the not-so-big room, discussions were heard one after another. Minato and the others ignored him and went to the locker where they got their number plates and opened it. Inside was a brand new combat uniform and a mask. Let's talk after you change your clothes. Minato went into the separate dressing room first. Not long after, several people came out to meet up, and at least their clothes were the same as those of the Anbu ninjas. Chapter 214. A show of power. The discussion in the room had ended, but there were still some curious eyes looking at a few people. Hello everyone, I am the squad leader of Maple Class, and these are my 3 team members. I hope you will take care of me in the future. Minato stretched out his right hand and pointed at Yahiko and the other 2, then greeted everyone generously. The name Kaide was given by Tsukumo because he was afraid that Minato would do something weird again and come up with a codename that would damage the reputation of Anbu. It should be. Everyone responded, some quickly, some slowly, and everyone could feel Minato's enthusiasm. Excuse me, are there any members of the original hunting squad? I'm the new squad leader. Nawaki took a step forward. He only got the information and didn't know where his team members were. Then you're in a bit of trouble. They're waiting at training ground number 1. And Anbu chuckled, somewhat like watching the show. What you hear is not as good as what you see. There are many people who do not believe in Nawaki's strength. Thanks. I'll go find them. From now on, we'll call it the fire class. Nawaki didn't care about other people's attitudes, waved his hand and walked out the door. If he couldn't even hold 3 Anbu members, he would be laughed at by Minato. Let's go and take a look. Minato, Yahiko and the other 2 followed Nawaki. The Anbu behind him also followed. It was nice to watch the show without any mission. Under the guidance of Anbu, who wanted to watch the show behind him, Nawaki and a large group of people came to the #1 training ground. 3 masked ninjas were chatting in the training ground. One of them was squatting on a wooden stake, with 2 others standing on each side. Here I come. The squatting man was the first to see Nawaki walking towards them at the front of the team. After he finished speaking, he jumped down from the stake and stood with the 2 people beside him. Are you members of the hunting squad? Nawaki slowly walked over to the 3 men and stood about 1 meter in front of them. Nawaki, who is almost 15 years old, is already the height of a normal adult, and even with the mask on, the childishness on his face is invisible. After the experience of World War II, his deep voice is still quite oppressive. Yes. The 3 responded in unison, and Nawaki was very satisfied with their attitude. From today on, I am your new squad leader. From now on, our class will be called the Fire class. Any questions? Nawaki was unwilling to continue the title of squad leader. Fire represented his family, and there was no other Hokage except this one. Advertisement. When the 3 heard that the first thing Nawaki did after arriving was to change his name, they couldn't say how angry they were, but they must have felt bad. That was their honor. Anbu on the far right nudged the one in the middle with his elbow, the meaning of which was self-evident. You are the squad leader assigned by your superiors. If you want to change it, then there is no problem. But we hope you are qualified. The Anbu in the middle said these 2 sentences neither humbly nor arrogantly. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional, but he straightened his chest. It's a fight. The lion still has such a hot temper. The Anbu ninjas who were watching nearby began to whisper. Oh, what does it mean to be qualified? A smile appeared on Nawaki's lips under the mask. If he didn't dare to accept the challenge, he might not be able to survive in Anbu in the future. I want to compete with you. If you can beat me, you will be qualified to lead us. The lion took a step forward. He was the strongest of the 3. Even the former squad leader was not much stronger than him. I do not accept your challenge. Nawaki refused decisively, causing boos. What do you mean by Hokage's brother? He's probably just a fool. Master Orochimaru has trained a disciple like this? I heard that he led the team into the land of Earth during World War II, but that's all exaggerated. The Anbu ninja who was watching had already stopped turning their backs on people. The noise was so loud that Nawaki could hear it clearly. Brother, why didn't brother Nawaki accept it? Conan felt a little unfair for Nawaki. Keep watching, Nawaki brother will have a surprise for them. Minato's voice came out from behind the mask with a smile. Conan also turned his head and continued to look at Nawaki. Are you scared? The lion took another step forward. He didn't expect Nawaki to reject his challenge in front of so many people. The idea of changing the team has already popped up in my mind. With such a captain, I will be laughed at to death in the future. Fear? No, I think you misunderstood. We're in a hurry, you guys can come together. Nawaki shook his head, his whole body bursting with strong confidence. Either don't fight, or fight to show your power and authority. What, he wants to fight 3. Even if he has some strength, he is too arrogant. The onlookers were a little surprised, knowing that Anbu ninjas are at least special jonin. It is much stronger than Danzo's previous roots. Advertisement. The lion itself has the strength of a jonin, and the other 2 are 1 jonin and 1 special jonin. The 3 of them have been a team for many years, so it goes without saying that they have good coordination. They are even more difficult to deal with than 3 ordinary jonin. Moreover, the strength of the hunting squad is ranked among the best in the entire Anbu. Did you see that? Minato is the one who understands Nawaki. Nawaki-san is so handsome. Conan's eyes were almost full of stars. She was full of admiration for her senior. What's so cool about that? I'll be able to be handsome when I'm as old as him. Yahiko was feeling jealous, and only Nagato was watching quietly. I silently cheered for Nawaki in my heart. What did you say? Are you sure? The lion was stunned when he heard this, and then anger suddenly rose in his heart. This shows that he doesn't take the 3 of us seriously at all. Come on, don't waste time. Nawaki waved his hand, and everyone could see the contempt in his expression. Destroy the enemy's state of mind first. This is what my good brother-in-law taught me. Then don't blame us for being rude, let's go together. The lion responded with gritted teeth, and the team members behind him also walked over to his side. They must let this airborne squad leader see how powerful the hunting squad is. The 3 men drew their standard knives from their backs in unison. Nawaki didn't make any movement and he began to float slowly in the air. After a while he was floating in the air. His light and heavy rock technique had improved greatly. Oh my god, he can fly? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Didn't you see him forming a seal? There are very few ninjas in the entire ninja world who can fly, so the Anbu people were so surprised, not to mention that they didn't even see Nawaki perform hand seals. A bunch of ignorant guys. Conan taunted in a low voice, afraid that others would hear him. Why don't you speak louder? Minato looked at the little junior sister in amusement. I'm just afraid of causing trouble for you, brother. Conan thought quickly and established himself as a good kid. Then I have to thank you too. Minato was a little bit amused and confused. All the teachers taught him were very cunning. You are welcome. Ha ha. Hearing Conan's response, Minato finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. None of them took this competition seriously at all, because they had absolute confidence in Nawaki's ability. Chapter 215 Conquer. The three lions looked at Nawaki floating in the air with knives in their hands, and looked at each other in bewilderment. They can't fly, there's no strong force to support them to jump so high. How can we fight if we can't even touch Nawaki? It's out of reach, right? That's something I didn't think through. Nawaki's leisurely voice came down from midair. Then he began to slowly descend until he landed. This also forced back the vicious words of many onlookers. Avoid war. That's impossible. If it weren't difficult to use large-scale ninjutsu here, Nawaki could have used the three of them as targets. But that was not what he expected. That's fair. Nawaki pulled out the knife from behind. He did not have any weapons of his own and did not seek special treatment. The three lions had mixed feelings. From the moment Nawaki flew into the sky, he knew he had lost. But the atmosphere has been set to this point, it would be unreasonable not to fight. Faced with so many spectators, he cannot be afraid of fighting. At worst, after this battle, no matter we win or lose, we will just obey orders. The lion's knees sank slightly, and all the muscles in his body began to tense up. Bang! As a pit of earth exploded beneath his feet, the incredible force pushed his body forward. The whole person rushed towards Nawaki at an extremely fast speed like a cannonball. There is no special body movements involved, just pure strength and speed. The onlookers couldn't help but admire. The lion is still so fast. The two people beside him also quickly separated, and the three of them attacked Nawaki from three directions. Nawaki slowly danced with his sword, adjusting himself to the weapon in his hand. The corners of his mouth under the mask slightly raised, he exerted force on his feet, and rushed towards the lion. Clang! The sound of the two knives colliding was so crisp and clear that it was as if the lion had hit a piece of iron. A huge force spread along the blade towards himself, and then the whole person flew backwards. What a strong force! The lion pushed the ground with its hind legs to steady its body, with two straight vertical lines in front of it. Is his weapon specially made? The Senju clan's extraordinary strength? The spectators were a little frightened. If it weren't for their teammates, the lions would have suffered a great loss. As expected, there is no false reputation. Nawaki's strength has been recognized by everyone. After this attack, the attacks of the other two also reached Nawaki. They saw the lion being repelled and guessed that Nawaki was very powerful. Advertisement changing the attack method instantly and fighting head-on is totally undesirable. The two men changed from chopping to slashing, and from cutting to pointing. Nawaki could clearly see their improvisations and dodged the knife by leaning sideways. Then he kicked the man on the butt, and he flew several meters away in front of everyone and fell to the ground. The footprints on the buttocks are still clearly visible. Nawaki had no time to dodge the last blow and raised his knife to block it. The force of the knife was about to slash the man's wrist. When it comes to swordsmanship, he is not inferior at all. Such a quick change of tactics. The ninja was secretly frightened and quickly pulled back. Come again. In the blink of an eye, the three lions were together again. They were completely defeated in the first round, and their defeat was very thorough. Faced with Nawaki's provocation, the three said nothing. They exchanged glances with each other and then dispersed. The lion rushed forward first, and the two behind him began to wander away. This is the beginning of the cooperation, with full understanding. You guys have to cooperate well. Nawaki said it lightly, and he was also cheered up in his heart. After all, they are three Anbu members, not just some cats and dogs. The lion learned its lesson this time and avoided Nawaki's edge, but was able to barely entangle him. It seems that he has worked hard on his swordsmanship. Shadow binding. While Nawaki was entangled, a black shadow spread over from a distance. Nara clan. Nawaki frowned, increased his strength, and chopped the lion back with one powerful blow. He pushed hard with his feet and soared into the sky. He dodged the shadow that was heading towards his feet in an instant. Damn it, failed. The Nara clan Anbu punched his thigh in annoyance. The moment Nawaki landed, he felt dizzy. The scene in front of him suddenly changed, and Xuan Feng's sword was coming towards him. This scene seemed familiar, and he was still at a loss as before. This was one of the few terrifying scenes in his mind. Nawaki Ni's crew was really strong. Minato saw Nawaki was stunned and knew that he was caught in an illusion. It is no exaggeration to say that a team that combines control and attack is strong. Is Nawaki going to lose? Conan's eyes were filled with worry as he watched the three lions charge at Nawaki, and he was already in imminent danger. It's hard to say. Advertisement Minato didn't know what kind of genjutsu Nawaki was using, but fortunately, even if he lost, it wouldn't matter. Nawaki has shown great strength, and this was a match in which everyone witnessed him letting go. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Nawaki, and the outcome depended on this moment. You are my dearest brother-in-law. Nawaki suddenly woke up. Yes, how could my brother-in-law kill me? When I regained consciousness, I saw three shining blades in front of me. Earth Flash Technique. This is a new jutsu developed by Nawaki with the help of Orochimaru, inspired by Hanzo's water flash body. I saw his entire body turned into a pool of mud, and the three blades pierced through the mud. Earth Style, Hard Decapitation Technique. When Nawaki's voice sounded behind the three of them, Lion knew something was wrong. A huge force came from under his feet, and he and Anbu from Nara's family were pulled into the ground. In an instant, only the head was exposed, and there was no room for resistance. Nawaki appeared next to Anbu, who was using genjutsu, but did not attack. Do you want to fight again? He held the knife in one hand, and there was no sound of sadness or joy in his voice. We give up. The lion admitted his defeat without waiting for his teammates to speak. So am I qualified? Nawaki spoke again. From now on, you let us go west and never east. The lions responded with a decisive tone, and Nawaki could be said to have crushed them. You're all good. Nawaki wasn't mocking them. The training ground was not a battlefield after all. The three lions still have many tricks that they have not yet demonstrated, and such strength is also recognized by him. He walked forward and pulled the two men out of the soil. At this time, thunderous applause broke out outside the venue. A wonderful battle came to an end, and the Anbu fire class was officially established today. Anbu, in the final analysis, still has to speak with strength, based on Nawaki's means. When there are large-scale missions in the future, I'm afraid many people will want to recruit him to join them. This is also one of his purposes. Soon everyone started chatting together, and Nawaki and others were able to initially integrate into the Anbu family. I feel relieved now. Shuo Mao was standing in the distance, with Chuan Feng next to him. He felt that he had more confidence in Nawaki and his men than Chuan Feng, and this guy even came to see them secretly. Haha, I just came here to take a look because I was bored. Chuan Feng laughed it off, unwilling to admit it. Why are you pretending in front of me? Shuo Mao glanced at him without giving Chuan Feng any face. Who of them didn't know who? Chapter 216 Graduation ceremony time always slips away inadvertently. Tsunade has been the Hokage for more than half a month, and her wedding date with Chuan Feng is getting closer. Mito was very busy by himself, but fortunately Nayuki brought a few girlfriends to help, which made everything go smoothly. The Sarutobi clan has also repaid all the embezzled money, which has caused a lot of complaints within the clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed everything forcefully, and he and Mitokata Homura lived out their retirement in the police force peacefully from then on. He seems to be oblivious to what's happening outside, but he actually feels that it is much easier than being a Hokage. Fugaku has taken full control of the interrogation department and is leading the Uchiha clan in the direction that his uncle hopes for. Chuan Feng did everything he promised him, and the two of them went from fighting each other to having a pleasant conversation now. The circumstances of life are hard to explain. Fugaku sat in the office, looking out the window in the direction of the ninja school, smiling and shaking his head. Fortunately, he doesn't have any children now. How can Hatake Chuan Feng be a good principal? The ninja school is particularly lively today as it is the annual graduation ceremony. Chuan Feng, the irresponsible principal, finally came to the school. This is the first time he has reported to the office since taking office. If he wasn't so famous, probably no one in the school would know him. Master Chuan Feng, the graduation exam is almost over. Do you want to go to the playground and check the layout first? Vice President Onoda Hideo entered the office and closed the open door. He spoke rather tactfully, and looking at Chuan Feng gave him a headache. Usually at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen would already be waiting in the playground, so there was no need for him to shout. Really? Then you go first and I'll be there soon? Chuan Feng didn't even take his feet off the table. The Hokage did need to maintain an image, and he was just the principal. Then please go a little faster. Onoda Yang urged helplessly, turned around and went out and closed the door. He, Hatake Chuan Feng, may not need an image, but the school still needs an image. It would be so inappropriate if parents passing by saw Chuan Feng like this. When Chuan Feng woke up this morning, Tsunade told him that he needed to come to the school to preside over the graduation ceremony. This made Chuan Feng wonder if Tsunade's purpose in making him the principal was to avoid such a speech. In his opinion, this is very likely. I was planning to argue that the Hokage should set an example for the children, but unfortunately I was convinced by Tsunade's kiss. Now I can only take on this tough job. He is not like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who wants to instill the will of fire in his children from an early age. While regretting that his stance was not firm enough, he stood up. It's time to go on stage. Chuan Feng walked out of the office and the staff who were rushing along the way greeted him. Advertisement on the contrary, he, the principal, looks the most relaxed. I walked slowly to the playground, where many parents and some children who had passed the exams had already gathered. The unlucky ones who didn't pass the test would naturally have to choose to repeat the grade. Although being a ninja is dangerous, it is also a very honorable thing. Chuan Feng came to the makeshift wooden platform and sat down in his seat. As for checking the arrangements, that was all Onoda Hideo's excuse, and he knew it very well. Before I could even sit down, Onoda Hide came up to me again. Master Chuan Feng, you will give a speech later. I have a copy of my previous speech here. Would you like to use it as a reference? Onoda Yang placed a 3-page manuscript on Chuan Feng's desk. Okay, let me take a look. Chuan Feng did not refuse his kindness and picked up the manuscript. Take a closer look. My goodness, it's all the same old will of fire, and it's hard for Sarutobi Hiruzen to keep giving speeches. After taking a few more glances, Chuan Feng lost interest and felt there was no point in learning from it. Onoda Hideo was quite smart and swallowed the words back before he could even finish his words. Chuan Feng's expression clearly showed that he looked down upon the previous manuscript. If he said anything more, he would only be asking for trouble. Chuan Feng turned to look at him, thinking something had happened again. I was going to say that you will be giving the children forehead protectors later. Would you like to practice it first? Onodera had a sudden inspiration and found a suitable excuse. We still need to conduct drills when issuing a forehead protector. Shall I send you one first? Chuan Feng was a little speechless. This vice principal was too stupid. What a stupid idea. Ahem, that's not going to be useful. Onoda Ying felt a little embarrassed by Chuan Feng's scolding, and could only blame himself for meddling in other people's business. Okay, let me think about what to say, you go ahead and do your own thing. After saying that, Chuan Feng no longer paid attention to Odano Ying and closed his eyes. After about half an hour, all the children who passed the test had gathered and stood in line. The parents behind them were full of excitement, and they kept introducing their children to each other. The one in black, my son, from today on, I'm a genin. Advertisement, that particularly handsome guy is my son, and he also passed the test. Many such words were heard outside the playground. Quiet, quiet. As Onoda Yang shouted, the entire playground began to quiet down. Congratulations to the students who passed the assessment today. From today on, you are genin. I hope that through these 6 years of study, you can become an excellent ninja. The most outstanding student in your class, Namikaze Minato, is already a jonin. He also made great contributions in World War II. He is the goal you should emulate. Next, the new principal, Hatake Chuan Feng, will present you with the forehead protector. Everyone is welcome. Onoda Hideo was the first to applaud, and the audience followed suit. This was not his first time opening a show and he was very familiar with the procedures. Minato is awesome. Kushina stood in the team and looked at Chuan Feng but praised Minato. Unfortunately, Xiao Taiyang was on a mission and couldn't attend her graduation ceremony. Come up one by one from left to right. There were several large boxes of forehead protectors next to Chuan Feng, but he just sat there without moving. The sound spread from the audience, and students began to go on stage one by one in an orderly manner. Everyone else was in awe of the principal, except Kushina, who smiled and winked at Chuan Feng. Little naughty boy, hurry down. Chuan Feng handed the forehead protector to Kushina and cursed him with a smile. After the distribution of the forehead protectors was completed, Onoda Hideo spoke again. Now let's get into the most important part. Please invite the principal to give you a lecture. After Onoda Ying finished speaking, he respectfully handed the loudspeaker to Chuan Feng. Hello everyone. I am the principal, Hatake Chuan Feng. Chuan Feng stood up from his seat and walked to the front of the stage and introduced himself first. I heard the new principal is very capable. Hokage is a grown-up unmarried husband. He is one of the best masters in Konoha. The villagers below the stage began to discuss in low voices, but quieted down again when Chuan Feng spoke again. Chapter 217 Ninja School Reform. Today is a day worth being happy about. We have been replenished with fresh blood in Konoha. You have a new identity from today on. However, being a ninja is never an easy profession. You may have to pay with your life for this. Genin is just the beginning, you are still very weak. I have an important announcement today. Chuan Feng paused here to give everyone some time to react. Onoda Hideo instantly felt something was wrong, and he was afraid that the new principal was going to do something big. The kids in the audience had already started talking about it, and even Kushina was pestered by her classmates. Everyone thought she had some inside information, but no one knew that this was just Chuan Feng's spur-of-the-moment idea. I decided to set up an advanced course, divided into 4 classes: combat, interrogation, command, and medical. It's not a mandatory requirement, but people who graduate from these classes in the future will have a better future. Chuan Feng finished speaking his initial expectations and waited for the news to develop. Onoda Eiji is already old, and has been the vice principal since the second Hokage period. This was something he had never experienced before, not even Sarutobi Hiruzen had ever done anything so crazy. Cultivating talents is not a bad thing, but it means more expenses and personnel investment. Konoha village is not yet wealthy enough, or maybe they are reluctant to spend money on it. From what Chuan Feng said, these classes are definitely not something that genin can graduate from. That comes out to be at least chunin, or even jonin. How much money will it cost and how many people will be involved? Master Chuan Feng, should we reconsider this matter? He took a step forward and asked softly, but his brows were already furrowed. If you don't manage a household, you don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil and salt are. What is my position? Chuan Feng put down the megaphone in his hand and asked back. You are the principal. Onoda Ying knew what Chuan Feng meant and understood his determination. After responding, he stepped down consciously. Why should a vice president like him worry so much? Master Chuan Feng, are there any requirements for these 4 classes? Immediately, someone in the audience started asking questions. The better future prospects attracted every child and parent. Of course there are. We will conduct a test and assign the registered genins to these 4 classes. If you can't pass the test, I can only say sorry. You can understand that this is an advanced class, so that you all have the opportunity to use your strengths. Chuan Feng knows that not every genin is gifted and there is no absolute fairness in the world. He did this just to give civilian ninjas more opportunities and improve Konoha's foundation at the same time. If this continues, Konoha will be far ahead of other hidden villages. As for funding and personnel, he would discuss it with Tsunade. Even if it's just a partial one, he's willing to do it. Advertisement by then, they will all be his disciples, and all of them will be Tsunade's achievements. Who has the final say in Konoha? Is there any need to think too much? I'll sign up. As soon as Chuan Feng finished speaking, many people in the audience raised their hands. Kushina had no interest at all, her character was already determined. It was easy to find a teacher, as she didn't want to take boring classes anymore. That would greatly affect the amount of time she and Minato could spend together. Okay, you guys go find teacher Shun to sign up first. We'll let you know the test time once we've sorted it out. Chuan Feng then selected a teacher and sent the registration matter out. The graduation ceremony ended halfway due to Chuan Feng's sudden decision. However, the atmosphere on the scene was the highest it has been in all these years. Brainwashing is really too low level and has no benefits at all. The people will not follow you foolishly. Chuan Feng is very satisfied with the current situation, and Tsunade will definitely maintain Konoha himself. He walked back to his seat and sat down to rest for a while. Master Chuan Feng, it's settled. Shall we discuss the details? Onoda Hideki saw that the reform of the ninja school could no longer be stopped and could only go with the flow. It is not wise to offend your leader. Tell me what you think. Chuan Feng still likes Onoda Hideo's personality, conservative but not stubborn. Once we start these 4 classes, the first thing to solve is the problem of faculty and funding. The remaining funds in the school are not enough to open 4 advanced classes at once. Besides, most of our teachers are just ordinary chunin. Not many people know how to teach the course you want to offer. And this test, we don't know how to test it, besides. Seeing that Onoda Hideo had so many questions, Chuan Feng quickly interrupted him. He felt that he was too careless. Okay, I'll figure out the personnel and funding. You can come up with the questions yourself. Chuan Feng wanted to run away after he finished speaking, as he was used to being a hands-off boss. Master Chuan Feng, I haven't finished yet. Onoda Yang grabbed Chuan Feng's sleeve. He was not stupid. Where would he find anyone if Chuan Feng left? I can't handle these things by myself at my age. Stop talking and listen to me. Chuan Feng couldn't hit him either, so he could only sit down again and use his brain to fool him. Let me ask you first, if I can run these 4 classes. Is the ninja school still the same ninja school? Advertisement. Chuan Feng looked at Onoda Yang with a serious face. What do you mean? He was a little confused by Chuan Feng, and his mind wasn't working fast enough due to his age. Just think about it, once we start these 4 classes. Will there be a group of excellent ninjas in a few years? After Chuan Feng asked, Onoda Yang nodded. There was no doubt about it. Then is our ninja school a training base for talents? Does he hold an important position in Konoha? Will you still be ridiculed and mocked when you go out to attend meetings next time? Will people still say that we can only provide cannon fodder? Maybe the people in the meeting are your students. Think about it, isn't it a sense of accomplishment? Chuan Feng helps Onoda Hideo, a middle-aged man who has spent most of his life in school, look to the future. Onoda A was so fooled that he was at a loss for a moment. What kind of situation that was something he had never dared to imagine. Can you handle these trivial matters? Chuan Feng then brought up the final topic, with a slight smile on his face. He is a man of great confidence and is a chronic swindler. Onoda Hideo agreed with great determination. I'm rooting for you, keep going. Chuan Feng saw that his plan had succeeded and ran away as fast as he could. It's not that he is lazy. It's easy to find someone to pay, but he can find someone else who can come up with the questions. Only when Chuan Feng disappeared did Onoda Ying's eyes regain clarity. Principal Ying, how do you make the test questions? A teacher who was in charge of setting questions only dared to ask at this time. What's the test? Onoda Hideo was pulled from the future vision into reality. It's what you promised the principal. The teacher who said the question blinked innocently. That's too much. It was too late for Onoda Hide to realize he had fallen into a trap, and he slammed the table. Don't tell anyone about this. He looked at the teacher who said the questions with a threatening look. If this gets out, how can I live my life as an old man who was fooled by a young man? The teacher who said the question was so scared that he nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Chapter 218 Lightning Armor. Onoda Ying gritted his teeth and took on the tough task assigned by Chuan Feng, and visited people everywhere relying on his own thick skin. I went to all the departments including Anbu, Interrogation Department, and used all my connections to finish the test. While keeping a smile on my face, I comforted myself that all the suffering now is for the sweetness in the future. As I thought about it, 2 lines of tears rolled down my old face. What sin had I committed? After the test, the genins who passed were assigned to 4 classes. The medical class has the least number of people, but this was also expected by Chuan Feng, because the threshold for becoming a medical ninja is the highest. The combat squad undoubtedly has the largest number of members, and all of the genins recruited are particularly outstanding in a certain skill. The interrogation squad and the command squad are similar, with about the same number of people. At last, Chuan Feng used all his tricks to get Tsunade to approve a sum of funds, and as for instructors, he found some of his subordinates from World War II. At this point, the advanced class of the ninja school was officially established, causing quite a stir in Konoha. Anyone with a little foresight could anticipate the importance of this reform of the ninja school. After hearing the news, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a deep conversation with Mitokado Homura. After being away from the center of power, The two saw things more clearly and could only sigh at Chuan Fang's broad vision. The two idlers sighed for a moment and had to admit that Tsunade had a good helper. Under her leadership, Konoha should be revitalized and have a brighter future. This afternoon, in the Hatake family's martial arts hall, two figures surrounded by lightning were facing each other. Yes, brother, come and cut me. Chuan Fang had an arrogant look on his face, his chest was straight, and he exuded an aura that made him look like he deserved a beating. Lousy will chop you to death today. As soon as he finished speaking, Tsukumo rushed over with a short blade in hand. Today, revenge is needed, and grievances are needed. The wind suddenly blew and lightning appeared. Shuamao's face was fierce, and he was in front of Chuan Fang in the blink of an eye. The short blade flashed with white light and chopped directly into Chuan Fang's stomach without any hesitation. Overall, there is some heartache but not much. In order to test the strength of his current lightning armor, Chuan Fang did not dodge or evade. Under Shuamao's sword attack, he retreated more than several meters. Everyone outside the venue was worried for him. Haha, brother, you haven't eaten yet? Chuan Fang touched his belly, and there was not even a mark on it. No wonder brother Tsukumo always wants to beat him up. I've never seen such a crazy person. Dai started talking to Yuhi Shinku who was beside him. I want to kill him, too. Advertisement Zhenhong nodded in agreement. It is simply unimaginable if I had such a brother. Okay, don't blame me for being rude. Shuamao adjusted his attack position. The defensive power of this lightning armor was indeed terrifyingly strong. Before learning this secret technique, Chuan Fang would not have been able to withstand his short blade. What's more, he also learned the lightning armor, and his strength has been greatly improved. It's just a little slower than Chuan Fang's progress. Don't hold back, come on. Chuan Fang is very confident in himself. With the help of cheat, his lightning armor is no worse than Ai's. He was improving and strengthening, while Tsukumo was starting from scratch, so the gap was naturally huge. Ah, Tsukumo roared, and more chakra gathered on his body surface, reaching the strongest level he could control at the moment. With a sizzle, Shuamao disappeared in the blink of an eye from everyone's sight, and a white thunder dragon opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Chuan Fang. The fierce and aggressive thunder dragon seemed to be solidified, and Chuan Fang was as small as an ant in front of it. Bang! As a huge explosion sounded, smoke and dust rose at the scene of the confrontation. This won't be a problem. The noise was so loud that Zhenhong stood up worriedly. The melon seeds in his hand stopped in midair. He knew Tsukumo's strength. It was indeed a bit risky for Chuan Fang to just carry on like this. Probably not. They have a deep brotherly relationship. Dai pretended to be calm, opened his eyes wide, and tried to see the situation clearly in the smoke and dust. Uncle, Dad. Little Kakashi was getting anxious now, leaving his two friends Hong and Guy behind, and ran towards the smoke with his short legs wide open. Ouch, Ghost Mastiff and Xiaobai can only protect on both sides. If the little ancestor falls and gets injured, they might be beaten. Kakashi, run slower. Kushina followed behind and immediately picked up Kakashi and held him in his arms. She wasn't worried at all, as Chuan Fang's strength was somewhat demonized by Minato. Hong and Guy were being watched by two other girls, one of whom was surprisingly Uchiha Makoto. Dai was unwilling to take the position, so Tsunade simply handed Kushina over to him to take charge of, forming a three-person team. She had promised to find a good teacher for Kushina, and she had kept her promise. Dai performed brilliantly in World War II, and no one in the entire Konoha dared to say that he was not powerful. Those were tough battles, and the reputation was earned purely through fighting. But now these three girls are rather miserable, having to follow Dai to take care of the children every day. Advertisement: they didn't complete any missions, and Dai couldn't teach them any ninjutsu. In Chuan Fang's words, it was a big speechless incident. Before Kushina reached the place with Kakashi in her arms, she saw two figures walking out from the smoke. Dad is fine, he's just playing with your uncle. Tsukumo took the lead and took Kakashi in his arms, showing a kind smile. Uncle, uncle. Kakashi touched Tsukumo's chin, and when he saw Chuan Fang, he stretched out his hands to Chuan Fang. Good boy, you still know how to care for others. Chuan Fang hugged Kakashi under Tsukumo's murderous eyes. That casual glance was so murderous. It's fine if you can't beat me, but your son is also close to me. I'm soapy ****** D off you old man. Hatake Chuan Fang. Before Tsukumo could utter any harsh words, Nayuki's voice was heard from a distance. I asked you to take care of the children, but you are destroying the house? A huge deep pit appeared where Chuan Fang and Shuo Mao had just fought, and there was no time to repair it. Nishui knew without even thinking that these two brothers were up to no good again. No, let's just spar for a bit, is it? Tsukumo quickly put on a smiling face and explained to his dear wife. When he turned around, he did not forget to wink, reminding Chuan Fang to speak with one voice. Yes, I was joking with my brother, sister-in-law, thank you for your hard work. Chuan Fang hugged Kakashi and greeted Nayuki, and she was accompanied by Zhenhong and Dai's wife. The three of them went to help at the Senju residence, leaving the child in the care of her husband. I just came back and heard a loud explosion before I even entered the door. I was almost scared to death. Zhenhong and Dai saw their wives coming and hurriedly took the child over, but it was too late. Both were complained about and described as being out of touch. Kushina and her two friends watched the joke together and felt relieved. I hate taking care of kids. Feng, your wedding to Tsunade is only a few days away. Senju has already arranged everything. We can't be shabby here, you have to check it yourself. Do you know? Nishui took Kakashi from Feng's arms and gave him a few more instructions. I know, sister-in-law. Feng agreed with a smile. He was lucky to have his sister-in-law around, so he didn't have to worry about anything. Chapter 219 Nadeshiko Maki 3 days later, Feng and Tsunade's wedding was held as scheduled. The whole Konoha became lively. The whole village celebrated the Hokage's wedding. Finally I got back. Outside the gate of Konoha village, a man with long white hair looked at the gate with emotion. It had been more than a year since he left, and Tsunade finally got married to Feng. Although he has not yet met the child of destiny that Toad Sage mentioned, he has also found his own love. Is this the village where you grew up? Next to him was a beautiful woman with short brown hair, carrying a long sword on her back, and she was holding his arm affectionately. At this time, the woman's eyes were on Jiraiya's face. Yes, I told you, she is getting married. Jiraiya did not hide his love for Tsunade, which was gradually buried with the appearance of Feng. Now she is happy and has someone to accompany her for the rest of her life. Is that man stronger than you? Maki Nadeshiko didn't mind that Jiraiya had loved another woman. The tradition of their village was to find a strong man, defeat him, and then let him marry into the family. Unfortunately, she lost to Jiraiya, and in compliance with the bet between the two, she left the village and followed Jiraiya. As the two get along slowly, she discovers Jiraiya's charm and falls deeply in love with this man. He is very strong. Jiraiya recalled the scene of Feng killing Hanzo and fell into memory. Let's go, I'd like to take a closer look. Maki dragged Jiraiya forward and knocked on the door. After a while, the door was opened. Master Jiraiya, you're back? The ninjas guarding the gate all knew Jiraiya and there was surprise in their eyes. Well, come back for the wedding. Jiraiya smiled and walked through the door with Maki. The Hokage-sama will be pleased. It was normal for the gatekeeper ninja to say this since he knew about his relationship with Tsunade. Haha, I came back specially. Jiraiya waved goodbye to the gate ninja and pulled Maki towards the Senju mansion. It's really lively, much better than our Nadeshiko village. Looking at the prosperity of Konoha, Maki couldn't help but sigh. The 5 major countries are indeed not a boast. This will be your home from now on. Jiraiya patted Maki's hand that was linked to his. Maki didn't feel embarrassed at all. A woman who took the initiative to ask someone to marry into her family's family was not a delicate and soft girl. As we got closer to the Senju residence, the flow of people became denser and denser. Many villagers came to congratulate spontaneously. Haven't seen you for a long time. Suddenly, someone patted Jiraiya on the shoulder and a familiar voice came into his ears. Haven't seen you for a long time. Advertisement. Jiraiya turned around and behind him was Orochimaru. I thought you weren't coming back. Who is this? Orochimaru looked at Maki with curiosity in his eyes, and it seemed that this old friend had stepped out of the shadows. Haha, this is my fiancé Maki Nadeshiko. This is Orochimaru, my fellow student and good friend. Jiraiya introduced the two with a smile, but his last glance lingered on Yi Kang. This is Yi Kang, my future wife. Orochimaru also generously introduced Jiraiya and took the initiative to hold Yi Kang's hand. Hello, my name is Yi Kang. Hello, my name is Maki Nadeshiko. Both women introduced themselves. Come on, let's go in together. Orochimaru and Jiraiya smiled at each other, and the 4 of them formed a group and walked towards the Senju residence together. Today, big red lanterns were hung everywhere in the Senju residence. Many servants came and went, all of whom were transferred from the Hatake family. Mito is used to quietness, so there is not enough manpower at home. Brother Jiraiya. As soon as Jiraiya entered the door, he was discovered by the sharp-eyed Nawaki. Nawaki, you've grown so tall. Jiraiya didn't feel like touching Nawaki's head anymore and patted his shoulder happily. Teacher, master's wife. Nawaki had already gotten used to calling him that, regardless of the fact that Orochimaru and Yekura weren't married yet. Yi Kang nodded and agreed. She was now the de facto master's wife. Brother Jiraiya, is this my sister-in-law? Nawaki looked at Maki Nadeshiko and saw that she was a beautiful woman. Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? Jiraiya revealed his true nature again and gave Nawaki an ambiguous look. This made Maki so angry that she pinched him. Haha, hello sister-in-law, my name is Nawaki. Nawaki noticed Jiraiya's painful expression and greeted Nadeshiko Maki enthusiastically. Hello. Maki also smiled politely. I'll take you to sit down. My brother-in-law will be here soon. Nawaki said as he led the others to the inner hall. Just sit here. I have to go and receive other people. Nawaki made arrangements for several people and left quickly, as he was busy with his sister's wedding. Orochimaru and Jiraiya sat down and continued chatting. The two talked about the process of cultivation and what they had encountered. The two women listened quietly and occasionally interjected a few words. Tsunade and Feng are finally getting married after all this time. Advertisement, we have to work harder too. Orochimaru drank his tea, taking a slow sip. Yeah, but we can't be left too far behind. I won't go out for the time being when I come back this time. Jiraiya picked up the teacup and took a long sip, in stark contrast to Orochimaru. Ask Tsunade to assign you an errand, she's the Hokage now. Orochimaru was just joking, so given their relationship, they didn't need to take it too seriously. Haha, I was planning to ask her to become a high-ranking official after she gets married. Jiraiya learned from Orochimaru the reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen abdicated and was not surprised at all. He often leaves the village, which may be due to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but it has never been mentioned. At this time, Tsunade was still in her boudoir waiting for Chuan Feng to arrive. Today she was dressed up in a heavy white kimono. It is less casual than usual and more solemn. The same thing is, it's still so beautiful. Xiaogang, Grandma can't bear to leave you, ha ha. Mito laughed as he fixed Tsunade's hair, the relief he felt was palpable. Can you stop laughing? That makes it seem more real? Tsunade rolled her eyes at her grandmother. When a girl gets married, her family members all cry with red eyes. Her grandmother, on the other hand, was laughing happily. I'm sorry, Grandma just couldn't help it, number more laughing. Mito rubbed his face and pretended to be sad. Masaki and Kushina were standing nearby, laughing until tears came out of their eyes. If they weren't afraid of being beaten, they might have laughed even more exaggeratedly. Grandma, how long until the auspicious time? Tsunade sat there unable to move, feeling a little irritable. It's almost there, don't worry. Mito felt that Tsunade's lip color was not even enough, so he touched up her makeup. Tsunade's sister, you look so beautiful today. Kushina looked at the glowing beauty of Tsunade and envied her secretly. Yeah, I think so too. Tsunade looked in the mirror and narcissistically agreed. Sister, my brother-in-law is on the way. Oh, I forgot to tell you that brother Jiraiya has arrived. Nawaki shouted at the door and left in a hurry. He came here specifically to report the news. Very nice. Tsunade smiled, as beautiful as a blooming peony. Chapter 220 Wedding, Run Faster, Are You Taking a Walk? Chuan Feng was wearing a black hakama with monkey feathers and riding on a tall black horse. Although I don't like this traditional costume, I can accept it by adapting to local customs. There was no horse originally, but he insisted on riding, which was a step closer to the wedding he had dreamed of. Ouch! The black horse that fell down from Chuan Feng let out a low whine, and its entire body was filled with a dog-like air. In this world where ninjas run faster than horses, Chuan Feng really can't find a tall horse that catches his eye. An idea suddenly came to his clever head, and the ghost mastiff somehow became his mount. After Nishui helped it perform the transformation technique, she comforted it. He's getting married today, don't bother with him. The ghost mastiff, who was living under someone else's roof, could only agree with his head down. You delayed my auspicious time, and I will skin you alive. Chuan Feng raised his hand and patted the black horse on the head, scaring it so much that it quickened its pace. As the ghost mastiff increased its speed, the team behind Chuan Feng also increased its speed. The human walls on both sides of the street loudly sent out their blessings. On the one hand, Chuan Feng has a high reputation, and on the other hand, the Hatake family is willing to spend money. Candies and candied fruits were scattered around as if they were free of charge. The elderly and children were all happily scrambling for them, all wanting to get a piece of the good fortune. As they got closer to the Senju residence, the smile on Chuan Feng's face grew wider. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. I don't understand the whole process of Japanese weddings, so I just wrote it briefly. Close black lens bracket. After dismounting in front of the Senju residence, Chuan Feng straightened his clothes and walked in first. The auspicious time has arrived. With a yo-ha, the sound of firecrackers continued. Chuan Feng received countless words of blessing along the way, and he responded to them one by one. Crossing the courtyard, Chuan Feng walked towards Tsunade's room with familiarity. Minato and several other disciples following behind him all had expectant looks on their faces. Sister, my brother-in-law is coming in. In Tsunade's room, Nawaki was reporting the latest news. I heard it. Do you need to tell me? The moment the firecrackers rang, Tsunade knew Chuan Feng had arrived. She adjusted her sitting posture and smoothed her hair. Grandma, is there anything wrong with me? Seeing Tsunade's rare little girl attitude, Mito's mouth corners slightly raised. No, my granddaughter is the prettiest. The way Tsunade married for love reminded her of that damned Hashirama. There were certain political factors involved in their marriage, but the most important thing was love. No matter how helpless Madara was, she could only watch Hashirama being snatched away by her. That's good. Tsunade said no more, staring at the closed door. Not long after, there were chaotic footsteps outside the door. Tsunade, I'm here to marry you today. Can I come in now? Chuan Feng cleared his throat before knocking on the door and speaking. Instantly, all eyes in the room turned to Tsunade. Come in. Tsunade was a little shy and directly agreed to let Chuan Feng in. You look so beautiful today. Chuan Feng couldn't take his eyes off Tsunade the first time he saw her. What follows is a straight ball flattery. No matter how many holes there are, flattery will never wear out. Brother-in-law, according to what you said, wasn't my sister beautiful before? Nawaki smiled and dug a hole for Chuan Feng before Tsunade could speak. He still remembered what Tsunade had questioned him last time, and if Masaki hadn't come to the rescue, he wouldn't have known what to do. What do you want? Stay aside. Tsunade retorted to Nawaki in annoyance, saying it was a complete double standard. You look very handsome today too. Tsunade ignored the aggrieved Nawaki and turned to smile at Chuan Feng. Okay, both of you, have some shame. Hurry out, the guests outside are waiting anxiously. Seeing that the two were about to continue blowing each other's clothes, Mito urged them to go out. Okay, Grandma. Chuan Feng was about to say something but was stopped by Mito, so he could only step forward and make an invitation gesture to Tsunade. Tsunade raised her delicate hand and placed it in Chuan Feng's palm, then slowly stood up. The guests outside were already seated, and Chuan Feng just pulled Tsunade into everyone's sight. What a perfect match, it's a match made in heaven. What a perfect couple. The guests looked at Chuan Feng and Tsunade and sighed, saying that handsome men and beautiful women are a sight to behold wherever they are. What's more, both of them hold important positions in Konoha. Mito, as the most senior parent on both sides, has come to the empty space in the inner hall and sat down. There were 2 cushions in front of her, newcomer welcome. The MC was Udatane Kaharu, who stood not far from Mito. In fact, Mito could be considered her master's wife, after all, they had followed Hashirama for a period of time. Chuan Feng and Tsunade walked through the center of the crowd and slowly came to Mito. Grandmother. The two called out Mito together, then knelt on the futon. Advertisement, bring the tea. As Udatane Kaharu said yo, a servant brought tea. Mito sipped 2 cups of tea with a smile and took out a stack of land deeds from behind. Suna, Grandma doesn't have anything else, here's a little title deed. You've been thinking about it for a long time, so I'll give it to you today. Mito handed the deed to Tsunade. It was a huge fortune and she was a well-deserved wealthy person in Konoha. Grandma, no need, just leave it to Nawaki. Chuan Feng was really afraid of losing Tsunade, so he might as well leave it to Nawaki. Tsunade glared at Chuan Feng, thinking that she might have married a fool who didn't know how to take the money. Your house is yours, and Xiao Gang should bring a decent dowry when she marries him. Mito pressed the title deed into Tsunade's hand as she looked expectantly at him. Thank you, Grandma. Mito felt that this was the most intimate time Tsunade had called Grandma in all these years, but he didn't know if it was his illusion. Silly child, give me a great-grandson soon. After Mito finished speaking, Chuan Feng and Tsunade kowtowed 3 times respectfully. The ceremony is over, let's entertain the guests. Udatane Kaharu said as he also walked towards his seat where Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mitokado Homura were sitting. Chuan Feng and Tsunade stood up and walked towards the guests. Servants followed behind him carrying wine. Chuan Feng and Tsunade accepted every toast from table. However, it is inevitable to use chakra to sober up, otherwise so many people would drink it. Not to mention the wedding night, even carrying me home requires someone else to carry me. Soon they came to Jiraiya's table. Chuan Feng and Tsunade were still sober. Congratulations. Jiraiya had 1,000 words to say, but in the end he raised his glass and said only 3 words. He had really let it go at this moment. I heard from Nawaki that you should hurry up as well. Tsunade smiled and clinked glasses with Jiraiya. Maki and Chuan Feng had a drink, looked at Tsunade, and understood why Jiraiya liked this woman. I can only say that Chuan Feng is very lucky. Afterwards, Chuan Feng and Tsunade drank with Orochimaru and the other 2, and then walked to the next table. After they finished drinking, they quickly found a corner and used chakra to sober up. If I drink any more, I'm afraid I'll have to lie down and go out. As time passed, the banquet ended. Amid the surging crowd, Chuan Feng sent Tsunade to the bridal sedan. He turned around and rode on the ghost mastiff again. Fortunately, someone fed it, otherwise the ghost mastiff would have been even more resentful. Amid the sound of firecrackers, Hanabashi started heading towards Hitaki's house. Mito stood at the door and watched the bridal sedan go away, feeling a little melancholy. The joy continued all the way to the Hitaki home. The Hitaki house was also decorated with lights today, and Nayuki and Tsukumo were both looking forward to it. The eldest brother is like a father. Today, Shuamao is very proud. The sedan chair stopped in front of Hitaki's house. Chuan Feng dismounted and helped Tsunade out of the sedan chair. Let's go. Tsunade also felt strange when he looked at the door of Hitaki's house today. Although I am extremely familiar with every tree and blade of grass there, from today on this is my home. It's a completely different feeling. Tsunade finally came to his senses after Chuan Feng pulled her. Good. She agreed and walked towards Hitaki's house shoulder to shoulder with Chuan Feng. Following the instructions of the master of ceremonies at the door, the 2 of them completed the arduous etiquette like puppets. At this time, Tsukumo and Nayuki were already sitting in the hall, waiting for the 2 of them to come and pay their respects. Please stop being so cocky. Nayuki looked at Tsukumo, the smugness on his face was too obvious. Is it that obvious? Shuamao thought he had restrained himself, but he didn't expect that his wife could still see through him. After hearing what he said, Nishui didn't bother to pay attention to him, she sneered and turned away. Soon, Chuan Feng and Tsunade entered the hall, brother, sister-in-law. The 2 greeted Tsukumo and Nayuki. On both sides were crowds of spectators, and Dai was the most enthusiastic as he stretched his neck to watch. All of them knew that something interesting was going to happen. Kakashi and Hong were held on the left and right by the real Hong wife. Well, what are you standing there for? Kneel down. Seeing that Chuan Feng was about to speak, Shuamao couldn't wait to give orders. Chuan Feng licked his lips immediately. Big brother is a little crazy today. There is nothing wrong with kneeling according to etiquette, but Tsukumo's instruction has a tinge of revenge. Kneel down. Tsunade's eyes were smiling, and she knew Tsukumo wasn't targeting her. These two brothers can always say something unexpected in any situation. Okay. Chuan Feng gave Shuamao a fierce look that said, I'll remember you. But Shuamao looked so disdainful that his nose almost turned upside down. Even if Uranus Lousy comes today, Hatake Chuan Feng will have to kneel down. Chuan Feng and Tsunade knelt down obediently in front of the two men. Advertisement Shuamao felt so happy that he happily took out a thick red envelope from behind him. One to each person, no favoritism. We'll be a family from now on. Nayuki smiled at Tsunade and took out the bracelet she had treasured for a long time and put it on Tsunade. Thank you, sister-in-law. The two women were in perfect harmony, while the other two were staring at each other. Hit me if you dare. Aren't you awesome? You're the one who waits until today is over. The two communicated silently through eye contact. What are they doing? Cockfighting. Dai only felt the flames flying around, but he couldn't understand the meaning. He didn't enjoy eating this melon. Let me translate it for you. The kind-hearted Zhenhong beside him began to imagine things on her own. Look, Tsukumo's eyes are so wide, and he looks very imposing. He was protesting against Chuan Feng. He is the boss of this family. Dai Tingjahong's analysis was very logical and he thought it made a lot of sense. What does Chuan Feng mean? Then he asked Zhenhong to translate again. It's simple. Look at Chuan Feng's fierce look. What he meant was that he was going to duel with Tsukumo after today was over. Zhenhong became more and more excited as she spoke, and she even wanted to translate the interactions between Tsunade and Nayuki. I don't think that's necessary. Brother Tsukumo has never won a duel. Chuan Feng is probably going to beat him up. Dai's words were too blunt, luckily Shuamao couldn't hear them. Otherwise, their good friendship will be in jeopardy. I think what you said makes sense. The two spectators nodded to each other, and the melon was considered to be quite tasty. 2 words, exciting. Okay, get up. Hearing that it was Nayuki who said this, Shuamao wished Chuan Feng would kneel a little longer. Chuan Feng helped Tsunade stand up, and finally gave Tsukumo a glare. When he turned around again, his face was full of smiles, and the guests present began to eat. After Chuan Feng and Tsunade toasted everyone, they returned to the main table and sat down. The place was already a mess after drinking. Shuamao was really happy, and he was the happiest drinker at the main table. He was still shouting that they were going to go to the ancestral temple to worship their ancestors after the banquet, and ask Tsunade to give birth to a fat baby as soon as possible. Hearing his father say this, Kakashi also clapped his hands and shouted. Brother, sister. The addition of Chuan Feng and Tsunade livened up the atmosphere and everyone became more excited about drinking. As the sky darkened, the guests began to leave. Chuan Feng and Tsunade said goodbye warmly to every guest at the door. After the last guest left, it was time for them to enter the bridal chamber. At this time, the only ones who stayed behind were their close friends, laughing and telling dirty jokes, and sent Chuan Feng and Tsunade into the bridal chamber. Bang! As the door of the bridal chamber was closed, the crowd finally quieted down. Without any intention of eavesdropping, everyone returned to the restaurant and started partying again. And all this has nothing to do with the two people in the house. More? Although they had had physical intimacy many times, Chuan Feng felt a little restrained on his wedding day. If you drink any more, I'm afraid you'll fall asleep. Tsunade poured Chuan Feng a cup of herbal tea. They both drank a little more than 100 million today. This dress is so uncomfortable. Tsunade then took off her kimono and threw it aside casually. She was wearing a short top and tight pants and sitting opposite Chuan Feng, her white skin shining under the light. It's really uncomfortable. Chuan Feng drank a sip of tea and took off his kimono. The two of them sat opposite each other with only a few pieces of clothing left. After finishing his tea, Chuan Feng looked at Tsunade. After being together for so long, he still has the feeling of kundong. It's getting late, let's go to bed early. Chuan Feng turned his gaze towards the bed, which was covered with fresh bedding. Tsunade put down her teacup and stood up. After walking a few steps, Chuan Feng picked up Tsunade by the waist. From today on, can I prepare for pregnancy? Chuan Feng asked softly to the lovely girl in his arms. Yes. Tsunade stretched out her finger to hook Chuan Feng's chin and bit her lips lightly, as seductively as she could be. Go ahead. Chuan Feng used both hands to throw Tsunade accurately onto the bed. With a leap of the tiger, he jumped up. I don't know if it was 2 or 3 rounds, but the battle finally came to an end. I've tried my best. Let's see how long it will take you to surprise me. Chuan Feng was sweating profusely and lying on the bed gasping for breath. I'm sure I'm fine. Tsunade rested her head on Chuan Feng's right arm, the blush on her face still very obvious. I'll be fine. A man's dignity should not be offended. Chuan Feng didn't know where he got the strength from, but he pounced on him again. Chapter 221 The Snow Clan in Night of Love is worth 1,000 gold. Last night Chuan Feng showed off his skills and fed Tsunade a lot. The next day, Tsunade woke up slowly from Chuan Feng's arms. He was still sleeping like a pig. Do you have the guts to be more rampant? Tsunade looked at Chuan Feng's tired face and laughed out loud. After watching quietly for a while and seeing that Chuan Feng didn't seem to wake up, she slowly got up. Put on new clothes, open the closet and take out Chuan Feng's clothes and put them away. Tsunade now acted a bit like a good wife. After packing up, Tsunade quietly opened the door and went out. When we arrived at the restaurant, Tsukumo and others were having breakfast. Brother, sister-in-law. Tsunade greeted and sat down next to Nayuki. Master's wife. Minato and the other kids had no tasks, so they stayed at home. The Chuan Feng hasn't started yet. Tsukumo smiled at Tsunade, holding a fried dough stick in his hand. No, Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly when she was asked. If you care about him so much, why don't you bring him breakfast? Let's eat. Nayuki had just fed Kakashi a bite when she glared at Tsukumo in annoyance. It was as if he had gotten up very early. Haha, I'm just asking. Shuamao thought about it and realized that he was meddling too much. It would be strange if he got up so early. Principal Chuan Feng has much less time than him. Minato, are you guys getting used to Ambu lately? Tsunade changed the subject, avoiding some of the adults' embarrassment. Fortunately, I went on a few missions. Minato swallowed the food in his mouth and spoke slowly. They're good and they completed the task beautifully. As the Minister of Anbu, Tsukumo knew exactly what their mission was. That's good, behave well, the next generation depends on you. Tsunade had high hopes for everyone and gave them an encouraging look. Their generation was full of talented people and they performed brilliantly in World War II. As it stands, Minato and Nawaki are already in a class of their own among the next generation. Yahiko and the other two still need time to grow, but Chuan Feng seems to have other plans for them. Tsunade didn't ask in detail, so she wasn't very clear. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Advertisement. Minato solemnly agreed. Even if not for the village, he would try his best for the sake of his teacher. It was Chuan Feng who gave him a home again and allowed him to live a life that others envied. He is very satisfied with his current life, and all he needs to do is grow up and marry Kushina. We will try our best. Yahiko and the other two knew that they were still a long way from achieving their goals, so they didn't dare to make any big promises. You are all good kids. From now on, Kakashi will be in your hands. Nishui joked with a smile. Of course. Minato casually responded to Nayuki's words, saying that he also liked Kakashi very much. That's right, big brother, I have something to tell you. Suddenly, Tsunade seemed to remember something. What's up? Tsukumo saw Tsunade's expression become serious and guessed it was business. I received a secret report from the Water Kingdom a few days ago. The Snow Clan was surrounded and attacked by Kirigakure. I want to seek help from our Konoha. I've been too busy these days and haven't had time to deal with it. I want to hear your opinion, Tsunade said as she drank some milk and waited for Tsukumo's response. The Snow Clan? Is it the family that possesses the ice release Keke Genkai? Tsukumo frowned. He had seldom gone to the water country to carry out missions over the years. I don't know much about the information over there. Right. I don't know what the third Mizukage thinks. The bloodline Genkai family is very popular wherever they are. He wanted to kill them all. If the Wei Yoruichi clan wasn't so powerful, they would have been killed. Tsunade couldn't understand the third Mizukage's behavior and complained to Tsukumo about it. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't say that. Third Mizukage aside, I heard that ice release is pretty powerful. The Snow Clan intends to relocate to our Konoha? If they help them avoid Kirigakure's pursuit, Konoha will get a commission. In Tsukumo's opinion, this matter is not worth taking action. It's not worth it to offend Kirigakure for a little money. Yes, that's what they mean. As long as they are rescued from the land of water, they will be willing to join Konoha. Tsunade understood the meaning behind Tsukumo's words and explained. Advertisement, that's quite interesting. Tsukumo stroked his chin, lost in thought. The table fell silent, with only Kakashi occasionally saying a few words. After a while, Tsukumo slowly spoke. It seems like they have no other options. But we in Konoha are definitely not the only ones who received the tip-off. Tsunagakure doesn't have the energy to receive them, and Iwagakure is too far away. On the contrary, Cloud Shinobi Village really likes Keke Genkai Ninja. Tsukumo quickly analyzed the situation, and the facts were pretty much as he expected. The Snow Clan had suffered heavy casualties under Kirigakure's all-out siege. The remaining members of the tribe were gathered together by the tribe leader, and no one knew where they were trying to survive in some dark corner. In order to increase his chances of survival, he did send news to the other 4 countries. They will join whichever country rescues them. According to the original work, they undoubtedly failed. In the end, only a small number of the tribesmen changed their identities and integrated into the civilian population. Sarutobi Hiruzen was afraid of getting into trouble, but she, Tsunade, was not. I'm already too busy with Cloud Shinobi Village Jinchuriki's affairs to care about them. Konoha's sources in the Cloud Shinobi Village were not cut off, and Tsunade knew that I had recently decided on the candidate for 8 Tails Jinchuriki. I heard that it was a child of a few years old, but the specific information was kept secret and no portrait or name was received. As for the 2-tailed Jinchuriki, it was already teetering on the brink of death. It can be said that Cloud Shinobi Village has no intention of meddling in other people's affairs right now. Then our Konoha is the last straw for the Snow Clan. Tsukumo didn't know as much as Tsunade, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes when he heard this. It is easy to do business if no one is competing for it. Then let's give it a try. If things are impossible, there won't be much loss if you retreat in time. Tsunade could tell that Tsukumo was already very moved. In fact, she herself was more moved. Konoha's bloodline limit family also only has 2 major eye techniques, and the wood style has been lost. There are more secret techniques like those of the Nara clan, which are still inferior to the bloodline limit. It would be a good thing to have one more ice escape family, which could further enhance Konoha's strength. It is a consensus in the ninja world that ninjas with bloodline limits grow faster than ordinary ninjas and have stronger combat capabilities. What's more, she had also heard about the power of the ice release Kage-level, which combines defense and offense into one, which is very outstanding. Okay, Anbu, will take this mission. After hearing what Tsunade said, Tsukumo took over the task directly. Then I'll leave it to you. I'll have someone send you the information later. A mission that could be considered top secret was finalized in the short time it took the 2 of them to have their meal. Minato and the 3 kids didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this. Nayuki teased Kakashi and was not interested in their topic. Chapter 222 Minato leads the team. Chuan Feng didn't wake up until near noon. Subconsciously not touching the soft flesh beside him, Chuan Feng climbed up and smiled at himself. It is just as the old saying goes, there are only oxen that die of exhaustion, but no fields that are plowed to death. After getting up, Chuan Feng saw the clean clothes on the table and felt a little warm in his heart. After cleaning up, I went to the restaurant. There were not as many people at noon as in the morning. There was only Chuan Feng and Nayuki holding Kakashi. After eating, Chuan Feng hugged Kakashi for a while and planned to go to school. Sister-in-law, I'm leaving. After returning Kakashi to Nishui, Chuan Feng said hello and walked out. You, as the principal. Nishui looked at Chuan Feng's back and shook her head. She had never seen such an irresponsible principal, and it was fortunate that the Hokage had served concurrently in the position before. There is basically no business that needs to be dealt with, otherwise there will be problems in the school. Chuan Feng went out and walked towards the school. Now that the school has been expanded and covers a larger area, 4 advanced classes have been in session for several days. Chuan Feng arrived at the school and went straight to his office. Pushing the door open, it was clean and tidy inside, and someone cleaned it every day. I sat down at my desk and there wasn't even a single document on it that I needed to process. Although Onoda Hideo is a vice principal, he does the work of the principal. Chuan Feng was very satisfied with this. He felt that the position arranged by Tsunade was really suitable for him. I don't have to punch in when I get to work, and no one asks me when I get off work. It's so cool. Chuan Feng sat in the office for a long time and no one came to disturb him. Gradually, he couldn't sit still anymore, so he got up and went to the Hokage building. There was no need to report anything. Chuan Feng walked unhindered into the Hokage's office. Tsunade and Shota were working on the documents seriously. You've come just in time. Send this to Anbu. Before Chuan Feng could even open his mouth, Tsunade assigned him a task. What is this? Chuan Feng walked forward and took the document from Tsunade. This is the information of the Snow Clan of the Water Country. I plan to add another bloodline limit family to our Konoha. Tsunade had a very proud look on her face. Ice escape? Chuan Feng knew that this was Bai's family, but he didn't expect that it would be related to Konoha. Yes, hurry up and deliver it. Brother is waiting to use it. Tsunade urged impatiently to let Chuan Feng deliver it, which was faster and safer. Very good, you can use me as a courier. Chuan Feng looked at Tsunade with amusement. He had just arrived. What courier? Tsunade was a little confused by this term. Nothing, I'll take it. Advertisement. Chuan Feng shook his head. It was a bit of a headache to explain it. But if there were a flying thunder god, you could probably get rich delivering packages in modern times. Chuan Feng was thinking about something irrelevant and disappeared from the Hokage's office in an instant. Just go like this, don't get caught. Tsunade muttered and went back to processing the paperwork. During the whole process, Shota didn't even raise his head. He was still angry. Every time I see Chuan Feng, I recall my own sad and tearful history. I originally wanted to recruit assistants, but none of my brothers were willing to help. It's all troublesome. The Akamichi clan's friends are willing to help, but their IQ is not enough. If I come, then I might end up doing more harm than good. Recently he has been trying his best to deceive the friends of the Yamanaka clan. Initial results have been achieved, and I believe there will be good news soon. Big, Chuan Feng used Flying Thunder God and went straight to Shuamao's office, before he could even say the word, brother, after, big brother. Tsukumo's short sword slashed towards his neck. The main reason is that Tsukumo is not used to it yet, and Anbu is also a very important department. A figure suddenly appeared. Does anyone know what he is doing? It's me. It's me. Chuan Feng nimbly dodged Shuamao's attack and quickly spoke. 2 Anbu teams in the office had surrounded him. Next time you go through the door, this is Anbu, not home. Tsukumo put away the short sword unhappily and sat back down at his desk. Teacher. Brother-in-law. Lord Chuan Feng. The 8 Anbu each had their own name. Chuan Feng nodded and placed the document on Tsukumo's desk. This is the document Tsunade asked me to deliver. Are you going to the Water Kingdom on a mission? Chuan Feng asked out loud, without any scruples. Konoha doesn't need any secrets from him. Yeah, a confidential mission. Tsukumo deliberately showed off and opened the document to read it carefully. It contains the Snow Clan's contact information, current location and a detailed description of their living conditions. The only remaining personnel were ninjas, and ordinary people had been killed. This is good news for Konoha, as most of the ninjas are bloodline limit possessors. Moreover, it is much easier to break through with ninjas than with civilians. But the bad news is that they are facing the Anbu of the entire Kirigakure. The situation is now precarious and no one knows how long they can hold on. You say yours, I'll listen. Chuan Feng didn't ask either. He walked to the sofa nearby and sat down, taking Tsukumo's tea. After a while, Tsukumo finished reading all the information and then spoke slowly. Advertisement: the 8 Anbu have been standing there for quite a while. I called you here this time because I have an important mission. I want you to go to the Land of Water and rescue the Snow Clan. Bring the people back to Konoha safely. Can you do that? Shuamao put down the documents and looked at the 8 people in front of him with a burning gaze. Can. The 8 people in front of him responded in unison. Good. This mission doesn't have to be completed. When things are hopeless, save as many people as you can. If you really can't save him, make sure you are safe. Did you hear that clearly? Tsukumo followed Tsunade's advice and put the safety of the Konoha shinobi first. I heard it clearly. Another neat response. Chuan Feng just knew that this was the team led by Minato and Nawaki. For such a big mission, only a few of them will be sent? He was just too concerned and confused to think carefully. How are we going to get in with so many people? The water country has very little communication with the outside world, so it's safer with fewer people. Tsukumo had thought it over carefully. Minato and Nawaki have experience in leading teams deep behind enemy lines and are very strong, making them the perfect choices for this mission. That's true. It's my problem. Chuan Feng thought about it and felt that what Shuamao said did make sense. Too many people make it easier to be discovered. Teacher, you have to believe us. Minato thought Chuan Feng didn't believe in his ability. Yes, brother-in-law, you trained us. Nawaki also joined in. Don't tell me these useless things. Come back to me safely. Did you understand? Chuan Feng glared at the two of them, still feeling a little uneasy. No. Minato and Nawaki agreed in unison. They themselves were still very interested in this mission. The Land of Water is also half of Nawaki's home ground, where his water style can be better utilized. Okay, go get whatever you need from the store. I'm leaving. Chuan Feng stood up, waved his hand, and disappeared from everyone's sight. What are you waiting for? Go shopping. Shuamao sent a few people away, turned around and locked the task letter he had just filled out into the cabinet. Chapter 223 Blood Mist Village. I didn't expect that Big Brother would entrust such an important task to them. Tsunade lay on her side in Chuan Feng's arms, with a hint of satisfaction in her lazy eyes. He stretched out his index finger out of boredom and drew circles on Chuan Feng's belly. The half-covered body is faintly visible. Don't always treat them as children. When we were their age, we were not as good as them. The itchy feeling on his belly kept irritating Chuan Feng. He patted Tsunade's arm and could sense her worry. In fact, he was the same. When Minato and Nawaki led the team to the Land of Earth, they were also worried. Fortunately, not only did they successfully complete the mission, but Nawaki also brought back Misaki. It can be said that everyone is happy. That's you. I was really good when I was little. Both idiot Jiraiya and Orochimaru are no match for me. Tsunade looked up at Chuan Feng, looking proud and unwilling to admit it. Haha, okay. You're the best. Chuan Feng smiled. He didn't know who was the most powerful among the three of them when they were young. All we know is that during the ancestral bell grab, Jiraiya was buried in the ground by Sarutobi Hiruzen. I think only Sarutobi Hiruzen has the most say on this issue. Anyway, he didn't bother to worry about whether it was true or not, so he would just go along with what Tsunade said. Oh, I don't know where they are now. Tsunade turned around and changed the topic again, still feeling a little worried. Nawaki is her biological brother, and Minato and the others are Chuan Feng's beloved disciples. Those 3 Anbu were also rare elites. She doesn't want to see any problem with either of them. Don't worry, Minato has the Flying Thunder God. Even if he can't beat him, he can still run away. Nawaki can also fly. In the Land of Water, his water style can be even more powerful. You know Nagato's Rinnegan. If he encounters a desperate situation, the power of his explosion will definitely make everyone look sideways. Don't underestimate Conan. His paper escape ability is still very formidable. Yahiko can also display stronger strength than usual in the Land of Water. In order to comfort Tsunade, Chuan Feng praised each of the little ones one by one. If he really didn't know Nawaki's subordinates, he would have praised them a few words. As he spoke, he gradually gained confidence. Wouldn't this kind of mission be easy for Minato and his friends? What you said does make sense. I was just worrying too much. Tsunade listened to Chuan Feng's praise, nodded, and her heart calmed down. The young eagle will eventually spread its wings and fly high, and they cannot protect it forever. That wouldn't be a good thing for Minato and the others. Just trust them. Maybe they will appear in front of you tomorrow with the Snow Clan. You should think carefully about how to subdue and place them. Chuan Feng joked that even he himself couldn't come back so soon. They came to my Konoha, and we can still let them do what they want. Even if I give them a toilet, they will smile and say thank you. Tsunade seemed to really see the people of the Snow Clan appear in front of her, and Haki leaped out in her words. Hokage-sama is mighty. Well, I've rested. Chuan-Feng praised, grabbing Tsunade's hand on his stomach. Aren't you afraid of kidney deficiency? Tsunade glanced at him. This guy was hopeless. Isn't it possible for you to treat me? Chuan-Feng didn't take it seriously and turned over and lay on top of him. The taste of it can only be felt but not described. A few days later, Minato and his party took a boat from the border of the Land of Fire to the Land of Water. This is a cargo ship from the Fire Nation, and its owner is an intelligence officer from Konoha village. He travels back and forth between the two countries all year round, and this secret report was also passed back to Konoha through him. Uncle Hiroki, I heard that Kirigakure is in a very strange situation right now. Minato had taken off his mask and everyone was wearing their buddy's clothes. Well, the third Mizukage's temperament changed drastically within a few years of taking office. The rule is extremely cruel, and the methods used to train ninjas are extremely bloody. Before becoming a ninja, you have to kill each other. Only the last one standing can survive. He trains cold-blooded people like this, and he also persecuted the Bloodline Limit family. This is why the Snow Clan asked us in Konoha for help. The rumor of the Blood Mist village has spread throughout the Land of Water. The ship owner Hiroki was a middle-aged man with a big belly and a thick gold chain around his neck. He looked like a wealthy businessman. As he introduced Kirigakure's situation to everyone, his brows furrowed. Kirigakure's current situation is indeed disgusting. So, there was no resistance. Nawaki found it incredible. In comparison, Sarutobi Hiruzen was considered kind. How come there isn't any? They're just small families. They were not strong enough and their clan was exterminated. Hiroki was also deeply moved by their experience. Being born in such a village was simply the beginning of hell. Advertisement, did the Snow Clan rebel? Konan asked curiously. She could understand the feeling of having one's family broken up. I already have a very bad impression of the third Mizukage, whom I have never met before. Such people deserve to die. Them? It's sad to say the least. We can only blame them for being born in Kirigakure. Originally, the Snow Clan had been able to survive in Kirigakure by enduring all this time. But their generation is full of talented people. There are more and more people who have awakened the ice escape. Which family wouldn't be happy about this? Hiroki asked back, and when everyone nodded, he continued. This attracted the attention of the third Mizukage. Maybe they feel like too much of a threat. Overnight, the third Mizukage sent people to launch a large-scale crackdown on the Snow Clan. That's so miserable. At this point, everyone knew what was going on. The Snow Clan did not intend to rebel against the village, but rather it was a choice they were forced to make. If they were really evil criminals, it would be difficult for them to accept the mission of rescuing them. Maybe I can just wander around and go back. Anyway, this is not a mandatory task. This won't happen in our Konoha. My sister will definitely treat them well. Nawaki was confident and had full confidence in Tsunade. That's right. We in Konoha are not comparable to Kirigakure. Hiroki smiled at everyone. He still felt a sense of belonging to Konoha. Hiroki has been doing business for many years and is also a talkative person. After they finished talking about the mission-related matters, they chatted for a while. Okay, you guys take a good rest. I'll let you know when we're almost there. After saying that, Hiroki stood up and left, as he had other things to deal with. Okay, take care. Minato and the others all admired these intelligence officers who put life and death at risk. They may not have very strong power, but they all have a heart willing to sacrifice their lives for the village. The route from the Land of Fire to the Land of Water is very long, and a week passed quietly. As we got closer to the Water Kingdom, the fog on the sea became thicker. It is easy to get lost if you are not an experienced sailor. The living conditions on the ship are much worse than those on land. Fortunately, Minato and the others showed no signs of seasickness and were able to maintain good fighting ability. In the original book, Guy was so seasick that he needed help even after getting ashore, so how could he be a fighting force? On this day, someone knocked on the cabin door where several people were living. Everyone, we're almost at the shore, be prepared. Hiroshu came to say hello to a few people, then left in a hurry. It's almost here. Minato was the first to leave the cabin and come to the deck, where he could already see the harbor looming. The guys on the boat were loading the cargo out. I reiterate that this mission is based on ensuring your own safety. Do you remember everything? Nawaki growled. I remember. All 6 team members answered in unison, get to work. After saying that, Minato took the lead in lifting the heavy goods, and they were doing it quite well in no time. His movements are skillful, just like his fellows. Not long after, the boat slowed down and was about to dock. The port was bustling with people and the porters coming and going were very lively. After Hiroki got off the ship and negotiated with the port officials, he gave the order to unload the cargo. Minato and his companions naturally followed the guys and started unloading the cargo at the dock. Because Konan and his companions were young, they all used transformation technique to change their appearance, otherwise they would easily arouse suspicion. It's not that there are child laborers, but isn't it a bit too much to use the term, child labor, on a little girl of just a few years old? The most outrageous thing is that she can actually move it. If this doesn't arouse suspicion, then something fishy must be going on. It was not until noon that I had time to eat something. It was not until the evening that the entire ship's cargo was unloaded. The neatly stacked docks are waiting to be received at the port. After handing over the business to his old customer, Hiroki took his staff to stay at the port restaurant. Although the Water Kingdom allows trade, it is strictly controlled. Everyone only had one night to stay at the port. It can be regarded as a support for trade. It is really unpleasant to be on the sea all the time. Since getting off the ship, Hiroki has not shown any special care to Minato and the others, and hasn't even said a word to them. Minato and the others followed the waiters to a restaurant, where they slept in large dormitories. It must be Hiroki's intention that several people lived in the same room. There are 8 people in a room, which is just the right number for them. After finally getting ashore, some guys started to have fun. Those who want to gamble, and those who want to look for women. Advertisement venting out the loneliness and emptiness of sea voyage. Minato and his friends returned to the house after dinner and did not participate in other people's activities. When it was late at night, several people began their next action. Walk. Minato called out, leading the way out of the room, and the rest of the group filed out. Under the cover of night, the 8 people hid their bodies and headed deep into the Water Kingdom after leaving the port. There were still 8 sleeping shadow clones in the room. I can hardly sense shadow clone anymore. After walking an unknown distance, Conan stopped. Then let's rest here, we'll set off tomorrow. Minato made a quick decision, although it was still far from his limit. But Conan is young and has a low chakra level, so he can understand it. Not everyone can use shadow clone to conduct large-scale battlefield searches like Naruto. That is his exclusive protagonist halo. Be careful to stay hidden, Nawaki said and found a lush branch to hide in. It is never too careful to be in his country, especially since they are here to carry out a mission. Yes. Everyone was hiding, and spending the night in a tree was basic lesson for them. Nothing happened that night, and the next morning dawned. After waking up, the guys washed up and had a delicious meal, then began to board the ship in an orderly manner. Hiroki was counting the number of people on the side, and there was a water country staff member supervising him. 80, 81, sir, we are all here. After counting the number of people, Hiroki reported to the staff around him. Well, I wish you a safe journey. The staff member just ticked the box on the notebook and smiled at Hiroki. This is not the first time they have dealt with each other. Haha, I'm leaving then. Hiroki even patted the staff member on the shoulder. There was no abnormal behavior, just like usual. As he boarded the ship, the cargo ship began to slowly back up and turn around. Hiroki came to the cabin where Minato and his friends had stayed before. There are 8 shadow clones neatly arranged inside. Uncle Hiroki, it's safe now, Minato's shadow clone asked when he saw Hiroki. Well, where are you now? Hiroki nodded, everything went just as planned. We don't know either. Anyway, it's quite far from the port. Nawaki's shadow clone started a conversation and yawned. Oh, I can't hold on any longer. As the ship sailed away, Conan's shadow clone said a few words and then disappeared. Haha, be careful, it won't delay your mission. Hiroki was amused by Conan, waved his hand and turned to leave. By the time he locked the door, the cabin was empty. His mission has been completed, and now it depends on Minato and the others to perform. When the clone's memories merged into the original body, Minato and the others gathered under the tree. After a night, they were all wet with dew and looked quite miserable. Several people took some dry food to fill their stomachs, and they probably wouldn't have a good life in the future. They had to avoid the crowd and could not take any risk of being discovered. Minato quickly finished the dry food in his hand, took out the map to confirm the location, and then slowly spoke. We have completed the first step. The next step is to find the Snow Clan. We are currently far from where we are in the intelligence. Keep an eye out for this kind of sign when you're nearby. After saying that, he took a branch and drew a special symbol on the ground. This is the mark that the Snow Clan gave when they were asking for help. Just this ghostly drawing. I'll remember it. What about you? Nawaki glanced and asked the others. With Minato around, there was almost nothing to worry about, just follow the instructions. I remember. Several people responded in unison, and Conan hurried to finish his dry food, almost choking. Eat slowly, there's no rush. Minato looked at his junior sister lovingly. I'm done. Conan gave a cute smile and opened his mouth to indicate. Okay, let's go. Minato put away the map and ran north. A group of 8 people quickly shuttled through the woods and rushed towards the direction of the Snow Clan. The Snow Clan was almost in despair at this time, as they hadn't seen any rescue in such a long time. With Kirigakure Anbu's relentless search, their living space has become very small. It's only a matter of time before they are discovered. I don't know if they can hold out until Minato and the others arrive. Chapter 224. Decision to break out on an unknown mountain in the Water Kingdom. The sound of dripping water can be heard faintly in the dim cave. There were many men and women sitting in the cave, with haggard faces and tattered clothes. Many people also had injuries on their bodies, which were casually bandaged. Suddenly, a young man rushed in from outside. Everyone started like frightened birds, and the temperature in the cave dropped suddenly. It's me. It's me. The young man hurriedly explained, fearing that he might be injured by mistake. After seeing clearly that the person coming was a member of the tribe, everyone sat down in shock, with panic and fear in their eyes lingering for a long time. The young man came and stood in front of a middle-aged man, his face full of sadness. Clan leader, Fujiya sacrificed himself to lure Anbu away. In just one night, they became homeless. The family that originally had hundreds of people now has less than 20 people left. Furthermore, Kirigakure Anbu is still searching for them, and it looks like they are determined to kill them all. After so many days of fleeing, the number of tribesmen continues to decrease. No one knows if he or she will be the next one. Damn Mizukage. We, the Snow Clan, have endured this for so many years, but he still won't let us go. I should have accepted the invitation from the Wei Yoruichi clan. The middle-aged man was the patriarch of the Snow Clan. He punched the stone wall beside him in anger. The fist that was not wrapped by chakra was instantly torn apart, and blood slowly flowed down the stone wall. The Yoruichi clan had invited him to join in the rebellion in his early years. Because he was hoping for a lucky break, he neither agreed nor exposed the matter. Now the Yoruichi clan is still safe, but his Snow Clan is on the verge of extinction. Chief, will the distress letter we send out still be effective? This was not the first time the young man had asked this question, it was their last straw. I don't know either, it's been so long, I'm afraid. The patriarch stroked his forehead with his bloody hand and did not say the rest. Anbu's search area is getting smaller and smaller. We can't hide for much longer. If there is no rescue, we can only fight to the death. Everyone who can get out will be the best. At worst, we can hide our identities in the future. The bloodline of our Snow Clan has not yet been cut off. The young man understood what the clan leader meant, and knew that they would probably have to rely on themselves. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and his eyes became more determined. Ah, you're right. It's time for me to make a decision. The patriarch has been hesitating and waiting, but there is no time now. If they take the initiative to break out, they still have a chance. If you hide in a cave and are discovered and surrounded by Kirigakure Anbu, you will be dead. By then, the bloodline of the Snow Clan will be cut off in his hands. This sin is too heavy for him to bear. Advertisement. Patriarch, please give the order. I am willing to be a pioneer, and I will never regret it even if I die. The young man lost both his parents in the massacre and is now determined to die. You are still young, it is not your turn. It won't be too late for you to say this after I die. The patriarch stood up and patted the young man's shoulder heavily. Chief. The young man wanted to open his mouth to refute but was interrupted. Stop talking. It doesn't make sense for the clan leader to stay back. The patriarch walked past the young man and came among the tribesmen. I don't need to say much about the current situation. I will lead you to break out later. Run as far as you can if you can survive. From now on, there will be no Snow Clan in this world. The patriarch's eyes were red and tears were flowing down without him noticing. Patriarch. Patriarch. All the tribesmen understood what he meant. For a moment, a tragic mood spread among the crowd. Have a good rest, so that you will have the energy to break through when the time comes. The patriarch raised his hand to wipe the corners of his eyes and gave a forced smile. After making this difficult decision, he felt relieved. Yes. The tribesmen responded in a deep voice. Although breaking out was dangerous, there was no better way. There are ghost paintings here. Nawaki found a mark left by the Snow Clan in a hidden corner. Minato moved at the sound and went over to take a look. It should be not far away. Look carefully. Finding this mark showed that they were in the right place. As they continued to move forward, they soon discovered multiple markings. Their situation should be very dangerous, otherwise there wouldn't be so many marks left. It's too easy to be discovered. Minato analyzed the situation and it turned out to be just as he expected. They haven't been killed yet. A bad idea came into Nawaki's mind. If the Snow Clan were really killed by Kirigakure Anbu, their trip would be in vain. After running such a long way and suffering so much, it was hard for him to accept this outcome. It's impossible to find a few corpses and bring them back to report, right? Crow's mouth. Advertisement, say something nice. Minato rolled his eyes at him, really picking on the bad things he said. I'm just saying it casually. Let's look further ahead. Nawaki said and walked forward in the direction marked. After walking for an unknown distance, they found another mark and then found nothing else. The marking ends here. It looks like the situation is worse than we expected. We have to speed up. Minato frowned, already beginning to think that what Nawaki said might happen. If it wasn't extremely dangerous, the Snow Clan would not have left no mark. If they are still alive, they must be in this mountain. But now the markings are broken, it will be difficult for us to find them. Nawaki rubbed his temple, feeling a slight headache. Let's go in this direction first. If they're alive, we should be able to run into Kirigakure Anbu soon. Minato's reasoning was very reasonable. If they couldn't encounter Kirigakure Anbu again, the Snow Clan's chance of survival would be infinitely close to zero. It is impossible for Kirigakure Anbu, who has completed his mission, to still be wandering in these mountains. Well, that's all we can do. Nawaki couldn't think of a better way, so the group followed Minato in the direction indicated by the last sign. As it gets darker, the growls of wild animals can occasionally be heard. Under the cover of night, their figures are more concealed. Suddenly, Nagato stopped. Brother, there is someone ahead. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, and with the blessing of the Rinnegan, Nagato's perception ability is excellent. I'll go over and take a look. Minato left the Flying Thunder God mark at the spot and sneaked over alone. Nawaki took the remaining men into hiding. Not long after, Minato came back carrying a masked Kirigakure Anbu. Fortunately, we are not too late. Minato threw Anbu to the ground before he could question her. I'll do it. Lions are also good at interrogation. He carried Anbu to a secluded corner and came out clapping his hands after a while. They haven't found anyone yet, it's just that the general scope has been determined. Right in their encirclement, the lion told everyone the information he had obtained, which was good news for everyone. That's good, let's go. Minato led everyone and started moving forward again, but they were more cautious. They have entered Kirigakure Anbu's encirclement and may be discovered at any time. Chapter 225. Kirigakure Anbu, Chief, we have the fewest people here. We have confirmed it. The Snow Clan has all gathered together, scattered not far from each other, and each of them has hidden their bodies well. The patriarch was watching from a distance, and the young man beside him was reporting the intelligence he had discovered. They are few in number, and if they break out separately, their chances of success will be even lower. Okay, follow my instructions. After the patriarch finished speaking, he made a gesture and walked forward. It wasn't long before I saw several Kirigakure Anbu searching carefully. Occasionally, you can see them exchanging a few words. After waiting for a while, more and more Kirigakure Anbu appeared and got closer and closer to them. 1, 2, 3, 15. The clan leader counted and there were 15 Anbu here. Minato was lucky to catch a lone guy, otherwise a fight would have broken out long ago. But if one Anbu is missing, he will be discovered sooner or later. 15. The chieftain muttered to himself that there were only a dozen of them, and several of them were injured. Even in the direction with the least number of people in Kirigakure Anbu, it is hard to say whether a successful breakthrough can be achieved. This is the only chance. At this rate, we will be discovered in less than a day. The young man added fuel to the fire of the patriarch. Superior. After hearing this, the clan leader no longer hesitated, waved his right hand, and all the people rushed towards Kirigakure Anbu. Ice release, Ice Thousand Bones. Countless densely packed ice swords attacked Kirigakure Anbu with a sound of breaking through the air. One was in the light and the other in the dark, and in an instant, 4 or 5 Anbu were shot into hedgehogs by Senbon. Before the clan leader could be happy, he saw Anbu, who was shot into a hedgehog, melt into a pool of water. We've fallen into a trap. Retreat quickly. The clan leader instantly realized that this was a trap set by Anbu for them. It's too late to run. With a low grunt, dozens of Anbu came out from the darkness and surrounded them. How did you know we were going to break out? The patriarch also looked at the young man with suspicion. Not me, patriarch. I didn't betray my family. The young man hurriedly explained, the panic on his face visible to the naked eye. It's okay to tell you, it doesn't matter whether you break through or not. They are all fish on our chopping board. Advertisement. It's just that he died earlier now. Chief Anbu took a few steps forward. This was just a trap he had casually set, but he didn't expect to catch a big fish. It also saves them the trouble of searching. You are aiding and abetting the evil. What did the third Mizukage do to Kirigakure? Is he still worthy of your loyalty? The clan leader had already guessed his own fate, and he no longer kept anything to himself. How dare you? Master Mizukage is not someone you can judge. Kill. At the command of the Anbu leader, all the Anbu ninjas rushed forward with swords in hand. Fight with them. The clan leader formed seals with his hands, and the temperature around him began to drop suddenly. Ice escape, magic mirror ice crystal. He condensed multiple ice mirrors and surrounded the 3 Anbu that attacked him. Through the reflection of the ice mirror, he can appear in any mirror at will. Anbu, who was enveloped by this secret technique, also knew how powerful it was, and panicked for a moment. They didn't know how to crack this secret. With the thousands of enemies attacking from all directions, they were exhausted from defense and gradually lost the upper hand. The Anbu leader sneered at the tribe leader's behavior. What would it matter even if he killed 3 Anbu? 3 or 4 of the remaining members of the Snow Clan died in the first battle. Not everyone can master the secret technique of magic mirror ice crystal. Ice escape, Bingantangu. After the young man formed a seal, an ice wall instantly formed, blocking several water-style attacks for the tribesmen. But this would only delay the process a little longer. You're useless. There are only so few people here, and they haven't solved the problem yet. After several Anbu died, the Anbu leader was somewhat dissatisfied. He drew out the long knife from his back, exerted a little force with his legs, and rushed into the battle like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, 2 people from the Snow Clan died at his hands. I kill you. At this time, the chief who had just dealt with 3 Anbu removed the magic mirror ice crystal and saw this scene. He roared and rushed towards the Anbu leader, forming an ice sword in his hand. You don't know your own limits. The Anbu leader sneered and rushed forward with a knife. As the clan leader cried out in pain, his ice sword was cut into 2 pieces and he was kicked away. I'll take you to see the Shinigami first. The Anbu leader followed closely, and the next blow was about to cut his neck. Patriarch. Seeing this scene, the eyes of all the members of the Snow Clan turned red. Advertisement, found it. Nawaki, hurry up. Before the Anbu leader could react to the sound, a strange kunai flew towards him. He just turned his head to avoid it, but found a golden figure appearing in front of him. The man also had a huge meatball in his hand. He was sure that he had never seen such a big meatball since he was born. Big Ball Rasengan. Minato wielded the massive Rasengan and struck the Anbu leader hard. With a cry of pain, the Anbu leader flew backwards. His knife had broken and there was a bloody mess in front of him. After falling to the ground, I was breathing out more than I was breathing in. This is not the Boruto story, and not everyone can withstand the big ball Rasengan head-on. Are you okay? I'm a ninja from Konoha. Minato turned around and smiled brightly, pulling the clan leader up from the ground. No, it's okay. The clan leader still had a dazed look on his face at this moment. He killed the Kirigakure Anbu leader with one strike. This young Konoha boy was a little too strong. You didn't even wait for me. Water style, who will repair the dam? Nawaki floated in the air, and a large-scale water style washed away the Anbu in front of the Snow Clan and trapped them. In a place with high humidity like the Land of Water, the power of his water style is indeed stronger. The forest was washed white by the lake formed by water style, and more than a dozen Anbu inside were killed at a glance. Someone is here to rescue us. The patriarch's face was filled with ecstasy, as he had escaped from a desperate situation. Minato and Nawaki were like gods descending from heaven. Don't worry, we will get you out. Minato watched as the alert Kirigakure Anbu slowly gathered around him, protecting the clan leader behind them. At this time, Yahiko and others arrived late, and each used their own methods to protect the people of the Snow Clan. Who are you? Is this a declaration of war against us, Kirigakure? After the leader's death, this Anbu has the highest prestige. He saw that Minato and his men were very strong, and was afraid that he and his men were no match for them, so he had no choice but to move out of the village. Stop talking nonsense. What if I beat you, Kirigakure? Nawaki was disgusted with the third Mizukage's actions and was too lazy to argue with him. Water style, water waves. Nawaki clasped his hands together and threw down another big move. In an instant, a stream of water swirled and rose rapidly around Kirigakure Anbu, like a tornado. The water then rises to a high point before spreading out and rushing downward like a waterfall. With screams, Anbu suffered heavy losses again. Another large river was added in the forest and flowed into the lake. Chapter 226 Retreat. Since he was not in his own territory, Nawaki used his ultimate move without any hesitation. Two large water-style areas have already solved a small half of Kirigakure Anbu. This was the first time that the three lions saw Nawaki working so hard. One could imagine how much he had let go in the last match. Superior. Seeing that the threat had no effect, Kirigakure Anbu could only grit his teeth and continue his attack. There was no option of escape, and no one dared to think of resisting the third Mizukage's orders. Kill them all. Minato raised his hand and fired numerous specially made kunai, shuttling back and forth in the field. Whether it's swordsmanship or Rasengan, it can take away lives. Flying Thunder God combined with his attack power is simply a weapon for bullying weak opponents. Now he already has the rudiments of Golden Flash. What he lacks is only experience and the amount of chakra due to age limit. It happened too fast. I couldn't react in time. Be careful, stay away from those kunai. As more and more Anbu died at Minato's hands, they gradually figured out some tricks. Minato always appears near a special kunai. As long as you stay away from the kunai, you can avoid being killed in one blow. You underestimate my brother. Conan saw the Anbu moving away from the kunai and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Explosion. Thousands of papers. Conan spread his wings, and the paper senbon rained down on Anbu. Bang. With each explosion, the ground was filled with potholes. Anbu didn't expect that the senbon he dodged could explode, and he lost many people again due to his carelessness. Several Anbu who were close to him showed ferocious smiles and stabbed Conan's vital points with their long swords. This won't kill me. Conan's shreds scattered, rendering physical attacks ineffective. Mad, this is really difficult. It was the first time that Anbu had seen such a strange ability, and he had no choice but to stick with it again. Nagato's 5 kinds of ninjutsu are endless, and when combined with each other, the power of his ninjutsu is incredibly great. He was like a human turret, suppressing the Anbu so that they couldn't get close to him. Many Anbu died under his ninjutsu. Yahiko's water style is still several levels lower than Nawaki's, and the battle is just average. With long-range water style and close combat swordsmanship, he was able to fight back and forth with several Anbu. Considering his age, he is also very outstanding, but there is no harm without comparison. His strength has gradually fallen far behind. The 3 lions were used to cooperating with each other, and all the Anbu controlled by the shadow binding technique were solved one by one. It is quite efficient in killing enemies. Nawaki also landed from midair at this time, drew his long sword and rushed into the Anbu. The tacit understanding between him and Minato is self-evident. As powerful as the wind and as fast as lightning. Kirigakure Anbu suffered a devastating blow and was killed and defeated. Advertisement, so strong, are all Konoha shinobi so powerful? As expected, it is the largest village in the ninja world. The people of the Snow Clan needed no help at all and just opened their mouths in amazement. The battle was one-sided. Minato and his group were only 8 people, but they were slaughtering dozens of Anbu. This seemed incredible to them. Heaven will not destroy our Snow Clan. The clan leader also came to his people at this time, and he cried with joy that he had survived the disaster. Chief, are we going to join Konoha? A tribesman looked at the tribe leader with expectation in his eyes. Well, this is our last value. The clan leader knew very well that if it weren't for the ice release Kage-level, Konoha would not send anyone to rescue. And based on the strength of Minato and his companions, they had no room for resistance at all. I'm afraid the 2 leaders could slaughter them all. We can only hope that Konoha's Hokage can take good care of them. He is a person with a clear self-awareness. No more talking, just listen to their arrangements. Seeing that the battle was almost over, the patriarch said no more. Are you sure you want to be my enemy, Kirigakure? Aren't you afraid that Mizukage-sama will blame you? The last Anbu was stabbed and lay on the ground unable to get up. He looked at Minato who was getting closer and closer, and the fear in his eyes could not be concealed. There is no longer the arrogance that they had when they were rounding up the Snow Clan. Haha, you are really ridiculous. Minato was not moved at all. If she was afraid, why would the master's wife assign this task? After saying that, he inserted the knife in his hand firmly into Anbu's neck. No Kirigakure Anbu survived, and Mizukage also contributed to this. Otherwise, with so many Anbu, someone would be able to escape. Knock off. Nawaki shook off the bloodline on the knife and casually put the knife back into the scabbard on his back. Let's go and meet them. Minato also sheathed his sword, making no attempt to clean up the battlefield. They would then rush back as quickly as possible, so there was no need to waste any more time. The two of them turned around and walked towards the Snow Clan. Thank you, my lords. The patriarch was very humble and bowed respectfully to the two of them. That's right, after all, it's a life-saving favor. You're welcome, this is our mission. Minato helped the clan leader up, his face full of kindness. I'm going to take you back to Konoha now, is that a problem? Advertisement Nawaki had a straight face, in stark contrast to Minato. No problem, no problem. The patriarch nodded quickly and agreed. That's good. I see that many of you are injured, right? Nawaki glanced over and frowned. He saw several people with bandages on their bodies, their faces pale, and new wounds on top of their old ones. Not to mention the journey, if no treatment is given, I'm afraid someone will not be able to survive. Yes, but nothing serious. I promise they won't slow us down. Please don't abandon them. The clan leader thought Nawaki was going to abandon the injured and began to plead for mercy. You think too much, that's not what he meant. Minato quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. We have medical ninjas. As he said this he waved to Nagato. Here I come. Nagato trotted over. Go and treat them. Minato pointed at the injured Snow Clan member. Yes, brother. Nagato nodded in agreement and walked towards the injured man. The clan leader knew how high the threshold to become a medical ninja was, and Nagato looked young. The 5 types of escape techniques just now had already left him dumbfounded. It was hard to imagine that he also knew medical ninjutsu. Don't underestimate him, he is my junior fellow apprentice. Minato's face was filled with pride. Under Tsunade's guidance, Nagato also excels in medical ninjutsu. With the support of a large amount of chakra, all the wounded were healed in a short time. Thanks. Thanks. The members of the Snow Clan expressed their gratitude one after another. You are welcome. Nagato responded politely and returned to Minato, as if he had just done something insignificant. It's almost time for us to set off. Minato glanced at the clan leader, revealing a hint of inquiry. That's right. The clan leader is already very grateful, so naturally he won't make any more trouble. Set off. Minato gave the order and the team, more than twice as large, began to move. Under the cover of night, a large group of people ran down the mountain. Chapter 227 Uchiha Madara An unknown cave somewhere in the ninja world. In the dim light, an old man with a haggard face sat on a stone platform with a huge Shinigami sickle beside him. Madara-sama, Nagato has left Konoha. A face, half black and half white, slowly emerged from the ground. It is the 6th oldest in the ninja world, Ju. He had been secretly watching Nagato since he was brought to Konoha. This time he finally got the chance, and he followed Nagato and others until they got on board before coming back to report. The message is accurate. Where did he go? Who are the people around? Uchiha Madara only had 1-3 Tomo Sharingan exposed, staring at Zetsu. The land of water. There are no experts around. In Zetsu's eyes, Minato and Nawaki were far from being masters. If it were not inconvenient for him to show his strength, he would have a chance to defeat Nagato. He is more than just Madara's eyes. Madara was just a tool for him to save his mother. The water country really knows how to choose a place. Madara smiled on his old face. The water kingdom was his territory. Madara-sama, the Rinnegan has not yet fully grown. What are you going to do about it? The importance of the absolute Rinnegan is probably even higher than that of Madara. Find a quiet place for him to grow up. When the time comes, it will be up to you when I die. Uchiha Madara spoke calmly. Death was just the beginning in his plan. Now this lingering survival is torture for him. He is the Uchiha Madara who is famous in the ninja world. Yes, Madara-sama. Black Zetsu concealed it very well, and Madara always believed that he was a product of his own will. As for White Zetsu, it was a semi-finished product made by Madara using Hashirama's cells. So in his opinion, it was natural for Ju to resurrect himself. There is still one key person missing. I don't know how long I have to wait. I've had enough of this kind of life. Madara reached out and touched the tube behind him, which was his current source of life. Madara-sama, I'm leaving now. Ju knew that Madara was just complaining, and people like him didn't need his comfort. That will only backfire. Madara nodded, and Zetsu disappeared into the cave again. The land of water. Madara pulled back, mumbling to herself. As he closed his eyes, his pupil power burst out crazily. The third Mizukage, who was far away in Kirigakure, opened his eyes in the room. His pupils turned out to be a pair of Mangekyo, with 3 tomo connected end to end, and 3 vertical bars connecting the outer circles. He then closed his eyes again. It was well known that the third Mizukage closed his eyes out of habit. Someone come. Advertisement. The third Mizukage gave an order and a shadow guard appeared in the room. Mizukage adult. The shadow guard knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and dared not breathe. Ask the 7 ninja swordsmen to come see me in my office. Mizukage ordered and stood up and walked towards the Mizukage building. Closing his eyes does not affect his normal movements at all. All the mist ninjas who saw him along the way were very respectful, and some even had their bodies trembling slightly. Arriving at the office and sitting down, third Mizukage waited quietly. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Enter. The third Mizukage uttered a word, and the door opened. 7 strangely dressed people appeared in the office. Mizukage adult. The 7 people greeted Mizukage with humility. I called you here to tell you something. Someone from Konoha has invaded my land of water. Go and bring back a red-haired brat. The third Mizukage didn't even have any information and just handed the mission out. Yes. The 7 ninja swordsmen were a little confused, but they didn't dare to ask more questions, so they could only agree. They don't think they can't complete the task, they're just afraid of not being able to find someone. Go down. The third Mizukage waved his hand and sent several people away. As Madara opened her eyes, the third Mizukage had returned to his room. The 7 ninja swordsmen left the Mizukage building with depressed looks on their faces. It would have been fine if he was just called by Mizukage, but he was also given an unclear mission. What should we do with this nonsensical mission? Shijin Kazuna was very dissatisfied. He was not a ninja from a small family. The second Mizukage came from his family, and the water-style secret technique, hydration technique, is also well known throughout the ninja world. Stop talking. Do you want everyone to suffer with you? The Ziguishan Puffer Ghost glanced at him and said, the third Mizukage doesn't care about your identity as a member of the Hizuka clan. Then tell me how to find someone. Chiba started to get a little irritable. Don't be impatient, just talk. Biwa Juzang came out to act as a peacemaker. It is unknown what mission the Konoha shinobi came to our war country on. It is unknown when it will come, but none of this matters. Our mission is just to catch one of the red-haired brats. The only way to get out of the water country is by water. Send more personnel to each port. As long as they haven't left, there will be news. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost quickly expressed his thoughts. After saying that, he gave Chiba a demonstrative look. I admit that you have a point. Advertisement Gui Dengqian Ren had no choice but to give in. It was always better to have a solution than to grope blindly. What if the person has already left? The person who made the wild bait with Tongsao was talking about something that was not related to the topic, which attracted everyone's attention. Let's go to Konoha and block the door. Heichu Lei Ya rolled his eyes in annoyance. No, I haven't lived long enough. Murray Jinpachi continued what Raiga said. We'll talk about it if we can't find it, you guys. Seeing that the conversation was becoming more and more nonsense, Kurashan Kushimaru quickly interrupted them. If the person is really gone, we can only blame them for their bad luck. Go to Konoha to block the door and light the toilet. Just count on your fingers and there will be someone who can make them retreat. As for the punishment from the third Mizukage, I will have to accept it. Let's go. As the Ziguishan Puffer Ghost finished speaking, the 7 people walked out of the village. At this time, Minato and the others did not know that danger was approaching. They really haven't yet reached the scope of the water country. With more people, the speed naturally slowed down. The difficulty of hiding your whereabouts has also increased greatly. The Snow Clan also made several trips to towns to buy food. There is really no other way. We can't just watch everyone starve. The only difference is that they are heading to the eastern port, which is the back of the Water Kingdom. There is basically no trade, only a few fishermen live here, and security has been greatly improved. If it weren't for the third Mizukage's order, they should have been able to leave smoothly. We are already halfway through the journey, hold on. Minato cheered everyone up. The people of the Snow Clan had also left their homeland, and their mood was not very good along the way. Yeah, we know that. Finally I can escape from this hell. The clan leader knew that Minato was saying this for them to hear, but he didn't feel so relieved. This is where his ancestors lived for generations. It's hard to leave my hometown, I have no choice but to do so. We can understand that. Yahiko's words touched their hearts. But the Snow Clan probably isn't as lucky as these 3. You can't enjoy such good treatment in Konoha, alas. The patriarch sighed and gave a wry smile. Don't worry, my sister will definitely treat you well. After spending so many days together, Nawaki became familiar with them and stopped playing the bad guy. Thank you, Nawaki adults. The clan leader finally perked up a bit. The identity of the Hokage's younger brother was still very important to him. As time went by, they got closer and closer to the port. The ship that came to pick them up has also docked. Chapter 228. 7 Ninja Swordsmen, how cautious of you to go so far. If we hadn't been well prepared, they would have really gotten away with it. Chiba looked at Minato and his group who were heading towards the port not far away and started to complain. They also put a lot of effort into finding the red-haired kid. It's all right if you find it. What's so special about that little devil? Biwajuzo's eyes were fixed on Nagato, and he didn't see anything unusual about the boy who covered his eyes with his hair. Then it's none of our business, just take it back. Zigwashan Puffer Ghost searched for information about Minato and the others in his mind, but found nothing. He is the most cautious among the few, and also the most cunning. Look carefully, the people behind them are from the Snow Clan. The Anbu people are really useless. Murray Jinpachi recognized the chief of the Snow Clan. Indeed, it seems that the mission of the Konoha Shinobi is to rescue them. How to deal with it? Let's kill the traitors together. The 7 people decided the fate of Minato and the others with just one sentence. They didn't know that the Anbu had been killed, nor did they think that these people would be their opponents. As for the Snow Clan, they were just lucky and escaped. The 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure are not just a title. They are ninjas who specialize in performing the most difficult tasks. They have the capital and strength to ignore Anbu. Water style, mist shinobi technique. As several people formed seals, the fog began to spread instantly. The speed and scope of the fog were astonishing. Enemy attack. Minato instantly took a defensive stance, no longer able to see the people around him. Brother, my perception has been disturbed. Nagato immediately went out to investigate, but didn't sense anyone. Everything now is unknown to them. It must be someone from Kirigakure. Nawaki was talking nonsense, but it was still accepted. Mr. Nawaki is right, watch us. The patriarch of the Snow Clan is very familiar with the mist shinobi technique. He can use it and naturally knows how to crack it. Wind style, once the typhoon passes. Ice style is a combination of wind style and water style, and every member of the Snow Clan knows wind style. The wind style they cast together instantly dispersed the thick fog, and 7 figures running madly appeared in front of everyone. The 7 ninja swordsmen. The clan leader was horrified. As a Kirigakure man, how could he not know how powerful these 7 people were? Advertisement, I've heard a little bit about it. Minato gave his own evaluation. He had seen too many masters and it was hard to be moved by them. No matter how good you are, can you be better than the teacher? That moving knife looks very interesting, it's just that this guy looks a little weird. Nawaki's attention was drawn to the Samahata in the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon's hand. It could still twist through the bandages, as if there was a living creature inside. By the way, I also complained about his appearance. What's weird? It's obviously ugly. Conan was not so tactful and directly expressed his most intuitive feelings. She is surrounded by handsome men and beautiful women, so she has never seen such an ugly person. Zigwashan Puffer Demon rushed to the front, holding Samahata in front of his chest, ready to absorb the incoming ninjutsu at any time. He had a fat body, a face as big as a basin, and a mouth full of jagged teeth. She had 2 buns on her shoulders and even 2 strands of long hair on her chest. She looked as ugly as could be. Haha, then leave this ugly guy to me. Nawaki laughed and put his hands into seals. Water style, water dragon bomb technique. He planned to try his hand at it and see what level these people were at. Nawaki-sama, ninjutsu is useless. The clan leader gave a warning, but Nawaki still didn't know what was going on. He opened his mouth and spit out a huge water dragon formed by a stream of water, rushing towards the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. Not worth mentioning. The Zigwashan Puffer Ghost raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and swung the Samahata to chop at the dragon's head. Under the astonished gazes of Minato and the others, the water dragon was completely absorbed. Absorbing ninjutsu, is this the ability of that sword? Nawaki understood and became more interested in Samahata. Yes, each of their 7 swords has its own abilities. We have to be careful. After the chief finished speaking, he led his people to form a defensive formation. If Minato and the others hadn't been there, he would most likely have chosen to run away. It's really interesting. Nawaki's eyes showed excitement. He wanted this knife. It's a courtesy to return the favor. At this time, the 7 ninja swordsmen were getting closer and closer to them, absorbing the chakra of Nawaki water style, and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon also began to fight back. Ninjutsu. 1000 needles. His long orange hair suddenly hardened and exploded, with strands of hair like steel needles shooting towards everyone. Ice release. Ice rock hall. No advertisement. The Snow Clan also made some efforts, and they set up ice walls to block all the hair. He likes playing with hair just like big brother Jiraiya, but his power is much less. Nawaki couldn't help but think of Jiraiya. It was rare to see a ninja attacking with hair. But its power is indeed far from Jiraiya's, probably because the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon has not been fully developed yet. Stop talking nonsense and get on with it. Minato glared at Nawaki. It was already this late and he still had the mood to think about these trivial things. After he finished speaking, the ice wall dissipated and he rushed out first. You don't know your own limits. The 7 ninja swordsmen all admired the child's courage for not running away. Wait for me. Nawaki followed closely behind, pulling out the long knife from his back. Yahiko and the others followed suit. The battle between the 2 sides officially began. Minato raised his hand and threw out all the special kunai technique. The 7 ninja swordsmen dodged separately and knocked a few away with their swords. Minato's figure disappeared from the 7 people's eyes in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already next to Biwajuzo. Who told him to be closest to the fallen kunai? A Rasengan was pressed towards Biwajuzu's face. So fast. Biwajuzo felt the huge energy in the Rasengan. He raised the beheading sword in front of his eyes and supported the other end of the sword with his other hand. Bang! A huge explosion sounded, and a deep crack appeared on the beheading sword. Minato and Biwajuzu both fell back several meters. Nawaki knew the effect of Samahata and engaged in close combat with the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. By adding the weighted rock technique to the long sword, it actually becomes more powerful. For a moment, it was hard for him to believe that the Ziguashan Puffer Ghost was actually at a disadvantage. It doesn't make sense that such a little kid has so much power and can even defeat me. Kazuna Chiba holds the double swords, the flounder, and continuously condenses chakra light balls and shoots them out. This is a blade that can attack from a distance, but Nagato blocked all of them. Konan and Yahiko faced off against Murray Shinpachi, the wielder of the explosive sword Famo. After several fights, Jinpachi Murray discovered that Konan's attacks were similar to his own ninja sword. The blunt knife, Kuwa, wielder, Tsurugi Yabedo, and the long knife, sewing needle, wielder, Kurashan Kushimaru, are entangled by the lion trio. The two sides fought back and forth. It was very lively. The last wielder of the Thunderblade Fang, Kurochu Raiga, faced off against the entire Snow Clan. His large-scale attacks are also suitable for group battles. Chapter 229 Samahata changes hands, the lurking snake hand. Nawaki slashed at Samahata with his sword, and the huge force pressed down on the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. The blade was getting closer and closer to his shoulder. Suddenly several huge snakes rushed out from his sleeves, spitting out apricots and biting the pufferfish's face. That triangular snake head looks like a fierce lion majesty. The puffer ghost could only retreat despite being stabbed in the left shoulder. Nawaki chuckled and stuck to him. Don't show mercy to others when you are in a powerful position. Little devil, don't go too far. Ninjutsu, 8,000 needles. The pufferfish ghost had no time to care about his own injuries. After making a seal, his hair stretched out and he wanted to pierce Nawaki. Earth style, earth wall. A wall of earth was erected between the two of them. The pufferfish ghost's hair passed through the wall an inch, but could no longer touch Nawaki. Is this all you have to play tricks on me? Nawaki flew over the earth wall and cut off the puffer ghost's long hair with one knife. There was no disguise in the mockery in his mouth. He has learned a lot about psychological warfare from Chuan Feng. Oh, you want to irritate me? The puffer ghost has a good psychological quality and shows a disdainful smile. Who taught this damn kid such a wicked person? He has such a vicious tongue. Yoho. Being ugly doesn't necessarily mean you have a low IQ, you saw that. Nawaki was merciless with his words, and sent another straight ball straight into the heart of the pufferfish demon. Stop talking nonsense. The pufferfish demon was very angry with Nawaki, so he suppressed the thought of chopping off Nawaki's head and rushed over carrying Samahata. Clang. Nawaki raised his hand to block, and the two swords collided with a crisp metallic sound. At this moment, something strange happened. The bandages on the Samahata blade all tore apart, and the barbs on it quickly grew and stabbed Nawaki. The big mouth at the front of the blade even stuck out its tongue and licked its lips. This person's chakra it likes. Nawaki didn't expect that this was actually a living knife, and he retreated a step too slow. The barbs pierced several bloody holes on his arms. At this moment, he clearly felt the loss of chakra in his body. Your chakra is pretty good. This is the first time I see Samahata so excited. The puffer ghost twisted his neck and finally avenged the knife he had just stabbed. You were happy too early. The bloody hole on Nawaki's hand quickly began to heal. Although he did not know medical ninjutsu, the direct bloodline of the Senju clan was not given for nothing. Haha, come again. The pufferfish demon took advantage and wanted to use the same trick again, using Samahata's characteristics to grind Nawaki to death. Advertisement, if there is one, there will never be another. Nawaki saw clearly what the pufferfish demon was planning. The two fought again, and Nawaki paid the price of some chakra, gradually becoming familiar with Samahata's attack methods. The more he fought, the more adept he became, and the puffer ghost was at a disadvantage under his fierce attack. He had never seen such unpredictable swordsmanship. He also hadn't seen how helpless Nawaki looked when he was beaten by Chuan Feng. These are skills honed purely by getting beaten up. After dozens of moves, the two men distanced themselves again. Little devil, you forced me to do this. The puffer ghost was unable to defeat the enemy after a long fight and was ready to use his trump card. He was seen inserting Samahata upside down on the ground and then inserting his entire right arm into Samahata's mouth. Ah, he let out a cry of pain, and the knife wound on his left shoulder began to heal, and shark features appeared on his face. The skin became paler, the eyes became smaller, and even the teeth looked sharper. The entire right hand was completely integrated with Samahata, taking on the shape of a shark's dorsal fin. I have to say, his look has reached a new level of ugliness. Maybe it's because he doesn't have enough compatibility with Samahata. His fusion technique is much worse than Kisami's. There was a strange flash in Nawaki's eyes, and he became more cautious. In the second confrontation, the puffer ghost has begun to gain the upper hand. The Samahata fusion brings him comprehensive bonuses, and the blade of his right arm is also extremely hard. Without the restraint of the broadsword, his attack methods became more flexible and strange. Fists and kicks can be used at any time, and Nawaki fights with him with punches and kicks. He immediately noticed something was wrong and moved away to create some distance. Found it? I'm going to suck you dry. The puffer ghost grinned fiercely and launched an attack. The chakra in Nawaki's body was absorbed by the pufferfish the moment they came into contact. After he merged with Samahata, his entire body had the ability to absorb chakra. There is no need to use Samahata to reach out to others like before. Nawaki glanced around and saw that the fight was fierce. Someone from the Snow Clan has been injured by lightning style, but fortunately no one has died. Suddenly, Nawaki's eyes lit up and a plan came to his mind. Faced with the aggressive pufferfish ghost, he did not choose to avoid the fight. It's just that the fighting style is more conservative, and there is no more physical contact with the pufferfish ghost. Abandoning offense, they focused on defense, fighting and retreating at the same time. The pufferfish ghost no longer had the chance to absorb Nawaki's chakra and seemed a little annoyed. The power in his hands seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Nawaki stepped on something and staggered. The puffer ghost seized this opportunity and pounced forward. The blade formed in his right hand went straight to Nawaki's neck. Advertisement. He seemed to have already seen the scene of this troublesome little devil being beheaded by him. The hideous smile on his face became more and more terrifying. Minato, Nawaki shouted, and fell backwards. When he fell down, he raised the knife to try to block the puffer ghost's right hand. The panic in his eyes was so real. Go to hell. The pufferfish demon's right hand stopped in front of Nawaki and stopped moving. Poof, this is the sound of a knife entering flesh. A drop of blood dripped from the tip of the knife onto Nawaki's face, and the puffer ghost turned his head to look behind him. Minato held the knife in both hands and thrust it steadily into his heart. When is it? Minato pulled out his knife, blood spurting out. When the puffer ghost fell to the ground, he saw his specially made kunai lying there quietly. It turns out that this was someone else's plan. After all, I was just one step behind. Bang! The pufferfish ghost's body fell to the ground with a sound. Samahata, having lost its master, also separated and fell aside, twisting its body restlessly. Good brother. Nawaki wiped the blood off his face, stood up and patted Minato's shoulder. Who are we two brothers? Do you still want to fight us? After killing a strong enemy, Minato also joked with Nawaki. After fusing with Samahata, the pufferfish demon is ineffective against ninjutsu, but his physical skills are strong, making him a truly formidable enemy. Damn it. At this time, Biwa Juzo discovered that his disappeared opponent had actually killed the pufferfish ghost. He was furious and rushed over like a flying arrow with a beheading sword in his hand. This guy might have some brain problems. It's difficult to beat one, and he wants to beat two? Nawaki couldn't wait to take the Samahata in his hand. It was quite heavy, and it was indeed a good thing. Deal with him. Minato dodged and rushed out. Hiss. Nawaki was just about to use the new knife when he felt a pain in his hand, as if he had been bitten. Looking down, he saw Samahata's hilt absorbing his blood and wrapping itself lovingly around his wrist. It was as if she was acting like a spoiled child with him. Nawaki also felt chakra being infused into him. What a good baby. He smiled and patted the blade of the Samahata with his other hand, and got an immediate response. My new partner, come along. Looking ahead, Minato was already engaging Biwa Juzo. Chapter 230 Nagato erupts. The long sword in Minato's hand was like a child's toy in front of the beheading sword. Biwa Juzang had an ugly look on his face, and each of his blows was frighteningly heavy. I hope my strict defense can slow down Minato. The flying thunder god was really hard for him to defend against. Take my knife. Nawaki rushed over and used a simple move to split Huashan, which scared Biwa Juzo so much that he retreated backwards. He knew Samahata's abilities too well. Maybe in the original book, he would not retreat so easily when facing the tailed beast bomb. Nawaki's strike was fruitless and he slammed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Then he lifted up Samahata, leaving a horrible deep pit in its place. Quick victory. Minato and Nawaki looked at each other and both took action at the same time. One on the left and one on the right, they quickly rushed towards Biwa Juzang, only missing him by a hair's breadth. Biwa Juzang's body broke into 3 pieces and turned into a pool of clear water that scattered on the ground. He knew he was no match for the enemy, so he had already used his water clone. Today I hit a wall. Biwa Juzang spat fiercely and appeared not far away. Now that he has calmed down, the death of the puffer ghost has sounded a wake-up call for him. I dare not treat Nawaki and Minato as children anymore. He glanced casually at the battlefield, and another shocking thing happened. Kai-Ren Kazuna is already injured, and you know he knows the water transformation technique. Damn it, how come this kid knows so many ninjutsu? Water style, water cannon technique. Chiba made his hand into a gun shape and shot bullet-like liquid from the tip of his index finger towards Nagato. The flounder in his hand has consumed too much of his chakra. Earth-style Earth-Shore return. Nagato slapped his hands on the ground, and the ground in front of him flipped over to reveal a large stone slab that blocked the water cannons one by one. From the beginning of the battle until now, he has not even moved his feet, he is just a pure artillery position. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. After Nagato formed a seal, he spit out a ball of fire from his mouth, which attacked Kazuna Chiba from 3 directions. Front, left, and right. The flames that fill the chakra dance like a violent dragon. Again. Advertisement Kai-Ren Kazuna was hit by this move before, and he dodged it with the hydration technique, but was paralyzed by the lightning style that followed. He even suspected who revealed the weakness of the hydration technique, otherwise why among the 5 escape techniques was lightning style the one? Fortunately, Nagato was not familiar with his abilities and was afraid of being tricked, so he did not dare to take any risks. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just a simple injury. Seeing that he couldn't escape again, Gui Dengqian Ren took a big sip of water and became hydrated again. Nagato smiled when he saw this. Shadow clone technique. I saw 4 clones appear beside him. After the original body formed a seal, he used lightning style again, repeating the same trick. He has already discovered Kazuna Chiba's weakness, so he will definitely take advantage of it. If he didn't catch it the first time, it could be said that he was not familiar with it. If he couldn't catch it the second time, then he was not a qualified ninja. Lightning style, thunder. Nagato released a sharp spear of lightning from his mouth and attacked Kazuna Chiba. It was too late for Gui Dengqian Ren to materialize at this time, as the speed of liquid turning into solid was much slower than the speed of solid turning into liquid. And Nagato hardly stopped, as if this scene had played out in his mind countless times. When the water-transformed Shizuki was hit by the lightning spear, Nagato's original body and clone had already completed different seals. The water-transformed Chiba was beaten by lightning style like a clay sculpture and could not be restored. He could only stay where he was and could not move. 5 Elements Great Link Technique. With the cooperation of the 4 shadow clones, Nagato used 5 different types of ninjutsu, namely fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind, to attack Chiba Churin at the same time. It is Sarutobi Hiruzen's ultimate move, and this is also the idea provided by Chuan Feng. There's no reason why he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, can do it, but Nagato, who's a cheater, can't. This is the first time Nagato has used it in actual combat, and its power is truly astonishing. Even he was shocked. In the past, he always used restrained force when practicing, and it was far less spectacular than this one. Bang! The huge explosion was deafening and attracted everyone's attention. The battle seemed to be paused for a moment. The mushroom cloud dissipated, and the place turned into nothingness. There was no trace of the ghost lantern Thousand Blades. Even the double-bladed flounder was shattered by Nagato's terrifying attack. One of the ninja swords will be removed from the list forever, and even if they are gathered again, they can only be the 6 ninja swordsmen. Well done. Nawaki cried out in delight. Nagato smiled at him and tried to go support the others, but he stumbled a little. Too much chakra was consumed, and this was his most difficult battle. Advertisement seeing that both Minato and Nawaki were available for support, he simply sat down on the ground. He took out the military ration pill made by Tsunade from the ninja tool bag and stuffed it into his mouth. It melts in your mouth, a warm current spreads throughout your body, and your condition slowly begins to recover. He has temporarily lost his combat capability, unless someone can make him explode and use the Rinnegan. Nagato has finished his work, so I, your senior brother, am a bit inferior to him. Minato laughed at himself, no trace of shame on his face. He was so happy to see Nagato doing so well. With the power of the ninjutsu just now, even he himself couldn't be sure that he could escape unscathed. If you know you are bad, then do it well. Nawaki teased Minato and flew towards Biwajuzu, who hadn't come to his senses yet. 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen have been killed, and the balance of victory has begun to tilt completely. Under the fierce attack of Minato and Nawaki, Biwajuzu soon had many wounds on his body. He had no chance to run because he had no advantage in speed. Ah! Biwajuzu screamed when he was hit by Nawaki's sword, and most of the chakra in his body was absorbed instantly. The absorption capacity of a few barbs and large area contact are obviously not on the same level. Minato also seized the opportunity to flash forward, and Biwajuzu barely managed to defend himself again with the beheading sword. This Rasengan directly smashed both the beheading sword and Biwajuzu into pieces. The sword was covered in blood, and this strange ninja sword actually absorbed the blood and began to slowly recover. However, Minato did not notice any of this. Even if he did, he would just say, interesting. It's time to end it. Minato and Nawaki both had time to look at Nagato. After making sure he was fine, we moved on to the next battle. The Snow Clan finally received rescue. Although they had bloodline limits, their degree of development was not very high. Even the clan leader is no match for the masters and is at best a strong ant. Heichu Lei Ya stuck his 2 swords into the ground, and all the Snow Clan members in front of him were within the attack range. The 2 swords released blue lightning like tree branches and attacked continuously. It was one of his special moves, Thunder Burial Thunder Feast. Fortunately, ice does not conduct electricity, otherwise the Snow Clan hiding behind the ice wall would have been slaughtered long ago. However, their current condition was not very good and they could only defend themselves in a desperate manner. The clan leader wanted to step forward and perform his secret technique, but he never had the chance. He was suppressed by Black Chu Lei Ya and couldn't even raise his head. He was still marveling at the power of the 7 ninja swordsmen, as their wind style was unable to defeat Raiga. Now that 3 out of the 7 ninja swordsmen are gone, he can only blame himself for being too weak. Chapter 231. Team Annihilation. He saw 2 figures rushing towards him from the corner of his eye, and Lei Ya decisively drew his sword and left his position. Just let us chop it down once or twice, why waste everyone's time? Nawaki carried Samahata on his shoulders, his face full of arrogance. It was the usual psychological warfare, and now he probably wouldn't even fight if he didn't talk. Why don't you let me chop twice? Kakuzu with the thunder eyes was twitching. Is this kid speaking human language? Okay, come here if you can. Nawaki was quite generous and extended an invitation to Raiga. That's too much. Lei Ya couldn't bear it anymore. He said, you can't bully others like this. Lightning style. Thunder Dragon Tornado. He swung his two swords, summoned lightning and spun rapidly, and a dragon-shaped lightning rushed towards Nawaki. Are you mad? Don't you recognize what I'm holding? Nawaki waved Samahata, absorbing the Thunder Dragon easily and restoring a little chakra to himself. Grass. Lei Ya was furious and immediately wanted to fight Nawaki to death. Minato was close now, and in a trance, he barely avoided the vital points. There was a huge wound on his chest. What are you doing? Nawaki couldn't help but complain that his performance was in vain. Seeing this, Lei Ya could no longer fail to realize that he was being made a fool of. Missed and missed. Minato smiled sheepishly at Nawaki. FK him. Nawaki took Samahata off his shoulder and pointed it at Raiga. Ninjutsu. Lightning armor. Lei Ya knew that something was wrong, so he quickly combined his two swords. His whole body was covered with lightning, and he used defense as offense. He looks a bit like my brother-in-law. Nawaki called him his brother-in-law, but he showed no mercy. With just one strike, most of the lightning on Lei Ya's body was absorbed. Samahata smacked his lips in satisfaction. Minato struck with a sword, and Raiga died with hatred. He was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, but in the end he died from the ninja sword Samahata. I have to say this is a huge irony. Sure, Minato, tell me if I can suck my brother-in-law dry. Advertisement. A terrifying yet tempting idea popped into Nawaki's erratic mind. Thinking of Chuan Feng having his chakra sucked out by him, he looked confused. He couldn't help but laugh out loud twice. I support you morally. It's not dark yet. Minato thought for a moment and replied to Nawaki, then hurried over to Konan and Yahiko. If this guy wants to die, don't drag himself into it. If he then says that he was the one who came up with this bad idea, it would be a real disaster. He was a little scared when he thought about the days dominated by Chuan Feng. Chuan Feng may not teach, but when it comes to fighting, he really fights. Hey, why are you running so fast? Nawaki followed behind Minato and chased after him. 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen are gone. The battle between Konan, Yahiko and Jinpachi Murray is just a constant stream of explosions. There were constant explosions in the field. Konan's Shikigami dance protected her from damage, but her attacks were unable to do much damage to Jinpachi Murasaki. Yahiko has learned his lesson since he was hit by an explosion and now uses long-range water-style attacks. But the effect is very average, as most of Kirigakure's ninjas are Grandmaster water-style. Jinpachi Murray is a master of water-style, and Yahiko's water-style did not work. The 3 of them were trying to fight. If the fight dragged on for too long, the winner would probably still be Murray Jinhachi. After all, his chakra amount is higher than Yahiko and Konan. Brother, Nawaki Niang. Konan avoided damage from the explosion, and the shredded paper formed in front of Minato and Nawaki. Okay, leave it to us. Nawaki and Minato passed Konan, and Jinpachi Murray looked defensive and had no interest in Yahiko. Would you like to do it yourself, or should we do it? Nawaki started talking nonsense again and Minato smiled and shook his head. This guy is kind of addicted. Stop talking nonsense. Shinobi Murasaki is also very courageous. He took the initiative to charge even though he knew he was no match for his opponent. He held the exploding blade and swept it towards Nawaki with the side of the blade that had the exploding talisman. Nawaki habitually blocked with Samahata, followed by a series of explosions. The explosion damage from the detonating talisman was indeed blocked by Samahata's huge body, but this was not chakra. The consequence of not being able to absorb it was that Samahata also felt intense pain and burning sensation. Samahata extended the handle of his knife and struck Nawaki twice on the head to show his displeasure. It's simply too humane. Advertisement, sorry, there won't be a next time. Nawaki scratched his head in embarrassment and took the initiative to transfer chakra to Samahata to recover, which calmed its anger. Minato also took advantage of the situation and attacked. He had no intention of fighting Bakudo Famo head-on. When the number of detonating talismans reaches a certain level, the damage can still be considerable. With his nimble body movements and Murray Jinhachiyuto, he alone inflicted several wounds on him. Wu Li Jinpachi's strikes missed again and again, leaving holes on the ground. Stimulated by the pain, he became more and more violent, and the frequency of his attacks became faster and faster. Bakudo Ninjutsu. Hitachi Sama ga Shiro. Seeing Nawaki joining the battle, Murray Jinpachi flicked his blade fiercely, and the detonating scroll flew out from the blade. It extended into a circle that surrounded both Nawaki and Minato. Burst. A huge explosion sounded, and Wu Li Jinba curled up the corner of his mouth in a sneer. When the smoke and dust cleared, a huge deep pit several people tall had appeared within the explosion circle. There was no one inside. What are you laughing at? Minato appeared not far from Murashinpachi, holding Nawaki's arm. If it weren't for the flying thunder god, both of them might have been seriously injured. How is that possible? Wu Li Jinba's eyes were full of disbelief. That's because you are not familiar with it. Die for me. Nawaki also got angry. No one would be in a good mood if they were blown up like that. The huge Samahata seemed light as a feather in his hand, and he waved it around at will. Soon, Murashinpachi was hit and the chakra, which was already limited, was sold out. Unable to even unleash his final killing move, He fell to his knees weakly and fell forward. Nawaki raised his sword and cut Jinpachi's body in two. Only 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen are left. The 3 lions were at a disadvantage under the attacks of Tongsao Yebaran and Kuribai Kushimaru. They were familiar with the Nara tribe's shadow binding technique, and after it failed the first time, they became wary. The lion's sword had been cut off by Duki, and the long knife and stitches left many wounds on the 3 people. If they were not afraid of illusions, one of the 3 lions would probably have died. Nawaki joined the battle with his anger still lingering, and Minato collected all the kunai. The situation instantly became 5 against 2, no suspense. The wild bait man lost his composure and was controlled by the shadow binding technique. Nawaki cut off his head with one sword. The axe fell to the ground, and a hammer was chained behind the axe. Nawaki had no words to complain about the design. Kuroshan Kushimaru used steel wire to trap himself, but before he could activate it, Minato approached with Flying Thunder God. A single Rasengan shot pierced his heart, killing him beyond all possibility of death. At this point, the 7 ninja swordsmen were wiped out. Chapter 232 Heading to the Land of Waves. Done. Call it a day. Are you taking all these knives back with you? Nawaki had discarded his original sword and carried Samahada on his back. He was not interested in other swords. Of course I will. If you don't think so, you can give it to other people in the village. Minato is obviously better at living than Nawaki. Although he doesn't think highly of it, he has a high level of awareness. Okay, I'll listen to you. Before Nawaki could give any orders, he saw the team members already cleaning up the battlefield. The body was placed in a special scroll, so even if it was brought back, no important information would be obtained. Considering the status of the 7 ninja swordsmen, it was a great achievement. The last few people came to Nawaki and Minato with 5 ninja swords. The wounds of the 3 lions were also simply treated by Nagato, so at least it does not affect their movements for now. Brother, these guys are ugly and their weapons are weird. Conan threw the beheading sword to the ground in disgust, then folded his wings and landed. Oh, I remember it was broken. Minato then realized that the beheading sword had been restored to its original state. He picked up the beheading sword out of curiosity and swung it a few times. It was very heavy and he could only perform some simple movements. It is very difficult to use this knife as easily as one's own arm. This ability to recover is only interesting and does not have much significance. After all, who can safely carry a knife into battle if it always breaks? This is the ability of the beheading sword. It can absorb blood and repair itself. All 7 swords were left by the first Mizukage. And a summoning scroll. If you want to bring it back to Konoha, I think it would be better to seal it first. The chief of the Snow Clan stepped forward and gave a kind reminder. What sealing scroll? Nawaki didn't quite understand, and everyone's attention was drawn to the clan leader. As a native of Kirigakure, the chief must know much more than they do. To be precise, it's a ninja sword summoning scroll. No matter how far away, you can always send the ninja sword back. It should still be kept by the Ghost Lantern clan. The clan leader did not show off, but directly told everyone the news he knew. Is this possible? Nawaki opened his mouth in surprise. Doesn't that mean his Samahada is in danger of being lost at any time? It's just warmed up, what a pity to throw it away. Don't worry, Nawaki-sama. Your Samahada is an exception. It is the only living knife. It cannot be summoned after recognizing its master. The chief guessed what Nawaki was thinking and started to explain again. That's good, it's a really good knife. Nawaki felt relieved and praised Samahada again. Advertisement Samahada happily stroked Nawaki's cheek with the handle of the knife. A knife can be so humane. Even though it was the second time he saw it, Minato couldn't help but marvel at it. Besides being ugly, there's nothing wrong with it. Samahada's appearance really makes it difficult for Conan to have a good impression of her, and she still likes her teacher's sword. Who will seal it? Lion interrupted their chat and said that he would not be able to accept it if the ninja sword slipped away from his sight now. There is no precedent for Anbu's spoils being taken back. Why are you all looking at me? I look like I can seal a contract. Minato was completely speechless, wondering what he meant. He has not yet married Kushina, and currently has little knowledge of sealing techniques. You hang out with Kushina every day, but in the end you're nothing. Nawaki had the nerve to mock Minato, forgetting that he had a grandmother who was a master of seals. What did you learn from Master Mito? Minato asked a rhetorical question, causing Nawaki to crash. Haha, Conan and his friends burst into laughter without any manner. Watching the two bickering was part of their fun. What a joke. Your red hair has turned white. Nawaki took a few glances and pointed his finger at Nagato. Uzumaki clan, you don't know how to seal? Wouldn't it be embarrassing to tell others about it? Well, the teacher didn't let me learn it. Nagato weakly retorted that he was still a child. Why did he ask for so many things? If I were to rely on you, the daylilies would be cold. It still depends on me. Nawaki thought of a solution. I saw him bite his finger, make a seal and press it to the ground. Bang! With a puff of smoke, a huge python appeared in front of everyone. In the middle of its body is a scroll with a strange black and white pattern on it. Nawaki adults. The python can speak human language. It is an excellent race born in Ryuchi Cave. It is rare in number and has strong sealing ability. Mao, please take these knives away. Nawaki politely pointed to the 5 ninja swords piled together. At your service. This functional summoning snake is quite polite. Mao bit open the scroll on his body with his mouth. The densely packed and complicated spells on it were full of mystery. Then it lowered its head, bit all 5 ninja swords and threw them into the scroll. The 5 ninja swords turned into 5 marks on the scroll and were sealed. Okay, if everything is okay, I'll go back. Nawaki nodded and disappeared into a cloud of smoke. It's really convenient. Advertisement. Minato almost drooled with envy. Katsuyu the sage is really good. The function is a bit single. Of course not. I heard that the teacher also raised a batch of food rations. I'll get some when I have a chance and bring you a taste. Nawaki raised an eyebrow at Minato. Orochimaru kept that new species of snake very fat. He had only eaten it a few times when Chuan Feng and Orochimaru were together. Tastes great, and me. Conan, the foodie, couldn't wait to reserve the next spot. Don't miss a single one. If you get all of them, the worst that can happen is you'll get beaten up. Nawaki made a generous decision with a wave of his hand. Anyway, Orochimaru would not be willing to beat him to death, so he could just hold on to his master's wife's thighs and be done with it. Okay, we should retreat. The battlefield has been cleaned up and there is nothing to linger on. Minato called for everyone to evacuate. Walk. Nawaki nodded in agreement. Still led by the two of them, a group of people rushed to the port in a mighty manner. There was such a loud noise here that the people waiting at the port had already heard it clearly. But I'm not strong enough and don't dare to get too close. Now that the battle was not over and there was no sound, I mustered up the courage to go over and check. When I saw a group of people rushing towards me, I wanted to run away. One of our own. If Minato hadn't recognized the agreed-upon costume and cried out, he would have been ready to jump into the sea. I was scared to death. A middle-aged man patted his chest in shock. Sorry, we were rude. Minato gave a kind smile. Uranus Earth Tiger. The middle-aged man still cautiously said the agreed code. Chicken stew with mushrooms. Minato answered fluently, and you could tell it was the teacher's handwriting as soon as you heard it. It must have been copied by Uncle Shumo. Konoha Genin, also Ichiro greets all the adults. The middle-aged man gave his name and bowed, thanks for your hard work. Minato nodded, there was no need to explain his own identity. Let's go, to ensure safety. Let's go to Wave Country first and then change ships. The middle-aged man took everyone on board and told them about their next destination. Minato and the others understood that for safety reasons, it wouldn't be a big deal to change boats. Soon, the sailors were in place and the ship slowly set sail. Chapter 233 Experimental Results. Konoha Village. Early in the morning, Tsunade dragged Chuan Feng out of bed. Chuan Feng was still a little dazed. Last night was another night of hard work. Get up, we have something important to do today. Tsunade held Chuan Feng's shoulders and shook him vigorously, her chest also trembling. Wake up, wake up. Chuan Feng's head swayed back and forth and he opened his eyes in confusion. Then I was blinded by 2 pieces of white in front of me. What are you looking at? Go to the lab. I made an appointment with Orochimaru to see the final results of the experiment today. Seeing that Chuan Feng was awake, Tsunade took her hand away and covered her chest with it. He got out of bed and put on his clothes in just 2 or 3 steps. Okay, my dear wife. Chuan Feng rubbed his eyes, but still couldn't help feeling tired. By the time he got up and dressed, Tsunade had already gone out. After washing up, I came to the restaurant. The little ones all went out to do tasks, and the house became much quieter. Sitting next to Tsunade, Chuan Feng also started eating breakfast. I got up pretty early today. Shuamao gave Chuan Feng a teasing look. At this time of day, he is usually not seen at the dining table. Nishui rolled her eyes and was too lazy to say anything to him since it would be useless to say anything anyway. I really don't know what's so funny about such a small thing. I didn't notice it before, but now I know that Chuan Feng's appearance is somewhat influenced by Shuamao. Neither of these 2 brothers is a good person. Oh, you know it again. Chuan Feng didn't even raise his head, his tone was still so angry. Come and have some chive dumplings. Sakumo's cultivation is getting deeper and deeper now, and he is not angry at all. He also picked up a leek box with his backhand and threw it into the Chuan Feng bowl accurately. Thank you. Chuan Feng took a big bite viciously. The 2 women at the side burst out laughing. Kakashi also laughed foolishly. It's fun to have 2 such funny people at home. After breakfast, Sakumo went to Anbu to check in. Tsunade and Chuan Feng said goodbye to Nishui and walked towards the hospital. Have you greeted Shota? Chuan Feng thought Tsunade was going to the office first. I told him yesterday, let him work hard today. Tsunade has prepared in advance, the results of today's experiment are very important. Achoo, advertisement, I guess it's Shota scolding me again. Chuan Feng sneezed twice in succession and rubbed his nose. Haha, it's normal to scold you. Tsunade was happy to be a good person in front of Shota, and Chuan Feng let him be scolded. Anyway, people won't scold you to your face, it's not for you. Chuan Feng put his right hand on Tsunade's shoulder and the 2 disappeared on the spot. Sister Tsunade, brother-in-law. As soon as I arrived at the laboratory, I heard Masaki's sweet voice. Here I am. Orochimaru had just arrived and was chatting with Masaki, answering some professional questions. Masaki is really studious and is the kind of student that teachers like. Well, let's get started. Tsunade opened the door of the lab and walked in without saying anything. Chuan Feng and Orochimaru followed closely behind, while Misaki stayed outside without moving. She knew the scene inside wasn't suitable for her. Tsunade did not put on a white coat and went straight to a secret room door, which was a living laboratory. Enter the password and the door will open. Chuan Feng followed him in, and all he saw were huge glass jars connected to them by pipes. He didn't know what liquid was inside. Every time he came in and looked at the person in the jar, Chuan Feng felt like he was watching a horror movie. Don't look at it, they are all dead. That's the only one still alive. Orochimaru pointed to a jar in the distance, and Tsunade was walking towards it. He hadn't finished recording the data on these corpses, so he hadn't disposed of them for the time being. Oh, I still have some impression of that person. Chuan Feng looked at one of the corpses, a ninja who killed a family of 5 civilians. Wanted posters are posted all over Konoha. People like this deserve to die. Don't worry, it's a tragic death. Orochimaru licked his lips with a malicious look, which made Chuan Feng's scalp tingle. In this gloomy environment, Orochimaru looked like a pervert. Stay away from you. Chuan Feng shook himself off and quickly caught up with Tsunade. Haha, Orochimaru laughed happily. He never forgot how Chuan Feng disgusted him. This way it can be considered a give and take relationship. By the time Orochimaru caught up, Chuan Feng had already helped Tsunade release the person from the jar. The man was still connected to equipment and his vital signs were normal and stable, but he showed no signs of consciousness. It's in good condition. The cell fusion rate should be very high. I just don't know if wood style has been awakened. Orochimaru looked at the value displayed on the instrument and took out a knife from his pocket. Advertisement: a wound was cut on the subject's wrist, and bright red blood flowed down the experimental table. After a while, the subject's wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, except for the remaining bloodline, it was as if nothing had happened. What a wonderful experiment. Orochimaru's eyes lit up as he admired her sincerely. It's like looking at a work of art. Is this the healing ability I got from Grandpa and me? Chuan Feng didn't expect that the healing speed of an experimental subject would almost catch up with him. Yes, it seems that our improvement plan is correct. Tsunade did not mention that there had been such test subjects before, but they began to mutate as their wounds healed. In the end, the whole person turned into wood. After that, she and Orochimaru locked the subject's limbs to the experimental table. Wake him up. Tsunade stared at the experiment without blinking. Orochimaru quickly formed a few seals and placed one hand on the subject's head. With a low hum, the subject's eyelids moved. Orochimaru took his hand away, and the test subject's eyes snapped open. I'm going to kill you. He roared and struggled, and the laboratory table began to shake under the huge force. These days in the laboratory, he paid the price for his past sins and the pain was beyond words. Hate me, and the pain will give you strength. Orochimaru's words seemed to carry a hint of bewitching intent. These death row inmates are not masters, only strong desires can stimulate the latent power in their bodies. As the subject roared, Chuan Feng clearly felt the subject's life slipping away. His face began to sag, and he didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Seeing Tsunade frowned and looked serious, he didn't ask immediately. Keep reading patiently. Swish! The experiment subject's hands suddenly transformed into huge branches and swept towards Orochimaru at an astonishing speed. It worked. Orochimaru was not surprised but happy when he was attacked. Several snakes in the sleeves blocked the attack of branches, and the two sides began to wrestle. Gradually, the subject's eye sockets became sunken and his body began to shrivel. The hand that turned into a branch was no longer able to attack and fell heavily to the ground. He died already? Chuan Feng asked after seeing Orochimaru put away the snake. He really didn't understand. Didn't they say it was successful? Why did the experimental subject still die? Do you think you can survive if you succeed? You underestimate yourself and Grandpa. Tsunade was too lazy to explain more, and he wouldn't listen when I told him to read more. Chapter 234 meets expectations. What's the meaning? Chuan Feng didn't get an answer from Tsunade, so he turned to look at Orochimaru. The answer is simple. He uses his life force to manipulate wood style. And then was sucked dry and died. Orochimaru replied while placing his hand on the test subject, so that chatting would not interfere with his work. But not everyone is qualified to answer questions while he is working. Isn't this wood style a bit too weak? In Chuan Feng's memory, the weakest user of wood style was Yamato, but at least he could still do some greening and building. Furthermore, Yamato can also use wood style ninjutsu more comprehensively, but the power is a bit discounted. But what is this experimental subject? Just jump on 2 tree branches with both hands and it will happen. This is wood style. Are you kidding me? Chuan Feng would rather not have this level of wood style. First, he's just an ordinary man and has never learned ninjutsu. Second, this is an experiment of the fusion of your cells and your grandfather's cells, which are inherently inferior to the original cells. Third, if you don't understand, just watch more and talk less. Tsunade blushed a little. She was an expert and her husband was a complete novice. Okay, I'll shut up. Chuan Feng kept all his questions to himself and planned to ask them after they were done with their work. The internal organs are normal. It's not a rejection reaction. Orochimaru withdrew his hand and gave his own examination results. It is consistent with the characteristics of natural death. Tsunade also finished the inspection. Both of their examination results confirmed that the experimental subject had not undergone any mutations. The experimental results have fully met expectations. This also means that Chuan Feng can then undergo Hashirama cell transplantation. Orochimaru roughly threw the body back into the jar, which still had some research value. Let's go, let's talk outside, Tsunade said and walked out first. Chuan Feng was completely confused at this time. Is this the end? It was very different from what he had imagined, such as dissecting with instruments. If he didn't know the strength of Tsunade and Orochimaru, he would have thought they were two different things. Advertisement: I dragged myself up early in the morning, and that's it? Chuan Feng saw Orochimaru also walking out and had no choice but to follow him. Halfway through the walk, he turned back to glance at the corpse in the jar, wondering what he was thinking. After leaving the secret room, Tsunade recorded the experimental results in a book. Orochimaru took out the cultured tailed beast cells to check them, which was his daily compulsory subject. Seeing the smile on his face, Chuan Feng guessed that the cultivation of the tailed beast cells should be going smoothly. After the two of them finished their work, Tsunade gave Chuan Feng a chance to speak. If you have any questions, please tell me. She folded her arms across her chest, leaning against the filing cabinet, looking indescribably charming. Did the result meet your expectations? Chuan Feng still remembers what Tsunade said to him last time, that as long as the experimental results meet expectations, he can transplant Hashirama cells. Although the experimental subject died, the expectation was achieved. Tsunade immediately gave Chuan Feng the answer he was concerned about. While Chuan Feng was happy, he also had new questions. All the experimental subjects died, so why did it meet expectations this time? He couldn't understand why the results were different when the subjects all had the same fate. Let me explain. Orochimaru saw Tsunade rolled her eyes and looked a little impatient, so he took the initiative to take over the conversation. In fact, once you have cultivated the finger from which your cells were fused with those of Hashirama-sama, you can perform the cell transplant. At this point, Orochimaru paused. Seeing the more obvious suspicion on Chuan Feng's face, he chuckled and continued. However, in order to ensure your safety, Tsunade has decided to continue the experiment. She wants to make sure your fused cells won't mutate again in the human body. After our long-term improvement and observation, the results are now out. The experimental subject died of natural causes, and there is no abnormality in the body. That is to say, the risk of transplanting Hashirama-sama's native cells into you has been reduced to a minimum. Orochimaru took his time explaining things and Tsunade nodded gently. This saved her a lot of trouble. Haha, my wife still loves me. Chuan Feng completely understood Orochimaru's explanation, and Tsunade also took great pains for him. He ran over happily and smacked Tsunade on the face. Stay away from me, I'm just trying to be rigorous with my experiment. Tsunade pushed Chuan Feng away and wiped her face with the back of her hand, looking very disgusted. Advertisement: if you're pretending, then act more like one and don't curl your lips. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade and found it a little funny. She was really a woman who said one thing and thought another. That's right, it's not shameful to admit that it's for me. Chuan Feng became even more excited when he heard Orochimaru's criticism of Tsunade. You're just a big-faced person, for you. Tsunade still refused to admit it, and her Tsunade look made people feel itchy. Okay, I'll argue with you tonight. Chuan Feng gave Tsunade a fierce look as if to protest, but the other party just ignored him. By the way, does this experimental subject prove that the fused cells of my grandfather and I can be used on other people? Chuan Feng changed the subject, finding a way out for himself, and it was also a flash of inspiration. After his cells are fused with Hashirama's original cells, will it be possible for Fugaku to have Mangekyo that will never go blind? As for the wood style, which has that little power, it is harmless. I believe Fugaku himself would not refuse this huge temptation. A pair of Mangekyo that is not blind is a dream come true for Uchiha. In theory, yes. But in this case, the risk factor cannot be determined. Although after fusing with your cells, Grandpa's cells have become slightly milder. But you've seen the results. Currently, no test subject can survive. Even if I'm a powerful ninja, I can't guarantee that the transplant will be successful. When it comes to professional issues, Tsunade immediately regains his composure. After some thought, she gave the answer. What Chuan Feng said is also her next research direction. Putting aside the wood style, its powerful self-healing ability can save countless lives. This is something that can benefit the entire Konoha. Tsunade is right, you are a special case. As long as there is no rejection reaction, your chances of failure are almost zero. Because it is based on the experiment after your cells were successfully fused with Hashirama-sama's original cells. The two cannot be confused at all, and each case is different. We should first take some cells and do experiments before deciding who to transplant to. Orochimaru added something after Tsunade finished speaking, as if he had guessed Chuan Feng's thoughts. The last sentence even gives the solution. However, such live experiments require a lot of energy and money. Everyone has a scale in their hearts to determine who is qualified to participate. Orochimaru would not believe that he was not envious, and Tsunade had the same feeling. The second batch after Chuan Feng should be themselves. Chapter 235 Transplantation of Hashirama Cells. I see. I thought it was too simple. Chuan Feng understood what the two meant and thought about giving Fugaku some blood someday. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore, let's get down to business. Let me give you a physical examination first. Tsunade walked past Chuan Feng and took out a set of blood drawing equipment from the cabinet. Okay. Chuan Feng obediently moved a stool and sat down, stretching out his arms and placing them on the table. Why go to all that trouble? Just give him a cut and let him bleed a little. Orochimaru was joking with Chuan Feng while taking out his knife and gesturing with it. Stay the FK away from me. Chuan Feng saw that Orochimaru was about to come over, so he stretched out his foot and kicked the air hard. It is true that he has strong self-healing abilities, but he is not prone to self-abuse. Stop it, you two. My stomach hurts from laughing so hard. Tsunade looked at the two guys who were showing off and could hardly hold the needle in her hand. Okay. Orochimaru put away the knife gracefully and stood aside, watching with a smile on his face. Since meeting Chuan Feng, his life has become more and more colorful. These pleasures are something I have never experienced before. Alright. Without Orochimaru's interference, Tsunade quickly drew a tube of Chuan Feng's blood. As the needle was pulled out, the needle hole on Chuan Feng's arm healed instantly. I'll do the tests, you go with Orochimaru. Tsunade took the blood sample and left without looking back. Chuan Fengjun, come with me. Orochimaru took Chuan Feng to another room, which contained a bed. The room was filled with the unpleasant smell of disinfectant. There is an instrument table next to the bed, which is filled with knives of various sizes. If we look at the experimental results here, it will match the picture in Chuan Feng's mind. Lie down. Orochimaru even wiped the iron bed considerately. Excuse me, what is this room used for? Chuan Feng felt that the atmosphere was a little off. Just dissection or something. Why are you asking so many questions? Just lie down. Seeing that Chuan Feng did not move, Orochimaru hurriedly urged him. FK. You promised me not to use a knife. For no reason, Chuan Feng thought of Orochimaru taking out his internal organs one by one. She said, okay, no problem, and stuffed it back into his hand. Cut it into shreds for you. Orochimaru pulled Chuan Feng over and pressed him onto the iron bed. Brother, I treat you well. Advertisement, why do you have to do this? Chuan Feng pushed his hands on Orochimaru's chest, looking very pitiful. FKU, talk nicely. Orochimaru was disgusted by Chuan Feng's expression. Then he violently grabbed Chuan Feng and touched him from head to toe. Very healthy. It's just that the kidneys need to be replenished. After saying this, Orochimaru didn't even look at Chuan Feng again, but clapped his hands and turned around. He opened the door and walked away. Bah, you're the one who needs to make up for it. Chuan Feng sat up suddenly from the bed. How could a man admit that his kidneys were not good? I stood up and touched my waist with both hands, and it seemed a little sore. It would have been better if he hadn't said it. After he said it, Chuan Feng started to become suspicious. Do I really need to take it easy? With a self-doubting attitude, Chuan Feng went out. Tsunade hasn't come out yet, and Misaki is treating the mice under Orochimaru's guidance. Ahem, do I really need to make up for that? Chuan Feng moved closer to Orochimaru. Then you'll have to ask Tsunade. I don't know if you have the strength. Haha, Orochimaru was quite happy when he said this, and by chance, Tsunade who came out heard it. You two bastards, stop saying those things that are not suitable for children. There were two crisp sounds, and Chuan Feng and Orochimaru each had a bump on their head. Misaki seemed to understand, but her cheeks turned a little red. Wow, Kurimasita. The two of them covered their heads with their hands, tears streaming from their eyes. Tsunade's hitting skills are so perfect that it hurts terribly. Orochimaru, how are you doing over there? Tsunade took a look at Misaki's work and saw that the little white mouse was already alive and kicking. Everything is fine. That's good. Let's wait for the blood analysis report. After Tsunade got Orochimaru's reply, he took Misaki away to prevent his sister-in-law from being led astray. After a simple lunch, the blood analysis report came out. After seeing it, Tsunade prepared to transplant Hashirama's original cells into Chuan Feng. She was not surprised at all that Chuan Feng was stronger than a cow. This time the dissection room was not used, and a brand new operating room was opened. Tsunade had prepared this specifically for this moment. Chuan Feng has changed into loose surgical gown. Entering the operating room, he lay down on the cold operating table consciously. 5 minutes later, Tsunade and Orochimaru walked in. Tsunade first connected Chuan Feng to instruments so that he could observe his physical condition at any time. Advertisement. After confirming again and again that the equipment was in good condition, she started the next step. Are you ready? Bring it on. Chuan Feng heard Tsunade's question and stretched out his arm. A syringe filled with turbid liquid with a thin needle at the front. I didn't squeeze out a little from the front because this is the dosage set by Tsunade, and every drop is precious. Huh, Tsunade took a deep breath to calm herself. Even though she was well prepared for this, she couldn't help but worry. It's about to begin. Tsunade located the blood vessel, inserted the needle, and injected the entire tube of turbid liquid into Chuan Feng's body. Hashirama cell transplantation officially begins. Chuan Feng only felt an ant bite on his arm, followed by a stream of cold liquid entering his blood. In the first second, he didn't feel any discomfort and felt very comfortable. After all, what he was thinking about now was that wood style was waving at him. Just clap your hands and your wish will come true. Looking at the expression on Chuan Feng's face, Tsunade felt relieved. Orochimaru's clenched fists began to relax as they both continued to stare at the instrument without blinking. The data on the instrument is now the most accurate. Within the next minute, the Hashirama protozoa injected into Chuan Feng's blood vessels are dispersed to blood vessels throughout the body through blood circulation. His blood began to boil and his blood pressure gradually rose. Unspeakable pain came from his body, and the expression on his face instantly became hideous. The data on the instrument fluctuated violently. Ah! Chuan Feng's eyes suddenly widened, and a cry of pain echoed throughout the operating room. Chuan Feng. Tsunade couldn't keep calm and went forward to grab Chuan Feng's hand. No, this is normal, you know. Orochimaru stopped Tsunade, who remained calm. Only he knew that his heartbeat had suddenly quickened. Tsunade bit her lip, clenched her fists, and could only wait anxiously. The data on the instrument is indeed still fluctuating within the normal range and is not life-threatening. Ah! The edge of the operating table was completely flattened by Chuan Feng. Exposed skin turns visibly red, a sign of elevated body temperature. As the pain intensified, Chuan Feng could clearly feel the cells in his body constantly breaking and reorganizing. Under the surgical gown, Hashirama's face appeared on his body. With his eyes closed, the pale mask was clearly distinguishable from his original skin. The fusion continued, and Hashirama's face twisted and disappeared, then reappeared. I don't know how long he repeated this, but Chuan Feng's voice had become hoarse. Suddenly, the pain disappeared in an instant. Chuan Feng's eyes rolled up, leaving only white in his pupils, and his screams stopped abruptly. Then his eyes gradually closed again, his head drooped weakly, and he fell into a coma. Chapter 236 Awakening. It seems to have worked. Tsunade looked at the data on the instrument which had stabilized, and was not sure. You read that right, Mr. Chuan Feng succeeded. Orochimaru's affirmative answer completely put Tsunade at ease. She slumped down on the ground, her legs weak. If Chuan Feng really had an accident, she couldn't imagine how she would survive. Okay, I'll help you go and take a rest. I'll watch this way. Orochimaru helped Tsunade up. He was actually tired too. It's not physical fatigue, but mental torture. If Chuan Feng died, he might start to ponder the true meaning of life again. Good. Tsunade leaned against Orochimaru and sat down on a chair nearby, still not taking her eyes off the instrument. Time passes by every second. Chuan Feng knew nothing about all this. He seemed to have had a very long dream. Everything in the dream is so beautiful. There are blue sky and white clouds, green grass and flowers, and Tsunade and their children. Everyone had a happy smile on their face. Chuan Fengjun smiled. Orochimaru will report the situation at any time. The fact that he can laugh means that Chuan Feng is conscious, even if it is not autonomous consciousness, it is good news. That's good. Tsunade rested for a while and felt much better. He stood up and walked over to Orochimaru, standing with him in front of the operating table. The two of them looked at Chuan Feng quietly without saying anything for a long while. After a long time, the curve at the corners of Chuan Feng's mouth became bigger and bigger. Suddenly a few syllables came out of his mouth. Come here, let daddy hold you. Hearing this, Orochimaru laughed out loud. It seemed that Chuan Feng had a very beautiful dream. I wonder how many cubs you gave birth to in Chuan Fengjun's dream? Orochimaru turned to ask Tsunade, unable to hide the smile on his face. It's only a matter of time before Chuan Feng wakes up. FKU, you're the only one in the nest. Tsunade rolled her eyes at Orochimaru, and the expression on her face softened. Haha, it's good to have more children. Orochimaru thought of Yi Kang. Maybe their wedding should be put on the agenda. Can't be left too far behind by Chuan Fengjun. Jiraiya is planning to buy a big house. It looks like he's getting married. What about you? What are your plans? At this point, Tsunade also opened up. Advertisement: Jiraiya is an orphan who lives alone in an old and rundown apartment. Now that he has brought Maki Nadeshiko back, he is really preparing to start a family. It was only natural for him to buy a big house. Fortunately, he had completed enough tasks and saved a lot of money over the years. Comparing the two, although Orochimaru bought a big house early on, Yi Kang's identity is still relatively sensitive in Konoha. Many Konoha shinobi died at her hands during World War II. Even if it wasn't for personal reasons, it would still be inconvenient for Orochimaru and Yekura to have a big wedding. I've heard about it too. When he buys a house, we'll go and have some fun. As for me, I can only let Yi Kang suffer. But the necessary procedures still need to be followed, which means inviting fewer people. Orochimaru knew what Tsunade meant, and he was thinking clearly. I guess Yi Kang can understand it. I'll prepare a generous gift for you then. Tsunade was genuinely happy that the three people who grew up together now all had their own partners. The children can continue their bond together in the future. Maybe this is the inheritance, then I'll be welcome. Orochimaru smiled, who didn't know that Tsunade was rich now. Don't be happy too soon, you'll have to pay it back. Tsunade teased, if she really gave birth to a child, could Orochimaru still be stingy? Haha, I'm waiting for that day. Both of them laughed out loud, and the atmosphere in the operating room was no longer depressing. With their visions for the future, the two chatted enthusiastically. Time flies by inadvertently. Hearty laughter could be heard from time to time throughout the operating room. Chuan Feng woke up from his sleep and slowly opened his eyes. Are you awake? How does it feel? Tsunade immediately rushed forward and held Chuan Feng's hand. Chuan Feng instantly felt a warm current circulating from the palm of his hand to the inside of his body. Seeing that the data on the instrument had not changed, Orochimaru also walked forward. It's okay, I just feel very hungry. As soon as Chuan Feng finished speaking, his stomach made a rumbling sound. This is normal. Cell fusion consumes a lot of your energy. Do you have the strength? Let's go eat. Orochimaru ripped off the cables connecting the instruments on Chuan Feng. It should be possible. Chuan Feng supported himself with his hands behind his back and sat up. Maybe it was because I consumed too much energy, so I felt dizzy for a while. After a few minutes, he was helped out of bed by Tsunade. After walking a few steps, Tsunade let go of his hand when she saw that he was fine. After leaving the operating room, Masaki was reading quietly by herself. Advertisement. Fortunately, the operating room was soundproofed, so she didn't worry about Chuan Feng's screams. Let's go and have dinner. Orochimaru invited Masaki to join him. Okay, Orochimaru-sensei. Masaki put the book back in its place, closed the door of the laboratory last, and trotted after him. The four of them left the hospital and it was dark. 7 hours had passed since Chuan Feng was injected with Hashirama's protocells. Let's go have a barbecue. I feel like I could eat a cow right now. Chuan Feng touched his hungry stomach and made his proposal. Okay, I'll listen to you. Tsunade chuckled and agreed. The four of them came to Konoha's most famous barbecue restaurant, where there were many people. Several of them were regular customers, and the boss warmly invited them to sit down. There were also many guests who knew them and greeted several people. Chuan Feng and the other three responded one by one and found an empty table to sit down. Soon, the boss kept bringing barbecue to the table. Chuan Feng smelled the aroma of barbecue and his appetite grew. I'll start first. After saying that, he turned on the crazy display mode. He admitted that he had never been so hungry in his life. His astonishing eating speed and huge appetite shocked everyone. The onlookers, not knowing the reason, were whispering. Lord Chuan Feng is so strong, maybe he gained it through eating. The plates are piled that high, enough for me to eat for 3 days. A certain Konoha Jonin exclaimed in amazement, what do you know? This must be a mistake I made at home. I was starved by Hokage-sama for several days. A ninja who could see that Chuan Feng was dominated by his wife made a bold guess. I think that makes sense. His outrageous remarks were actually unanimously agreed upon by several henpecked men. That's too tragic, even though Hokage-sama is good-looking. But I will definitely not look for a wife like this in the future. A young ninja with acne all over his face was looking forward to his future. Hokage-sama has come over here. I don't know who reminded them, but everyone fell silent. Pretend to be eating meat. Am I that scary? Tsunade handed Chuan Feng another plate of meat and asked Orochimaru across from him. What do you think? Orochimaru rubbed his head with lingering fear. How many people in Konoha can you count who dares to hit him? Chapter 237 Wood Style, Comfortable. After Tsunade paid the bill, Chuan Feng walked out of the barbecue restaurant. He half closed his eyes in satisfaction and touched his round belly. Now he felt his body was full of strength, and an unprecedented sense of comfort filled his mind. What I saw and heard brought me a different feeling from the past. The natural energy that was originally absorbed slowly surrounds the body and can be absorbed into the body at any time. At this moment, he remembered what Katsuyu Sage said, that he should have awakened the wood style. Only with the help of wood style can he absorb natural energy in this way. This also means that his future Sage mode will no longer have a time limit. The combat power directly rises to a large level. Eat, you are full. Are you feeling anything else now? Tsunade put away her wallet and walked over to Chuan Feng. She is also looking forward to the changes in Chuan Feng. After some previous investigation, she could confirm that Chuan Feng's cells were more active. It seemed as if all the internal organs in the body had been strengthened, and it was no exaggeration to say that it was a complete transformation. As for the most important wood style, she didn't know whether Chuan Feng had awakened. After all, that thing is a kind of ability that cannot be detected by her in a concrete way. It should be awakened. But I don't know how to use wood style ninjutsu, so I can't experiment. Chuan Feng didn't say too much. Without systematic practice, he couldn't use wood style at all. In the original work, after Obito saw Rin's death, he exploded with emotion and used the cutting technique. I don't know whether it was created by Madara or he created it himself. Chuan Feng is in Konoha now, so it's probably unrealistic for him to have that kind of emotional outburst or life and death crisis. You can only use wood style after systematic practice like Yamato. However, Yamato can only use the low-end version of wood style due to the limitation of chakra amount, so there is no need to worry about this problem for him. This time when fusing with Hashirama's cells, he clearly felt that the amount of his chakra had increased significantly. I can't help but sigh for the nth time that Ashura's reincarnation is awesome. That's not easy, it's in the sealed book. Orochimaru immediately took over the conversation, saying that scientists in the ninja world are always curious about unknown things. He also grew up listening to the legend of Hashirama, and so far has never seen what wood style looks like. Now that Tsunade is the Hokage, he is fully qualified to consult the Book of Seals. Forget it, let's go home and see it. Grandma will definitely be happy. Grandpa's wood style is back in the world, and Tsunade wants to share this joy with Mito. I'm sure Mito will be very happy too. As for studying Hashirama cells, how could Mito not know about it? The plan started from Tobirama would not have gone so smoothly if Mito had interfered. Okay, come to think of it, I haven't visited Grandma for several days. Chuan Feng nodded and agreed. It didn't matter where he read the book. It's more comfortable to watch it at Senju Mansion. How can you, a busy man like you, think of visiting Grandma? Tsunade glared at Chuan Feng. This guy had the easiest job. Haha, my bad, my bad. Chuan Feng decisively admitted his mistake. In fact, he went there once every 3 to 5 days, which was not too often. Let's go. Orochimaru seemed more active than Chuan Feng, and took Misaki to the Senju residence. Along the way, several people were talking about wood style. Tsunade knows more about it, and when talking about Hashirama's wood style ninjutsu, he was beaming with excitement. Soon, they arrived at the Senju residence. Kushina, where's Grandma? As soon as he entered the room, Tsunade saw Kushina staring blankly in the martial arts hall. Sister Tsunade. Kushina was interrupted by the voice and turned around with a look of surprise. Tsunade is quite busy as the Hokage, and is not as diligent as Chuan Feng when he returns home. Brother-in-law, Orochimaru-sama, Grandma is in the bedroom. Kushina trotted over and took Misaki's arm. Okay, you guys stay in the living room. I'll go call Grandma. It's not very polite to bring so many people to Grandma's bedroom. Tsunade left the others behind and headed towards Mito's bedroom. Senju Mansion is Chuan Feng's second home, and he doesn't need anyone to take care of him. He went to the living room, made a pot of tea, sat down and waited quietly. About 10 minutes later, Tsunade followed Mito into the living room. Before he even got close, Mito noticed that the 9 tails in his body had reacted. It was a kind of fear, a painful memory from the depths of the soul. Chuan Feng, this is the wood-style ninjutsu scroll left by Hashirama. Mito didn't waste any words and directly placed the scroll in front of Chuan Feng with a faint smile on his face. She was skeptical at first, as she knew very well how many people had died in Hashirama's cell research experiments. It was Nine Tails' reaction that gave her confidence, and she now believed that it took Tsunade just over 2 years to succeed. Of course, this also shows the excellence of Tsunade and Orochimaru, as well as the high adaptability of Chuan Feng. Thank you, Grandma. Advertisement. Chuan Feng couldn't wait to open the scroll. The above records in detail the practice methods of wood style. Wood style is a ninjutsu that combines the chakras of water and earth attributes, and uses the caster's own chakra as the source of life. Next up are various wood style ninjutsu. Finally, there's the wood style used in conjunction with Sage Mode. How is it, are you satisfied? Mito saw Chuan Feng was in a trance and asked. Satisfied. Chuan Feng nodded hurriedly. This scroll was extremely precious to him. That's good, I can't help you with anything else. If you can inherit Hashirama's legacy, he will be happy for you if he knows it in his afterlife. Mito actually thought a little deeper if Chuan Feng knew wood style. If there are any problems with the Jinchuriki after her, there will be someone to suppress them. I hope I won't bring shame to Grandpa's abilities. Chuan Feng put the scroll away and recalled the basic practice methods of wood style on it. He controlled the chakra in his body to transform into water and earth attributes and began to slowly merge. With the help of a large amount of chakra as fuel, chakra mixed with water and soil emerges from the fingertips. Thin branches instantly grew out of Chuan Feng's fingertips. As chakra continued to be output, the branches on his fingertips became longer and longer. This is wood style, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled. Although this tiny branch doesn't have much power, it is undoubtedly a genuine wood style. It is a bloodline limit that can press the tailed beasts to the ground and rub them. You have great talent. Mito even smiled and praised. Stop, you're about to poke the roof. Tsunade stepped forward and pulled the branch off Chuan Feng's finger. I have an urge now. There is a technique I particularly want to try. Chuan Feng doesn't know if he can succeed, but the middle school spirit in his heart is already burning. Then give it a try. I might as well go out and exercise. Mito also became interested and wanted to know what Chuan Feng could do after awakening the wood style. Take my hand. Chuan Feng moved as soon as he said it. He stretched out his hands, holding Tsunade with one hand and Orochimaru with the other. The 6 people held hands to form a circle, and Chuan Feng wrapped everyone with chakra. The Flying Thunder God was activated, and when it reappeared it was already in the remote deep forest of Konoha. Chapter 238 True Several Thousand Hands. Has your Flying Thunder God already reached this level? Mito knew Chuan Feng was going to use Flying Thunder God, but he couldn't help but be surprised when he actually saw it. The more people or objects Flying Thunder God transports, not only does it require sufficient proficiency, but the consumption of chakra will also increase exponentially. This was something that Tobirama couldn't do back then, otherwise he wouldn't have died while being the last one to leave. Now Chuan Feng's Flying Thunder God can be said to have surpassed Tobirama. This is also the first time I've teleported so many people. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Chuan Feng scratched his head in embarrassment. He was too embarrassed to be so proud. In the original novel, the Edo Tensei Minato in the Fourth War diverted the entire ninja coalition. He doesn't even dare to think about it now. Is that something a human can do? It can only be attributed to the powerful assistance brought by Impure World Reincarnation in Nine Tails mode, otherwise he really doesn't know why Minato would die in sealing Nine Tails. Too much modesty can be pride. Mito looked at Chuan Feng with a smile on his face. Chuan Feng Jun, let's start. Orochimaru had no feelings towards the Flying Thunder God, and he had been taken away by Chuan Feng more than once or twice. That's right, hurry up. Tsunade followed behind and urged. Only Kushina and Misaki were still a little confused. Okay, here I come. Chuan Feng walked forward a distance and looked at the open space in front of him with a serious expression. This was the damage caused by his previous ninjutsu practice. A large area of trees disappeared and there were charred marks on the ground. Bang! Chuan Feng clasped his hands in front of his chest. Sage Art Wood Style True Several Thousand Hands. Sage mode is instantly turned on, and Chuan Feng's immortal facial makeup is slightly different from before. The golden pupils became brighter, and the curse marks around the eyes faded, leaving only a portion of red eyeshadow. There is a red dot between his eyebrows, which makes him look more solemn and dignified. Chuan Feng performed it exactly as written on the scroll. The Sage Chakra was consumed crazily, and a large amount of natural energy was absorbed into the body. Boom! Mito and his companions felt the ground shaking. Oh, with a loud roar from Chuan Feng, the earth cracked. With him as the center, gullies spread out in all directions like a spider web. Then, a huge and terrifying statue of Guanyin rose from the ground. Thousands of giant arms grow outward from the disc connected to the back of the Guanyin statue, forming a larger circle. Chuan Feng stood on the top of the Guanyin statue, and the fierce energy made his silver hair and clothes rustle. He looked at the true several thousand hands under his feet, and suddenly felt very proud. Advertisement, I finally possess such great power. Just clap your hands and whatever you shout will come true. It is no longer a scene that only appears in dreams. When true several thousand hands fully appeared on the ground, Chuan Feng's position became higher. It seemed as if he could touch the sky if he stretched out his hand again. Everyone is like tiny ants in front of this statue of Guanyin. Is this a ninjutsu that humans can use? Except for Mito, who has seen true several thousand hands, even Tsunade is seeing it for the first time. Several people were stunned for a moment. Is this the power of wood style? Orochimaru murmured to himself. He couldn't imagine what in the current ninja world could fight against him. Just by watching, he couldn't muster the courage to fight against it. Originally, I had only heard the legend of Hashirama and had no idea how powerful wood style was. He knows it now, a very clear understanding. Grandma, is this Grandpa's most powerful magic? The Buddha on the top is an attack move based on true several thousand hands. Tsunade calmed herself down before turning to question Mito. Yeah, I didn't expect that I would see this move in my lifetime. Mito's eyes were full of nostalgia. The scene of Hashirama showing off this trick to her seemed like it was just yesterday. At this moment, Nine Tails, who was sealed in Mito's body, wanted to curl up into a ball, but couldn't. I could only lower my head and dare not even breathe. It will never forget that day about 30 years ago when the man used this thing to hold it in the palm of his hand like a chicken. When he woke up, he was already sealed inside Mito's body. The only memory I have is that sentence. Nine Tails, your power is too strong, so I have to seal you away. Over the years, it has been thinking about it all the time. What is your strength? It couldn't figure it out and it felt miserable. If I were really that strong, why would you catch me like a chicken? If it is given another chance to talk to Hashirama, it will say, are you being presumptuous? Kushina and Misaki were the worst. The two girls kept their mouths open for a long time. A huge wave has already risen in my heart. There was only one thought left. Is my brother-in-law still a human being? Chuan Feng had to admit that he had underestimated the power of true several thousand hands. Even though they had gone very far away, the entire Konoha was still affected. He had already seen several figures approaching under the moonlight. That's the Konoha shinobi who's in charge of security patrols. Don't be nervous. Advertisement, it's me, Hatake Chuan Feng. Chuan Feng could see the caution of the Konoha shinobi, which was the fear of the unknown. No one knows that true several thousand hands was cast by him. It's Master Chuan Feng. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. The Hyuga clan ninja confirmed Chuan Feng's identity, and several Konoha shinobi breathed a sigh of relief. If they were really enemies, they would not be able to go back. We were just practicing ninjutsu, we were careless. I didn't expect it to be such a big commotion. Go back and tell everyone not to worry. Tsunade gave orders only after they came closer. Seeing Tsunade, Orochimaru and the others, Chuan Feng's identity became even more certain. Yes, Hokage-sama. Several ninjas received the order to retreat. If they couldn't go back, the alarm in Konoha would sound. As expected of you, Master Chuan Feng, this ninjutsu is simply terrifyingly powerful. Several people were still feeling scared when they retreated. People who have never faced true several thousand hands head-on cannot understand this feeling. What kind of power is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was chatting with his wife, was the first to sense this unusual power. There is also a very familiar feeling. He walked out of the house and looked in the direction of the source of the power. He recognized the huge Buddha head instantly. It was the Senju Shinsu of Hashirama-sama. A thought flashed through his mind. Tsunade had succeeded. In the Uchiha tribe's land, Fugaku is holding Mikoto's hand under the moonlight. He was also shocked by this amazing power, and his breathing stopped the moment he saw the Buddha's head. I'm afraid my own Susanoo is no match for this thing. Fugaku, what is that? Mikoto asked softly as he looked at Fugaku. Nothing, it should be fine. The alarm in the village didn't go off. Fugaku squeezed Mikoto's hand and he had a guess in his mind. He provided the experimental subjects. How could he not know about Hashirama's cell research experiment? Jiraiya had just come out of the shower and ran to the window to look outside without even having time to put on his pajamas. What are you rushing for? Maki Nadeshiko was lying on the bed, half-dressed, looking at Jiraiya with some confusion. They succeeded. Jiraiya's face lit up. Neither Tsunade nor Orochimaru could hide it from him. 8 Mount Chapter 239 Crisis. Mizukage-sama, all the 7 ninja swordsmen have died. The ninja swords were also taken away by the people of Konoha. A male voice sounded outside the third Mizukage's door, and a mist ninja knelt on one knee in front of his door, not daring to enter. Trash is trash. You can't even handle such a small matter. Then the mist ninja heard a calm voice coming from inside the house. The third Mizukage wasn't as angry as he thought he would be. He didn't even sound angry at all. That was the 7 ninja swordsmen, and there were 7 ninja swords. He couldn't understand how the Mizukage could not be angry. But it's better this way, so he doesn't have to be so scared. After a while, the sound was heard again from inside. I understand. You can go down. The mist ninja wiped the sweat from his forehead and retreated as instructed. I have to waste a lot of my pupil power again. In an unknown cave, Uchiha Madara reached out and grabbed the sickle beside him, muttering to himself. He walked to the ghetto statue with a sickle and opened a secret compartment, which contained eyeballs soaked in glass jars. He didn't choose, just pick one at random. Inside the glass jar was 3 Tomo Sharingan. Holding a jar in one hand and a sickle in the other, Uchiha Madara slowly returned to the stone platform and sat down. He put back the sickle. He stretched out 3 fingers of his right hand and without hesitation plucked out the exposed eyeball. Blood flowed from the dark eye sockets and covered half of his face. He seemed to feel no pain as he skillfully opened the glass jar and put the eye back on. It seems that he has performed this procedure many times. When all this was done, he regained his sight. Without any hesitation, he closed his eyes and his pupil power began to be consumed crazily again. It is a problem after all that it is not his own eyes, otherwise why would he need to use such low-level means to make up for his pupil power? As he output more of his eye power, his control over the third Mizukage was strengthened again. The third Mizukage walked out of the house with his eyes closed. Several days have passed and I have no choice but to do it myself. If it's any later, Nagato might have to go back to Konoha. I don't even know when the next opportunity will come. After exiting the Kirigakure gate, the third Mizukage headed towards the land of fire. His body was wrapped in red chakra and his speed was getting faster and faster. It's finally here. How long will we stay in Wave Country? After many days of sailing on the sea, Minato has seen the port of Wave Country. The ship we're transferring to will arrive tomorrow morning. What also Ichiro meant was that he could stay for one night. Advertisement, very good, I want to eat something different. I'm tired of eating fish these days. Nawaki's words were recognized by everyone. The samahada on his back was too conspicuous and had been re-bandaged. As long as you treat us, we can eat anything. Minato looked at Nawaki with a smile. He knew this guy was stingy. They are people who regard their wallet as their lifeblood. Why am I the only one treating? Nawaki's face changed instantly. You can cheat me of my feelings, but you can't cheat me of my money. The only exception was his Masaki. Nawaki brother, you got such a great weapon. Can't you treat us to a meal? Conan stepped forward and grabbed Nawaki's sleeves with both hands, shaking him back and forth. That cute look is enough to melt anyone's heart. Yahiko's eyes were already filled with love. Sorry, I don't buy it. I got this knife by my own skill. When it comes to money, Nawaki has a heart of stone. He said as he pried Conan's hands apart. How stingy, Sister Masaki is really blind to fall for someone like you. Conan walked aside angrily. It is really hard to pluck the feathers of a stingy person. Talking about money hurts feelings, and talking about feelings hurts money. You can call me Nawaki from now on. Nawaki was quite proud after he finished speaking. I want Lousy to treat me, but there is no door, let alone windows. Nawaki, I am getting to know you again today. Minato was greatly surprised. He didn't expect Nawaki to be so decisive. Then it is understandable that I don't call you brother. I'm getting to know you all over again, too, Nawaki. The 3 Yahikos said in unison. Only the 3 lions were smiling with their heads down. They haven't seen this side of Nawaki yet. When performing tasks normally, Nawaki always behaves like a master. Nice to meet you, my name is Nawaki. Nawaki pretended to introduce himself, which made everyone laugh. How about my treat? After laughing, Ichiro also volunteered. Although he was only a genin, his treatment was very good due to the high risk factor of the mission. Nawaki and the others were not arrogant and were well received by him. No, we were just joking. I've been taking care of you for so many days, it's time for me to treat you. Advertisement. Minato politely declined. How could they have the nerve to ask someone to treat them? Besides, there were no poor people among them, and Chuan Feng was very generous to his disciples. Yes, he should be the one to treat us, he is the richest. Nawaki became excited when he heard Minato say he would treat him. I don't know you Nawaki well, so I won't take you with me. Minato rolled his eyes. That was enough. How can that be possible? We are brothers. Nawaki shamelessly stepped forward and put his arm around Minato's shoulders, and Samahata even bumped Minato's butt. Hey, shameless. Yahiko and the other two immediately started to sabotage. Go away. What do you want to do? Nawaki glared at a few people and continued to get friendly with Minato. As everyone was playing, the boat slowly approached the shore. There is no wealthy businessman named Kato yet, and shipping in the Kingdom of Waves is still free. Ichiro also led everyone off the ship. He was very familiar with Wave Country as their intelligence transit station. It's almost noon, let's go eat first and then find a place to stay. Ichiro also asked for everyone's opinions and did not act on his own. Okay, I'll listen to you. Minato agreed immediately. He didn't mind which one came first. I want to eat land meat. Nawaki lowered his requirements. He saw that the Wave Country was not rich and that they certainly could not find whatever they wanted to eat. No problem. Ichiro also patted his chest and made a promise, then led everyone to a store he often visited. He could understand Nawaki's feelings because he no longer ate seafood every time he went ashore. The group was very impressive and there were no ignorant thugs coming to cause trouble. After walking for about 10 minutes, the group, led by Ichiro also, entered a rabbit meat shop. The rabbit meat here is good and very chewy. I come here every time. Ichiro also led everyone into a private room in a familiar manner. The proprietress was a woman who still had some charm, and she exchanged glances with Ichiro also while taking the order. Apparently this is one of the reasons why he comes here so often. But the taste was really good and everyone was very satisfied with the meal. After the meal, Minato paid the bill. After all, he was not as stingy as Nawaki. Then everyone found a hot spring restaurant to relax, but they didn't know that danger was slowly approaching. A giant turtle with 3 tails and covered in spikes is moving towards the Kingdom of Waves at a very fast speed in the sea. Each swing propels it forward a long distance, several times faster than a ship. One of its eyes was open and the other was closed. I don't know if it had suffered any serious injuries. The open eye displays the Mangekyo Sharingan pattern. Closer, closer. My eyes are there. Chapter 240 set sail again. Comfortable. Nawaki had a towel covering his face, leaning against the pool with a look of enjoyment on his face. This death is exactly the same as Chuan Feng's, which fully deserves his title of Hokage's #1 brother-in-law. Nawaki ni, I heard you and Jiraiya-sama had some fun activities at the hot springs. Please introduce it to us. Minato had a smirk on his face and was wiping himself with a towel. There are no fun activities. Don't talk nonsense. I never go to the hot spring with brother Jiraiya. Nawaki sat up suddenly, the towel sliding off his face. I don't know if it was because his face was soaked in water or because he thought of something exciting, but his face turned red. It is quite consistent with the behavior of a guilty thief. What would happen if Misaki knew about those indelible stains? I see. I also heard Master's wife mention it by chance. Minato was unsure at first, but now seeing Nawaki's expression, he has an idea. Lord Jiraiya is really a unique person, no wonder the Master's wife doesn't like him. Don't listen to my sister's nonsense, I'm just a lookout. Nawaki tried to explain away his guilt. Haha, I get it. Minato laughed out loud. It had been a long time since he saw Nawaki in such an awkward state since he became more and more shameless. So you are this kind of Nawaki brother. Yahiko and Nagato cast disdainful glances at him. Although Nagato's eyes were covered by his bangs, Nawaki could still feel the contempt hidden beneath the bangs. I don't have any. Nawaki's desperate defense seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. That's unacceptable. If you get caught you'll be beaten to death. Ichiro also shuddered, and it seemed that he also had a past that was too difficult to recall. It's okay, we run fast. Nawaki spoke too quickly, which was tantamount to confessing his mistake. It was no help when he covered his mouth. You can pay for this consumption, okay? Minato took the opportunity to make an outrageous request. Nawaki subconsciously opened his mouth to refute, but nothing came out of his mouth. After taking a deep breath, he agreed with a depressed look on his face. Being pinched in a sore spot, he had no choice but to observe a 3-second silence for his wallet. Because there are so many people, there are only 5 of them in this pool. Conan was in the women's bathroom with several young women from the Snow Clan. Conan, how come you're so awesome? The lively and cute Conan is very popular with everyone and has become familiar with everyone these days. Advertisement: a woman in her 20s was washing Conan's hair. Because I have a great teacher. Conan didn't think he was that great, and instead thought it was Chuan Feng who taught him well. How could she know that Chuan Feng was following the original work, so how could the direction he pointed out be wrong? How powerful is it? Everyone looked over here, and everyone knew that Nawaki's sister was the Hokage. I have never heard Minato and the others mention who their teacher is. Hatake Chuan Feng, have you heard of it? Conan was not sure whether Kirigakure, who did not participate in World War II, had heard of his teacher's reputation. If no one knows about it, it seems like it is a bit like promoting the teacher. Hitaki Chuan-feng. The Hitaki Chuan-feng who killed Hanzo of the Salamander? I heard that the third Kage also died at his hands. Not only that, the third Tsuchikage was also defeated by him. I even had a fight with the third Raikage. Women are naturally fond of 8 trigrams, and people like Chuan-feng are naturally familiar with them. Yes, that Hitaki Chuan-feng. Conan's face is full of pride, and his arrogant look makes people want to pinch his little face. No wonder, since he is Master Chuan-feng's disciple, it's normal for him to be so powerful. Conan felt a little disappointed after hearing everyone's answers, but he also had his own efforts, okay? Sometimes, it is not a good thing for a teacher to have too bright a halo. You're already amazing. When I was your age, I was just a genin. The young lady who helped Conan wash his hair smiled gently, which was the final comfort for Conan. Sister, you were great too. Conan turned his head and they smiled at each other. Gentle people seem to have light in their eyes. Is your teacher married? Our Snow Clan bloodline is pretty good. I don't know if the women next to them were joking or had other thoughts. What she said was true. The leaders of the Snow Clan were all very fair and pretty. With a good appearance and a bloodline limit, he should have no trouble finding someone to marry in Konoha. Hokage is my master's wife. Conan gave the answer directly, causing everyone to give up. How can these vulgar women be worthy of the teacher? That's how it is. We were abrupt. Several women retracted their unrealistic imaginations. Advertisement: if you compete with the Hokage for a man, you will die. It's okay. My teacher has very high standards. Conan's casual remark caused the young lady behind him to cover her mouth and chuckle. Although he is young, he has a sharp tongue. After understanding what Conan meant, they lowered their heads in embarrassment. The topic came to an abrupt end, leaving only the occasional conversation between Conan and the young lady behind him. After taking a bath, Nawaki obediently went to pay the bill. He took out his wallet and counted out the necessary expenses. Although I have prepared myself mentally, I still can't help but feel heartbroken. The Wave country is poor and does not have its own currency system, but the Fire country currency can be used. Seeing his unwilling look, Minato couldn't help but turn his head away. Afterwards, the group did not continue to make trouble and just stayed in this hot spring restaurant. This place really can't compare to Konoha, and I don't have any interest in shopping. After dinner, everyone went back to the house to sleep. The conditions were not very good, with 4 people in a room, but they were much better than those on the ship. At least there is no turbulence caused by wind and waves. Everyone slept soundly that night. The next day, after breakfast, the transfer ship arrived at the port. Without stopping any longer, under the leadership of Ichiro Aso, everyone boarded the ship from the land of waves to the land of fire. As the ship slowly sailed away from the port, it was one step closer to completing the mission. Nawaki-san, can I learn water style from you? Yahiko pulled Nawaki aside. He already knew his own lack of strength. If you want to improve water style, you can only learn Tobirama's water style. He didn't want to be protected by Conan in the future. He is a man. Of course, I thought it was a big deal. Nawaki didn't care. He had the final say on this matter. If Chuan-feng wasn't good at water style, there would be no need for him to teach. Thank you, Nawaki-ni. Yahiko was a little excited and quickly thanked him. Don't be polite, we are all family. But let me be frank. My second grandfather's water style is not that easy to learn. Nawaki patted Yahiko on the shoulder. It is true that Tobirama's water style is powerful, but it cannot be learned without sufficient chakra. If he didn't have the blood of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, it would be difficult for him to learn it. Before Yahiko could finish her words, she was interrupted by Nagato's shout. Something's going on. A powerful chakra is approaching us quickly. Nagato turned and looked behind the ship. The chakra was so powerful and terrifying. Chapter 241 Third Mizukage. What? Minato was chatting with Conan and the others 1 second ago, and his expression suddenly changed the next second. The person chasing him from behind was definitely an enemy, not a friend. He dodged and reached the stern of the ship. As far as the eye can see, the turbulent seawater is churning. Indeed, as Nagato said, something is approaching. Prepare to meet the enemy. The distance was too far, and Minato didn't know what the enemy was yet. Everyone immediately formed up, and Nawaki came to Minato's side. The sea is also his home ground. I'll go take a look first. Nawaki said as he rose into the sky and flew towards where the sea was surging. It was too risky to just run over the sea, which was why Minato didn't go check it out. Careful, Minato warned, staring at the approaching enemy without blinking. Nawaki came to the top of the surging seawater, and before he could take a closer look, he found that the sea surface suddenly calmed down. A thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately began to make seals with his hands. Minato, secure the ship. Water-style water barrier. As Nawaki completed the seal, a several-meter-high wall of water rose from the sea surface, blocking the stern of the ship. I caught up with him. The giant turtle lurking underwater transformed into a human form, and the third Mizukage moved freely in the sea with his eyes closed. He turned out to be a Jinchuriki. Water-style water teeth bullet. In seawater environment, his water style is even more powerful. As chakra was output, 3 waterspouts formed by seawater instantly formed on the sea surface. Like a drill, it aims directly at the hull. The water barrier that Nawaki hastily summoned was like a child's toy in front of these waterspouts and was completely not on the same level. After the waterspout broke through the water barrier, it shattered the hull into pieces. The attack also caused a huge wave at the location. The third Mizukage appeared in front of Nawaki as a waterspout broke through the sea. Hateful. Nawaki pulled out the Samahata on his back and slashed down from the air with a powerful move. You have the courage. The third Mizukage murmured and raised his head slightly. Nawaki then saw that the man's eyes were closed. He took out a kunai from behind and was ready to fight off Samahata. Nawaki showed a sneer on his face, and now Samahata was going to suck it to his heart's content. Samahata chopped the small kunai with great force, under the acceleration of gravity and Nawaki's strange strength. At the moment of the fight, third Mizukage sank both of his knees into the sea, and huge waves were once again set off with the two of them as the center. Advertisement as the two men were in a stalemate, Samahata's barbs pierced through the bandage and rushed towards the third Mizukage. Crash, the third Mizukage simply dissipated into a pool of water. Before Nawaki could react, he was kicked hard in the stomach and flew backwards. Bang! Nawaki flew backwards, but Minato held his back and stood steadily on the sea. I'm fine, I was careless. Nawaki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He thought that the person who came out was his clone, and then the real body attacked him. He had no idea how experienced the third Mizukage was in combat under Madara's control. What's more, he also knew Samahata, so how could he make such a low-level mistake? It's just that he used his clone so quickly that Nawaki didn't notice it. That's good. Minato lowered his guard when he saw that there was only one person on the other side. The strength of their team is enough to compete with those at the average cage level. And how many cage levels are there in the ninja world? What a coincidence that they ran into me. The ship disintegrated, and now a large group of people are standing on the sea, surrounded by scattered ship wreckage. Third Mizukage, the Snow Clan leader, screamed in surprise. He recognized it. He looked so terrified that his legs were shaking. Then his emotions were swayed by hatred, which almost wiped out his entire clan. He stared at the third Mizukage so hard that his lips began to turn white from biting himself. What? At this moment, Minato only had FK in his mind. What kind of luck is this? It's good that you recognize me. Leave that red-haired brat to me. I won't kill you. The third Mizukage had a smile on his face, as if this was a gift from him to everyone. What do you want, Nagato? Nawaki was puzzled. If the third Mizukage came to get his ninja sword back, he could understand. He could understand that he came here to avenge the 7 ninja swordsmen. Even if they came to exterminate the Snow Clan, he could still understand it. But what do you mean by taking Nagato away? The old guy still has that kind of habit. It's none of your business. You just need to answer me, whether you will pay or not. The third Mizukage still didn't get angry, but his eyes looked at Nagato more and more eagerly. You're dreaming. Advertisement. Minato refused without hesitation. How could he hand over his junior fellow apprentice, even if the person in front of him was the third Mizukage? Very good, I won't be shy then. I originally wanted to save some pupil power, but it seems there is no way. The third Mizukage walked towards the crowd as if he was strolling in the garden, walking faster and faster, and finally created a huge wave behind him. Superior! Minato shouted, and he and Nawaki attacked from the left and right. They are the strongest and are responsible for facing the enemy head-on. The people behind him scattered, trying to seize the opportunity to help the two gain control. It was impossible not to be nervous. This was the first time for Minato and Nawaki to face a cage-level warrior. The third Mizukage fought with the two men with a kunai. The speed of the fight was so fast that it was dizzying. So fast. In the eyes of everyone, only afterimages of the 3 people remained, and their movements could not be seen at all. He thought to himself that if he went up, he would probably be defeated before 3 moves. As for whether one can save his life, that depends on the other person's mood. Only Nagato could see clearly with the help of Rinnegan. Now, let alone providing support, just watching is tiring. His cage-level strength is so terrifying just in terms of physical skills. The physical skills that Nawaki and Minato used to be proud of were of no use in front of the third Mizukage. I really don't know how a person with his eyes closed can be so good at physical skills. The 3 of them were fighting in close combat, too close to each other, so the others were afraid of accidentally injuring anyone who wanted to use ninjutsu. Not bad, Junior. The third Mizukage fought for a while and became a little impatient, but he still did not forget to praise. Konoha was also his former hometown. Dodging Nawaki's attack by moving sideways, the third Mizukage infused his kunai with water attribute chakra and countered Minato's powerful sword strike. Clang! After a crisp metallic sound, the 2 men were each knocked several meters away, and at this moment the 2 sides finally distanced themselves from each other. Seizing this opportunity, everyone used ninjutsu to attack the third Mizukage together. Water style, fire style, paper style, ice style, wind style, and so on. Due to environmental reasons, the earth style that restrains water attributes is difficult to use. It's just a trifle. The third Mizukage looked at the various ninjutsu that were attacking him and smiled with disdain. This level of attack is meaningless to him. Water style water prison technique. A spherical cage formed by water flow completely enveloped his figure. Boom. Various ninjutsu were used on the water prison, creating huge waves, and no human figures could be seen at all. Did you finish it? While everyone was still confused, they saw a figure breaking through the waves. Chapter 242 Fierce Battle. What's that expression? You are so naive. Water-style dragon's singing technique. The third Mizukage couldn't help but smile at the surprised expressions on everyone's faces. No way, you thought you could kill yourself? It's a huge joke. After completing the seal, several huge water dragons formed by seawater appeared behind him. It attacked everyone from all four directions with bared fangs and claws, accompanied by huge waves that covered the sky and the sun. There is nowhere to hide from this move. What kind of powerful chakra is needed to cast water style? Nawaki had only one thought in his mind at this moment: the water style cast by his second grandfather himself was probably about this powerful, right? Big Ball Rasengan. Minato condensed a ball half the height of a man in his hand and rushed towards the dragon head that was attacking from the front. Nawaki wielded Samahata and tried to absorb the jutsu. Everyone tried their best in this critical moment. The Snow Clan gathered their strength to form a huge ice wall. Konan instantly turned into pieces of paper. Yahiko and his companions erected a water wall with the help of Nagato. Boom! The Big Ball Rasengan connected with the water dragon first, and the collision of the two huge chakras created a violent explosion. The water dragon was blasted by Minato, but he was also blown away by the explosion. He was swept far away by the waves on the sea. Nawaki successfully absorbed a water dragon with Samahata, but was also knocked back by the huge wave. The rest were not so lucky. The seemingly solid and huge ice wall cracked and shattered after defending against just one water dragon. The Snow Clan behind were hit by the water dragon and flew far away. Konan was turned into shreds of paper and was immune to the water dragon's attack, but was blown away by the huge waves. When he returned to his human form, he was also seriously injured. The water wall of Nagato and his companions also did not last long in front of the water dragon and could not escape the fate of being hit. The group of 5 was swept away by the waves. Third Mizukage used a big move to shatter Minato's team. It also allows them to see the huge gap between themselves and the truly strong. When the waves calmed down, only a few people were left standing. Ichiro Aso and his companions fled far away when their ship was broken into pieces, so they were not qualified to participate in this battle. He was unable to escape the residual force of the ultimate move and lay on the sea, his life or death unknown. Amantis trying to stop a chariot. The third Mizukage was very satisfied with the effect of his move and no longer paid attention to Minato and Nawaki. His figure went straight towards Nagato, who was still on the sea. You dare! Advertisement, Minato yelled, and without giving it much thought, Flying Thunder God activated directly to Nagato's side. It's really an enviable friendship. Go and die with this friendship. The third Mizukage raised his right hand, and a rapidly spinning water blade instantly attached to his fist. Minato could only raise his long sword to block in a hurry. He gritted his teeth and the smiling faces of his family flashed through his mind. Kushina, in the days to come, I may not be able to accompany you. Nagato behind him hadn't realized what the situation was, and was trying to stand up. His red hair was wet and stuck to his face, making him look extremely disheveled. Stop talking big. I'm not dead yet, it's not his turn. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Minato, and the back looked so reliable. He held Samahata with both hands and blocked the punch head on. The chakra on the third Mizukage's fist was quickly absorbed. A hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, but he could only dodge back. Nawaki-san. Minato shouted excitedly. The shadow of death had already enveloped him. How can I not be excited now? I won't let you call me brother for so many years in vain. Nawaki turned around and made a face at Minato. At this moment, he was so handsome. You two little brats are really annoying. Then I'll just take care of you first. The third Mizukage stood still and decided to get rid of the people who were in the way before taking Nagato away. Nagato, go treat everyone first. Minato turned back and instructed Nagato. Yes, brother. Nagato nodded and ran towards the fallen people. He was the only medical ninja. Minato, we're ready to go. Nawaki stared at the third Mizukage, wondering how he could drain his chakra. It seems like it's impossible to win if we just fight hard. Good. Minato stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Nawaki. It reminds me of my old friend, but your strength is still far from enough. He seemed to see the shadows of himself and Hashirama in the past. Water-style whale leap. The third Mizukage formed a seal again, and a whale made of seawater instantly took shape. It leapt high into the air and crashed into Minato and Nawaki. The huge body is frightening just by looking at it. Nawaki looked at the Samahata in his hand. Could he absorb it? Advertisement. He decisively gave up the idea. Water-style water-severing wave. Nawaki quickly formed a seal and spit out a high-pressure straight water column from his mouth, cutting towards the whale's huge body. The straight water column was like a sharp scalpel, splitting the whale in two and turning into a huge amount of seawater falling down in the air. Hey, Tobarama's jutsu. The third Mizukage recognized it immediately, and the rage in his chest seemed to grow even stronger. Buzz! Before he could make the next move, a Fuma shuriken flew out from the wave. It came towards him with a huge sound of wind. Is there nothing else you can do? The third Mizukage smiled in a mocking tone and moved slightly. The Fuma shuriken flew past his side. Big ball Rasengan. Minato suddenly appeared next to the Fuma shuriken and pressed a huge ball towards the third Mizukage. Flying Thunder God, Tobarama is such a damned guy. The third Mizukage didn't look surprised at all. He was just suspicious of Minato's sudden appearance just now. Now it is certain. Water style, water prison technique. Using the same old trick, this single water style was extremely easy for him. With the blessing of his large amount of chakra, he also has extremely strong defensive power. Bang! The water prison technique takes shape, and the Fuma Shuriken changes into the shape of Nawaki along with the smoke. He waved the Samahata in his hand lightly, and the water prison technique was directly absorbed. The third Mizukage was directly exposed to Minato's big ball Rasengan. All this happened so suddenly that even third Mizukage did not expect it. Nawaki actually turned into a Fuma Shuriken and was fired out. They saw my arrogant nature and guessed that I would not bother to stay away from such attacks. In such a short time, you can understand the enemy's character and formulate an attack plan. I have to admit that he thinks highly of both Nawaki and Minato. Boom! The big ball Rasengan pressed hard against the third Mizukage. It worked. Nawaki already had a look of surprise on his face. He could see that the third Mizukage was not a strong man who specialized in taijutsu. It is impossible to have the same pervert defense as my brother-in-law. In Minato's eyes, red chakra suddenly appeared on the third Mizukage's body. Then he was hit hard by the big ball Rasengan. This was not the first time he had seen this kind of chakra, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Although this move of mine hit the target, the effect may not be ideal. Chapter 243 Trauma, Good Cooperation. I underestimated you. The third Mizukage stood up in the distance and casually brushed off the non-existent dust in front of him. His entire body was covered in red chakra. My brother is Jinchuriki. Minato's heart sank. He was not wrong. FK, what kind of luck is this? Nawaki couldn't help but curse out loud, as one of his own family's Hokage was a Jinchuriki. Now, look what happened. I met a third Mizukage who was also a Jinchuriki. He knew very well how terrifying it was for a person of this level to possess the power of a tailed beast. If Tsunade hit him, it probably wouldn't take much effort. Fortunately, this Jinchuriki can fight back. Nawaki brother, find a chance to suck him. Minato saw Samahata twisting her body in excitement in Nawaki's hands, her tongue hanging out. Well, Samahata seems to be very interested in this chakra. Nawaki lifted Samahata onto his shoulders and glanced back. The injured have recovered thanks to Nagato's treatment, and he is working hard to treat others. In this situation, he and Minato can only rely on each other. Most people come up here to deliver food. Nawaki doesn't want or expect them to come up to help. Let me see what tricks you have left to play. The third Mizukage only borrowed the chakra of the tailed beast, but did not transform into a tailed beast. Maybe in his eyes, the tailed beasts are not as powerful as those fighting in human form. Summoning. The third Mizukage bit his finger, formed a seal, and pressed one hand on the sea surface. Following a puff of smoke, a manta ray with a flat body and two head fins appeared in front of everyone. It has a huge body and a tail with flashes of lightning behind it. It is obvious that it is not a creature to be messed with. Nawaki brother, it's up to you. Minato gave a bitter smile. If he summoned Katsuyu Sage into the sea, he would probably get beaten. Good. Summoning. Nawaki did not hold back this time, and a giant snake with purple stripes and 4 horns on its head was summoned. Who asked me to come out? The Wansha was very arrogant when it appeared, spitting out snake-like shapes, with fangs flashing coldly in its mouth. On the sea, it twisted its body without any hindrance. He is now much bigger than he was 2 years ago. Lord Wansha, it's me. I'm sorry to bother you this time. If it wasn't necessary, Nawaki didn't want to call out Wansha. Advertisement, this guy has a terrible character. I thought it was that guy Orochimaru, but it turned out to be you, a little guy. Damn it, every time you two call me uncle, it's always bad news. Wansha took a look at the manta ray opposite him, which seemed a little bigger than himself, and he knew what was going on. I am so unlucky. I have to beat the salamander and I have to beat this thing again. I, Wansha, can only play in the peak competition? Even the bully is thinking of me. Lord Wansha, please. Nawaki was very humble. He knew that the teacher was helpless against Manda. Stop talking nonsense. Tell Orochimaru to prepare more meat for me after the fight. All snakes know that Nawaki is stingy. It is true that good news never travels far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. Go ahead, Master Wansha. Nawaki and Minato stood on top of the snakes, and the two of them in the snake charged. The huge bodies of thousands of snakes twisted and turned in the sea at an astonishing speed. Not much worse than the manta ray. The two huge monsters first collided with each other, causing huge waves. This is no longer a situation we can interfere in. The lion stared at the scene in amazement. There are many summoning beasts, but such a large one is rare. First, there must be inheritance, and second, there must be enough chakra. We can help the most by protecting ourselves first. Conan has a clear understanding of himself and cheers himself on silently in his heart. I believe in my senior brother in Nawaki ni. Nagato raised his head and said something and continued to work on his own things. They were all fighting for themselves, so why shouldn't he believe them? Wansha opened his mouth wide and bit directly between the manta ray's head fins. The sea surface was soon dyed red with blood. The manta ray endured the severe pain and used its tail behind it to whip the snakes continuously with strong lightning. Every time they were whipped, the snakes groaned. I knew this guy was hard to deal with. It hurt Lousy so much. After the fight, be sure to ask Orochimaru for more meat. Enduring the pain of the electric shock, One snake bit harder and harder, wishing he could kill the fish with one bite. With the huge body of the manta ray as land, Minato threw all the kunai out. The third Mizukage dodged. He still remembered clearly how Izuna died. Advertisement, take my knife. Nawaki jumped off the manzo with Samahata on his back, running wildly on the manta ray and rushing straight towards the third Mizukage. Water-style water mirror technique. The third Mizukage drew a circle in front of his face with one hand, and a mirror made of water appeared in front of Nawaki. The mirror reflected Nawaki's appearance, and suddenly another Nawaki rushed out from it. The movements are consistent and the tools are consistent. Nawaki fought with his other self with an indomitable spirit. How is this possible? Nawaki thought it was just a trick, but after fighting, he found that the opponent's strength was no less than his own. Looking at his disappearing self, Nawaki also flew backwards. Minato used Flying Thunder God and third Mizukage to deal with him. The opponent wasn't as fast, but he had a lot of combat experience and was always able to block Minato's unexpected attacks. Boy, I can't bear it anymore. It wasn't long before Wansha began to back down. The place where he was electrocuted was already pitch black. If you go closer you can smell the aroma of meat. It was another losing battle. I didn't even get to eat the meat, and if the fighting continued I would be electrocuted. As soon as Nawaki looked back, the snakes turned into smoke and disappeared. Then he felt a sense of weightlessness under his feet, and the manta ray was taken away by the thousands of snakes. The manta ray disappeared, and all of Minato's kunai fell into the sea, and he could no longer suppress the third Mizukage in terms of speed. Have you had enough fun? It's my turn. The third Mizukage landed steadily on the sea, looking at Minato and Nawaki not far away. Water-style water burial canopy. The third Mizukage injected the huge-tailed beast chakra into the sea, and instantly a huge wave tens of meters high surged towards the two of them. His real purpose of summoning the manta ray was to delay time and accumulate chakra. This is not about turning the chakra into water, but about manipulating the seawater. Nawaki and Minato were both horrified, as Samahata could not absorb this move at all. Quickly escape. After saying that, Nawaki picked up Minato and flew into the sky. With such a large range, Minato's Flying Thunder God had no suitable target to move to. He said this to Nagato and his group in the distance. He had never seen such a water style before. Is this the power of Mizukage? You can't fly. Third Mizukage was too lazy to think about why Nawaki could fly. Nawaki and Minato, who were halfway through their flight, still couldn't escape the attack range of the water burial sky curtain. He was knocked away by the strong impact of the seawater. Blood spurted out from the air. The power of nature cannot be resisted by human power. Nagato and his men in the distance quickly moved away with the wounded and narrowly escaped the disaster. Chapter 244. Shinra Heavenly Expedition Plop. Nawaki and Minato both fell into the sea and slowly sank. It was still too much of a stretch to deal with the third Mizukage controlled by Madara. The combat experience and chakra amount are completely not on the same level. It is not easy to hold on until now. Brother, Nawaki Nyong. Nagato had just finished evacuating the last wounded person when he saw this scene. His face was distorted as he roared. I ran madly towards the place where the two people fell into the water, hoping that I would still be in time. The few people who were still able to move followed Nagato. Very good. Pain and hatred are the sources of strength. The third Mizukage had a smile on his face, which was what he wanted to see. With strong external stimulation, one's own Rinnegan can grow faster. Water-style water dragon bomb technique, like a cat playing with mouse, the third Mizukage summoned several water dragons and pounced on Nagato and his companions. Judging from the size of the water dragon, he was obviously holding back. He didn't want to see Nagato being beaten to death. Nagato, you go, we'll do it. Yahiko and others went to resist the water dragon bomb, but Nagato's eyes were blurred with tears and he didn't even look at them. I don't know if he heard what Yahiko said. Running to the direction where the two people fell into the water, Nagato dived into the cold seawater. The dark, bottomless seawater could not stop Nagato's will to save people. He tried to keep his eyes open, looking for Nawaki and Minato. As time passed, he became more and more anxious. Every second that passed would put Nawaki and Minato in more danger. The deeper you dive, the greater the pressure from the seawater. Suddenly something bit Nagato's sleeve and he looked over. It was Samahata, and it was pulling Nagato downward. If he hadn't absorbed any chakra, Samahata himself could have sent chakra to Nawaki and healed him. Soon, Nagato saw Nawaki still sinking, with Minato not far away. At this moment, his small body burst out with powerful strength and he sneaked very quickly in the water. Nagato first grabbed Nawaki's hand, then pulled Minato's clothes and dragged them both to the sea. You guys think you can stop me? The third Mizukage couldn't help but chuckle as he watched Yahiko and the others struggling to block his water dragon bomb. How do you know if you don't try? Yahiko gritted his teeth and glared ahead. He knew that making this decision could lead to his death. But, so what? Just like in the original novel, he rushed towards the kunai in Nagato's hand without hesitation. There are some things that he will do even if he knows the consequences. Advertisement because his name is Yahiko. Haha, ridiculous. How dare a powerless ant act like a hero in front of me? The third Mizukage laughed loudly towards the sky. He doesn't believe in any bond or friendship, he only believes in his own strength. He wants to use his own means to create a world without war and betrayal. By then, people like Yahiko were everywhere. What a wonderful world that is. Get ready. Yahiko looked determined and glanced behind him. The Lion Trio and Conan all had serious expressions on their faces, and the few members of the Snow Clan were visibly nervous. Good. Everyone agreed in unison, and no one deserted at this moment. Water-style water array column. As Yahiko ran, she spit out a huge water ball from her mouth and attacked the third Mizukage. There is absolutely no comparison with the previous third Mizukage's water style. Then Yahiko drew his long sword. He firmly believed that if he could delay Nagato for a little longer, he would have a better chance to rescue Nawaki and Minato. You don't know your own limits. The third Mizukage exerted a little force on his feet and jumped up. Ripples appeared on the sea surface and slowly spread out in all directions. He blocked Yahiko's attack with a kunai in his right hand, and then kicked him away with a powerful kick. Yahiko couldn't even block one of his attacks. Yahiko. Conan suddenly threw the paper spear in his hand. The third Mizukage dodged sideways and the spear missed, but a violent explosion occurred next to him. The little girl is quite interesting. The third Mizukage walked out of the wave unscathed. The tailed beast coat around him could completely protect against this level of damage. He was just a little curious about Conan's paper escape technique. The three lions attacked him, but were easily defeated by him, leaving them lying on the sea, unable to get up. In the blink of an eye, only Conan was left flying in the air, flapping his wings helplessly. Nawaki ni, senior brother. Nagato finally dragged the two men out of the sea, found a large piece of ship wreckage, and put the two men on it. Both of their internal organs were damaged, so they fainted immediately. Looking at the two people's bulging stomachs, Nagato could only press on them to drain the water. After an examination and confirmation that there were no fatal injuries, Nagato breathed a sigh of relief. Green chakra light appeared on his hands and he began to treat the two. No need to treat it, we're all going to die anyway. The third Mizukage strolled under Conan's paper thousand bones attack, and even his dodging movements seemed very perfunctory. That little bit of damage wasn't even enough to tickle him, and it didn't break his defense at all. Advertisement. Perhaps he was annoyed or fed up, so he raised his hand and waved. A stream of water followed the direction of the finger and knocked Conan away. His steps were still steady, as if he had done something insignificant. There was no more obstacle in front of him, so he walked towards Nagato step by step. You'll be fine. Nagato seemed to be unable to hear and continued to mutter without even looking up at the third Mizukage. Nagato, be careful. Yahiko lay on the sea, anxiously reminding. I wanted to get up, but my body wouldn't obey me. The blood flowing from the corner of his mouth proved that he was also seriously injured. Nagato, Conan was also shouting, trying to wake up Nagato, who was already a little crazy. Click, click, with the sound of third Mizukage's footsteps on the sea, he finally arrived in front of Nagato. His shadow was illuminated by the sun, covering most of Nagato's body. How about letting them die in front of you? The third Mizukage leaned forward slightly, speaking calmly, as if he was conferring with Nagato. You, forget it. Nagato finally responded at this time. Nawaki and Minato's injuries were almost healed by him, but they haven't woken up yet. He withdrew his hand and raised his head to stare at the third Mizukage. Those eyes were completely exposed, and the two Rinnegan were clearly visible. The purple pupils are fascinating, but Nagato's still slightly childish face already looked somewhat hideous. Yes, that's it. Keep it up. The third Mizukage didn't care and raised his hand to take the lives of Nawaki and Minato. Their deaths will be the catalyst for the growth of the Rinnegan. As the water blade in his hand got closer and closer to Nawaki and Minato's throat, Nagato exploded. Ah, Shinra Tensai. Nagato's eyes widened and he roared. An invisible wave of energy centered on him fiercely rushed towards the third Mizukage. Nawaki and Minato were not affected at all. The surrounding seawater was impacted by the airwaves to form a semicircular deep pit. The waves are surging. Have you mastered some abilities? The third Mizukage was knocked away instantly, but instead of panicking, a smile appeared on his face. After falling into the sea, it rolled a few times and stood up again. Apparently, Shinra Tensai didn't cause him much damage. Chapter 245 Nagato Compromise. This was the first time Nagato actively cast Shinra Tensai, and he was already breathing heavily. For him now, it is still a bit difficult to use the power of Rinnegan. Very good defensive ability, but it doesn't mean much. The third Mizukage once again walked towards Nagato. No one knew the power of these two Rinnegan better than him. The amount of chakra required for the Rinnegan is not something that most people can satisfy, and Nagato is far from having grown up yet. And looking at Nagato's miserable appearance, he didn't think that Nagato could use Shinra Tensai a few more times. Besides, the 5-second interval is enough for him to do a lot of things. Using ninjutsu to attack now would be the most unwise choice. Shadow Clone Technique. Nagato ignored the third Mizukage and summoned 4 shadow clones to prepare for the ultimate move. Even if you can't beat him, you have to try before you can be satisfied. After a puff of smoke, 5 Nagato appeared in the eyes of the third Mizukage. How much chakra do you have left to use like this? The third Mizukage shook his head, secretly admiring Nagato's chakra amount. My original choice was indeed correct, and only a person like me can afford to maintain those eyes. 5 Escape Techniques. Great Link Technique. Nagato is not disturbed by external things, and there is indeed not much chakra left in his body. From rescuing people to using Shinra Tensei, it consumes a lot of chakra. The 5 shadow clones used different types of escape techniques, which converged into a compound ninjutsu halfway and attacked the third Mizukage. Sasuke's jutsu? The third Mizukage muttered, his expression becoming serious. It seems that he has seen this move many times. Rarely, he chose not to take the shot head-on. He retreated far away in a flash. He was very clear about the power of the 5 elements compound ninjutsu. Boom! The Wadundalian bomb exploded on the sea surface after it missed its target, and the entire seawater burned briefly. Nagato knelt down on one knee somewhat exhausted, and all the clones around him disappeared. You're a genius. You can be a strong person without these eyes. The third Mizukage's voice came from a distance, still so calm and at ease. Nagato mastered 5 escape techniques at a young age and deserves the title of genius. But in front of someone like him, it's still not good enough. I can go with you, but I have a request. Nagato took out a kunai from his ninja tool bag and put it against his neck. You say. The expression on the third Mizukage's face finally changed. If Nagato died, he really didn't know where to find a replacement. Go to Konoha to catch him? That would be too much of a hassle. You can't kill them, otherwise I will die in front of you. Advertisement. Nagato made a decision that was unexpected to everyone. In this situation, the third Mizukage can easily kill everyone. He no longer had the energy to resist. Nagato chose to use his life in exchange, and the third Mizukage's goal was clear from the beginning. No, I don't agree. Yahiko struggled to get up and slowly walked over here. The sea surface was shallow and deep, and you could fall at any time. Noisy. The third Mizukage raised his hand and threw a water ball, knocking Yahiko down again. Nagato, Konan couldn't hold back her tears, but there was nothing she could do to reverse this situation. I promise. Seeing that the kunai Nagato placed on his neck had already caused blood marks, the third Mizukage agreed. Take good care of them. Tell the teacher, I can't go back. Nagato took the kunai from around his neck. He turned around and took another deep look at Nawaki and Minato, then walked towards the third Mizukage without hesitation. Aren't you afraid that I'll regret it? The third Mizukage looked at Nagato in front of him with some surprise. Is it so easy to trust others? Your target is only me. It may be difficult to live, but it should be easy to die. Nagato wiped away his tears and was unusually calm and mature at this moment, which didn't seem like his age. Haha, interesting. Let's go. The third Mizukage didn't even put a seal on Nagato, and walked away with him. His eyes were finally back under his control. When Nawaki and Minato woke up, a long time had passed. The third Mizukage and Nagato were already on their way back to Kirigakure. Where is this? Nawaki opened his eyes, and everything in front of him was so strange. There was also a tingling sensation in the body. He vaguely remembered that he was knocked away by third Mizukage's ultimate move. Nawaki brother, wake up. Konan's voice came from the side. This is a ship going to the Fire Nation. It saved us when it passed by. The sadness on Yahiko's face had not yet faded. Saved us? Nawaki felt something was wrong. What kind of people on the ship could save their group from the third Mizukage? Nagato left with the Mizukage. It was Nagato who saved us. Advertisement. Nawaki woke up, and Konan broke down emotionally, tears dripping down his cheeks. What? Hiss. Due to the excitement, Nawaki felt an especially strong pain in his body. I'm useless. Failed to protect Nagato. Yahiko pursed her lips tightly, and everyone could see the self-blame on her face. If only I were stronger. Bang. Nawaki said nothing this time, and pounded the bed hard. Hiss. Minato slowly woke up, probably startled by the noise of Nawaki pounding the bed. Minato, how are you? Knowing that Minato's physique wasn't as good as his, Nawaki asked with concern. It's okay. Why are you crying? Minato just woke up and didn't know the situation yet. His mind was in a mess. Nagato was taken away. Nawaki's simple words did not cause Minato to react at all. Now that he was alive, he thought for a moment and guessed the result. Don't be sad. We have to go back and report to the teacher. Only the teacher can save Nagato. Minato went over it calmly in his mind. If the third Mizukage wanted to kill Nagato, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Then there is no possibility for people like us to survive. Yes, go back to find my brother-in-law. He must have a way. Nawaki immediately became excited when he thought of Chuan Feng. In his eyes, Chuan Feng was like a god. How long will it take? Minato asks Yahiko about the situation. It will be here tonight. Yahiko was still calm, at least she had some idea of the time. Okay, I'll go back first. You should take a rest. Minato knew that most of the people were injured, so they would not be able to travel that fast. And he has Flying Thunder God, so he can go back faster than anyone else. Okay, be careful on the road then. Nawaki agreed with Minato's decision, so that the news could be spread to Konoha faster. Regarding the news about summoning Beast Den, I remember that in the original work, Sage Fukaza did release a communication frog in Konoha. If my answer is a bit toxic, just be gentle, thank you. Minato said as he laid down and closed his eyes. He didn't have much time to rest. As night falls, a cargo ship arrives at the Fire Nation port. A group of people got off the boat and headed towards Konoha, and Minato disappeared in a flash. Chapter 246. Chuan Feng is furious. Is the teacher home? Minato finally arrived back in Konoha in the evening of the next day. He immediately returned to Hitaki's house, without any intention of meeting Kushina. Flying Thunder God is a real bug, he can go straight back to Konoha. I checked the map, at least Minato in the original novel can do it. I just wrote it like this, sorry. The second young master hasn't come back yet. The butler was quite happy to see Minato, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, but he could also see that he looked a little strange. Is there something wrong? The second master should be in the Hokage's office? The butler gave the answer before Minato could ask. Okay, thank you. Minato turned and left. He hadn't yet gone to the Hokage's office to place the Flying Thunder God mark, so he could only run over quickly. Arriving at the Hokage building, Minato had no trouble navigating the road and soon arrived in front of the Hokage's office. Bang bang, Minato knocked on the door and took a deep breath. Come in. Tsunade's voice came from inside. Minato pushed the door open and saw Chuan Feng sitting on the sofa. Tsunade is helping Shota, the big B*****************, D, with the documents. Minato, you're back. Chuan Feng, who had been doing nothing, smiled when he saw his eldest disciple. Teacher, master's wife. On our way back, the third Mizukage kidnapped Nagato. Minato blurted out the news right after he greeted her. What? Why did he catch Nagato? Are you guys okay? What about the others? Chuan Feng's first reaction was their personal safety, and the tea that was about to be put into his mouth instantly lost its fragrance. What about you? Tsunade stood up and stared at Minato, fearing that she would hear some bad news. We're fine. Nagato exchanged himself for us. Minato understood Tsunade's preference for Nawaki. They are siblings, but that doesn't mean she doesn't care about them. I'm glad you're all right. Third Mizukage, tell me about it in detail. Chuan Feng was a little confused for a moment, but he was sure that Nagato was safe now. He and Minato agreed on this point, that's right. Minato sorted out his thoughts and started talking about the key points. Tsunade and Shota both listened carefully. We completed our mission successfully, killing Kirigakure Anbu and rescuing the Snow Clan. On the way back, I killed the 7 ninja swordsmen and took 6 of their swords. On the way back from Wave Country, I was attacked by the sudden appearance of the third Mizukage. Advertisement, we are no match. He specifically asked to take Nagato away. No one else mentioned it, which is weird. Also, he's a Jinchuriki. Minato finished telling all the important information and recalled it again in case he missed something. How strange. Mizukage came personally, he didn't ask for the ninja sword, he didn't ask for the Snow Clan, and he didn't kill you. Shota couldn't figure out why. Did you see what his eyes looked like? An idea flashed through Chuan Feng's mind, and he asked Minato. No, he never opened his eyes. Minato shook his head truthfully. I think I know what's going on. Nagato is safe, I'll go get him. No one can stop me if I dare to kidnap my disciple. Chuan Feng stood up and prepared to set off immediately. You are hanging on to the ghetto statue but you are still not honest, you old thing, don't let me find you. Can you go alone? Should we call brother or Orochimaru? Tsunade turned around and started to worry about Chuan Feng again. It's not that I don't believe in his ability, but I'm always a little worried. If she wasn't both the Hokage and the Jinchuriki, she would definitely go along. Nagato's medical ninjutsu was taught by her personally. It's just Kirigakure. Chuan Feng waved his hand with a sneer on his face. He might not have dared to say such words before, but now with wood style in hand, who in the ninja world can compete with him? Okay, then be careful. Tsunade probably remembered the power of true several thousand hands and whispered a warning. Well, I'm leaving. Wait for my good news. Chuan Feng said and disappeared into the Hokage's office. You look so bad, let my wife take a look at you. Tsunade stood up and pushed Minato onto the couch, giving him a rough examination. Master's wife, I'm fine. I just came back in a hurry. Minato was a little bit at a loss because of Tsunade. The love of a master's wife is really not something that ordinary people can enjoy. Well, the injuries in my body have almost recovered. Take a good rest these days. Tsunade finished examining Minato and found signs of treatment. She guessed that it was Nagato's work. Okay, I'll go check on Kushina then. Minato finally remembered his little pepper. Go ahead, little B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** he was young but had a lot on his mind. Goodbye, master's wife. Minato staggered from the blow and trotted out the door. Advertisement, Hokage-sama, will this affect the relationship between the two countries? After all, the war has not been over for long. Shota knew that Nagato was Chuan Feng's disciple, so he shouldn't have said anything. But now he has such a responsibility. What about the impact? Is Konoha still afraid of him? Kirigakure? Konoha was not in the right in this matter, but Tsunade was still very tough, in stark contrast to Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were still in power, he would definitely stop Chuan Feng, and who knows what would happen. Just keep it in mind. Seeing Tsunade's attitude, Shota stopped talking. Even if the sky falls, there are still taller people to hold it up. Well, let's continue. Tsunade returned to his desk and continued to assist Shota. But her mind was a little distracted, and she wondered whether Chuan Feng had left. Brother, I'm going out for a few days. Chuan Feng has not forgotten Shuamao, and still has to say hello to the head of the family before going out. Maybe it's because he's done it so many times, but now when he goes to Tsukumo's office as Flying Thunder God, Tsukumo is no longer surprised. You're still willing to go out, aren't you dying to get stuck in bed? Shuo Mao had no idea what was going on and was still thinking about joking with Chuan Feng. Nagato was captured by Mizukage. I'm going to go to Kirigakure. Chuan Feng did not hide anything and directly brought it out on a tray. Why arrest Nagato? Has the mission been exposed? Tsukumo's face changed drastically, thinking that the mission had failed. He couldn't imagine how many casualties there would be. No, the mission has been accomplished. Minato and the others are on their way back. Nagato was probably arrested because of his eyes. After Chuan Feng explained, Shuamao calmed down, I'll go with you. Then Tsukumo expressed his intention to go along. No, you don't need to take care of Anbu this big. I'm an idle person. Besides, you still don't trust me? Chuan Feng immediately refused, thinking it would be more convenient for him to go alone. Do you think your elder brother is holding you back? Shuamao glanced at Chuan Feng. How dare I? I'm worried when no one is home. Chuan Feng found another excuse. Alright, you kid. Come back soon, I'll talk to Kakashi. Seeing Chuan Feng refused again, Shuamao did not insist. Well, I'm leaving. Chuan Feng did not notify other people to avoid having to go with them, which would have been very troublesome. Go ahead. As soon as Shuamao finished speaking, Chuan Feng disappeared. Chapter 247 Entering Kirigakure alone. What is your intention in arresting me? Nagato tried to escape, but was subdued by the third Mizukage. At this time, the third Mizukage sealed his power and held it under his armpit. The two were heading towards Kirigakure. You don't need to know. I will let you master the power of these eyes. Good for you. The third Mizukage looked ahead and did not give Nagato an answer. I don't need it. My teacher will come to save me. Nagato's eyes were determined. He firmly believed that as long as he didn't die, the teacher would come to save him. Haha, I admit that Hatake Chuan Feng has some strength. But do you think he is Senju Hashirama? The third Mizukage didn't care. Apart from Hashirama and himself, who else could fight against an entire village? You'll regret this. Nagato was irritated by the third Mizukage's mocking attitude, wondering how the teacher could not compare to Hashirama-sama. Even though he was the man with the title of God of Ninja World. I'll wait. The two ended their unpleasant conversation, and the third Mizukage quickly shuttled through the woods. A few days later, the third Mizukage brought Nagato to Kirigakure. During the time he was away for several days, many ninjas in Kirigakure defected. But he was too lazy to care about these things, as long as the village was still there. Bringing Nagato to the Mizukage building, he ordered someone to call the master. The master is the great elder of Kirigakure, who originally had great power, but he suppressed it very much. Mizukage-sama, you were away all these days just for a child like this? The master seemed to be looking for an expedition to hold him accountable, which he couldn't understand. Is it worth taking personal action on a child like Nagato? It's not your turn to question me. Take this child away and take good care of him. Don't hurt him. The third Mizukage had no intention of explaining. He just gave orders and planned to drive the master away. If he didn't need to deal with things, it would be hard to say whether Master Yuan could survive. Mizukage adult. 3 more Jonin have defected from the village. This is the price you pay for bringing this child back. Is it worth it? Yuanshi argued with reason, and he was increasingly unable to understand the third Mizukage. Okay, there won't be a next time. The third Mizukage waved his hand impatiently, and his words also showed some weakness. Advertisement, I hope you can do that. Master Yuan thought for a moment, sighed, and took Nagato out. What should I do if Kirigakure continues like this? He was genuinely concerned about the future of the village. The third Mizukage seemed not to have heard it. He sat there calmly for a long time before he stood up and slowly returned to his residence. Nagato followed the master to a hidden cage in Kirigakure. Boy, you are quite capable. The master already knew that Nagato was from Konoha. It would be ridiculous if he didn't even know who his enemy was after so many days. It's not that we are capable, it's that you Kirigakure are just rubbish. Nagato didn't give the master any face at all and said some very unpleasant things. Oh, you are so arrogant. Anger flashed across Yuanshi's face. If the third Mizukage hadn't warned him, he would have made Nagato know what it meant to be unable to live or die. You know whether it's arrogant or not. Nagato usually can't hold back a fart for a long time, but today he is unusually tough. The Yuanshi's hand was already raised high, and in the next second a large bibimbap was about to fall on Nagato's face. Nagato raised his head, looking defiant, completely different from before. Are all the people in Konoha so arrogant? I want to see how long you can be so rampant. Master Yuan knew about the third Mizukage's methods over the years and didn't think that Nagato would have a good ending. When the time comes, all I have to do is watch the show with peace of mind. Then you don't have to worry about it. Nagato followed the master and continued to move forward, with a mentality of making the best of things. Come in. In front of the master is a prison covered with seals, which can effectively isolate the ninja's perception. You will pay for this. Nagato smiled slightly and walked into the prison calmly. Why, you still expect someone to rescue you? Do you really think that my Kirigakure is made of clay? Anyone who comes here will die. It wasn't the first time that Master Yuan had dealt with prisoners, and he could see from Nagato's eyes that he was confident and full of confidence. Let's wait and see. Nagato lay down on the bed and stopped talking. Master Yuan smiled and shook his head. What a kid who doesn't know how to live or die. Click, click, with the sound of footsteps, the master walked further and further away, and Nagato began his life in captivity. After that, someone delivered 3 meals a day, and the food was pretty good. But Nagato was becoming more and more confused. He never thought that his eyes were given to him by others and he was just a container. Chuan Feng also did not tell him that as long as he got rid of Uchiha Madara, the eyes would belong to Nagato. Advertisement. After leaving Konoha, Chuan Feng headed straight for the Water Kingdom. Although he did not have the Flying Thunder God mark along the way, he was still very fast. When they arrived at the border of the Fire Nation, Chuan Feng did not choose to take a boat because it was too slow for him. For him, traveling quickly on the sea for a long time was just a piece of cake. As long as he senses the Flying Thunder God mark on Nagato, he can rescue Nagato instantly. However, I still have to vent my anger. It would be even better if I could find Uchiha Madara through the third Mizukage. Chuan Feng made plans and entered the Water Kingdom. He did not hide anything and did not stop for long along the way, only taking a short rest in the town. It doesn't matter whether you will be discovered or not. This is the confidence that comes from strength. As he got closer and closer to Kirigakure, he still didn't sense the Flying Thunder God mark on Nagato. At this point, I already had the answer in my mind, so I could only break in and take it by force. Is this it? On a high mountain, Chuan Feng was looking down at the mountain and talking to himself. A huge village appeared and disappeared in the thick fog. It's such a beautiful place. No wonder it's a popular tourist destination. Chuan Feng smiled slightly, jumped down from the mountain, and rushed straight to Kirigakure. The 5 major ninja villages all have their own barriers. If any foreign enemies invade, they will be sensed by the barrier team. After a while, Chuan Feng arrived at the gate of Kirigakure. He also compared it with the Konoha gate and gave it a slightly shabby evaluation. He walked over slowly, with lightning flashing on his body. Open. Hands raised and fists fell. Bang! With a loud bang, the gate of Kirigakure and the surrounding walls were directly shattered. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Immediately, a Kirigakure ninja shouted loudly. Signal flares were released into the sky one by one, and the alarms in Kirigakure began to sound. How many people are here? Do they dare to attack Kirigakure directly? Whoosh! Countless kunai, shurikens and other ninja tools attacked Chuan Feng with a sound of breaking through the air. Covered with lightning-struck armor, Chuan Feng did not move a step. The smoke and dust dispersed, and Chuan Feng was completely exposed to the eyes of the Mist Ninja. What? One person dares to kill me, Kirigakure? When the Mist Ninjas saw that Chuan Feng was the only one there, they were all stunned. Is this guy crazy? In their perception, one person can defeat an entire village. They have never seen or even heard of it. Hatake Chuan Feng. He is Hatake Chuan Feng of Konoha. Requesting support. Chapter 248. The Birth of the Tree World. Soon, more and more Mist Ninjas came to support. They surrounded the boat in 3 layers inside and outside. They already had an overwhelming advantage in numbers, but when they looked at Chuan Feng, whose entire body was wrapped in lightning, they showed fear on their faces. For a moment, no one dared to attack Chuan Feng again. The name Hatake Chuan Feng had long since spread throughout the ninja world with each battle. That is a ninja that is comparable to the tailed beasts, or even stronger. They knew very well that this was not an opponent that could be defeated by the human wave tactic. If they can talk it out, they won't want to do it. Hatake Chuan Feng, what brings you to my Kirigakure? A Mist Ninja who looked like a leader took a step forward with a serious expression on his face. He held the weapon in front of his chest, ready to strike back at any time. I'm here to find someone. If you just get out of the way, I won't kill you. Chuan Feng knew very well that this incident was not caused by the Kirigakure ninja. Kirigakure was messed up by Uchiha Madara, and to be frank, they are also victims. Chuan Feng has no intention of killing people for the time being. However, his words inevitably seemed too arrogant to the ears of the Mist Ninja. It's true that we are afraid of you, but you're alone, aren't you a little too crazy? How dare one person go against the entire Kirigakure? Don't we have any face? Nothing like this had ever happened since Kirigakure was founded, so Chuan Feng was the first of its kind. You destroyed my Kirigakure gate first. We have to go in and look for someone now, don't you think this is too much? The leader of the Mist Ninja suppressed his anger and wished he could kill Chuan Feng with one blow. If I can beat you, do you think I can just chop you down and it will be over? Excessive. I'm being very polite. Chuan Feng thought to himself that he didn't even use true several thousand hands to raise Kirigakure to the ground, so how could it be considered excessive? You. Hearing Chuan Feng say this, Wu Nin was speechless. I have never seen such an arrogant and domineering person. Hatake Chuan Feng, you did this. Do you, Konoha, want to go to war with me, Kirigakure? Can you afford the consequences? The Mist Ninja changed his mind and decided to start a war. I can afford it. Can you represent Kirigakure? Chuan Feng took a step forward, looking eagerly. The Mist Ninja was frightened by Chuan Feng and took a few steps back, unable to utter the word, yes. Advertisement: the current Kirigakure is a one-man show, and only the third Mizukage has the final say. He never expected Chuan Feng to be so stubborn, it looked like he had to fight. Leave me alone, and ask your Mizukage to come out and talk to me. Chuan Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sarcastic smile. What is your identity and status that you have the right to talk to me? Mizukage-sama, you can't just go and see him whenever you want. The Mist Ninja was looking forward to the arrival of the Mizukage in his heart, but he was still pretending to be strong. Hey, if he doesn't come to see me, then I can go see him. Chuan Feng took a few more steps forward, the lightning on his body became stronger and more imposing. Stop, if you take another step forward, we will not be polite. The Mist Ninja took a few steps back as Chuan Feng advanced. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you guys. My patience is limited. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Either surrender or die. Chuan Feng raised his eyes and glanced around, not taking these Mist Ninjas seriously at all. The human wave tactic no longer makes much sense to him. 1, 2. As Chuan Feng began to count, the Mist Ninja could no longer hold back his anger. Hatake Chuan Feng, don't go too far, do you really think we... Before the Mist Ninja could finish his words, he sensed a large amount of chakra starting to gush out of Chuan Feng's body. 3. Bang. Chuan Feng had absolutely no interest in hearing what the Mist Ninja had to say. Clasp your hands together in front of your chest, forming the seal. Wood-style birth of the tree world. Boom. The earth shook, the land cracked, and huge trees broke out of the ground, quickly growing into towering trees. The large piece of land in front of the Kirigakure gate instantly turned into a forest. The branches of the big tree seemed to have life, tightly binding the Mist Ninja who had no time to escape. With just one move, the Mist Ninja was defeated. The magical skills of Konoha that pacified the troubled times once again showed their ferocious fangs in the ninja world. Ah, save me, save me. What kind of jutsu is this? It's terrifying. The Mist Ninjas were wailing all over the ground, hanging on the trees like lambs to be slaughtered. The fear of Chuan Feng in my heart increased several levels. The two of them were completely not on the same level. Chuan Feng beat them like an adult beating a child. These trees are absorbing my chakra. Advertisement. Finally, a perceptive Mist Ninja discovered that his power was slipping away. After Chuan Feng performed wood style, he continued to walk into the village, his chakra replenishing every moment. As expected, it is a bloodline limit that can even suppress the tailed beasts. Chuan Feng is very satisfied with the effect. This is wood style, the technique of Senju Hashirama, the former god of Ninja World. Wood style is lost, isn't it? Several knowledgeable Mist Ninjas revealed the origin of the wood style. I can't care less. Stop him first, superior. The remaining Mist Ninjas had no time to rescue their companions and hurried to stop Chuan Feng from advancing. Water style water dragon bomb technique, water style water array column. Water style water waves. In an instant, all kinds of ninjutsu and ninja tools with explosive tags attacked Chuan Feng. You are such a jerk, and you dare to show off your skills in front of an expert. Chuan Feng dodged, and these ninjutsu missed and formed a lake on the spot. All the attention of the Mist Ninja was on Chuan Feng, and they all reacted the moment he dodged. After noticing Chuan Feng's actions, there was only one expression on their faces. Fast. Too fast. I only saw a flash of lightning, and the next moment it appeared in front of me. Even the ninjas in the village who pride themselves on their speed are not as fast as Chuan Feng. Ah, with a few screams, the Mist Ninja was blown away by Chuan Feng. This guy is too strong. Wood style's large-scale attack, and a single target attack that's almost ultimate. They couldn't imagine any weaknesses in Chuan Feng. Even his defense is terrifyingly strong. Can such a person really be defeated? Damn it, stop him. Mizukage-sama will be here soon. A Mist Ninja struggled to get up from the ground and cheered everyone up. If we just let Chuan Feng in like this, the face would be the small matter, but the most terrible thing would be being blamed by Mizukage. What are you going to use to stop me? Take the head. Chuan Feng looked at the Mist Ninja with disdain. Until now, they still don't seem to understand the situation clearly. Lightning style. 100,000 volts. Chuan Feng formed a seal with one hand and pressed it on the water surface, with himself as the center. The entire lake was covered in lightning, and the Mist Ninjas were twitching from the electric shock. Their water style creates a good output environment for Chuan Feng. Looking at the Mist Ninjas whose hair stood up due to the electrocution and whose faces were charred, he finally felt that no one could block his way forward. Chapter 249 Battle with Mizukage, Mizukage Adult. Hatake Chuan Feng from Konoha is here to kill us alone. The Mizukage was awakened by the noise. Listening to the report outside the door and the alarm ringing throughout Kirigakure, Mizukage did not doubt the truth of the matter. You really dared to come. Ignorance is fearless. Mizukage had a mocking smile on his face. Do you think that just because you have some strength, you can go to the ninja village alone? How arrogant. Many people have gone to besiege. The Mist Ninja outside the door spoke in an anxious tone, fearing that he would be the target of anger. Got it. I'll be there soon. Mizukage didn't take it seriously. He thought that anyone could imitate himself in Hashirama. Yes, Mizukage-sama. The Mist Ninja outside the door got the answer and stood up and left. If Mizukage-sama takes action, it should be resolved quickly, right? I want to see how capable you, a junior, are. Mizukage stood up and walked out. You want to take someone back from me? Dream on. Before he had walked far, a ragged and disheveled-looking mist ninja staggered over. Mizukage-sama, we are badly defeated. Hitaki Chuan-feng actually knows wood style. We have already entered the village. The fear on the mist ninja's face had not completely disappeared. If Chuan-feng hadn't deliberately let him go, he would never have been able to escape. What? Mizukage was shocked at this time. I thought that after Hashirama's death, only I would know wood style. Unexpectedly, Hitaki Chuan-feng popped up again. Are you sure? Mizukage still didn't quite believe it, since Hitaki Chuan-feng wasn't from the Senju clan either. Sure, he turned the entrance to the village into a forest. The mist ninja swallowed his saliva, still feeling a lingering fear from the huge tree that had broken through the ground. If he hadn't run fast, he would still be hanging on the tree. You won't let me live well even if you die. Mizukage muttered under his breath. No one in the world except Hashirama understood the power of wood style as well as he did. What did you say? The mist ninja didn't hear clearly and thought that the Mizukage was giving him a task. Nothing. Let Master Yuan take good care of the child. Mizukage knew why Chuan-feng came, so he gave him instructions and headed towards the village entrance. Yes, Mizukage-sama. The mist ninja took the order and retreated, feeling relieved as he watched the Mizukage go away. Advertisement Chuan-feng entered Kirigakure, where the architecture was very different from that of Konoha. He was still in the mood to appreciate the scenery slowly, and he didn't even look at the villagers who ran over to take refuge. Young man, run quickly. I heard that Konoha came knocking on our door. A kind old lady passed by and pulled Chuan-feng. She couldn't bear to see such a handsome guy die. Haha, you go first, I have something else to do. Chuan-feng gave the old lady a kind smile. Even in the village of Blood Mist, the villagers are still simple and honest. Nothing is more important than life, come with me now. The old lady's face was filled with anxiety, and she grabbed Chuan-feng and tried to take him to the shelter. Don't worry about me, I'm young and I can run fast. Chuan-feng was really helpless and didn't dare to use too much strength. Talk to the old lady in a nice manner. You. The old lady was about to give some more advice, but before she could say a word, she was interrupted by a voice from a distance. Hitaki Chuan-feng, I heard you were looking for me. Mizukage closed his eyes and approached slowly with steady steps. Mizukage adult. The old lady looked at Mizukage and then at Chuan-feng. She had no idea who she was pulling. She quickly let go and took a few steps back. I was really blind to let the culprit take refuge with me. What a joke. You go first, I have something to do here. Chuan-feng ignored Mizukage and only turned to look at Mizukage after he finished talking to the old lady. The old lady turned around and ran away, much faster than usual. Open your eyes and look at me. Is the Mizukage still a disabled person? Chuan-feng looked at Mizukage, wondering what the pupils of those eyes looked like. Although I have the answer in my heart, seeing it with my own eyes is still the most reliable. I can take care of you even with my eyes closed. Not everyone who uses wood style has magical skills. Mizukage knew how huge Hashirama's chakra was and how terrifying his physique was. It is with the addition of these aspects that Senju Hashirama became invincible in the ninja world. It's not that you can be on par with Hashirama just by learning wood style. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. I forgot to tell you that now I also call Senju Hashirama grandpa. I wonder how you felt when you were defeated by my grandfather and then by me? Chuan-feng began to test Mizukage with his words, which was like poking Mizukage in the lungs. HMPH, I don't understand what you said. Mizukage snorted and played dumb. A huge wave has already risen in my heart. Advertisement. How is it possible that he knows my identity? An honest person doesn't speak in secret. I know your identity very well. Use fake death to activate the Rinnegan. As expected of Uchiha Madara. Yeah? Chuan-feng spoke directly and stared at Mizukage without blinking. You know too much. You won't be able to leave Kirigakure today. Mizukage's face had turned serious. This was his most important secret. Stop talking nonsense and don't let me find you. I'm here to take Nagato away today, Chuan-feng said as he attacked Mizukage. He exerted force with his feet, and the lightning instantly enveloped his entire body. A trail of lightning afterimage remained in place, and he had already arrived in front of Mizukage. A powerful punch with a dazzling light hit Mizukage's face. So fast, the lightning armor from Cloud Shinobi Village? Mizukage's heart twitched violently. He was not a ninja who mainly used physical skills. Crash, Chuan-feng punched through Mizukage, and he disappeared into a pool of water. Water clone. Water style mist shinobi technique. Mizukage knows how to compete in speed, and this body doesn't have an advantage. Without the main body's eyes, he can only passively take the beating. The already foggy village was instantly covered by thick fog. Chuan-feng's perception was greatly affected and he could no longer see the scene in front of him clearly. Sage Art. Chuan-feng instantly activated Sage Art, which he also did not dare to underestimate. After all, the person opposite is actually Uchiha Madara. That is a being comparable to Senju Hashirama. Red eyeshadow appeared, and the golden pupils were bright. With the help of Sage Mode, his perception was greatly enhanced. Mizukage was not far away, and a large number of chucks were gathering. That evil and violent chakra is undoubtedly the tailed beast. No wonder you can control the Mizukage so easily. Chuan Feng muttered that it was easier to control the Jinchuriki through the tailed beasts and the Sharingan. But this is relative. Since it is Uchiha Madara, it makes sense. Water-style mist condensation. After Mizukage made a seal, a large amount of chakra merged into the thick fog. Chuan Feng felt that the thick fog had changed and had become more substantial. It actually had weight attached to my body, and my body felt increasingly heavy. This turned out to be a large-scale suppression ninjutsu. It's really strange. Chapter 250. Overwhelming as time went by, Chuan Feng felt more and more heavy. His subconscious told him that his hands and feet were no longer under his control. This ninjutsu also contains elements of illusion, worthy of being a master of illusion. And the third Mizukage was still waiting, looking at Chuan Feng like prey. Sage Art, Lightning-style armor. Chuan Feng integrated the magic chakra into the lightning armor, once again greatly improving the cell activity. The feeling of restraint gradually lessened until it disappeared. Chuan Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. This little trick didn't mean much to him. Bring out something real. Otherwise don't blame me for not giving you a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, Chuan Feng disappeared from the spot. Some ability. Mizukage was not surprised, as his entire body was now covered in red chakra. Bang! The two men collided, and Mizukage blocked Chuan Feng's fist, but the power was not something he could withstand. The whole person was blown away and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The right hand was twisted beyond recognition, with bones piercing through the flesh. It hurts just to look at it. He greatly underestimated Chuan Feng's power. With the blessing of Sage Mode, Chuan Feng's lightning armor has surpassed I and reached another level. Water instant body. Enduring the severe pain, Mizukage formed a seal with one hand. His rich combat experience helped him escape disaster once again. The next second, the figure in the air was blasted by Chuan Feng and fell to the ground in splashes. Cough, Mizukage reappeared not far away, coughing up blood. The wound slowly healed with the help of the tailed beast's power. He was very indignant after being beaten like this by a junior in their first fight. If I were in my prime, how could I allow my opponent to be so arrogant? Why would Susanoo, who has a complete form, have to endure this? From now on, hiding is useless, because you're not as fast as me. After Chuan Feng finished speaking, his figure disappeared again and instantly appeared behind Mizukage. Maybe it's a natural intuition. Mizukage immediately noticed someone attacking from behind. This is not body flicker technique, this is Flying Thunder God. At the moment of the fight, he had been marked as the Flying Thunder God. Without caring about his image, he rolled over and narrowly avoided Chuan Feng's attack. He knew very well that he couldn't hide from what was going to happen next. Chuan Feng, on the other hand, was also greatly surprised. Advertisement. This is not only a reflection of strength. Even if it's not the real body, is it still so sensitive? Chuan Feng didn't give Mizukage a chance to breathe and attacked him again and again. With the help of Flying Thunder God, Mizukage was used like a sandbag. Chuan Feng kicked him high into the air, followed by a big whip kick. Mizukage hastily condensed a tortoise shell in front of him, which was the shell of 3 tails. It is covered with barbs and looks very solid. The tailed beasts were like obedient toys in his hands. Bang! With a solid kick, the turtle shell shattered, and Chuan Feng's whip kick hit Mizukage in the abdomen. His whole body bent like a shrimp and was knocked directly to the ground from the air. With a loud bang, the thick fog began to dissipate. Everything before my eyes began to become clear. Mizukage was lying in the pit, no longer the calm image he had before. His long, straight black hair was beaten into a mess, and his clothes were stained with blood. At this moment, his eyes were finally no longer tightly closed, and the blood-red Mangekyo was clearly visible. Mizukage adult. The thick fog dissipated, and the surrounding mist ninjas could not believe the scene. It's only been a short time and Mizukage-sama has been beaten like this? Hitaki Chuan Feng's strength is so terrifying. Take a closer look. Is this your Mizukage-sama? Chuan Feng pointed at Mizukage's eyes. Facts speak louder than words. His guess was absolutely correct. What is that? I haven't heard that Mizukage-sama has eye problems. You're an idiot, that's obviously pink eye. FKU, that's kind of like Konoha's Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan is an explosive existence even in Konoha, so it is normal that the Mist Ninja does not know about it. Rather than saying this is your Mizukage, he's more of a puppet. Why else would you, Kirigakure, be in this situation? Chuan Feng looked at Mizukage and was not in a hurry to deal with him. Kirigakure is also an important part of Uchiha Madara's plan, and Chuan Feng wants to make him fail. Simply killing the third Mizukage would mean the death of a tool for Uchiha Madara, nothing more. What? Mizukage is being controlled by someone. No wonder he changed so much after taking office a few years ago. Considering what the Mizukage had done, most of the Mist Ninjas had already believed Chuan Feng's words. If Uchiha Madara was a Mizukage who loved his people like his own children, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Just as the Mist Ninjas were discussing this, a very smart person jumped out. Advertisement. What is your intention in sending people from Konoha to control our Mizukage? It was obvious that he did not understand the situation, and the expression on his face was full of righteousness. Those who don't know would think he is a messenger of justice. The brain is a good thing. I hope you have one. Chuan Feng stared at this idiot in amazement. tapped his temple with his index finger and looked helpless. The forest is big and there are all kinds of birds. Don't be embarrassed if it's really controlled by Konoha. Mizukage is still out arresting Konoha's people? A mist ninja next to him pulled him back. Putting this fact aside, can you beat him now? Didn't you see that Mizukage was defeated? The situation is stronger than people, such pig teammates are really deadly. If you want to die, don't drag everyone down with you. Besides, this Mizukage was still a puppet, so it would be a good thing if he died at the hands of Konoha Shinobi. Sir Chuan Feng, thank you for informing us that Mizukage was controlled by someone. But why are you here today? Master Yuan watched for a long time before coming forward. He is a smart man. The fact that Chuan Feng did not kill people in large numbers shows that there is still room for things to turn around. But he didn't expect that Chuan Feng went to Kirigakure alone just for Nagato. Without Chuan Feng's strength, this crazy practice, which seemed crazy to him, would be unreasonable. It's simple. I just came to retrieve my disciple. By the way, I want to tell you that Mizukage is just a puppet. Chuan Feng didn't care, the current situation was under his control. He didn't have much idea about Kirigakure either. To be honest, he actually hoped that old ladies like the one just now could live a normal life instead of suffering in the Blood Mist village. Just because of that red-haired brat? The master showed an expression of disbelief. Thinking back to Nagato's eyes at that time, I didn't expect that this kid's confidence was so strong. Yes, leave him to me, and today's business is over. Chuan Feng was still sensing his surroundings while speaking. He was trying to see if he could find that old six. He couldn't find Madara with just a puppet. Okay, I'll have someone invite your disciple over right away. Master Yuan agreed readily and chose his words very carefully. At this moment, he no longer cared about his own face. Looking at the devastated battlefield, he just wanted to send Chuan Feng away quickly. Go to cell number 4 and invite Master Chuan Feng's disciple over. The master ordered a mist ninja beside him. Yes, great elder. The mist ninja took the order and left, and Chuan Feng's goal was basically achieved. Chapter 251 Come alive. As soon as this mist ninja left, many mist ninjas burst out with hatred towards the Mizukage. Before, he was the powerful and superior Mizukage. Now he is half dead, a puppet controlled by others. The Blood Mist village was created by him alone. Since a culprit cannot be found, Mizukage must pay the price. It is Mizukage's sin to be controlled by others. In this world, weakness is the original sin. If he was stronger and not controlled, would Kirigakure's situation be much better? Everyone knows how to beat a man when he's down, let alone Mizukage, who was almost beaten to death by Chuan Feng. Now is a good time to kill him and vent my anger. Kill him. Kill him. The mist ninja bravely approached the deep pit slowly. Master Yuan chose to watch coldly without any reaction. There was neither obstruction nor command. Whether Mizukage dies or not, Kirigakure has reached his time. Once there is another outstanding youngster who can take on the role of Mizukage, Kirigakure will be back on track. That was what he had been looking forward to for so many years. Chuan Feng looked at the approaching mist shinobi, but still did not notice the figure of Lao Lu. Maybe that guy was really good at hiding his whereabouts, or maybe he had no intention of protecting Mizukage, this puppet, at all. As you please. Chuan Feng made a gesture of invitation and walked aside. It didn't matter to him whether he killed Mizukage himself or not. It's just a pity about the tailed beasts. Walking not far away, Chuan Feng muttered softly. He couldn't pull out the tailed beast, and it was also a bit inconvenient to take the tailed beast away in Kirigakure. Superior. A brave mist ninja sounded the horn of attack. A large group of people jumped into the pit, aiming directly at Mizukage. Chuan Feng was also happy to watch the fun. The mist ninjas besieging and killing the Mizukage would be something to talk about when he returned. Haha, I lost today, but it's not that easy for you to kill my puppet. An even stronger chakra burst out from the pit. The mist ninjas were all blown away by the scarlet chakra. A giant turtle with only one eye open appeared in front of everyone. Its back is covered with barbs and its 3 tails are dangling, making a very intimidating sound. The scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan was larger than a human and looked terrifying. Mizukage's body was too badly injured to be used, so Madara simply controlled 3 tails Isobuki. This actually made things easier for him, since they were all just puppets in his eyes anyway. Advertisement: She 3 tails, everyone be careful. The mist ninjas all retreated a long way. It was not wise to keep such a close distance to the tailed beasts. Now Chuan Feng became the person closest to Isobu, and the Kirigakure might not be without the intention of borrowing his strength. Isobu glanced at Chuan Feng and then turned his head away. Madara knew that if he turned into a tailed beast, he would be no match for Chuan Feng. Wood style was the natural nemesis of the tailed beasts, just like Mangekyo. Since Chuan Feng has no intention of taking action now, he will first teach the mist ninja how to behave. It is not their turn to bully a tiger in dire straits. With the sudden force of its 4 stubby claws, Jifu jumped out of the deep pit. Bang! The moment he landed, Chuan Feng felt the whole earth shaking. The 3 tails behind him attacked the mist ninja with a huge sound of wind. The red chakra looks extremely evil, water-style Senri water barrier. A large number of mist ninjas joined forces, and a huge water wall was formed in an instant, which was just enough to block Isobu's tail. The barrier class goes first. Seeing that Chuan Feng had no intention of taking action, Master Yuan had no choice but to give orders. He couldn't bring himself to beg for the time being, after all, Chuan Feng was still an invader. Several mist ninjas jumped out of the team and surrounded Isobu with nervous looks. This might be effective against a mad-tailed beast. They were facing Isobuki, who was controlled by Madara, and the result was obvious. In Chuan Feng's eyes, several ninjas from the barrier class were swept out before they could even get into position. There is no chance to show off one's skills at all. The strength of the mist ninja is really not that good. Chuan Feng commented on the show while watching it. Not to mention anything else, at least the level of this barrier class is far behind that of Konoha. Great Elder, the people are here. The mist ninja from before came over with Nagato. Teacher. Nagato was about to make some sarcastic remarks, but when he saw Chuan Feng, he forgot everything he wanted to say. There was a look of joy on his face and a warm feeling passed through his heart. The teacher really came to save me. Come here, I'll take you back. Chuan Feng smiled and waved to Nagato. He wanted to see who dared to stop him. Good. Nagato walked towards Chuan Feng, and Isobu glanced at him but didn't dare to take any action. Chuan Feng saw the unwillingness in his eyes clearly. This is exactly the effect we want. If you can see it but can't get it, you'll be mad as hell. Are you okay? Advertisement? There's a seal on your body. Go back and ask someone to remove it for you. Chuan Feng checked on Nagato and found that he had not lost any weight and seemed to be doing well. Good. Nagato behaved like a good boy again in front of Chuan Feng and nodded in agreement. Then you guys fight, I'll retreat first. Chuan Feng smiled and waved to Master Yuan, then was about to leave. Isobu let the mist ninja solve the problem themselves, as he would gain nothing by taking action. It just so happens that Kirigakure doesn't need to exist anymore. If you can't get it, destroy it. Madara was already very unhappy with the behavior of the mist ninja just now. If I can't beat Chuan Feng, I can't beat you little minions? He opened his mouth and began to gather a large amount of chakra, and a high-density chakra ball quickly took shape. Tailed Beast Bomb. Your Excellency Chuan Feng. If you help us, we will agree to any conditions you have. Master Yuan shouted loudly, fearing that Chuan Feng would disappear in the next second. He was just trying his best, he didn't know if Chuan Feng could block the Tailed Beast Bomb. But they themselves really can't resist it. With this Tailed Beast Bomb, Kirigakure will be destroyed. My appearance fee is very expensive. Chuan Feng's mouth curled up into a smile, this is life. Isofu is really cute, he can even generate income for himself before he dies. Okay, all is fine. The master's tone became increasingly anxious as the Tailed Beast Bomb grew larger. The Mist Ninja has begun to evacuate the weaker ninjas in the surrounding area. In the face of the Tailed Beast Bomb, staying would only result in additional casualties. Ji Fu turned one eye and looked at Chuan Feng sideways. Madara muttered to himself. You are a ninja from Konoha, what does Kirigakure's life or death have to do with you? You said it, don't blame me for being rude if you regret it later. There is no way to negotiate now, so Chuan Feng made it clear in advance to prevent them from regretting it later. I will do it. As soon as the master finished speaking, the Tailed Beast Bomb suddenly shot out from Isobu's mouth. It's no use promising you now. Isobu laughed wildly. Even if the Tailed Beast Bomb was blocked, it could still cause great damage at such a close distance. As he said this, he controlled his tail to attack the Mist Ninja. You stay here. Chuan Feng said something to Nagato and then disappeared on the spot. The space-time barrier unfolded, and the Tailed Beast Bomb instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. They had never seen such ninjutsu before and they all stared in amazement. Until a few seconds later, a deafening explosion was heard from far away. Tailed Beast Bomb was moved. Chapter 252 Appearance Fee. Hatake Chuan Feng, you just want to go against me, don't you? Isobu roared, retracted his body into his shell, and rushed towards Chuan Feng at a rapid speed. This move is like an enlarged version of the human bomb chariot. Smoke and dust rose up, and all obstacles were crushed in its path. With an unstoppable momentum, he left clearly visible deep marks on the ground. I'm looking forward to our next meeting. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Chuan Feng looked at the tortoise shell chariot and simply made a seal. A big tree broke out of the ground and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a giant wooden golem appeared with a wooden dragon wrapped around its body. This wooden golem looks ferocious and has the aura of a social person. This brought a great sense of oppression to the Mist Ninja, and even if there was any thought of regret, it was annihilated at this moment. Bigger than the tailed beasts. Is this the power of wood style? I heard that Senju Hashirama used this move to pin 9 tails to the ground and beat him. Master Yuan was staring with his mouth wide open and his eyes dull. This was the terrifying power he had heard his elders talk about when he was young. No wonder Senju Hashirama found catching the tailed beasts like a piece of cake. Chuan Feng towers over the wooden golem's head with a space dedicated to him. Facing the aggressive tortoise shell chariot, wooden golem opened his right palm and easily blocked it with one hand. The powerful impact of the tortoise shell chariot seems to be insufficient in front of the wooden golem. It spun wildly on the spot, sinking deeply into the ground and unable to move forward until it came to a stop. The wooden golem clenched its right hand, and Isso was like a child in its hand, unable to break free. The chakra of the tailed beasts was suppressed, and the wood dragon on the wooden golem opened its huge mouth and bit it. Oh, Chuanfeng's eyes were cold. He raised his left fist high, swung it in a circle and smashed it down hard. Ouch! Izio yelled in pain and struggled hard but was unable to escape. As the wooden golem swung his fists wildly, the roar became weaker and weaker. It's terrible. The tailed beast was beaten to death. Who can rival such a man? The mist ninja looked at the scene in horror. As wooden golem's final blow hit him, Isobushi's punch slowly dissipated and turned into the purest energy and disappeared in the ninja world. Amir Jr. actually has such strength. In an unknown cave, Uchiha Madara pounded the stone bench beside him. His 3-tomo Sharingan was bleeding profusely. Without the puppet third Mizukage, not only were his plans disrupted, but he would have to rely on Zetsu for his future actions. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to him, and since someone knows his identity, he will have to be more covert in his future actions. If his hiding place is discovered, he has no confidence to fight Chuanfeng with his current body. After all, he had lived for so long, and after venting a little, he calmed down. Later he will let Chuanfeng know what his peak strength is. He firmly believed that, except for Hashirama, no one in the world could match him at his peak. No, by then, what would it matter if Hashirama was resurrected? Advertisement. Seeing that wooden golem had nothing in his hand, Chuanfeng untied his ninjutsu and landed gracefully on the ground. Master Yuan, let's talk about the appearance fee. Chuanfeng smiled, like a sunny boy. There is no trace of the ferocity just now. Sure. Master Yuan quickly agreed. You guys clean up the situation, I'm going to go have a good chat with Mr. Chuanfeng. Master Yuan said something and gestured to Chuanfeng to come in. Nagato, come here. Chuanfeng waved to Nagato and led him and Yuanshi to the Mizukage building. Thanks to Chuanfeng's move, Kirigakure did not suffer much loss. No matter what I say today, I still want to thank Mr. Chuanfeng. Walking on the road, Master Yuan was the first to break the dull atmosphere. He now says nothing about Chuanfeng's solo trip to Kirigakure. You're welcome. I have to thank you for your generosity. Chuanfeng choked Master Yuan softly, which could be regarded as a way to vent Nagato's anger. The look this disciple gave Master Yuan was not so friendly, and Chuanfeng naturally knew what was going on. No, your disciple was captured because of the puppet's willful behavior. That is definitely not what we at Kirigakure mean. The master quickly explained and completely disowned Kirigakure. I was afraid that Chuanfeng would come to settle the score, and Kirigakure would not be able to handle it. I know, otherwise I wouldn't discuss this deal with you. Chuanfeng looked as if he didn't take the matter seriously, but he was already thinking about how much he should extort. Come in. The master opened the door of the Mizukage's office. This would be his territory for a long time from now on. The prerequisite is to get rid of Chuanfeng, the god of plague. Please take a seat first, I'll make you a pot of tea. Master Yuan asked Chuanfeng and Nagato to sit on the sofa and personally made a pot of the best tea. Come, have some tea. Master Yuan poured tea for Chuanfeng and Nagato with a friendly smile on his face. The tea is good. Chuanfeng took a sip and had no intention of negotiating the price. This is his usual trick. Thank you. If you like it, I'll get some for you when I go back. Master Yuan smiled even more brightly, and his true face as an old fox began to show. It was impossible not to offer benefits, he just hoped to negotiate less. Please remove the seal on my disciple, it saves me the trouble. Chuanfeng made a trivial request, which could be regarded as a small test. No problem. Upon hearing this, Master Yuan readily agreed and put down the teacup in his hand. At Chuanfeng's signal, Nagato stood up and walked to Yuanshi. This seal was also ordered by the puppet. That's not what I meant. Advertisement. The master made a few seals and pressed one hand on Nagato's abdomen. As the chakra was output, Nagato felt the strength in his body returning. Alright. Master Yuan withdrew his hand. The seal was completely broken and he did not dare to do anything. Chuanfeng glanced at Nagato and only continued when he saw him nod. I didn't stop just now, and you lost the tailed beast. I'm terribly sorry, too. The tailed beasts have been destroyed, and there will be no Jinchuriki appearing in Kirigakure in the next few years. This is also a big loss for Kirigakure. Even if you don't use the nuclear bomb, you have to have it. But now Kirigakure is gone. Of course, this is not what Chuanfeng meant by saying this. I have killed all the tailed beasts, so you'd better be sensible and say something I like to hear. Ahem. When Master Yuan heard this, he understood the meaning of it. It was true that the situation was stronger than the people. This young man has no moral principles. Thank you for taking action before it's too late. How dare I blame you? If you have any requests, please bring them up and we can discuss them. Master Yuan didn't say anything definite. If Chuanfeng couldn't give him what he wanted, he had to bargain. Oh, look at what you said. I'm not that kind of person either. Chuanfeng immediately put on a smile. It was more comfortable to deal with smart people. Nagato watched Chuanfeng's extreme expression changes without any surprise. He had gotten used to it after seeing it so many times. But if you insist on thanking me, I can't refuse you. Just give it to me as you see fit. I can accept any of them. Changing the subject, Chuanfeng returned to the main topic. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Master Yuan. This old guy makes me feel creepy. I, Kirigakure, haven't been rich in recent years. Here I am, I'll give you 200 million, do you think it's okay? When Master Yuan mentioned the number of 200 million, his heart was bleeding. Chuan Feng said to give it to him as he saw fit, but he didn't dare to really give it to him casually as he saw fit. How embarrassing. Chuan Feng was quite satisfied with the price and felt that the trip was not in vain. He rescued his disciple and got 200 million for free. It should be. It should be. Master Yuan smiled, and he didn't see that Chuan Feng was embarrassed at all. I have another unwelcome request. Chuan Feng pretended to be a little hesitant, as if it was a little difficult to say. You say. Master Yuan couldn't wait for Chuan Feng to speak up and deal with the problem so that he could get rid of this plague god. Can you give me that ninja sword summoning scroll? Chuan Feng was really murderous. He knew that the ninja sword was seized by Minato and his men. Instead of going through the trouble of sealing it again, it would be better to just ask for the scroll directly. Chapter 253 Returned to the village safely. The expression on Master Yuan's face stiffened for a moment, then relaxed. Okay. Seeing Master Yuan gritting his teeth, Chuan Feng was very happy. You old man, you know what's best for you, thank you so much. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to Konoha to find me. Chuan Feng really enjoys the feeling of being in control of everything, and every victory in a negotiation brings him a great sense of happiness. I'll send someone to get it right away. Master Yuan couldn't bear Chuan Feng's hypocritical look, so he stood up and prepared to go out and find someone to do it. Is there anything else I can ask you? Kirigakure isn't enough to post for you, this one time is enough to remember for a lifetime. He decided to warn the next Mizukage in the future not to make a deal with Konoha's Hatake Chuan Feng. Otherwise, your pants will be stripped off, then I'll wait. Chuan Feng looked at Master Yuan's departing figure, picked up the teacup and took another sip. The tea seems to be sweeter. Nagato looked at Chuan Feng and turned his head slightly. Why can't I help but want to beat up the teacher when I see him like this? Nagato. The ninja world is not about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships and worldly wisdom. Learn more from the teacher. Chuan Feng was inspired after drinking the tea, and it was hard to hide his pride. Yes, teacher. I see. Nagato suppressed the impulse in his heart and looked at Chuan Feng deeply. The teacher is really thick-skinned. Is this what you understand as social skills? Not a threat of force? Good boy. Hearing Nagato's response, Chuan Feng touched his head with satisfaction. The master went out and found a mist ninja. Go to the Kazuna clan and get the ninja sword summoning scroll. If they don't want to, you can tell them that Hatake Chuan Feng will go get it himself. The master knew that the ninja sword summoning scroll was of great significance to the Kazuna clan. There is no time to negotiate with them right now, so intimidation is more effective. Yes, great elder. The mist ninja took the order and retreated, and Master Yuan didn't want to face Chuan Feng again for a while. If he was asked to do anything unreasonable again, he wouldn't know what to do. The Yuan master was wandering in the corridor, waiting quietly. Chuan Feng was not in a hurry at all in the house. He was very relaxed and poured himself another cup of tea. I also had the leisure to look at the layout of Mizukage's office. Advertisement. This is much worse than your wife's office. Nagato was too lazy to refute. Do you think anyone is willing to spend so much money to decorate public property? Why don't you speak, kid? Chuan Feng saw that Nagato did not respond and questioned him. Yes, you are right. The teacher's wife's office is the most beautiful. Nagato rolled his eyes and responded helplessly. When nothing is done, the teacher is more like a child than I am. After a long time, Master Yuan came in from outside the door. I have it. Here is the ninja sword summoning scroll you requested. Handing over the scroll in his hand, a trace of heartache flashed in Master Yuan's eyes. From now on, there are no more 7 ninja swordsmen in Kirigakure. Thank you for your love. Chuan Feng was not polite at all. He put it directly into his pocket without even looking at it. If this were false, he might be even happier. Where is the ninja sword in my Kirigakure? I hope I can exert greater power in Konoha. The things have been given away, and Master Yuan doesn't mind praising them a little. I was muttering in my heart. Go away quickly. No, you are being modest. Now that things are over, I should go. Chuan Feng is just as Master Yuan wished. There is no point for him to stay. Then I'll take you there. Master Yuan was overjoyed and finally decided to leave. Need not. This tea is really good. Chuan Feng praised him again, and Nagato felt embarrassed. You have a big family and a big business, how could you be so short of this? Oops, I forgot. Master Yuan slapped his forehead, walked to the cabinet and took out a large bag of tea. These are all new teas this year. Take it with you and drink it slowly when you get home. Master Yuan stuffed all the tea leaves into Chuan Feng's arms, probably remembering something. Don't worry about the 200 million in cash. I'll have someone send it to Konoha once I've prepared it. Definitely no more than a month. Master Yuan gave the guarantee, fearing that Chuan Feng would do something weird again. What are you talking about? How can I not believe it? Chuan Feng appears to be very generous, but in fact he is fearless. Don't you dare to give it a try? Chuan Feng casually handed the tea to Nagato and walked out of Mizukage's office first. Advertisement. When I came out, someone was already repairing the damaged buildings in Kirigakure. The villagers in the shelter were also heading home. Soon, the three of them came to a forest, which was all his masterpiece. All the mist ninjas hanging on the trees were rescued, leaving only a pile of chopped branches on the ground. It's enough to stop here, no need to send me off. Chuan Feng stopped Master Yuan. He was worried that he would not leave unless he saw him leave. Then I wish you a safe journey. Master Yuan took a look at the area of the forest and found that there was wood needed for repairs. Okay, bye. Chuan Feng put his arm around Nagato's shoulder and the two of them disappeared in front of Yuanqi. Finally sent away. Master Yuan felt relieved and turned to walk towards the village. He will be busy next, and 200 million is not a small amount of money. We need to make careful preparations and repair the damage in the village as soon as possible. The third Mizukage's policies need to be adjusted or even revised, and this is what he has to worry about. A few days later, Chuan Feng brought Nagato back to Konoha village. Looking at the gate in front of him, Nagato felt a lot of emotion. I'm finally back. Now when he thinks back to the days in prison, it feels a little unreal. If I were still that child without a father or mother, I'm afraid no one would care about me even if I died. You are so young, what's the point of feeling sentimental? Chuan Feng saw that Nagato was a little sad and didn't know how to comfort him, so he just slapped him on the back of the head. Ouch, Nagato staggered and his thoughts were pulled back. He looked at Chuan Feng pitifully without saying a word. What are you looking at? Go back and practice well. Next time you get captured, don't expect me to save you. Chuan Feng walked up and knocked on the door. The sense of ceremony of returning to the village was still necessary. As the gate opened, two Konoha shinobi greeted Chuan Feng. He let the two of them in very quickly. Go and tell your wife that you are safe first, and then we can go home. Chuan Feng took Nagato to the Hokage building. In order not to lead the child astray, he chose to go through the main entrance. Greeting the Konoha shinobi on the road, Chuan Feng pushed open the door of the Hokage's office without any hindrance. You won't knock? Tsunade raised her head after she finished speaking, and saw Chuan Feng and Nagato appear in front of her. The angry look on his face just now turned into a smile in the blink of an eye. You're back, Nagato, come here and let the master's wife take a look. She waved to Nagato, and her anger over work subsided. Shota. Chuan Feng only saw Tsunade and guessed why she was angry. I'm a newbie at this job and I'm a bit overwhelmed without help. Chapter 254 Tsunade is worried. Shota is taking a break today. He said he has a headache. Tsunade answered Chuan Feng nonchalantly and examined Nagato carefully. You're a medical ninja, why don't you take a look at him? Obviously just trying to bluff you, stupid Hokage. Chuan Feng and Tsunade joked that with this workload, it was normal for Shota to take a break. You just happened to be here, help me deal with the documents. Nagato, just go back by yourself. Minato and the others are at home. Tsunade grabbed a strong man and sent Nagato, who had already been examined, back home. Chuan Feng was extremely regretful at this time. He had planned everything, but he had never expected that Shota would take a leave. Yes, master's wife. Nagato couldn't wait to go home and see his friends, so he agreed and left without looking back. It's not that he doesn't want to help the teacher, but he doesn't have the ability and can't bear the consequences. Nagato would never do such a stupid thing as throwing an egg against a stone. Watching Nagato leave without any regrets, Chuan Feng cursed in his heart. What an ungrateful little wolf. Afterwards, he could only sigh and obediently take Shota's place, accompanying Tsunade to process the documents. The large pig farmer Kimura Hai applied to expand his breeding area and requested land approval. The orphanage requested funding for repairs. The south of the village has applied for a new canal. Chuan Feng was overwhelmed looking at all these people's livelihood documents, and only then did he understand some of the matters that the Hokage needed to deal with. An idea immediately popped up in my mind. Whoever wants to be the Hokage can do so. How about it? You asked me to be the Hokage, now you know what it feels like. Tsunade saw Chuan Feng frowning and gave him a sidelong glance. Very good, it's all for the village. Chuan Feng gritted his teeth and continued to work on the documents, not daring to complain. He was largely responsible for Tsunade's current situation. That sounds nice. I'll do it for a while and then you can come. Tsunade rolled her eyes, standing and talking without any back pain. That's not necessary. I'm not interested in being the Hokage. You should train Nawaki or Minato well. Give it to them when they grow up. Chuan Feng quickly put forward his candidate to avoid getting into trouble. He still feels better to be at home with his wife and children. You are dreaming. How old are they? Tsunade's face darkened at the thought of having to serve as Hokage for so many more years. He raised his hand and hit Chuan Feng, advertisement. Then let's discuss it again. Have you made all arrangements for the snow clan? Chuan Feng touched his head and changed the subject. Well, a piece of land has been arranged. We approved some funding for them, so they can officially settle down in Konoha. Tsunade was still very satisfied with the attitude of the Snow Clan. Whatever is given is what is desired, and there is no excessive demand. He also cooperated with the registration of ninjas. That's good, they don't have a large population now. We can let the trusted families have more contact with them. It won't take many years for Konoha to completely preserve this bloodline limit. Chuan Feng expressed his thoughts, which was a bit like taking advantage of someone's misfortune. But relatively speaking, this is also the fastest way for the Snow Clan to integrate into Konoha. Don't worry, I've already asked Uchiha to make contact. They are both of outstanding appearance, so we should be able to get along well. Tsunade herself hadn't thought of this, it was Shota's idea. This also makes Tsunade more and more satisfied with Shota. Fugaku agreed. Chuan Feng still found it a little unbelievable. In his opinion, the outflow of Uchiha bloodline should be difficult for Fugaku to accept. You can't allow Uchiha to marry other people's girls and not allow others to date Uchiha's girls, right? I talked to Fugaku about this. He said that Sharingan can only be taught by Uchiha. Once the bloodline limit of ice release is awakened, ice release ninjutsu can be copied. Tsunade kind of condensed Fugaku's original words. That's a really good calculation. Chuan Feng burst out laughing. Fugaku was becoming more and more cunning in his thinking. In this way, if the Snow Clan has children who awaken the Sharingan after intermarriage, they will also have to go to Uchiha to learn. By then, the initiative will still be in Fugaku's hands. After being with you for a long time, how can there be a good person? Tsunade insulted Chuan Feng and said she had no opinion on Fugaku's actions. Now Uchiha is her most reliable ally. What you said is really unfair. My trip was not in vain. Guess what I got from Kirigakure? Chuan Feng kept the secret with a smile on his face, but he is a very good citizen. Oh, I would have forgotten to ask if you hadn't mentioned it. Did the trip to Kirigakure go smoothly? Advertisement? Tsunade saw that Nagato had returned safely and Chuan Feng was not injured. I forgot to ask for a moment, and only remembered it when Chuan Feng mentioned her. Nothing, just killing a Mizukage. Chuan Feng spoke with great ease, his facial expression indifferent, making him look very smooth. What? How can you be so careless about the overall situation? Tsunade stood up in surprise. She wasn't afraid of war, but that didn't mean she wanted to fight. She thought Chuan Feng used Flying Thunder God to directly rescue Nagato. It's okay, don't worry, Kirigakure, I can't thank you enough. He also gave me a lot of things. Chuan Feng took Tsunade's hand and pulled her to sit down again. Tsunade looked at Chuan Feng with confusion. She couldn't figure out why Kirigakure would thank him for killing Mizukage. The Mizukage is being controlled by the Mangekyo Sharingan. I doubt that Uchiha Madara was dead at all. Kirigakure's current situation is all caused by him controlling the Mizukage. Don't you think Kirigakure should thank me? This is the first time Chuan Feng mentions Uchiha Madara to Tsunade. This just happened to be an opportunity. In the past, I was afraid that Tsunade would worry or not believe me. After all, everyone in Konoha knew that Uchiha Madara died at the hands of Senju Hashirama. How is that possible? Didn't he die at the hands of Grandpa? Tsunade's reaction was as Chuan Feng expected. She knew about Uchiha Madara's terrifying strength and his dissatisfaction with Konoha. If this old monster were alive, how could he not target Konoha? I can't explain this to you right now. I guess he faked his death. Besides him, I can't think of anyone else who can meet both the requirements of possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan and being able to control the cage of Ichimura. Chuan Feng couldn't say that he knew it from the original work, so he could only explain it according to normal logic. Then Konoha, must be on guard. Tsunade thought about it for a moment and decided that it was better to believe it than not. Uchiha Madara is a powerful ninja who can rival his grandfather. We need to be on guard, but we don't have to worry too much. He must have been seriously injured, otherwise he wouldn't have been out of action for so many years. After hearing what Chuan Feng said made sense, Tsunade slowly calmed down. The impact of this news was so great that she couldn't recover for a while. Tsunade felt choked up at the thought of Uchiha Madara one day driving a Gundam around Konoha. If that day really comes, what will Konoha be like? Chapter 255 Nagato arrives home. Well, you have a point. Tsunade withdrew her thoughts. There were still many experts in Konoha. Uchiha Madara alone probably can't cause much trouble. Although Grandpa is gone, don't I still have me? Chuan Feng patted Tsunade on the shoulder. He felt that he was now capable of fighting even against Uchiha Madara in his prime. Not to mention that there is still time to continue to improve, while Madara can only survive now. Yeah, and you too. What did you blackmail Kirigakure about? A smile appeared on Tsunade's face. Chuan Feng's strength should be no less than that of his grandfather. He knew that Kirigakure would not give Chuan Feng benefits for no reason, so he must have been playing tricks. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was extortion. That's such a harsh word. That's called a kind invitation that can't be refused. Chuan Feng was not happy with Tsunade's statement. He was a gentleman. How could someone do something like blackmail? Okay, I can't refuse such a kind offer. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh out loud, imagining the expression of the unlucky guy who agreed to Chuan Feng's request. Not much, just 200 million in cash. Send it to Konoha within a month. Chuan Feng smoothed the silver hair on his forehead and felt very handsome. You are awesome. You finally solved my urgent problem. Tsunade was overjoyed and hugged Chuan Feng's face and kissed him. It seems that the money was confiscated by her. It has to be symmetrical. Chuan Feng turned his other cheek toward him and gave the money. I can't say I feel bad for her, as long as Tsunade is happy. Virtue. Tsunade poked Chuan Feng's forehead and slowly moved closer. At this moment, Chuan Feng turned his head suddenly and their lips touched. It smells so good. After succeeding, Chuan Feng even licked his lips. Even though they were already an old married couple, Tsunade still blushed. This is the Hokage's office, it would be a bit embarrassing if someone saw us. Nothing serious. Tsunade wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and prepared to continue with her business. Don't worry, there's more. Chuan Feng took out the ninja sword summoning scroll from his pocket. What's this? Tsunade picked up the scroll and opened it. The 7 characters, the codenames of each ninja sword, were clearly visible on it. Ninja sword summoning scroll. You can summoning the knives that Nawaki and the others brought back. Chuan Feng explained it briefly, just make do. Advertisement. Tsunade glanced at it for a few seconds and put it back on the table with a lack of interest. She has already sealed those ninja swords, so the ninja sword summoning scroll is unnecessary. However, keeping it in Konoha provides an extra layer of protection, so it is not completely useless. You have high standards. Chuan Feng complained and didn't bother with the scroll anymore. This was just an extra thought that came to him on a whim. Those are some nice knives. Nagato, that loser, broke it. At most, we in Konoha can form a group of 6 ninja swordsmen. Tsunade called Nagato a black sheep, and there was no blame on her face. No need, we'll just have to find the right people to send them out when the time comes. Chuan Feng had an average impression of these 7 swords, except for Samahata, which shined in Kisami's hands. There aren't really any other impressive achievements. Except for Samahata, which was taken by Nawaki, the others are stored in the Forbidden Technique Room. No one is interested in these knives yet. Tsunade was ripped off by Nawaki for these knives. Under the power of money, Nawaki's position is firm. The Iron Fist of Love didn't work, and Nawaki took away a lot of money with a bag on his head. He was beaming as he walked out of the Hokage's office. Nawaki is good at picking things. Chuan Feng shook his head and smiled. With Samahata's continued support, Nawaki's combat power has been raised to a higher level. You little b***************, D, you're blackmailing me. Hearing Chuan Feng praising Nawaki, Tsunade became angry again. Haha, who does he blame for his money-obsessed attitude? Chuan Feng looked at Tsunade teasingly, none of your business. As the saying goes, trouble comes from the mouth. Tsunade instantly became angry and punched Chuan Feng. The topic between the two came to an end, and they both quietly dealt with the documents. Nagato had already returned to Hitaki's house, and the moment he saw Minato and the others, tears started to flow. He thought he would never see these people again. Minato flashed to Nagato's side and gave him a big hug. Nagato contributed a lot to his life, Minato-san. Nagato also patted Minato's back, his voice tearing. It's good to be back. Where's the teacher? Yahiko and Konan watched from the side, tears welling up in their eyes. The teacher was taken away by his wife to deal with documents. Luckily I ran fast. Nagato and Minato separated, laughing in glee. There was no time to wipe the tears off my face. Advertisement. Haha, when Nagato said this, everyone laughed out loud. Let's go in and talk. Auntie hasn't seen you for a long time. Minato led Nagato to the living room, with Yahiko and Konan following closely behind. Soon, the 4 of them arrived in the living room. Nayuki was watching Kakashi and Xiaobai playing. The ghost mastiff lay lazily on the side with his eyes closed. Aunt, I'm back. Nagato was met with Nayuki's loving gaze as he entered the living room. She really treated them as her own children and was very kind to them on a daily basis. Nagato, you're finally back. These days, everyone is so anxious. Nayuki stood up in surprise and walked forward to take a good look at Nagato. I felt relieved when I saw that he was not missing any limbs. Nagato ni. Little Kakashi also ran up and hugged Nagato's legs. Kakashi, do you miss your brother? Nagato picked up Kakashi with a big smile on his face. Hey, I want to. Kakashi held Nagato's red hair with his little hands, very passionately. My brother hurt me. Nayuki pretended to be angry and slapped Kakashi's hand. Even though he is young, it still hurts to have his hair pulled. She herself suffered greatly from it. It's okay, Aunt. Nagato didn't mind it, he really liked the feeling of being depended on. You guys are going to spoil him sooner or later. Nayuki shook her head and carried Kakashi to the ground. With these evil brothers and sisters, I really don't know what Kakashi will be like when he grows up. Go and have fun by yourself. Nayuki gave Kakashi a light kick on the butt. Okay, Mom. Kakashi leapt forward, steadied himself, and ran towards Xiaobai. Xiaobai, who is over 1 year old, is much older than him. The man and the dog had a lot of fun. You didn't suffer in Kirigakure, did you? Nishui sat back in her original seat, watched the little ones take their seats, and started talking. I didn't suffer much, I was just locked up for a while. Looking back now, Nagato felt that he was one of the best treated prisoners. That's good. Your teacher didn't cause any trouble in Kirigakure, did he? Nayuki asked this question and everyone looked at Nagato. Because Chuan Feng came back so quickly, the news about Kirigakure hasn't come out yet. So everyone was very interested in what he was doing in Kirigakure. Chapter 256 Dinner. Well, if you want to talk about big things, it is indeed a big thing. Nagato's words aroused everyone's curiosity. He paused deliberately. Ouch, the ghost mastiff pricked up its ears and barked in dissatisfaction. This guy is such a killjoy. Which B asterisk 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 D did he learn this from? Ahem, Nagato coughed in embarrassment, and was looked down upon by the dog. What are you coughing about? Speak up. Yahiko couldn't wait and urged Nagato to hurry up. Sensei took out the Mizukage. When Nagato said this, everyone had a different expression. Nishui was a little scared, fearing that Chuan Feng's move would trigger a war. I've never heard of anyone breaking into someone else's village and killing their shadow. This was more than just a slap on Kirigakure's face, it was like shitting on Kirigakure's head. My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. The teacher is too. Minato thought for a long time but couldn't find the right words to describe his shock. The teacher is amazing. If you don't make a move, it's fine, but if you do, it's a big move. Conan was still young and didn't quite understand all these twists and turns, so he happily cheered for Chuan Feng. She was also happy that she had such a strong teacher. Isn't this a bit bad? Yahiko saw much further than Conan, and he knew what this meant. Nayuki didn't say anything. She noticed that Nagato hadn't finished speaking yet and there was obviously more to come. It was Kirigakure who asked the teacher to help. I also paid an appearance fee. It shouldn't affect the relationship between the two villages. What Nagato said truthfully left everyone even more confused. Are the people of Kirigakure stupid? Pay someone to kill the shadow from your own village? What do they want? Naishui finally couldn't help but complain. What kind of operation is this? Unheard of. If someone paid to kill Tsunade, Chuan Feng's ashes would probably be scattered for him. Mizukage is being controlled. When I saw it, it was already in its complete tailed beast form. What a big turtle. Nagato even opened his hands and gestured. It was the biggest turtle he had ever seen in his life. Then what? Minato asked about the rest with an expectant look. I wish I was there at the time, it's such a pity. Then the teacher summoned a wooden golem that was bigger than the turtle and beat 3 tails to death. It's as easy as beating a chicken. Advertisement. Nagato felt that just one sentence was not enough to describe the shocking scene, so he added another sentence. This is too exaggerated. Minato opened his mouth wide. He had seen many tailed beasts. Just thinking about it will give you an idea of how big the wooden golem that Nagato mentioned is. Kirigakure promised to give the teacher 200 million. I have a pack of Kirigakure tea here. Seeing that Nishui looked a little unconvinced, Nagato took out the tea leaves that Chuan Feng threw to him. This is really incredible. Then who is controlling the Mizukage? Nishui took the tea from Nagato, and all this subverted her perception a little. It is totally unimaginable that the shadow of a village is actually someone else's puppet. But this also makes Kirigakure's outrageous policies seem normal. I have no idea. The teacher said he didn't know either. Chuan Feng didn't tell the truth to Nagato, fearing that it would put pressure on him. After all, his eyes belonged to Madara. I see. No matter what, it's a great thing that you can come back safely. Nishui put the tea leaves aside and calmed down. Even if something big happened, it was not something she could worry about. Even if the sky falls, there are still 3 high-ranking officials in the family to support them. Did the teacher use the wood style to beat 3 tails to death? It was only after Yahiko came back that she heard the news that Chuan Feng had acquired wood style. Yes, that is the bloodline limit of your master's grandfather. It is an ability that once dominated the ninja world. Nayuki gave Yahiko a positive answer. The true several thousand hands that night shocked the entire Konoha. How could she not know about it? So is the teacher now invincible in the ninja world? Conan asked curiously. She wouldn't mind if she had the best teacher in the world. Haha, about the same. Nayuki was amused by Conan's cute appearance. She felt that Chuan Feng's current strength was worthy of the word invincible. Everyone continued to chat and time passed quickly. As the sun sets, Chuan Feng and Tsunade finally finished processing today's documents. Chuan Feng stood up and stretched. This was the most tiring day since his rebirth, and he was not happy at all. One day you're like this. Think about how to compensate me. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh at Chuan Feng's appearance. I'll make it up to you tonight. Chuan Feng gave a wicked smile, with bitterness in his eyes. Go to hell, go home. Tsunade took the initiative to hold Chuan Feng's hand. Let's go. Chuan Feng snapped his fingers, and the two of them appeared in Hitaki's restaurant. Advertisement. The timing was just right. The servants had just started serving the food and the table wasn't fully occupied yet. Brother-in-law, Nawaki, was also called over by Minato and the others. Masaki and Kushina beside them also greeted the two. Well, I heard you got beaten up. Chuan Feng is always bringing up things that are not relevant to the topic. Who said that? I was just fighting for my rights. As soon as Nawaki heard it, he knew what Chuan Feng was talking about. It must be his sister complaining about him. Haha, that's your attitude, kid. That beating was well deserved. Chuan Feng smiled and came to his seat and sat down. This time there was quite a commotion. Sakumo had also heard from Nayuki about the good things Chuan Feng had done in Kirigakure. It's okay, not worth mentioning. Chuan Feng waved his hand, determined to make this look more rounded. You be asterisk 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 D. You are so arrogant. Shuamao didn't spoil the fun and scolded with a smile. Son of a B asterisk ch. Kakashi doesn't learn good things, but learns swear words quickly. Say something nice, don't let the child be corrupted. Nayuki slapped Tsukumo and then corrected Kakashi. My. Tsukumo looked apologetic, blaming his brother for everything. B************** D is an insult, don't learn it, do you hear me? Nayuki spoke softly to Kakashi, but Dad can tell. Kakashi didn't quite understand why his father could say it but he couldn't. Is Mom partial? Dad, that's talking about your uncle, who are you talking about? Tsukumo leaned over to talk, but Nayuki gave him a cold look. You're talking about uncle, I'm talking about you. Kakashi opened his big cute eyes and looked at Tsukumo innocently. Haha, it's your own fault, he is my good nephew. Chuan-Feng smiled without any image. The child was young and could be taught well, so he was not worried. Ah, you little b******************. D. Tsukumo was furious when he heard this and raised his hand to spank Kakashi. Come on, if there was one good brother, Kakashi wouldn't be like this. Nayuki remained calm, and Tsunade nodded following suit. She agreed with her sister-in-law's point of view. The children all lowered their heads and smiled secretly. It had been a long time since they had seen such a warm scene. Eat. Tsukumo pinched his nose and had to accept it, taking the first chopstick of his dinner. Chapter 257 Sleepless Night. Today's dinner was also very lively. Chuan-Feng recounted what he had done in Kirigakure. The story he carefully crafted is much more exciting than Nagato's description in 2 sentences. Even Kakashi was drawn to the topic and listened attentively. He even clapped his hands when he heard something exciting. He is definitely a little fan. Because of the happiness, this meal is naturally inseparable from wine. Kakashi has been weaned, and Nayuki can drink with everyone again. Drinking milk all the time doesn't suit her personality. During this meal, none of the 4 drank too much and were relatively restrained. Tsukumo and Nayuki left first, and then Chuan-Feng and Tsunade returned to the room. Minato, Yahiko and the other 2 sent Nawaki and the others out, and made an appointment to meet again tomorrow. Yahiko has now started learning water style from Nawaki. Watching Nawaki and the other 2 go away, Minato and the others turned around and went back to their room. They didn't stop talking all the way, they were talking and laughing, and they were obviously in a very good mood. Let's do it together. Chuan-Feng held a change of clothes in his hand and warmly invited Tsunade. No, Tsunade rolled her eyes at him and rejected him mercilessly. She knew exactly what Chuan-Feng was thinking. Every time I take a bath with him, it takes a long time. If you don't give me face, you will be miserable. Chuan-Feng showed a fierce look, and the threat was obvious. Haha, are you sure? Tsunade raised her head slightly and looked at Chuan-Feng provocatively. This guy still hasn't been beaten enough, so he dares to threaten me. I was just joking. It saves water if 2 people take a shower together. Chuan-Feng nodded after he finished speaking, as if he felt he had found a perfect excuse. If you say so, I think that makes sense, I'll just accompany you reluctantly. It's a blessing to have someone who understands your quirks. Tsunade stood up with the clothes she had prepared, a smile on her face. Hokage-sama, this way please. Chuan-Feng made a very gentlemanly gesture and let Tsunade go first. Good attitude. Tsunade passed by Chuan-Feng and touched his chin with her hand. The 2 went into the bathroom. Bang, the door was slammed shut. Can't you be gentler? Tsunade glared at Chuan-Feng and started taking off her clothes. After a while, her perfect figure was revealed in front of Chuan-Feng. Advertisement, my wife is still so beautiful. Chuan-Feng took off his clothes but didn't forget to flatter. It feels like a long time since you last saw each other, they haven't seen each other for many days. Any efforts to add a child to the Hatake family were hindered. This cannot be made up. Smooth talk. Tsunade grinned and stepped forward to turn on the shower. Clear water poured down from the top of her head, wetting Tsunade's long light yellow hair. It slowly slid down her cheeks and body. I'll help you. Chuan-Feng slowly approached and washed Tsunade's hair attentively. There was no excessive action, and his eyes were full of tenderness. With his skillful movements, Tsunade's head was covered with foam. Chuan-Feng gently massaged Tsunade's head, comfortable. Tsunade suddenly turned her head and pecked Chuan-Feng lightly on the lips. The long hair brushed across Chuan-Feng's chest, leaving marks on it. Shame on you, you kissed me secretly. Chuan-Feng rested his chin on Tsunade's shoulder, acting quite shy. If you don't like it, forget it. Tsunade couldn't stand him taking advantage of others and acting like a good kid. How could that be? I like it very much. Chuan-Feng immediately perverted and kissed Tsunade on the face. Wash well and don't make a fuss. Tsunade took a picture of Chuan-Feng's mischievous big hand, which was already covered with foam. Okay. Chuan-Feng speeds up the cleaning process and quickly rinses off the foam. My dear wife, it's time to take a shower. He hugged Tsunade from behind and put his hands around her waist. Wash it clean. Tsunade is a pun, no problem. By the time Chuan-Feng rinsed Tsunade off with clean water, her face was already flushed. Chuan-Feng didn't say anything, just picked up Tsunade while breathing heavily. Give me a little princess. Chuan-Feng leaned over and kissed Tsunade passionately. I don't know how much time passed. The bathroom door opened and 2 people walked out one after the other. I am so tired. Chuan-Feng supported his lower back. Weren't you showing off just now? Tsunade has no sympathy at all, it's his own fault. Advertisement. The blush on her face had not completely disappeared, and she looked even more radiant. Don't worry, there's plenty of time tonight. Chuan Feng put down his hand immediately after hearing this. Show weakness? I will never show weakness in this life. Okay, I'll wait. Tsunade turned around and chuckled, then quickened her pace back to the room. That night, the battle continued. In the end, Chuan Feng was slightly inferior and lost. The two of them fell asleep snuggling together. The next day, Tsunade failed to get up on time. Fortunately, Shota is at work today, so she doesn't have to worry so much. Chuan Feng and Tsunade woke up slowly, and it was already daybreak. Morning. The two of them greeted each other tacitly. I'm hungry, get up and have breakfast. Tsunade sat up and stretched her upper body. The child will definitely not go hungry in the future. Chuan Feng couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the huge thing in front of him. Not right. Tsunade threw Chuan Feng's clothes in his face. Wait for me. Chuan Feng took the clothes off his face and saw that Tsunade was already dressed and ready to go out. Hurry up yourself. Tsunade walked out without even looking back. The two met again in a restaurant. At this point, everyone has finished eating. Eat more. Tsunade put 2 chive boxes into Chuan Feng's bowl with a slightly teasing look. Although this thing can't enhance sexual performance, it can taunt Chuan Feng. I don't need it, thank you. Chuan Feng obviously didn't understand as well as Tsunade, and as soon as he finished speaking, he took a big bite. I'm up. Nishui didn't know what she came to the restaurant for, so she greeted the two of them. Sister-in-law. Chuan Feng and Tsunade put down their chopsticks and blushed when they saw the strange look in Nayuki's eyes. Last night seemed a little too crazy. You guys eat yours, and I'll get something. Nishui smiled, took her things and went out. The atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly became a little awkward. I'm going to the office. Tsunade quickly finished her meal and left in a hurry, leaving Chuan Feng alone. I made up my mind to be more careful next time. You can't just do whatever Chuan Feng says. That bad guy. Chapter 258. Taking care of a baby. Hokage-sama, you look good today. Tsunade was praised by Shota as soon as she entered the office. No, I don't do this every day. Tsunade touched her hot cheeks and quickly walked to her seat and sat down. Today is exceptionally good. Shota and Tsunade are already familiar with each other, so it's harmless to make some jokes. Do your job. Tsunade glared at him and muttered something about Chuan Feng. Shota chuckled a few times and continued to work on the documents. He's gotten used to this way of working, but it's a bit tiring. The friends of the Yamanaka clan who had originally agreed to help have not yet arrived as promised. It looks like we need to work harder, and if that doesn't work we can only promise some benefits. Thinking of this, Shota suddenly lost his mood again. I could only curse Chuan Feng in my heart. After all, cursing in front of Tsunade was a bit too much. Shota, the documents that were previously backlogged for funding can now be approved. Tsunade greeted Shota. Originally, many documents requiring funding had been shelved, but now with the 200 million extorted by Chuan Feng, everything has been solved. This was also the reason why Tsunade personally met Chuan Feng at that time. Of course, last night's cooperation also had a bit of sexual compensation in it. She tried her best, otherwise Nishui wouldn't have looked at her with suspicion. Where did the money come from? Shota was a little surprised. That was not a small amount. He didn't go to work yesterday and had no idea that Chuan Feng had gotten 200 million from Kirigakure. Don't worry, approve it. 200 million arrived within a month. Tsunade didn't directly say that it was Chuan Feng who brought it back, but it always felt like an act of robbery. It is unbelievable that he could bring back 200 million yuan from a trip. Master Chuan Feng went to rob Kirigakure? Shota thought of the news of Chuan Feng returning to the village and immediately made a guess. What do you mean by robbing? That's such a harsh word. That's Kirigakure. Well, it's hard to refuse such a kind offer. Tsunade thought for a moment and plagiarized Chuan Feng's shameless statement. Are you sure? Shota rubbed his chin. The people in Kirigakure must have something wrong with their brains. Stop talking nonsense, just let me take a look after you review it. Tsunade waved her hands impatiently. What about the trust between people? Okay, got it. Shota knew he was right, so he stood up and took out the previous documents. No matter whether the people in Kirigakure are bad or not, this is a good thing for Konoha. Not long after, Shota placed the processed documents next to Tsunade. It's all approved. Please take a look. After saying that, he returned to his original position. There were still many documents to be processed. Being the Hokage's assistant was really not an easy job. Advertisement. Well, how are the Snow Clan doing lately? Tsunade asked Shota as she looked over the documents, barely asking any questions after she arranged it. It's okay. Uchiha helped a lot. Shota was aware of all this, as Tsunade had asked him to keep an eye on it. Now that we are well off, I will approve some money for them. So that others won't think that we in Konoha are stingy. Tsunade is now very generous and tight, unlike before when she felt pain in making approvals. Good. Shota glanced at Tsunade and felt disgusted with the face of this upstart. This is not the time to spend every penny carefully. Nayuki, let's go shopping. Yuhi Maku's wife came to Hitaki's house holding Yuhi Kurenai. You're here. Nishui greeted her warmly, and the two of them made an appointment to go buy some clothes. Red. Kakashi. The two children greeted each other happily. Kurenai Yuhi was put on the ground by her mother and ran towards Kakashi. Two-way running. Xiaobai circled around the two children. Kakashi, hold Hong's hand and go shopping with mom. Nayuki called Kakashi to leave, but did not get a satisfactory response. Mom, I don't want to go. Kakashi ruthlessly refused. Shopping with his mother was the most boring thing. Then I won't go either. Hong simply stood on Kakashi's side. These two kids. Hong's mother covered her mouth and laughed. I'll buy you something delicious. Nishui went forward to discuss things with the two children. Sister-in-law, I'm going out. Before I could get a reply, Chuan Feng just finished his meal and came out. Seeing Hong's mother, she also added a polite greeting. Uncle. Both children were very familiar with Chuan Feng. They ran up to him and hugged his legs, one on the left and one on the right. Oh, whose little beauty is this? Chuan Feng picked up Hong and kissed her on her rosy face. Uncle is handsome too. Hong happily accepted Chuan Feng's compliment and kissed him on the cheek. I want a hug too. Kakashi was a little jealous because his uncle usually hugged him the most. It was just red, he could still barely accept it. If it were Guy, he would not give in. Okay. Advertisement. Chuan Feng stretched out his hands and hugged one at a time. The two children were making noises in his arms. Seeing this scene, Nishui had a new idea. Chuan Feng, let's go out and buy some clothes. Kakashi and Hong, please help lead them for a while. Anyway, Chuan Feng has no time at work, and she is too lazy to force the child even if he doesn't want to. No, I have to go to work. Chuan Feng's face suddenly changed. He could hold the baby by himself for a while, but he was a little scared to take care of a child. It won't take you long. Besides, you can take them both to school together. Nishui knew that Chuan Feng would be very free even if he went to school, and it wouldn't delay anything for him. After saying that, she pulled Hong's mother out. Sister-in-law, I really have something to do. Chuan Feng took a few steps forward, wondering why he was so rude. What's so cute about these two little brats? I can't hear you. Nishui pulled Hong Mama and walked quickly, and soon disappeared in front of Chuan Feng. The ghost mastiff rolled its eyes but didn't dare to bark. It rushed out following its master's steps, like an arrow shot from a bow. As for whether his son lived or died, he really had no time to think about it. It had no doubt that if it ran slower, Chuan Feng would definitely turn it into a human to take care of the child. That is not an easy job. You can't beat or scold the two little ancestors. I am convinced too. Chuan Feng stopped holding his two children and could only experience the life of a stay-at-home dad. Uncle will take you to school to play, okay? If the two children don't agree, Chuan Feng plans to use Shadow Clone to fool them. Good. Who would have thought that Kakashi and Hong agreed in unison? Be good and obedient when you go. Be careful or I'll spank you if you're naughty. Chuan Feng put the two dolls on Xiaobai and walked out of the house. I'm very obedient. Hong covered her buttocks, a little scared. She was often beaten by her father at home. I don't believe it. Kakashi was very naughty, and Chuan Feng just spoiled him but never hit him. Xiaobai carried the two children on his back, walked steadily, and followed Chuan Feng obediently. Don't believe it? I'll send you to your father right away. Sakumo often has a stern face, so Kakashi is quite afraid of him. No, I'll obey you. This trick really worked, and Kakashi raised his hands in surrender. Little thing, I can't cure you yet. Chuan Feng was very proud of scaring the child, and his steps became lighter. Without using Flying Thunder God, he slowly walked towards the school with his two children and a dog. Listening to Kakashi and Hong's childish laughter, time seemed to slow down. Chapter 259. Kakashi and Red Chuan Feng had no idea where the two little ones came from. They kept talking all the way. The two were still young and could not express many words orally, so they used gestures with their hands. He looked confused, while the two little ones were already laughing their asses off. Chuan Feng was too lazy to ask. If the two of them had explained it clearly, there would be no need to gesture. Not long after, several people arrived at the school gate. Because Chuan Feng woke up late, school had already started. As soon as I entered the school gate, I saw that the training grounds on both sides were full of people. From time to time, I could hear the sounds of shurikens and kunai hitting the target. Uncle, do Hong and I have to go to school from now on? Kakashi wasn't too interested in target shooting, as he had seen too many powerful ninjas at home. This basic exercise held no appeal for him. Yes, you will also be spanked for bad grades in the future. Chuan Feng raised his hand, and Hong shrank his neck in fear. Uncle, don't scare people. Hong, don't be afraid. Uncle lied to you. Kakashi finished speaking to Chuan Feng, then turned around and began to comfort Hong. A real warm-hearted boy. Uncle, I will study hard. Hong glanced at Chuan Feng and felt relieved when she saw that he was smiling. How can you be so cute? Chuan Feng ruffled his red hair. Watching Kakashi combing Hong's hair, I couldn't help but sigh that childhood sweethearts are so sweet. His marriage arrangement is really good, it can't be said to be a random matchmaking. Asuma, go wherever it's cool, Lord Chuan Feng. Mr. Principal. When Chuan Feng passed by, teachers and students all greeted him. Then everyone's attention was drawn to Kakashi and Hong. These two cute children are likable at first sight. You guys practice yours. Chuan Feng nodded without stopping. Yes. The teacher in charge continued to correct the children's movements. Go on, be quick and keep your eyes on target. The teacher gave a demonstration and Chuan Feng had already entered the office building. Uncle, the principal is the most senior official in the school. Kakashi's little head doesn't have a very clear concept of these things. Yeah, what's wrong? Chuan Feng looked back at Kakashi, wondering what this little thing was up to. Then when I come to school, can you give me a day off? Just like when Dad gave Minato and the others a holiday. Kakashi's calculations were clacking loudly and his logic was very clear. He knew that Minato and the others were now under Tsukumo's care. Kakashi, this isn't right. My dad said that only by going to school can you become smart. As a senior teacher, Yuhi Shinku has taught Hong well. I'm already smart. Advertisement, it's okay not to go to school. Kakashi was unmoved and had fun playing at home every day. You'd better give up this idea as soon as possible. I won't let you live in school every day, so you'd better be grateful. Chuan Feng smiled and gave Kakashi a big chestnut. This kind of bad thinking should be interrupted as soon as possible. Kakashi is a genius after all, and he must not let himself lead him astray. I don't like my uncle anymore. Kakashi's mouth turned upside down and tears started to flow. Chuan Feng was in quite a lot of pain this time. Are you sure you don't recognize me as your uncle? I'll just throw you in the school. Chuan Feng stopped and stared at Kakashi without blinking. The little thing is still trying to be proud. Blood is thicker than water. Can you just deny it if you want to? I was wrong. Kakashi looked around. There was no aunt here to support him. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. He goes back and complains to his aunt. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Chuan Feng had a firm grasp on the little tricks in his mind. Hong covered her mouth and laughed. Kakashi deserved it all. I didn't think much of it. I really knew I was wrong. I will study hard in the future. Kakashi was very shrewd and guessed that his little tricks had been discovered. That's more like it. Chuan Feng nodded in satisfaction and was quite happy with Kakashi's speed in admitting his mistake. He turned around and continued walking towards his office. Arriving at the office, Chuan Feng went straight to the desk and sat down. There were still no documents on it that needed his processing. It's just to check in and pretend. If there is something really important, Onoda Hideo will naturally come to him. There is really no one in Konoha who doesn't know where the Hatake family is. I'll help you. Kakashi jumped off Xiaobai first, holding Hong's little hand and helping her down. Thanks. The red face is smiling, showing a lovely expression. With her red eyes, she is so cute. You're so pretty. Kakashi ignored his uncle's shocked expression, cupped his rosy little face and gave him a kiss. Hong didn't mind at all. Perhaps there was no difference between men and women. You are so young. Where did you learn that? Chuan Feng muttered to himself. If Kakashi was so capable in the original book, how could he be single? Dong dong, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Chuan Feng took his feet off the table and sat up straight. You still have to act like a proper principal. Master Chuan Feng, excuse me. Advertisement Onoda Ying pushed the door open with a smile on his face. Ever since the reform of the ninja school, he has been extremely busy. But hard work always pays off, and now he feels more confident when he goes out to attend meetings. This confidence will grow stronger as time goes by. By the time he retires, he will have many students all over the world. Principal Onoda, what can I do for you? Chuan did not act like a leader. After all, daily affairs were handled by this old man. He would not feel comfortable if others gave up their job. Nothing, you just haven't been to school for a while. I wanted to report to you about the recent school situation. There is nothing wrong with Onoda Hideo's actions, as Chuan Feng's trip to Kirigakure did waste a lot of time. No need to report. I believe in your ability. Chuan Feng was too lazy to listen. What big deal could happen in such a small school? He didn't want to just say he didn't want to listen, so he started by praising the old man. Thank you, Master Chuan Feng, for your trust. Whose child is this? Only then did Onoda Ying turn his attention to Kakashi and Hong. Kakashi is easy to recognize because of his hair color, which is the same as Chuan Feng's. He guessed that this must be Tsukumo's child. As for Red, he was a little confused. My eldest brother's son and Yuhi Shinku's daughter. You two call for help. Chuan Feng gave a brief introduction and asked Kakashi and Hong to call people. Hello, Grandpa. Kakashi and Hong greeted them obediently. Onoda Ying was old enough to be their grandfather. Good boy, you are so pretty. Onoda Hideo showed a kind smile. His grandson was older than the two of them. I just bought some food. I'll get it for you. After saying that, he walked out without waiting for Chuan Feng's reply. A moment later, Onoda came back and brought some snacks to Kakashi and Hong, which he was going to take back for his eldest grandson. Thank you, Grandpa. Kakashi and Hongji and Chuan Feng did not stop them and accepted it and thanked them. In front of outsiders, they are all well behaved and polite. You are welcome. He touched the two children's heads and liked them more and more. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying hello to Chuan Feng, Onoda Hideo said goodbye. By the time he closed the door, Kakashi and Hong had already started eating. You take a piece and I take a piece, we feed each other and have a lot of fun. Feeding Xiaobai a little bit every now and then is enough to make him run around with his tail wagging. Two delicious guys. Chuan Feng smiled and shook his head. Kids always love snacks, even in the Hokage world. I felt relieved without him having to worry about me, so I put my feet up on the desk and closed my eyes to rest. In this way, they finally made it to noon and Chuan Feng took the two of them home. Hand them back to their mothers and feel relieved. As time went by, Chuan Feng's life returned to normal. The happiest thing every day is working hard with Tsunade to add a new member to the Hatake family. They also want to have a child of their own as soon as possible. Chapter 260. Housewarming the moonlight is like a hook, making the night alluring. Jiraiya is moving tomorrow. Tell us to go and have some fun. Tsunade leaned on Chuan Feng's shoulder. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were dazed. He had not yet fully recovered from the battle. Okay, come to think of it, we haven't gotten together for a long time. Chuan Feng naturally had no objection. Moving into a new house was a happy event. This custom also exists in island countries. We've moved to a new house, and Jiraiya's wedding date is probably getting closer. Tsunade was also happy for Jiraiya. It would be annoying if he kept thinking about her. Yeah, Orochimaru is almost there too. Chuan Feng and Orochimaru talked about it recently. Good things happen one after another, which is a good sign. Tsunade smiled slightly, adding to her charm. When will our good thing come? Is it because we are not working hard enough? Chuan Feng leaned over and saw the big hand under the quilt playing tricks on the mountain again. How much more do you want to try? Die on me. Tsunade glared at Chuan Feng unhappily. She felt weak all over and could no longer muster any strength. Haha, that's too much. Chuan Feng did not take any further action. He was even more tired than Tsunade. Okay, go to sleep. Tsunade shrank down, found a comfortable position and closed her eyes. Good night, my wife. Chuan Feng tucked Tsunade in, hugged Tsunade and fell asleep. No words were spoken that night. The next day, they both woke up refreshed. During breakfast, the whole family talked about Jiraiya's moving to a new house. Tsukumo will naturally go as well, as he has a good relationship with Jiraiya. I heard that Jiraiya bought a very large house. Tsukumo was the first to bring up the topic, but he also heard it from hearsay. At least Jiraiya didn't say it to his face. It should be quite big. The family's savings have been emptied. Tsunade knows more, which indirectly proves the accuracy of Tsukumo's information. Jiraiya has made a lot of money from carrying out missions over the years. Haha, then you can squeeze him hard. Chuan Feng joked that Jiraiya has not yet received any job assignment. One reason was that he came back late, and the other was that he said he could only devote himself to work after the wedding was over. Tsunade didn't force him. You are the evil capitalist. Nishui fed Kakashi something to eat and glanced at Chuan Feng. Sister-in-law, you are wronging me. I just want Jiraiya to make more money. Chuan Feng stuffed a bun into his mouth and talked nonsense. Then Jiraiya should thank you too. Tsukumo directly transformed into a yin-yang master. That's not necessary. I'm a person who always opens my heart to my friends. Chuan Feng's words became more and more outrageous, and he kept flattering himself. Pooh. Advertisement. Tsukumo spat, expressing his disdain for his brother. Maybe I won't have to exploit him. I plan to write novels to supplement my family income. In fact, Tsunade was still a little surprised. She didn't realize Jiraiya had this ability. Writing novels. Can you make money from that? This obviously touches upon Shuamao's blind spot of knowledge, so most people cannot earn money beyond their knowledge. Why not? Did the book you read fall from the sky? Nishui has long hair but is quite knowledgeable, and she retorted to Tsukumo. I think he can write something that men would like to read. Chuan Feng had a strange look in his eyes, but what he said made sense. In the original novel, Jiraiya's first book was not a bestseller, and Intimate Paradise was his famous work. Kakashi is his loyal fan, and the Intimate Paradise is always around him. Dirty. Tsunade gave Chuan Feng a sidelong look. What kind of a suggestion was this? I'm just saying it casually. Chuan Feng scratched his head awkwardly and turned to eat. I think what Chuan Feng said makes sense. Shuamao is also a reserved guy, and he immediately understood what Chuan Feng meant. Eat your meal. Nayuki stuffed a meatball into his mouth, blocking Tsukumo's mouth. Sure enough, these two brothers are of the same kind. I must have read a lot of books like that. As the sun sets, the lingering sunlight covers Konoha with a golden coat. It is a large courtyard with its own entrance and exit, and it is very lively inside. The mansion is located not far from the bustling streets of Konoha, so it is also worth a lot of money. This is Jiraiya's new house, and the housewarming party has already begun. The seats in the restaurant were packed. Fortunately, his house is big enough, otherwise there would be no room for everyone. Although we invited only close friends, a rough count showed there were about 30 or 40 people. Today, Jiraiya made back some of his losses just from the gift money. Thank you all for coming. Don't be polite, eat and drink well. Jiraiya sat in the main seat today. There was no long formalities. He just picked up his glass and started drinking with everyone. I won't leave until I'm full and satisfied. Tsunade held up the glass and drank it all in one gulp, without any of the Hokage's airs. She was also afraid that some people would feel restrained, so she showed her attitude, which at least would not affect the atmosphere at the table. That is, everyone started to cheer and the atmosphere instantly became lively. Enough is enough. Maki knew that everyone was joking, so she replied with a smile on her face. What followed was a fight between pairs, with laughter and joy ringing in the ears. Master Chuan Feng, a toast to you. Kirigakure and his party, you have greatly enhanced the prestige of Konoha. A Konoha Jonin bowed slightly and toasted Chuan Feng. During this time, news of Kirigakure had spread throughout the ninja world. Chuan Feng went into Kirigakure alone, and Wood Style showed off Kamui. He even beat Mizukage, who was the Three Tails Jinchuriki, to death on the spot. This news shocked countless people. Several shadows who had fought with Chuan Feng were all terrified. The defense against Konoha has been raised to more than one level. Advertisement: the current Konoha is like a mountain pressing down on the hearts of all the ninja villages. Kirigakure concealed the news that Mizukage was controlled because it was too embarrassing. Maybe everyone can understand why we lost to Wood Style. The shadow of a village is controlled, are you kidding? Chuan Feng didn't act like a master when he heard that. He stood up, raised his glass and drank it. It's not worth mentioning. It's all thanks to the good leadership of the Hokage-sama. After drinking, he flattered Tsunade, causing everyone to laugh. Now his tracheitis problem was further confirmed. Virtue. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him, unable to hide her smile. That's so mean. You didn't even call me. The white fang she wears is still eye-catching. I was in a hurry. Chuan Feng made up an excuse and Dai was just joking. You are quite famous now. God of the ninja world, tisk tisk. Orochimaru's sinister voice sounded, without a trace of envy in his voice. Chuan Feng has such strength, he can only be happy. It is a good story that the name of Shodai was inherited by Chuan Feng. Jiraiya raised his glass and clinked it with Orochimaru. Compared to Grandpa, he is still a little bit behind. In Tsunade's mind, Hashirama is invincible, you are right. Chuan Feng did not refute, Hashirama's strength was beyond doubt. He was undoubtedly the #1 in the ninja world during his lifetime. I don't think you dare to say she is wrong. Shi Zhenhong made fun of Chuan Feng, but in fact he was not much better than Chuan Feng. A type of person who is a slave to his wife and daughter. We can still be good friends even if we don't say it out loud. Chuan Feng laughed, raised his glass and drank with Shiri Zhenhong. No need to say it out loud, everyone has sharp eyes. Fugaku was just here to join in the fun, he wasn't very familiar with Jiraiya. But we will definitely have to deal with each other in the future. This sentence caused everyone to laugh again. Master Chuan Feng, your title of the God of Ninja World has already resounded throughout the ninja world. This is a blessing for our Konoha. Everyone had a feeling of honor. With such a strong man in the village, I feel more confident when I leave the village. Thank you for the compliment. Let's drink. Chuan Feng didn't want to steal Jiraiya's limelight, this wasn't his celebration party. Fortunately, everyone was smart and quickly changed the topic back. Not long after, Jiraiya announced the wedding date. He is an orphan and can make his own decisions, unlike Chuan Feng and Tsunade who had to wait for so long. Afterwards, everyone got drunk together and the atmosphere of the banquet became even more lively. The banquet ended only when the moon rose above the branches. After eating and drinking, everyone dispersed. Chuan Feng and Tsunade staggered towards home under the moonlight. In front of them were Tsukumo and Nayuki, also staggering. Minato and his friends followed behind with Kakashi by their hands. Under the moonlight, their shadows were very long. The scene is surprisingly warm and harmonious. Chapter 261, Spy Department. Jiraiya acted quickly and held his wedding less than a month after moving. Although the wedding day was not as grand as that of Chuan Feng and Tsunade, it was still a rare lively event in Konoha. The heads of all the major clans and the Jonin of Konoha were all present. He not only has strength, but also reputation. There is no family power behind it, and there is no conflict of interest with most people. Everyone wants to make friends with this kind of person. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Jiraiya will soon be reused by Tsunade. That was a good friend who grew up together. When it comes to trust, it's something that not ordinary people can compare to. Chuan Feng and Tsunade presented big red envelopes together. This is their kind intention, and Chuan Feng also uses the name of supporting poor households. Jiraiya didn't care at all and took the gift money with a smile and gave it to Maki. There is no reason to refuse the money from the two landlords. After the wedding, the gift money once again made him pay a heavy price. The empty wallet became full again. Jiraiya and Orochimaru are one in front and one behind. The weddings are only a week apart, but in comparison, Orochimaru's wedding was much quieter. Because of Yi Kang's special status, the number of people invited to the wedding banquet was far different from that of Jiraiya, and only close friends were invited. The wedding specifications were totally incompatible with his status. But he didn't care about these, and Yi Kang had no complaints. She was already content to have a formal wedding with Orochimaru. With everyone's blessings, Orochimaru and Yi Kang also took an important step in their lives. At this point, all three members of Sarutobi Hiruzen's team ended their single lives. A new chapter of life awaits them. Hokage-sama, we have suffered heavy losses among our spies in other villages recently. Here is the list. Please take a look. After Tsunade took over, Hayato Yamanaka successfully took charge of the entire Konoha's intelligence. The original head of intelligence was a direct descendant of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but has now been marginalized. This is inevitable in political struggles. Is it because Lord Chuan Feng makes everyone feel threatened? Shota frowned, his analysis making a lot of sense. There is no reason why Konoha's spies in various villages are being captured one after another. With the previous experience of Takikakure village, the other ninja villages did not dare to send people to assassinate Chuan Feng, so they could only take precautions within the village first. Then Konoha's spies are of utmost importance, so much? Tsunade took the list and was greatly shocked. In her eyes, this was not just a simple list, but a list of living lives who sacrificed their lives for Konoha. We can't do anything about it. Hayato opened his mouth, but could only utter these few words. There is no need to think too much about the fate of these spies. To say that they escaped death is the best of things. Pay the pension according to the list. I was too careless. Tsunade put the roster down and rubbed his temple. My heart is full of self-blame. If she had thought more, she might have been able to avoid this loss. It's not your problem, it's my responsibility. Hayato was not flattering on purpose. He was the head of intelligence and had no choice but to do his duty. Advertisement, don't shirk responsibility, find a way to solve the problem first. Without spies, we are like blind men. Even if there are more sacrifices, this matter must be done. Shota is not hard-hearted, he feels sad too, but there is nothing he can do. We must be rational now. If this matter is not handled properly, it will have a huge impact on Konoha. Being a spy is a high-risk profession, but the sacrifice this time was a bit too great. Withdraw the general intelligence personnel first. They are too easy to be exposed. We need to strengthen the training of spies in the future. Raise the standards and training intensity, and those who fail to meet the standards must not be released. That's irresponsible for their lives. Tsunade thought for a moment and then gave an order. She would rather be blind for a while than see so many people sacrifice. That will take too long. We can't wait. Hayato did not agree, he had his own criteria for judgment. You have to wait even if you can't afford to. This is not a negotiation. That's an order. Tsunade stood up suddenly and slammed the table, which scared Hayato and Shota. I've never seen Tsunade so angry. That's really not possible. It takes too long to train an intelligence officer. Intelligence personnel already require a long time to train, and according to Tsunade's standards, it would take an eternity to dispatch the next batch of personnel. Hayato did not back down from Tsunade's anger. Don't tell me no. If you really can't do it, then just stop doing it. Tsunade pointed a finger at Hayato, already furious. In her eyes, human life is more important than anything else. Even if Konoha becomes blind for a while now, there is nothing to be afraid of. Even if the sky falls, there are still a lot of Kage-levels who can withstand it. All I can say is that people's ideas vary greatly. There is no right or wrong, they are all doing this for the good of Konoha. Hayato didn't say anything, but he held his neck high, clearly not convinced. Shota scratched his head, thinking about how to convince Tsunade that he was on Hayato's side this time. Boom boom. It's quite lively. I can hear you cursing from a long distance away. Jiraiya knocked on the door and walked right in. Given his relationship with Tsunade, knocking on the door was already a courtesy. Master Jiraiya, you've arrived just in time. You must persuade the Hokage-sama about this matter. Hayato seemed to have seen a savior. They were all intelligence agents, and he believed that Jiraiya would stand on his side. What is it? Jiraiya glanced at Hayato and turned his gaze to Tsunade. You let him tell you. Tsunade calmed down and sat down again. That's right. Don't you think that Hokage-sama's idea is too naive? Hayato explained the whole story clearly and belittled Tsunade at the same time. Who are you calling naive? The anger that Tsunade had just suppressed rose up again. If she didn't know that Hayato meant no harm, she would have wanted to rush up and beat him up to vent her anger. Don't be angry. Why don't you listen to me? Jiraiya acts as a peacemaker, and having disputes is not necessarily a bad thing. Advertisement, put. Tsunade briefly signaled Jiraiya to continue speaking. I'm here today to apply for a job, it just happened. I'm pretty good at intelligence. If you trust me, just leave this matter to me. How about it? Jiraiya didn't tell us his solution, but just wanted to take over the matter. He had to find something to do anyway, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to find something suitable. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Tsunade didn't give it much thought. Jiraiya is being modest when he says he is more experienced. He should be the person who has traveled the most in the ninja world in Konoha, and he has sent back countless important intelligence. Since the Hokage has agreed, I naturally have no objection. Hayato didn't think that this was Jiraiya dividing his power. As long as it's good for Konoha, he can accept it. The furious Tsunade was impossible to communicate with, but in comparison, Jiraiya was much easier to talk to. Since you all believe in this immortal so much, then I will definitely not let you down. Jiraiya smiled, with a mature idea in mind. Jiraiya leads a team of his own and establishes Konoha's undercover unit. Directly under the Hokage, we'll call it the spy department from now on. Tsunade said as she wrote the file and stamped it to make it official. If you have any requests, just ask. After writing, she filed the document. There was no need to publicize this matter, as long as it was kept in the archives. I want to pick people from all departments. Jiraiya's demands were huge, he wanted to pick people from every department. Okay, I promise. But don't embarrass me. Tsunade hand wrote a secret letter as Jiraiya's proof of identity. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Jiraiya has been given such great authority. If he fails to achieve results, Tsunade will inevitably be accused of being a poor judge of people. I will do my best to cooperate. Hayato was the first to express his support for Jiraiya's work. In fact, integrating intelligence was enough for him. Jiraiya took over the personnel arrangements, which greatly reduced his workload. Thanks. Jiraiya smiled and patted Hayato's shoulder. Okay, go do your work. Tsunade handed the matter over and stopped worrying about it, just trust them. Let's go. Jiraiya turned around and waved, then walked out of the office with a confident step, carrying Tsunade's secret letter. Then I'll leave too. Hayato and Tsunade said hello and turned to leave. How do you think Master Jiraiya will solve this matter? Shota didn't have much contact with Jiraiya. During World War II, he went to the front line and Jiraiya was not there. I don't know, but he's a reliable guy. Let's wait and see. Tsunade looked at Shota and spoke very seriously. Besides Chuan Feng, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were the people she trusted the most. Chapter 262 Anbu screening. Walking out of the Hokage building, Jiraiya was full of confidence. With vigorous steps, he walked straight to the school. His first target is students, who are young and easy to train. It is the best choice as a reserve spy and also the foundation of the future spy department. As for the spy who could be assigned a mission in a short time, he had other candidates. He was very familiar with the principal, Chuan Feng, so he felt that the work would be easy to carry out. He knew very well that Tsunade's secret letter was not useful to everyone. At least, to Chuan Feng it was just a piece of paper. If you want to go to the medical department to ask Orochimaru for someone, you also need to show your face. Before he was halfway there, Jiraiya saw a familiar figure. Oh, Jiraiya. Where are you going? Chuan Feng just came out of school and planned to go to the Hokage's office to slack off. Among all the high-ranking officials of Konoha, he is the one with the least time. You are still leisurely. Don't go looking for Tsunade, just accompany me to school. Jiraiya knew where Chuan Feng was going without having to think. Why go to school? Chuan Feng didn't know what was going on yet, and he moved closer to Jiraiya while talking. It's like this. I plan to go to the school first to see if there are any suitable seedlings. Jiraiya recounted what happened. Oh, you are so confused. What good seedlings can there be in the school? You should go to Anbu. There are still former root members there. Chuan Feng rolled his eyes and directly shifted his target to Anbu. I would rather die than let my friend die. Let Jiraiya harm Tsukumo. School is a place for teaching and educating people. If you want to be a spy, please go somewhere else. Although Danzo had been killed by him a long time ago, the people who had been trained by the roots were still there. Several famous spies in the original book have worked in the root. When it comes to training spies, Danzo is an expert. If he goes to Anbu, Jiraiya will definitely gain something. Anbu, I'm going there too. I just want to go to school first. Jiraiya was not disrupted by Chuan Feng and was still prepared to do things according to his own ideas. At school, I'm here, so you can rest assured. Chuan Feng slapped his chest, making a loud paw-paw sound. As for what he really thinks, only he knows. I'll notify them later and let the students who are interested come to you. Advertisement, you can pick one then. He spoke better than he sang and took charge of the matter directly. As for how to proceed later, he has the final say. Whether students are interested in being spies or want to be Hokage. Anyway, it is probably hopeless for Jiraiya to recruit a few people from school. Perhaps an orphanage would be more appropriate and could provide orphans with an alternative way out. Don't bother you, I'll go by myself. Jiraiya had a vague feeling that something was not right. When did Chuan Feng become so enthusiastic? There must be something fishy going on. No trouble, no trouble. I'll go to Anbu with you first. I just happened to miss my brother. Chuan Feng waved his hands repeatedly and no longer had the heart to go to the Hokage's office. It's just slacking off anyway, so it doesn't matter where you slack off. He simply grabbed Jiraiya's arm and acted without consulting him. We live together, what the hell, Jiraiya was about to complain, but before he could say anything, he felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Tsukumo sitting at his desk processing documents. How could he not know that this was the Anbu office? Brother, Jiraiya wants to ask you something. Chuan Feng casually poured himself a glass of water, sat down on the sofa and crossed his legs. He even called out to Jiraiya, pour your own water, you're welcome. You think they are all the same as you? Shuamao looked up when he heard the voice, his expression calm. Brother Tsukumo, I'm coming to your Anbu to ask for a few people. Since he was brought here by Chuan Feng, Jiraiya took the opportunity to tell him the purpose of his visit. He took a step forward and pulled out the secret letter written by Tsunade from his pocket. Espionage? Shuamao looked at the secret letter and frowned slightly. Although he was a little reluctant to separate his subordinates, he still chose to cooperate. He knew better than most how important intelligence was to a ninja village. Well, time is urgent, it's too late to cultivate slowly. The people in Anbu are all elites, and they can be used with a little guidance. Jiraiya also spoke the truth, and did not hide his admiration for Anbu in his words. Under Tsukumo's leadership, Anbu was even better than before. Okay, how do you want me to cooperate? Shuo Mao didn't say any more nonsense, which was so pleasing compared to Chuan Feng's evasion. I would like to thank brother Shu Mao first. The spy department is just being established, and I need some absolute elites. You have to be strong and meet the requirements to be a spy. Advertisement, I want to take a look at the information of Embu personnel first, do a simple screening before proceeding to the next step. Do you think it's okay? Jiraiya's request is actually a bit excessive? Anbu reports directly to the Hokage, and no third person knows the identities of all Anbu members except the Hokage and the Anbu minister. After saying that, he looked at Tsukumo a little nervously. If he is rejected, he will not be surprised, but he will inevitably feel a little disappointed. Okay, just watch it in this office. After a brief thought, Tsukumo agreed. He didn't think Jiraiya would betray Konoha, nor would he be easily captured and interrogated for information. And then there is Tsunade's secret letter. Looking at the Anbu member's profile, this confidential matter doesn't seem so out of place. As long as you don't leave the office, no one will see you. As for Chuan Feng, he had no intention of paying any attention to him at all. He knew Chuan Feng would not be interested in these things. If there is information about beautiful women, he might join in the fun, take a few glances, and then give some advice. It would be difficult to force him to look at the information of Anbu members. Okay, that's what you should do. Jiraiya was overjoyed, and after reading it in the office it was not a big request at all. When Tsukumo saw that Jiraiya agreed, he put down what he was doing, stood up and walked to the safe. This safe has several layers of seals and locks, and is used to store Anbu's important information. If you don't know how to remove the seal, the consequence of forcing it open is that you will get nothing. Chuan Feng heard the conversation between the two clearly. As Tsukumo thought, he didn't even have the desire to move. Shuo Mao carefully opened the safe and took out a stack of documents. It's all here. Sit over there and take a look. Tsukumo handed the information to Jiraiya and turned back to sit. He still has some documents to deal with, good. Jiraiya agreed and came to Chuan Feng and began to look slowly. He has his own selection criteria. We don't want those with unique looks, those with unique abilities, or those who are stupid. People like Minato, none of them are cut out to be spies. Either they have obvious appearance features, or they know ninjutsu that others don't know. It's too easy to be exposed if you work as a spy. Maybe he would be hiding in the morning and be caught in the evening. That's simply playing with life. Chuan Feng occasionally glanced at him and curled his lips. Some Anbu members should really wear masks, he is definitely a member of the Appearance Association. As for other people's abilities, he didn't even bother to read a word about them. After a long time, Jiraiya divided all the information into two parts. The extra ones will be screened out, and he will make the final selection for the smaller ones. Chapter 263 Fighting. I've finished reading it. Can you gather the personnel for this now? Jiraiya placed the two documents separately on Tsukumo's desk. There aren't many people. Shuo Mao picked up the thin copy, opened it and saw that there were only 10 copies. Quality of numbers is more important than quantity. I'm embarrassed to steal too many of your people. Jiraiya gave a silly smile, and I don't know if he was just trying to be ungrateful after getting an advantage. Fortunately, he can still use his face here with Tsukumo. If it were Chuan Feng, he would be lucky enough to be able to poach all three of them. Haha, we're all doing things for the village, there is no such thing as poaching. Tsukumo grinned, his awareness was quite high, the main theme is selfless dedication. Brother Shu Mao is generous. Jiraiya gave a thumbs up, his smile growing wider. Asking for help is not shameful, fart. A discordant voice sounded and Chuan Feng rolled his eyes. This is deliberately making things difficult for yourself. In comparison, I feel like granted. Jiraiya didn't even bother to pay attention to him and didn't even look at Chuan Feng. I'll see if these people are out on a mission. Shuo Mao was very cooperative, and the two of them simply ignored Chuan Feng. Good. Under Jiraiya's gaze, Tsukumo took out the recent mission list and checked it one by one. You're lucky these people are here, so should I call them together now? Tsukumo put down the documents in his hand and looked up at Jiraiya. That's great. Jiraiya didn't mean to be polite, and it would be one less thing for him to worry about if he got it done sooner. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Chuan Feng poured cold water on him again in an annoying way. I want to eat hot food, what's it to you? Jiraiya couldn't stand this jerk anymore and snapped back. I'll burn you to death. You be asterisk 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 D. I'll see if you still have any ideas about the students in my school. Chuan Feng stopped pretending and just came clean. That face is as ugly as it can be. If you want to take someone from me, you can dream on. I knew you had bad intentions. Jiraiya glared, and it seemed that he was right. Why, you dare to beat me up? Chuan Feng stood up and glared back. You can beat me up if you dare. Jiraiya didn't back down at all, and the two of them acted like children. He just stared at each other and just moved his mouth. Alright, go outside and have a fight if you want to. I'm not afraid of being laughed at. Advertisement. Shuo Mao covered his forehead with his hands, feeling overwhelmed. No one who hangs out with this stupid brother will learn anything. Fortunately, there were no outsiders in the office, otherwise it would have been too embarrassing. Chuan Feng and Jiraiya are well-known figures in Konoha. Today, for my elder brother's sake, I'll let you go. Otherwise, at least beat Maki up so hard that he won't be able to recognize you. Chuan Feng said something harsh and sat down. The sofa creaked as he sat on it. If you use a little more force, it might collapse. I believe your lies. Jiraiya turned his head with a gloomy look on his face and stopped entangled with Chuan Feng. I didn't get any benefit from him, and it just made me angry. Are you really going to fight? I'll be your referee? Sakumo was so angry that he laughed at the two people's childish behavior. Chuan Feng and Jiraiya each snorted and said nothing more. The office was silent for a moment. Shuo Mao then asked someone to come in, copy down the list of people who needed to be summoned and handed it out. Gather these people immediately. Sakumo didn't say what it was. He was the boss of Anbu and there was no need for him to explain to others. Yes, Master Sakumo. This Anbu member was also very conscious. He didn't ask any more questions. He just turned around and walked out with the list. He just needs to complete Sakumo's instructions. What are you going to do next? Sakumo didn't know what Jiraiya was going to do next, so he asked. Just a fight in a ring. Jiraiya smiled faintly. He was sure that he could tell a lot from the fight. The final list can be finalized at that time. That's convenient. Sakumo nodded. Since Jiraiya knew what was going on, he didn't need to worry about it and just had to cooperate. I thought you were so smart, but in the end you were just so simple and crude. Chuan Feng made sarcastic remarks without saying a single nice word. Just be quiet for a while and say less. Just wait and see the excitement. Sakumo glared at Chuan Feng before Jiraiya could speak. This is what it means to be annoying when you have nothing to do. Are you my real brother? Why are your elbows bent outward? Chuan Feng failed to cheat, so he played the family card. Brother Shumao, you are helping the right people instead of your relatives. Jiraiya was very proud. It felt good to have someone's support. Chuan Feng had just gathered his strength and was ready to strike back, but before he could say anything he was interrupted by a knock on the door. Come in. As Sakumo finished speaking, the Anbu from before pushed the door open. Lord Sakumo, I have followed your instructions. Everyone on the list will be included. I asked them to gather at the training ground first. He bowed slightly, as if he had made some assertion on his own. Advertisement, very good, the training ground is suitable. Just go and do your thing. Shuamao nodded in satisfaction, saving him the trouble of making further arrangements. Yes. The Anbu retreated. Let's go and take a look. Sakumo stood up and greeted Jiraiya. Good. Jiraiya agreed and walked out the door. At this time, Chuan Feng also put down his teacup and stood up. You're free anyway, so it would be a shame not to see something exciting. Shuamao glanced at Chuan Feng without saying a word and walked out first. After a while, the three arrived at the training ground. The 10 Anbu members were divided into 2 rows and stood in line. There were many Anbu members like Chuan Feng who were watching the fun on the sidelines. There are many more people than this queue. Chuan Feng immediately saw a small group of 8 people with blondes and red hair. None of them caught Jiraiya's eye. He left the group of 3 and walked straight over. Teacher. Brother-in-law. Lord Chuan Feng. The 8 people have different names. Well, don't mind me. I'm just joining in the fun. Chuan Feng stood with a few people with a smile on his face. What is this for? How come Brother Jiraiya has time to come to our Anbu? Nawaki is quite familiar with Jiraiya and is a little confused. He became an official and came to Anbu to select people. Chuan Feng didn't explain in detail, just gave a casual answer. These people are just average in strength. Minato's mind worked quickly and he had already guessed that there was some special request. Sometimes strength is not everything. That depends on who you're comparing yourself with. Yahiko smiled bitterly. In his opinion, these people were of decent strength. But it's not good enough in front of Minato. In the entire Anbu, there are only a few people whose strength Minato can take seriously. Nagato was as shy as ever, playing his role as a listener. The 3 lions were hesitant to speak. Because of their different identities, they had to suppress the doubts in their hearts. Are we unworthy? Conan thought Minato was complaining. She was wearing a mask so her expression couldn't be seen. But judging from their tone, they seem quite dissatisfied. Are they not good enough? Even if I can't catch Jiraiya's eye, aren't Brother Nawaki and Senior Brother Minato qualified enough? It has nothing to do with strength. Besides, it's not a good thing. Just watch your fun. Chuan Feng touched Conan's head lovingly. Oh well. Conan suppressed his dissatisfaction and turned to look at Sakumo and Jiraiya. Chapter 264. Sea of Trees Arena. I have called you here today for something important. Jiraiya, you should all know each other. A fellow disciple of Hokage-sama. Sakumo walked forward and pointed at Jiraiya next to him. Jiraiya and everyone nodded. By order of the Hokage-sama, Jiraiya is to form a new department. In the future, we Anbu will help each other. This time, we will select some talents from among you to join us. I won't say much more. You guys follow Jiraiya's instructions. Sakumo explained the situation roughly, then stepped back and handed the stage to Jiraiya. Anbu also reports directly to the Hokage, so it is completely reasonable to transfer him to the spy department. No matter how you look at it from now on, we can still be considered a brother department. Yes, Master Sakumo. The 10 Anbu members responded in an orderly manner, without any fluctuation in their tone. It is their duty to obey orders. I know you are all Anbu elites. No matter what the result is today, it doesn't mean anything. Our new department has its own particularity. I hope you can understand. Jiraiya made his words very clear at the beginning, not wanting anyone to have any grudges. He spoke in a loud voice, also for the people outside the venue to hear. Next, you two will spar. After the 5 duels, I will select the players based on your performance. Let me make it clear that the winner will not necessarily be selected. Losing doesn't mean you've been eliminated, it all depends on your performance later. Jiraiya deliberately did not tell them what performance would be used as the judging criteria. He would make the final screening based on these people's normal reactions to the enemy. Master Jiraiya, how many of the 10 do you plan to take? And Anbu asked a question that concerned him. If 9 out of 10 are selected, wouldn't it be too embarrassing for those who are eliminated? It also depends on your performance. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. He has not yet decided if these 10 people perform well. It is not impossible to receive all of them from the intelligence department. Then he added a few more words. Do you have any other questions? Even if you want to quit now, it's still possible. Jiraiya gives these Anbu personnel ample opportunities to choose freely. He always had a smile on his face and his tone was very kind. You can tell at first glance that he is a good leader. Not quitting. The 10 people looked at each other and gave answers that satisfied Jiraiya. Then let's get started. I'll divide the groups. Advertisement Shuamao is familiar with these people and knows how to match them with opponents appropriately. It can also allow them to demonstrate their abilities more comprehensively. Stop procrastinating. If you want to fight, then fight. Chuan Feng was annoyed that the two of them were slowing down his ability to watch the fun. Seeing that Tsukumo was about to step forward, he no longer hesitated. Wood-style birthday in the sea of trees. As Chuan Feng clasped his hands together, a large amount of chakra sank into the ground. Under the shocked gaze of the ground at the training ground cracked and everyone on the sidelines retreated. A large forest of trees emerged from the ground beneath the feet of the 10 Anbu and instantly lifted them up high. Chuan Feng put the groups together on the 5 huge trees, 2 by 2 facing each other. Or the random kind. The 5 groups looked at each other. This was a bit too sudden. No signs at all. By the time I reacted, the giant tree had already broken out of the ground under my feet. Now everything is settled. Although I was not hurt, I couldn't help but feel a little scared. If Lord Chuan Feng had ill intentions, how many of us could escape? Can you please say hello in advance? It gave me a fright. If Tsukumo and Jiraiya hadn't dodged quickly, they would have been pushed up as well. Haha, isn't that good? Their response speed needs to be improved. He didn't even think about it. Why would an ordinary ninja need him to use such a big move? As this mastered Chuan Feng's wood style? Most of the Anbu on the sidelines saw wood style for the first time. It is simply amazing to see this ninjutsu that can change the terrain instantly. As expected of the man who beat Kirigakure, it's really strong. Minato and his friends felt very happy listening to everyone's praise for Chuan Feng. It feels better than praising themselves. Okay, that's it. Tsukumo scratched his head, too lazy to make any further arrangements. Let Jiraiya take his time to figure it out. Brother Jiraiya, I'll take you up there so you can see more clearly. Nawaki walked over to Jiraiya, who hadn't realized what he meant yet. Earth-style ultra-light heavy rock technique. Nawaki helped Jiraiya lose a lot of weight. Although it can be seen from the ground, the view from the air is better. That's quite a lot of progress. Jiraiya came to his senses at this moment and slowly rose into the air. It was also his first time to experience the magic of the light and heavy rock technique. Of course not. Nawaki accepted Jiraiya's praise with confidence, as he deserved it. It took countless days and nights to figure out this advanced version. Advertisement of course, his teacher Orochimaru deserves credit for this. We'll talk later. Jiraiya increased his speed and flew upwards, passing through the obstructing branches and soaring above the sea of trees. Are you ready? Jiraiya found a suitable position and could see the 5 groups of confrontations. Gradually, I began to enjoy the happy time of flying. Good. After hearing this, the 10 Anbu distanced themselves from each other. The battle is about to begin. The fight is finally about to begin. It's not easy to see some excitement. Are you familiar with these people? Chuan Feng looked at the people in the sea of trees and became interested. I know a few. After all, there are so many people in Anbu, and Minato and the others don't know all of them. He and Nawaki have basically public identities and are not too secretive. Together they know about half of the Anbu members. Let's guess who will win. If you lose, you will be treated to a barbecue. Small gambling can bring joy, but big gambling can harm your health. Chuan Feng knows this well. Brother-in-law, I won't participate. As soon as Chuan Feng finished speaking, the stingy Nawaki quickly declined. Please dismiss. If you don't bet, I will steal your wallet. Chuan Feng gave Nawaki a vicious look. Today I have to cure this bad habit of his. Okay, I'll join. If you could see Nawaki's expression, you would find that he was completely depressed. A look of reluctance on his face. People like him who don't rely on luck are unlikely to be taken advantage of. Haha, Minato and the others laughed at him without hesitation. Even the 3 lions couldn't help laughing. I bet on the one with the cat mask to win. I bet. Everyone selected their favorite contestants one by one, and whether they would treat or be treated depended on the outcome of their battle. Not long after the guessing, 5 groups of players started playing one after another. Swordsmanship for Anbu ninjas is a compulsory course, and the first thing to be demonstrated is close combat. 10 figures were moving back and forth. The sparks from the collision of knives were accompanied by the sound of ding-dong, and the scene immediately became white-hot. You have poor vision. Chuan Feng was very proud of himself, as the people he favored clearly had the upper hand. When it comes to vision, the old ones are still the wisest. It's not over yet, anything is possible. Nawaki's eyes followed the battle without blinking. Even if it was a barbecue, he didn't want to lose. Chapter 265 Yakushi no. After fighting for a while, it seemed that none of these 10 people were ninjas who specialized in swordsmanship. The difference in swordsmanship levels is not much, so it is very difficult to determine the winner. They also discovered this fact, and slowly, other methods began to emerge one by one. Hey, the one I suppressed turned out to be a medical ninja. Nagato was a little surprised. Medical ninjas were rare to begin with, and those who were good at fighting were even rarer. There are only a few ninjas like Tsunade in the entire ninja world. Even in the original work, there are only a handful of medical ninjas who can fight. He didn't know this Anbu, he just chose him randomly. The important thing was to participate. His words drew the attention of everyone around him to the battle. Maybe she's a beauty. Chuan Feng took a look and then teased Nagato. That Anbu had obvious feminine features and was definitely not one of the brothers. She had put away her long sword and her hands were wrapped in chakra. The flexibility and fluency of the attack had been improved by more than one level. The slight disadvantage just now was reversed in an instant. Her opponent obviously knew how powerful chakra scalpel was. He dodged left and right, doing his best to avoid being touched. Although Chuan Feng didn't know this ninjutsu, he could tell at a glance that it was chakra scalpel. An A-level ninjutsu used exclusively by medical ninjas that can both save lives and kill people. Tsunade once told him that it was difficult to apply chakra scalpel in actual combat, and the success rate was not high. To her, it was far less real than the super powerful punch. However, if this trick is used well, it can indeed have unexpected destructive power. This Anbu female ninja's use of medical ninjutsu is truly extraordinary. That's none of my business. Nagato was confused and thought, what does other people's appearance have to do with him? Chuan Feng suddenly felt a little headache. No wonder Nezans complained about Nagato. Even if he likes Yahiko, he won't like Conan. There is no such thing as love in this guy's world. My whole body and mind were occupied by the thought of carrying a bag of rice up several floors. But now, the situation is completely different. Chuan Feng hopes that Nagato can wake up soon and find his other half. Little brat, you are nothing. Chuan Feng casually raised his hand and gave Nagato a slap on the head to help him come to his senses. Ouch, Nagato felt pain and couldn't understand why the teacher hit him. Only he himself knows the grievances on the childish face under the mask. I'll go take a look after they finish fighting. They both know medical ninjutsu, so we should have a common language. Maybe I can help Nagato get a red line. Advertisement. Nawaki was a little eager to try, as he was the first to join in the fun. Okay, I'll go too. Conan also joined in the conversation, very excited. Haha, the rest of the group burst into laughter, causing Nagato to blush. Fortunately, the mask covered his face so no one could see his embarrassment. These guys are so boring, she's going to lose because of her age. The good times didn't last long. Chuan Feng could see that the female Anbu had already tried her best. However, her opponent gradually became familiar with her tactics and began to counterattack while dodging. The balance of victory slowly tilted to the other side. She's already pretty good. He stayed calm in the fight, and even when he was at a disadvantage, his offensive and defensive movements did not change at all. Minato made no secret of his admiration for the female Anbu. Judging from her stature, she was about the same age as me, while her opponent had to be at least in his 20s. You're not afraid of being heard by Kushina when you say this. Nawaki shot Minato a sidelong glance that set off alarm bells. He knew that he, as a good brother, was capable of doing something like telling tales. I'm just saying it casually. Don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously. Minato smiled awkwardly and tried to make excuses for himself, if Kushina really knew about this. The pepper jar would probably overturn, and he might suffer physical pain. Tisk, you are as cowardly as a mouse. Nawaki scoffed at Minato's change of attitude. What kind of man is that? Where's your husband? Shut up, big brother doesn't talk about second brother. Chuan Feng glared at the two of them unhappily, they were both of the same kind. What qualifications do you have to question others? Before you insult others, can't you take a PS and look at yourself? Minato and Nawaki were very unhappy after hearing this. It's fine if others say it, but do you, Hatake Chuan Feng, have the qualifications to say this? Where does this face come from? There are only a few people in the entire Konoha who don't know that you are afraid of your wife. The two men thought they were strong enough, but they knew that even if they were tied together, they would not be enough for Chuan Feng to control. If I wasn't afraid that he would get angry and beat me up, I would at least say a few words in retort. The situation was stronger than them, and the two could only swallow their anger. During the conversation, the female Anbu was already in danger. Advertisement seeing that she couldn't win by force, she deliberately exposed a flaw. This was the last chance she gave herself. She suddenly increased the frequency of her attacks, and her chakra was rapidly depleted. The palm of your hand points directly at the opponent's vital parts. If it hits the target, just one strike will be enough to make the opponent lose the ability to fight back. Due to the intensified offense, her defense was wide open. It has a bit of the meaning of, if you don't succeed, you will die. It was obvious that her opponent was fooled, thinking that she had lost her composure in her haste. A smile appeared on my face beneath the mask, and I accepted this victory with reluctance. He carefully dodged every attack from the female Anbu. Although it was very difficult, fortunately I did it. Then, the smile on his face grew wider and wider, and he dodged the final blow by moving sideways. He bent his legs slightly to gather strength, and then kicked with great force directly between the female Anbu's chest and abdomen. Here I come. The female Anbu looked solemn and whispered to herself. Waiting for this moment, she did not dodge or evade, but tightened the muscles between her chest and abdomen, intending to take it head on. The light on the palm suddenly became brighter, and the stabbing turned into a pushing. Although she was prepared, this kick was enough to hurt her. With a scream, he flew backwards from the tree. The moment her opponent was pushed to the heart, he groaned and fainted. A lose-lose outcome. Jiraiya's eyes lit up when he saw it. It is not easy to achieve this situation under such disadvantageous circumstances. This female Anbu really caught his eye. Coincidentally, the direction in which the female Anbu flew was exactly where Chuan Feng and his group were. Someone go pick it up. Chuan Feng doesn't need to do this little thing himself. You go. Nawaki gave Nagato a smirk and pushed him. This was a perfect opportunity for a chance encounter. If Nagato is given further treatment, then this red line may be tied. After all, Nagato is kind-hearted, and he will definitely lend a helping hand if someone is injured. Nagato staggered after being pushed and had no choice but to move forward. With a leap, Nagato held the female Anbu steadily in his arms and landed gracefully. The female Anbu's mask had fallen off in midair, and her face could now be clearly seen. The big black framed glasses couldn't hide her sweet features. The brown and yellow short hair looks even more playful and cute. There was no trace of the fierceness and determination that he had shown in the fight just now. Chapter 266. How does it feel? Are you okay? Nagato looked at her pale face and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Thanks. He probably suffered some internal injuries. The medical ninja was more sensitive to her own body, and she could probably sense what injuries she had. Let me help you take a look. Nagato, as Nawaki expected, took the initiative to offer to treat the female Anbu. In his eyes, this is an injury. He saw clearly the place where he was hit just now. Without any hesitation, he placed his hand, which was glowing with chakra light, on the female Anbu's chest. The female Anbu didn't expect Nagato to be so direct, and her face instantly blushed. She was just a teenage girl after all. Minor internal bleeding and some displacement. But it's not a big problem. Nagato felt nothing was wrong, stated his diagnosis and started treatment. The female Anbu felt a tingling sensation in her chest, not sure if it was from the warmth of the palm or the heat from the chakra. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. You can't just say, don't touch my breasts. That was simply too embarrassing, and judging by Nagato's behavior, she knew he wasn't taking advantage on purpose. Now that things have come to this, we can only treat it first. Okay, just don't do anything for the next few days. Not long after, Nagato withdrew his hand and completed the treatment. His level of medical ninjutsu is even higher than that of the female Anbu, and being personally taught by Tsunade is a privilege not everyone can enjoy. In addition, he is extremely talented, and if he specializes in medical ninjutsu, he may not be able to catch up with Tsunade. Thanks. The female Anbu stood up, lowering her head slightly, not daring to look Nagato in the eye. You are welcome. Nagato waved and turned back. It's like waving your sleeves and not taking away a cloud. Chuan Feng and his friends were so furious when they saw this. This kid is really stubborn, he doesn't even seize such a good opportunity. They all wanted to teach Nagato by example how to pick up girls. Hello, my name is Yakushi Nono. What's your name? Nono looked at Nagato's back, wondering who this guy was. The red hair is easy to recognize. Apart from Minato and Nawaki, not many people know the true identities of the three Nagatos. Usually Minato is the one who handles negotiations during missions. Advertisement. This was also what Chuan Feng intended to explain. Nagato and the other two were included in his other plans. It is better to keep your identity confidential, just call me Pain. This is the code name given by Chuan Feng. Nagato doesn't feel the need to reveal his real name. At best, he is just a colleague, and we may not be able to carry out missions together in the future. Pain, what a weird name. Nono didn't suspect anything and muttered, walking towards his fallen mask. With the mask on, she is the outstanding female Anbu again. At this time, only one of the 5 battles was still in a stalemate. The two are old acquaintances and have similar abilities. It is difficult to determine the winner without a life and death struggle. Nono took a look, then went to the gathering place for those who had finished the battle and stood there. Tsukumo's face was serious as he was arranging for the injured to receive treatment. Fortunately, everyone was aware of the situation and no serious injuries occurred. Nano's opponent has woken up and is standing in the second row. Seeing her coming, he nodded at her. He knew that Nono held back in the end, if he hadn't changed his tactics. Nono should be able to crush his heart. Seeing the other party's actions, Nono also responded politely. The two of them were acquainted with each other and they started chatting quietly while standing together. Jiraiya was still waiting patiently in the air. He had already decided on the candidate in his mind. How does it feel? As soon as Nagato returned to the team, Nawaki approached him in a mean manner. If you could see his expression, he would be a definitely disgusting man. What? How can you be so dirty? I was treating her injuries. Nagato felt helpless. He didn't think much about it at the time. It's just a big lump of fat with some glands. How different can it be from your own soft flesh? Oh, I know. How does it feel? Nawaki said he knew, but asked again. It can't be any more cheap. Seeing the teacher and others looking at him, Nagato was completely speechless. What kind of people are they? Nagato walked silently to the corner and stopped. He said nothing, yet it seemed as if he had said everything. What are you asking? Is Nagato that kind of person? Conan is still here. Can you please keep your mouth shut? Chuan Feng probably took out his resentment on Nawaki because he didn't get to eat the melon. Advertisement. As he spoke, a big chestnut appeared. Ouch, brother-in-law, it hurts. Nawaki covered his head with his hands, feeling extremely aggrieved. Now you sound so nice, but when I asked you just now, could you not have stopped being curious? It's okay to feel pain. It's the pain that makes you remember. Chuan Feng looked as if it was a matter of course. Nagato, don't listen to his nonsense. What does the girl look like? Chuan Feng said something to comfort her, then changed the subject and asked a question in a much more tactful way than Nawaki. It's not that he doesn't know what Nono looks like, it's just a test. Yakushi Kabuto's adoptive mother, how could he not know such an important character? After Danzo's death, it wasn't surprising that she merged into Anbu from the root. But if he hadn't met him today, he would have really forgotten about this person. He just wanted to see how stupid Nagato was. She's pretty good looking. Nagato thought about it for a moment, his face showing no sadness or joy. He just hasn't developed any romantic feelings yet, but his basic aesthetic sense is still there. The women he interacts with more often are either Nayuki, Tsunade, Konan, Kushina, and Misaki. For Nono to be described as pretty, that means she's really good looking. That's good. Chuan Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Nagato was not hopeless after all. He shouldn't be a gay. Are you as good looking as me? Konan didn't know where his competitive spirit came from, and he stared at Nagato and asked a fatal question. How is that possible? You must be good looking. Yahiko hadn't even seen what Nono looked like, and he supported Konan unconditionally. Konan is the goddess in his mind. You little brat, you haven't developed yet, how can you compare with others? Nawaki poured a bucket of cold water on Konan without hesitation, chilling him to the bone. Nawaki brother, I don't want to pay attention to you. Konan looked down at his chest, which was flat. Maybe it was because he didn't get enough nutrition before coming to Konoha. Although the conditions are good now, there is still no sign of development. Konan could only comfort himself that he was still young now and would definitely be the same age as the master's wife in the future. No, it's bigger than master's wife. Konan began to dream before it got dark. You look good. You look good. Nagato saw that Konan was a little shocked and tried to comfort him. He treats Konan as his own sister, and it is a bit of a stretch for him to call Nono a friend now. It's perfunctory, but Nagato, you're much better than Nawaki ni. Konan glanced at Nawaki as he spoke, the resentment in his eyes almost overflowing. Chapter 267 selection ends. Alright, it's over there too. Minato stepped in to smooth things over, and the battle over there was indeed over. Jiraiya carried the two exhausted people down from the sea of trees, and Nawaki's light and heavy rock technique just failed. The timing was perfect, just right. Chuan Feng, restore the training ground. Shuo Maoyao gave an order to Chuan Feng. It's not a big deal if a good training ground turns into a forest. Got it, big brother. Chuan Feng gave Shuo enough face, agreed and started to act. As he released the chakra in wood style, the sea of trees quickly decayed. Finally it turned into dust and scattered all over the ground. You handle the rest. Chuan Feng finished and kicked Nawaki lightly, wanting him to cover the dust with earth style. Just deal with it. Why did you kick me? Nawaki slapped his butt, looking disgusted. Earth style. Great recovery technique. He walked forward slowly and placed his hands on the ground. As chakra outputted, the land of the entire training ground began to slowly churn from bottom to top. Not only does it cover all the dust, but it also fills up all the original holes. It is much neater than before Chuan Feng used wood style. Nawaki's renovation of the venue is definitely a work of craftsmanship. You can go out and get some work now. Chuan Feng glanced at Nawaki. When did this kid become so capable? It's unclear whether the words were a joke or a compliment. That's right, even if I don't become a ninja. With this alone, I can help Misaki live a prosperous life. Nawaki took it as praise from his brother-in-law, and began to feel proud of himself and was very satisfied with his methods. He had asked around, and found out that it was not cheap to hire a construction company to renovate the martial arts arena. You managed to get a skill out of it, how can you seek justice? Minato directly exposed Nawaki's true colors, saying that this guy just couldn't bear to hire someone else, so he figured it out on his own. In the past, this kind of work was done casually and perfunctorily, not as cleanly and efficiently as it is now. It seems that even the ninjutsu was specially developed and not for killing the enemy. it's really unique. It's your business. It's too much trouble. Nawaki turned his head sharply, glaring. Minato, you kid just want to sabotage me, just wait and see if I will tell on you. Nawaki-san, I was wrong. Minato understood something from the look in Nawaki's eyes behind the mask, and admitted his mistake very positively. If apologies are useful, what is the point of having a police force? Nawaki refused to give in, a typical example of someone who would not give in even when he was right. You two, shut up. Chuan Feng looked at the two of them and was reminded of himself and Shuo Mao when they were children. Advertisement, maybe that's it. Nawaki and Minato stopped discussing it, and Jiraiya began to announce the final candidates. All 10 Anbu had been treated and stood in 2 rows. Tsukumo stood beside Jiraiya without saying anything. Looking at the knee training ground, I was thinking about using Nawaki as a laborer later. There is more than one Anbu training ground. Nawaki didn't know that the minister was already planning to take advantage of him, and he was just watching the fun foolishly. You are all worthy of being the elite of Anbu. It's a very exciting match. As soon as Jiraiya opened his mouth, he started with a few compliments. But everyone knows that there will usually be a twist after this kind of opening. No one spoke to be modest, everyone was waiting for what was to come. Jiraiya paused for a moment before continuing, but some people don't meet my requirements. Of course, it's not because I'm not good enough. It's just not suitable. The people I called out will step out. Jiraiya raised his hand and pointed without naming anyone. A total of 6 people came out, and no one knew whether they were selected or eliminated. Yakushi Nono was among them. I'm sorry to have wasted your time. We'll have a chance to work together again in the future. You guys can go your separate ways now. Jiraiya spoke more tactfully to the remaining 4 people, meaning elimination. From the battle, he realized that these people were not careful enough and it would be difficult for them to take on the spy mission deep behind enemy lines. Yes, Jiraiya-sama. The 4 Anbu may be a little unconvinced, as 2 of them are the winners. However, they did not dare to act rudely in front of Tsukumo and Jiraiya, so they agreed and left. Join the familiar crowd on the sidelines and transform from a party involved to a spectator. You 6 should wait for my news. This is a new department, and you are the first batch of members. Wait until I get the Hokage's approval for the station and complete other formalities before you come and take up your post. Other questions will be answered after you join the company. Any questions? Jiraiya's face was stern at this time, and combined with his tall stature, he was still quite intimidating. No, the 6 people cooperated and answered loudly. To be chosen, I am somewhat happy. I always feel that I am better than those who have been eliminated, at least in some aspects. Okay, that's it. Does Tsukumo-sama have anything else to say? Jiraiya turned around and asked Tsukumo politely, advertisement. I don't have anything special to say. You will perform your duties well in your new department in the future. The village will not treat you unfairly. Shuo Mao spoke 2 sentences in Mandarin, and the 6 people said, yes, and dispersed on the spot. I'm sorry to bother you, brother Tsukumo today. After the group dispersed, Jiraiya put on a smile. No, they are just trivial matters. I may have to trouble you again in the future. What Tsukumo said was true, and we needed all kinds of information. In the future, the assistance of Jiraiya's spy department will be indispensable in carrying out cross-border missions. Sure. Jiraiya agreed without any hesitation. While the two were still chatting, Chuan Feng planned to leave. Otherwise, Jiraiya would pester him later, and he really didn't know whether to take him to school. If you go back first, you can take action earlier. I'm leaving first, he greeted Minato and the others. Aren't you with Jiraiya-sama? Some of them were a little surprised since they clearly came here together. I suddenly remembered something. If he asks, just say I left first. Chuan Feng didn't explain and just made up an excuse. Oh, okay. After receiving the reply, Chuan Feng activated Flying Thunder God and disappeared directly in the Anbu training ground. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at the school, and the first thing he did was to find Onoda Hyde. Master Chuan Feng, what's the matter? Onoda Hyde was drinking tea in the office and was startled by Chuan Feng's sudden visit. Chuan Feng has been working for the company for a long time, but he has only been approached a few times. That's right. A new department has been established in the village. I want to recruit a group of students from our school to be trained as spies behind enemy lines. How do you think we should deal with this matter? Chuan Feng sat down aside and took the tea brought by Onoda Ying. Spy behind enemy lines? Onoda Hideo frowned, knowing the danger just by hearing it. Yes. Chuan Feng took a sip and then put the cup on the table. Well, I think we should follow the students' own opinions. If you kidnap me by force, I won't agree to it. Onoda Hideo is still very sensible and doesn't care about personal wishes. But if someone was forced to choose someone from school, he would be the first one to refuse. Chapter 268. Konoha idle people, very good, I thought so too. Although it is my duty to contribute to the village. But it still depends on the students' personal wishes. It is a blessing for students to have a principal like you who cares about them. After Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped down, the brainwashing of the will of fire in the school was gone. Chuan Feng pays more attention to human rights and believes that students should have the right to make their own choices. Instead of being brainwashed by big shots since childhood and becoming a tool without thoughts of his own. If no one wanted to be themselves, Jiraiya would still not be able to take any students from the ninja school. If the pros and cons are explained clearly in advance and there are still students willing to go, Chuan Feng can accept it. Now that there is a ready-made person to use, he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. As long as we pass the matter on, I'm sure the vice principal will be willing to take over. After hearing a few nice words, Onoda Ying felt comfortable. No, this is what I should do. Onoda Eiji's wrinkles from smiling could kill a mosquito, but Chuan Feng had him in his control. He is old and has no other thoughts except leaving a good reputation. Chuan Feng's praise touched his heart. Ah, nothing is taken for granted. Since you said so, I will leave this matter to you without any worries. I'll have someone contact you then. Please take good care of the recruitment of new personnel for the new department. This is responsible for the student's future. Chuan Feng explained the matter in a few words and leisurely picked up the tea to taste it again. No problem, leave it to me. When Onoda Eiji heard that he was responsible for the students, he felt that no one else could do it but him. How could he even think that he was just a vice president? Isn't this what Chuan Feng should do? Thank you for your hard work. I see you like tea, too. I'll bring you some from home later. Chuan Feng didn't just talk, some small benefits also made Onoda Ying feel happy. Then I'll be welcome. Onoda Ying smiled and sent Chuan Feng out the door. He didn't ask any extra questions from beginning to end, which was very tactful. Having such an assistant really makes Chuan Feng feel at ease. After working for so long, it's getting dark and time to get off the early shift. Chuan Feng walked home at a leisurely pace. Even if Jiraiya came to school now, there would be someone to receive him, so he felt relieved. For several days, Jiraiya was extremely busy. He was recruiting people everywhere and looking for Tsunade to prove money and land. We also have to find people to do the construction, which is simply too much. Advertisement in the end, he could only drag Maki to help him. As for recruiting potential spies into school, he put it at the end of his plan. Anyway, there is no need to rush. He thinks it will be difficult to pass Chuan Feng. Letting it dry for a while may not be a bad thing. Maybe by then Chuan Feng will relax his vigilance and things will go better. Once everything is ready, he will slowly work on it. He doesn't believe that a great toad sage like him won't be able to get a few students. Onoda Hyde waited and waited, but no one came to the school to recruit people, and he was puzzled. If we didn't know that Chuan Feng's information couldn't be wrong, we would have thought that he was deliberately making fun of the old man. Jiraiya is not in a hurry, and Chuan Feng is even less likely to rush to invite him. He was happy and comfortable, living a happy life of slacking off every day. Occasionally I go to the lab to chat with Orochimaru and check on the progress of the experiments. The fusion of Hashirama's cells between Orochimaru and Tsunade is already underway. Even if it is not a direct fusion of Hashirama's native cells, the experimental progress is obviously not as good as Chuan Feng's original progress. This is an innate gap and cannot be changed. As for Fugaku, he can only move further back. There is no war now, so his eyes will not go blind for a while. Did Jiraiya ask you for someone? Chuan Feng watched Orochimaru fiddling with the instrument. He understood nothing. He was given 3. Orochimaru didn't even raise his head as he gave Jiraiya 3 medical ninjas, all because of their relationship as fellow disciples. So stingy? Chuan Feng was talking without any pain in his waist. He forgot that his first thought at that time was that he didn't want to give it to anyone. Aren't you embarrassed to say that? Jiraiya has been talking about you a lot. Orochimaru then slowly raised his head and glanced at Chuan Feng, wondering why this man was so shameless. There are only a few people in the entire medical department. It's already very generous of you to give them to 3. What did you say about me? I didn't interfere. Can he not blame me? Chuan Feng's excuses are always justified. If it weren't for what he did, Jiraiya wouldn't have stayed away from school until now. Orochimaru sneered and said nothing. Chuan Feng knew the meaning of this very well. Masaki watched the two of them joking and tried not to laugh out loud. In the eyes of outsiders, the big shot who seems high and mighty has a huge contrast in private. When will his new department be able to function normally? Chuan Feng knew he was not in the right, so he changed the subject. I don't know. It may take some time. I haven't handed over the staff yet. Advertisement Orochimaru doesn't care much about these things. Now, except for going home to sleep, he basically eats and drinks in the laboratory. I see. Chuan Feng thought for a moment and guessed what Jiraiya was planning. He doesn't believe that he has given up on picking people in school. Can you please stop hanging around here if you have nothing to do? Orochimaru was increasingly disgusted with this guy, but he was okay when he was free. When I'm busy, it's really annoying. I built this lab, and you dared to chase me away. Chuan Feng couldn't accept it, as he had spent a huge amount of money to build this. Any comments? Do you really want me to talk to Tsunade? Orochimaru has no guilt at all. Spending money is great? You are amazing. You are noble. I'll leave. Chuan Feng suppressed his dissatisfaction and walked out with an unhappy look on his face. If Orochimaru said that he delayed the progress of the experiment, his fate would be foreseeable. Go away quickly, don't come if there's nothing else. The smugness on Orochimaru's face was visible to the naked eye. Masaki couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chuan Feng glared at him fiercely. I will be back. Chuan Feng uttered a few harsh words at last and disappeared from their sight. He finally left. Tsunade didn't even give him more things to do. Orochimaru complained again, he just couldn't stand such idle people. I'm almost busy taking off. Tsunade must be too busy to remember to make arrangements. Masaki had a faint smile on her face. I haven't seen Nawaki for several days. They have gone out of the village to carry out their mission again. In comparison, Fang's brother-in-law is really free. Forget it, leave him alone. You made great progress recently, work hard. Bring that reagent over here. Orochimaru no longer needs to state the name. Masaki can get the item accurately based on the actual situation. After Fang left, no one interfered. The two-person experiment went more smoothly. Except for occasionally thinking about Nawaki, Masaki is studying very hard with Orochimaru the rest of the time. As the grandson of Lord Hashirama, Nawaki should also have the wood style. Masaki kept her little thoughts to herself. If she could do it, she believed that Nawaki would like this surprise. She was thinking about her lover, and her lover was also thinking about her. Chapter 269 Anbu Mission. What are you doing? I'm asking you a question. In an unknown forest in the land of fire, Minato patted Nawaki's shoulder. Sorry, I got distracted. Nawaki finally came to his senses. Having just been out of the village for less than a week, he couldn't help but miss Masaki. Young men and women are in love, but they have no future. Minato looked very disappointed. Minato-san, you just mentioned Sister Kushina? Conan would feel uncomfortable if he didn't tear down the show for a day. No, you heard it wrong. Minato was full of black lines on his face, trying to confuse the audience. I heard that, too. Nagato's leisurely voice came, disrupting Minato's plan. Oh, that's not important. The mission target is in the town ahead. When do we start? Minato quickly changed the subject and got things back on track. I'll go in and check first to see if there's any chance. A pleasant female voice came. It was Yukushi Nono. She sat next to Nagato and volunteered. This mission involves a large number of targets, so Tsukumo assigned an extra team to Nawaki and his team. There are now 3 teams, with a total of 12 people. Are you sure you can do it alone? Send someone else with you. Nawaki did this for safety reasons. After all, in his opinion, Nano's strength was just average. Then let Pain join me. Nono did not refuse and directly asked Nagato to accompany her. Minato readily agreed. It wasn't a bad thing. With Nagato's strength, he could escape unscathed even if he was discovered. Why don't you ask for my opinion? Nagato looked at Minato helplessly, as he hadn't asked for any information. It's okay. Aren't you accompanied by a senior? Minato pointed at Nono. She was good at getting information. Don't worry, I'm here. Everything will be fine. Nono patted his chest, very confident. All right. Having said that, Nagato had no choice but to agree. Be careful and don't do it in town. Nawaki reminded that they also need to pay attention to the safety of civilians. If we take action in the town, many civilians might be injured. Advertisement just find out when the mission target will leave the town. They're definitely going abroad and will not stay in the town forever. Yes. Nono and Nagato agreed and set off towards the town. Nono seems to be very impressed with Pain. Nano's captain spoke at this time, and there was a hint of teasing in his words. He was present on the day of the spy department's election, and he saw clearly what happened between Nono and Nagato. Really? I didn't notice it. Minato laughed it off, saying that what Nagato did was not pleasant to the ears. It's understandable that people who don't know him well would think he's being a hooligan, but how could someone just touch someone's breasts? Rescuing a drowning woman, CPR and artificial respiration were all praised. Let's not talk about the past. Now let's wait for them to come back and decide on the next plan. Nawaki used his authority as a leader to end the topic. Looking at the receding backs of Nagato and Nono, a barely perceptible smile crossed his lips. If these 2 people can succeed, I will at least have some credit for it. We're going in like this. Nono stopped Nagato. They were already close to the town. I'm sorry, I forgot. Nagato felt a little embarrassed. The way they were dressed, not only could they not get any information, they would alert the enemy as soon as they entered. But this can't be blamed on him, as he usually just pushes forward when carrying out missions, without any skills at all. Let's first determine our identities. Are they a couple or siblings? A teasing smile was obvious on Nano's face beneath the mask. Well, let's be brothers and sisters. Nagato is an honest man, and he makes the right choice. He doesn't accept couples or anything like that. If it were someone like Fang, he might create a third option. What kind of couple are they? The boss and his mistress. These are all good identity disguises. Okay. Nono performed the transformation technique, and a tall and plump woman with delicate features appeared in front of Nagato. Nagato looked at him carefully, and there was no trace of dishonesty in his eyes. Then he performed the transformation technique according to Nano's image. Judging from their faces, the 2 men are somewhat similar. Nagato's small details are quite good. Very well, let's go. Nono was very satisfied with Nagato's performance. It seems that he really doesn't understand women, not that he is not pretty enough. Nagato followed closely behind her, and the 2 of them entered the town like ordinary siblings. Advertisement, can you sense where the person is? Nono knew that Nagato had excellent perception abilities. Knowing the abilities of your teammates is a basic requirement. Nagato spread out his perception and quickly locked onto 3 places where a large number of mission targets gathered. How about it? Nono asked softly. They were both still moving and there was nothing unusual to see. There are 3 places. Take a look at them all before deciding? Nagato did not make his own decision, as he felt he could not compare to Nono in this regard. Well, let's go to the nearest one first. Nono made the decision without much thought. Since they could not act separately, he could only choose the most suitable venue. Good. Nagato quickly walked past Nono and headed towards the first place. This is a restaurant, probably reserved by the target of the mission. Big, burly men with wary eyes can be seen everywhere. Not here. Nono had no intention of going into the restaurant. Nagato agreed with her and the two walked to the next place. This is a gambling house and there is another place not far away. Nagato pointed cryptically. Nono turned his head and saw that it was a brothel. With a slightly disdainful expression, that kind of place can be ruled out. It would be hard for her to bring Nagato in without attracting attention. What? You bring your own stuff to a brothel? Let's go in and take a look at the gambling house. Nono made his decision and walked inside with Nagato. The gambling house is full of smoke and dust, so it's not surprising to see anything like that. They entered without attracting anyone's attention. Nono exchanged the chips skillfully, and Nagato followed silently behind him. He knew that his wife liked to gamble, but he himself had never come in. I am a little curious about everything here. He looked around with a scrutinizing gaze. Nono had a clear goal and took a walk around on purpose. Then he naturally took Nagato's hand and the two of them squeezed towards the table where the mission target was. This is Tsunade's favorite project, guess the size. Ninjas seem to prefer this simple and crude way of gambling. Nono pulled Nagato to the front of the card table and took a quick look first. Several mission targets all had rosy faces. The chips were piled high in front of him, and the dealer's face looked very ugly. In all likelihood, these people used ninja methods. Chapter 270 The news came true. Everyone, we've won enough today. Why don't you go back and rest first? The dealer suppressed his displeasure and spoke politely to several mission targets. Can't you afford to lose in your gambling house? Where are we going now? One of the big men looked indifferent and arrogant. Stop now, everyone will be fine. Leave a way out for others so that we can meet again in the future. This gambling house still has some manners, and the dealer is not angry or embarrassed at all. If it were a gambling house with no moral principles, a fight would probably have broken out. Nono and Nagato remained silent, slowly watching the development of the situation. Sorry, my brother drank too much. There were still some wise people in this group. A man with a delicate appearance helped his companion and apologized to the dealer. It would not be a good thing for them to have a conflict here. It would be easy to reveal their identities, and they thought they hadn't been targeted so far. What do you mean by drinking too much? The big man still refused to give in, thinking to himself that it was just a small gambling house, so there was nothing to be afraid of. This is not Konoha village. Don't make trouble, we'll leave tomorrow. Don't forget your brother's instructions. You can do whatever you want outside of the Fire Nation. The handsome man interrupted his companion and whispered in his ear. All of this was heard by Nono and Nagato. It really is effortless. Okay, got it. It's so unlucky, I can't even have fun. The big man was perhaps a little afraid of the eldest brother, so he impatiently pushed away his companions and picked up the chips on the table. We're leaving now. The handsome man breathed a sigh of relief, talked to the dealer with a smile, and asked his other companions to leave. Nono and Nagato did not follow him out. After the few people left, they pretended to play for a while. Do you want to give it a try? Nono was also unlucky, and the chips he exchanged were almost gone. Forget it, just play by yourself. Nagato felt very bored, even if he didn't use his tricks seriously. But the points in the dice cup seemed to be unobstructed in front of him, and it was really hard to arouse interest. Come on, help your sister change her luck. Nono took advantage of her older sister's status to act coquettishly towards Nagato. Oh well. Advertisement Nagato couldn't handle this attitude, so he nodded and agreed. Girls are really a versatile species. Give. Nono put all the remaining chips into Nagato's hands. If she loses, she will be ready to withdraw. Nagato glanced at the dice cup and without hesitation, placed all his chips on the leopard. The dealer's face suddenly changed. He had just sent away a few plague gods, and now another one came. Fortunately, Nagato didn't have many chips, so his expression gradually eased. Oh, how did you guess it? Nono looked at the dice cup and opened it, and it was a leopard. Her face was full of excitement. She won back all the money she lost and even had some left over. It's all out of my own pocket, so it would be great if I could win it back. It's not easy for her, a young girl, to earn money. Just a random guess. Nagato didn't show off his abilities and just spoke casually. One more, one more. Nono took the chips back in front of him, still thinking about winning more. People are greedy, Nagato can understand but doesn't want to accept it. No, let's go. Everyone is still waiting. Changmo doesn't have much pursuit for money, and usually keeps his money in a piggy bank in his room. This was a gift from Conan, he thought it would be fine to just put it in the drawer. Anyway, there is no way there is a thief in the Hatake family. Even if a thief really stole from Hitake's house, he would not look down on his possessions. Alright. Nono has no gambling addiction and was easily persuaded by Nagato. If it were Tsunade, you wouldn't be able to drag it away until all the money was lost. After packing up the chips, the two men left the gambling table, exchanged the chips for money and left the gambling house. Are we going back now? How about buying everyone some food? Since he just won some money, Nono doesn't mind treating everyone to a good meal. Good. Nagato did not object, as most of the team were his relatives. What do you like to eat? Nono planned to buy some of Nagato's favorite food first. After all, the money was won by him. He doesn't even want to share the money with me. What a weird guy. Does Pain really think he is a god? Not interested in money, and not interested in myself. I'm fine with either. Just buy what you like first. Advertisement. Nagato did learn some gentlemanly manners. You're a nice person. Nono covered her mouth and smiled, then walked towards the snack street. Nagato scratched his head, not sure what was good about this. A woman's heart is as deep as the sea, and he is too lazy to guess it. After they finished strolling around the snack street, their 4 hands were full. This trip was a fruitful one. We not only got some information, but also brought back a lot of food. When they returned to the team, everyone thought they were going shopping. Why did you buy so much? It's a big expense. Just looking at all the bags and bags, you can tell that Nawaki has spent a lot of money. This is the intuition of a stingy person. It's okay, Pain won all of them. Nono explained the situation, and now Nawaki had no psychological burden to eat. With Nagato around, he bought a portion of everyone's favorite dishes, which was very considerate. Nono got to know Nagato a little better and found him to be a really gentle and considerate boy. Able to remember so many people's preferences, after everyone finished eating, Nawaki began to make plans for tomorrow. There is actually nothing special to arrange. This town has only one exit and entrance. We just need to find a good place to ambush tomorrow. As for whether he could win the fight or not, that was not a question that Nawaki considered. Since joining Anbu, the two teams he and Minato led have had a 100% mission completion rate. That's not just boasting, it's real practice. I won't say much about this mission. Wait until they're far away from the town and kill them directly. This mission does not require leaving anyone alive. Any questions? With just a few words, Nawaki set the brutal tone for the mission. However, these gangsters deserved their punishment. They had done countless evil things in the Fire Nation. If it weren't for the mission under the name of a big shot, it wouldn't be Konoha's turn to handle it. No problem. No one questioned Nawaki's decision, as the mission was not difficult. The only difficulty is that there are too many people and we need to prevent anyone from escaping. However, their team has enough members, and the mission has been completed for the most part so far. Well, then have a good rest. You can return to the village tomorrow after completing the mission. After Nawaki finished speaking, everyone rested on the spot and waited for the next day to arrive. After what happened just now, Nono thought that he and Nagato were more familiar with each other, so he took the initiative to find Nagato to chat. The two of them did have some ideas to share on medical ninjutsu. Under Nano's leadership, the two gradually became more and more harmonious. Everyone was very conscious and no one went to disturb them, but Nano's laughter could be heard from time to time. Chapter 271 Universal Pull. The next day, it was still dark. Nawaki and others were already lying in ambush on the path that the bandits had to take. They arrived very early because they didn't know exactly what time the bandits would leave town. After several hours of patient waiting, everyone was already wet with dew. But this could not affect their attention. When the sun began to rise from the east, I saw a large group of people walking towards me. They moved in an orderly and fast manner. It's quite a feat to be noticed by the daimyo in the land of fire. Get ready, it's coming, Nawaki growled, looking forward with a serious expression. Even a lion will try its best to fight a rabbit, and he will not allow himself to make any mistakes when performing his mission. After a few dozen seconds, a group of people slowly approached. Superior. Nawaki gave the order and rushed out from his hiding place first. While the man was still in midair, his hands had already been put together in a seal. Water-style water waves. A water tornado appeared out of nowhere, wrapped around Nawaki's figure and quickly spun upward. Then it spread out like a waterfall, rushing into the center of the bandits from top to bottom. Quickly escape. The bandits were terrified when they saw the water rushing towards them. The large water style that rises from the ground must have an astonishing amount of chakra. They all roared and fled in all directions. Those who don't have time to dodge are either swept into the water or knocked far away. Only a handful of people held up a few earth walls to block Nawaki's attack. Minato threw a handful of kunai and the figure disappeared right where he was. Wherever the flying thunder god goes, lives are harvested. For Minato, this kind of melee is like a duck to water. Conan flapped his wings and flew high, and the gangsters were like targets. He was strong enough to dodge her paper thousand books, but couldn't hit her. Those who were not strong enough were directly pierced into hedgehogs by the paper thousands of books, and exploded into blood mist that scattered everywhere. The scene was so bloody that several members of Nano's team were secretly shocked. I didn't expect that a little loli like Conan could be so cruel. Yahiko's performance was quite satisfactory, using water style combined with physical skills to move among the crowd. The gains were quite a lot. Nagato doesn't even need the power of the Rinnegan to deal with these people. Relying on the endless variety of escape techniques, no one can get close to him. Pain, you are quite strong. Nano's opponent was not strong, and she still had time to talk to Nagato. You're not bad either. Nagato said politely. He was just trying out his skills, but Nono was about to go all out. There is absolutely no comparison, same here. Nono didn't really realize Nagato's modesty and responded with a laugh. The rest of the people also had their own methods and rushed towards the bandits. The bandits are all ninjas, but their strengths vary. The weak ones are just genin, but the strong ones have Jonin strength. After being attacked, they began to fight back under the organization of their respective leaders. Looking at the attire of Nawaki and the others, they knew that they were being targeted by the Konoha Anbu. It is impossible to resolve the situation peacefully this time, but if we try our best, we may still have a chance of survival. It's from Konoha Anbu. Fight with them. The leader of the gang shouted as he rushed towards Nawaki, which was quite courageous. However, not everyone has his awareness and courage. There were already casualties after Nawaki's water-style attack. Not to mention that Minato was like a Shinigami from hell as he slashed one by one. The bandits knew they were no match for their opponent and decided to retreat. If you want to fight, go fight on your own. I don't want to die. At this moment, your own life is the most important, your elder brother is nothing. The first person started to flee, and then the second and third. They're just a mob after all, don't miss any target. Nawaki exchanged a move with the leader and shouted to the others. I'll go after you. Nono slashed the neck of the gangster in front of him with a knife and then stabbed it back behind him. He jumped and chased towards the distance. The captain of Lion and Nono also happened to take care of his opponent. Without any hesitation, he chased in the other two directions. Boy, you're quite capable. No wonder they dared to attack us with such a small number of people. The leader fought with Nawaki and did not lose a single move. An inexplicable sense of confidence suddenly arose in him. Little did he know that Nawaki was focusing his main attention on observing the battle situation. It was just a casual attack just now, without even using any weapon. All we can say is that this leader has some strength, but not enough to rival Nawaki. You don't think I tried my best? Nawaki sneered and pulled out the Samahata from behind. Advertisement, no fancy stuff, just sweep across. As long as he hits hard, even if he can't kill him with the sweep, Samahata can still suck him dry. It's quite a mouthful. The leader didn't know that his death was imminent and he continued to be stubborn. Even before Samahata reached him, he was already whistling. Nawaki's blow was fast and hard. There were no surprises. The leader was swept away by Samahata, and several bloody holes were pierced in the chest and abdomen by the barbs that Samahata suddenly stabbed. If he hadn't blocked it with his weapon, the blow would have been fatal. But it's pretty miserable now, there's very little chakra left in the body. He was lying on the ground, pale and almost fainted. Samahata, showing her full face, stuck out her tongue, looking very satisfied. Vulnerable. Nawaki exerted a little force on his feet, rushed over and gave the leader the final blow. Without even a second glance, he rushed towards another group of gangsters carrying Samahata. Once the leader died, the bandits lost all desire to fight. There was already a huge gap in strength, and now they are unable to resist. The situation on the battlefield gradually became one-sided. Under the charge of Nawaki and his men, the gangsters fell to the ground one after another. Nagato used fire style to burn several gangsters in front of him and glanced at them briefly. The outcome was decided, and he rushed towards Nono as if possessed. He doesn't even know what's wrong with him, perhaps he just cared about his teammates. Nagato made an excuse for himself. Nono had never disappeared from his perception. After a few takeoffs and landings, Nagato left the battlefield and entered a forest. Along the way, you can occasionally see the bodies of bandits lying dead. They were all attacked in vital parts and killed in one blow. Nano's methods are also extremely cruel, but as an Anbu member, this is also normal. Their main business is killing people. After all, the full name of Anbu is Assassination Tactics Special Forces. Where can you escape to? The last three remaining gangsters that Nono was chasing had already run a long way away. These three men were quite resourceful and were afraid to fight. They were now far away from the battlefield, but Nono was still chasing them like a fly, causing them great annoyance. Mad, kill that woman first. This is not a solution. A bearded gangster looked back and saw Nono closely following behind them. Too risky, not far enough. The bald gangster was very cautious, fearing that if he stayed for a moment he would be caught up by more people. The strength of this female Anbu was nothing, but the ninja using the water style was something they could not match. If you run again, I'll kill them all and chase you. Are we targets? The last buck-toothed gangster also agreed to the suggestion of killing Nono first. As long as they are fast enough, they can kill Nono and escape. It won't be easy for the three of us to kill her. What's there to hesitate about? The bearded gangster stopped in his tracks, determined to kill Nono first. The bald gangster had no choice but to follow along. If he tried to run away alone, his two companions would not let him go. That's what a man does. Being cautious is like a woman. The buck-toothed bandit showed a ferocious smile, already imagining the scene of squeezing the fly behind him to death. Are you ready to die? Nono suddenly stopped and confronted three bandits not far away. Her heart was a little pounding, but her voice did not drop. I had a brief fight with these guys at the beginning, and I was definitely no match for the three of them together. I'll send you to death first. You *ch. The bearded bandit took the first step, and several shurikens flew towards Nono with the sound of breaking through the air. Then the three of them leapt up, holding long swords, and pounced towards Nono Uhu. Try to get rid of her in a short time, it's not that easy to kill me. Nono dodged the shuriken and drew the long sword behind him. Using chakra scalpel against 3 people is a bit too much. As soon as the 3 bandits approached, Nono was instantly caught in a tough fight. Under the desperate attacks of the 3 men, he could only defend himself. After a while, wounds appeared on her body. If this continued, she might really die here. I thought you were so awesome. He dares to chase us alone. He really doesn't know how to live or die. If the tiger doesn't show its might, people think we are sick cats. The bearded bandit was a bit talkative and he didn't forget to taunt while attacking. The ugly face of a villain who has succeeded is disgusting. Nono endured the pain, gritted his teeth and held on. She firmly believed that if she just held on a little longer, someone would come to support her. Hurry up, she's dying. The bald gangster had a serious expression on his face, and from time to time he looked behind Nono. He was a little anxious. The more difficult Nono became, the more panicked he became. Why rush? It's only been a short time. Advertisement. The buck-toothed bandit was probably a psychological pervert. Every time he cut a wound on Nono, he became more excited. Let's see how long you can hold out. The bearded gangster took advantage of Nono's inability to defend herself and stabbed her in the chest. Nono was surrounded by 3 people and had no room to dodge. You can only try your best to avoid the vital points. Phew, the sound of a long knife entering the body was heard. Nono was stabbed in the abdomen and then kicked. The whole person vomited blood and flew backwards. She only felt darkness before her eyes, and she was almost reaching her limit. Am I going to die here? Before Nono even landed on the ground, an idea came into his mind. She finally managed to get out from the roots and escape from Danzo's clutches. Although Anbu also carries out blood emissions, it is much better than the root. You can still live a normal life away from Anbu in the future. She hasn't grown up yet, hasn't married yet, and doesn't have her own children. The road of life is still very long. Bang. Nono fell to the ground, struggling to get up. She really didn't want to die yet, but her body seemed to be starting to lose control. Die for me. The bandit's voice came from far away, and the cold sword of the long knife went straight to the throat. Nono closed his eyes with reluctance, as if accepting his fate. That's good. I hope I won't suffer so much in my next life. Ding! There was a crisp sound in my ears. The pain that Nono expected did not come. She suddenly opened her eyes, and a not very tall figure appeared in front of her. That red hair is so dazzling. Finally someone came to rescue me. It's pain. At this moment, Nagato is the god in Nono's heart. Are you okay? Wait a moment, I'll take care of these 3 first. Nagato didn't look back, and his words with a hint of murderous intent reached Nono's ears. Good. After Nono said one word, his whole body collapsed. I lay on the ground without the strength to move. Only tears of shame welled up in my eyes. Here comes another kid who doesn't know how to live or die. Has the hair grown out yet? Learn to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. The bearded bandit was repelled by Nagato, swearing foul language. The 2 people around him already felt something was wrong. This red-haired boy has such a fast speed and such a strong chakra. Nagato was too lazy to talk to them. Such people were not worth his words. Just send them to see the Shinigami. Nagato threw away the kunai that he had just used to block the long sword, and then turned his palm outward. Universal pull. Suddenly, a powerful invisible gravitational force emanated from him. Ah, what kind of ninjutsu is this? The bodies of the 3 gangsters floated up uncontrollably and quickly flew towards Nagato. People always feel unspeakable fear when facing the unknown. The 3 of them danced and tried to struggle out. But he is controlled by Nagato like a clown. Even if they had initially mastered the universal pull, the special ability of the Rinnegan was not something that the 3 of them could crack. You know, even Naruto can't resist the suction of universal pull in Nine Tails mode. Nishiuchi. When the 3 were sucked closer, Nagato's hand lit up with chakra light and passed in front of him. The 3 gangsters fell to the ground, and the blood flowing from their throats instantly dyed the ground red. The whole process takes only a few seconds. The bearded gangster's earlier trash talk was like a slap in his own face. But it doesn't matter anymore, he has already paid the price with his life for it. It might be his honor to die under the power of Rinnegan. If time wasn't so tight, Nagato might not have chosen to reveal his special ability. As for this thing called suction, he really didn't know how to use any normal ninjutsu theory to explain it. And he couldn't reveal the Rinnegan casually, as this was a death order given to him by Chuan Feng. I can only hope Nono isn't too curious, otherwise he'll be in a difficult position too. Nono was lying on the ground in shock, unable to think of anything else. She imagined Nagato would win, but she didn't expect it to be so easy. The 3 gangsters who had cornered him were like babies in front of him, unable to fight back. No, not even as good as a baby, just like an ant and an elephant. What kind of strength does pain possess? What kind of face is under the mask? Nano's curiosity about Nagato reached a new level. She felt that this red-haired boy was like a treasure waiting to be discovered. Chapter 272 Return to the team. Alright. After dealing with the 3 gangsters, Nagato immediately turned around, squatted down and stopped Nano's bleeding. If the blood continues to flow through the wound, all my efforts to save him will be in vain. I'm so sleepy. Nono was adjusted by Nagato to lie flat. Now that the crisis was over and she had relaxed, she could no longer bear it. Don't sleep. Hold on a little longer. Nagato's face beneath the mask was already showing signs of nervousness, as there was no prepared plasma to be delivered to Nono. If she fell asleep now, she might never wake up again. When he thought of this possibility, his heart suddenly ached. After spending some time together, Nono is at least one of his few friends. Okay, I'll hold on a little longer. Nono's voice became weaker and weaker, and his eyelids began to twitch. It seemed as if I was going to fall asleep in the next second. You are not allowed to close your eyes, you are not allowed to do so. Nagato healed Nono's abdominal wound, and his voice had become somewhat fierce. He raised his hand and took off Nono's mask. The face with the black-framed glasses was as pale as gold paper and the lips were as white as wax. There is no trace of youthfulness or beauty in her. I'll just take a nap, I can't hold on any longer. Nono even smiled vaguely, but to Nagato, that smile was so chilling. It was obvious that she was no longer conscious, otherwise how could a medical ninja say such a thing? It seemed as if all the strength in his body had been used up when he said this. Her eyelids slowly drooped. Lightning style, in desperation, Nagato could only use electric shock. Fortunately, he knows 5 types of escape techniques. His hands glowed with lightning and he pressed them straight towards Nono's chest. Nagato tried hard to control the output of chakra to prevent lightning style from making Nono worse. As he pressed with his palms again and again, Nono's body trembled. Wake up, I haven't told you my real name yet. Pain is just my code name, Nagato muttered as he pressed. After several chest defibrillations, Nono finally opened his eyes again. His efforts were not in vain. What's your name? Nono listened to every word Nagato said, and after opening his eyes, he continued the conversation. It was as if he was distracted by something just now. Listening to Nono's words, Nagato became spirited again. My name is Nagato. Long is the long of long, and door is the door of the gate. Nagato treated another wound while talking to Nono. What a common name. Nagato, I'm a little cold. Nono felt his body temperature getting lower and lower. Although I was in the sunshine, I couldn't feel the warmth as I should. It will be fine. I will definitely heal you. Nagato gave an incoherent reply, but Nono didn't have the energy to think about it. Nagato, can I see what you look like? Nono could only see Nagato, and some simple thoughts revolved around him. Good. Nagato quickly took off his mask, and his bangs fell from the top of his head to cover his eyes. You're not as pretty as me, Nono laughed like a child. Nagato is indeed not a handsome guy, his looks are far inferior to Yahiko's. This is an undeniable fact, you are the most beautiful, so you can't die. Nagato was amused by Nono, and the two chatted back and forth. This means that Nono's condition is almost stable. Once his injuries are treated, he will be out of danger. I know I'm good looking, you don't have to tell me. Nono is secretly a narcissistic girl. If she were in a normal state, she probably wouldn't be able to say this. Okay, the external injuries have been treated. Nagato breathed a sigh of relief, all the bleeding areas had been healed. If it weren't for the fact that excessive blood loss could lead to death, he would have treated Nono's internal injuries first. Why are your eyes circles? Are they fake? Although it was only a moment, Nono still saw the appearance of the Rinnegan. But she didn't recognize them and thought they were the contact lenses that Nagato bought somewhere. What are you talking about? Nagato brought up the words that Chuan Feng often used to criticize them, although he didn't know what they meant. You're so fierce. Nono pouted, and her aggrieved look was so cute. Where else does it hurt? Nagato no longer had the heart to chat with her as the treatment was coming to an end. He finally helped Nono heal the internal injuries. The places you touched are all itchy, but it doesn't hurt anymore. But I'm so tired, I don't have any energy at all. Advertisement. Nono's voice was soft, and he forced himself to sense it mentally. The wounds regenerated by medical ninjutsu only felt tingling, no more pain. Her sleepiness began to dissipate, and was replaced by a strong feeling of fatigue. Now I don't even have the strength to move a finger. It's boring. You have saved your life. Here, eat this. Nagato took out a pitch black pill from his ninja tool bag and put it to Nono's mouth. Judging from the appearance of this pill, Nagato would never dare to accept it if it wasn't given by Tsunade. It smells terrible. Nono frowned and curled his lips in disgust. She can do this much. You still despise it. This was made by the Hokage himself. I only have one. Nagato pinched Nono's mouth with one hand in annoyance and stuffed the pill in with the other hand. Then he covered Nono's mouth and shook it. This medicine certainly does not have the power to bring the dead back to life, but it can greatly enhance the body's self-healing function. Ino no was in a dying state just now, so it would be useless to feed her. Now that we have saved our lives, that is when it will come into play. But this does not mean that this pill is not precious. Not to mention how much energy and precious medicinal materials Tsunade spent. It can greatly shorten the recovery time after saving lives, and this alone is valuable. There is also a hint of the results of Hashirama's cell research experiments. Tsunade didn't produce that many in total, so it can be considered a benefit for its own family. Otherwise, Nagato wouldn't have only one. Nagato let go of his hand only after seeing Nono swallowing. Do you think I'm a cat or a dog? Nono felt insulted because he usually fed medicine to stray pets in the same way. As if you were a ghost mastiff. Nagato couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is what happens every time my aunt feeds medicine to the ghost mastiff. After eating, the ghost mastiff would bark at my aunt a few times. It is somewhat similar to Nono's current situation. Who is the ghost mastiff? Nono had a new problem. The pills began to take effect in her body, and a warm current circulated within her body. The complexion on her face has improved a lot compared to the beginning. No one. Okay, stop asking so many questions. You can go to bed now. Nagato felt that it would be a bit impolite to tell Nono that the ghost mastiff was a dog now. He put the mask on Nono first, and then put on his own mask. Then he put his hands under Nono's body, one hand at the bend of the leg and the other hand under the shoulder blade. He just exerted a little force and picked Nono up. Let's go back. The battle should be over. Nagato started to rush back holding Nono. Oh. Nono naturally put her arms around Nagato's neck, leaned her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes. The hot air from her breath fanned Nagato's neck. A strange emotion arose in Nagato's heart. This kind of close contact is completely different from the feeling when treating Nono. Nagato was a little uncomfortable at first, but then he focused his mind and quickened his pace. Feeling the cool breeze behind his head, Nono had never felt that life was so precious. Since she is not dead, she should live a more exciting life in the future. Why hasn't Nono come back yet? Nothing will happen, right? The battle on Nawaki's side has ended, and the captains of Lion and Nono have returned to the team. The two men suffered minor injuries, but the fleeing bandits were all dealt with. He hadn't seen Nono come back for a long time, and couldn't help feeling a little worried. It should be fine. I saw Pain go. Minato was observing the situation while fighting, and he saw Nagato leave. Oh, that shouldn't be a problem. Nawaki is confident in Nagato's ability. Even if we don't use the power of the Rinnegan, they are just a few bandits and nothing to worry about. She chased out before us. It's time to come back. How about I go and take a look? Nono's captain was still worried and planned to go and provide support. Nono is the only girl on their team and also the youngest one. Furthermore, he did not have a clear understanding of Nagato's strength, so it was difficult for him to be as confident as Nawaki and the others. Then go and have a look. Nawaki didn't think it was necessary, but he didn't intend to stop it. After all, there is nothing to deal with here. Good. Just as Nono's captain was about to set off, he saw Nagato appear from the woods not far away holding Nono. Put me down. When Nono saw everyone gathering around her, she suddenly felt a little shy. He loosened his arms around Nagato's neck and began to twist his body slightly. Can you? Nagato didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Advertisement Nono is a wounded soldier, everyone can understand that. Besides, holding her in my arms, she feels soft and comfortable. I can do that. Nono nodded affirmatively. She had now recovered some strength. You may not be able to fight, but standing and walking should be no problem. Lord Hokage is indeed Konoha's #1 medical ninja, that pill is indeed effective. But Nono also felt a little guilty. How should he compensate Nagato for such a precious pill? Oh well. Seeing her insistence, Nagato agreed to her wishes. Slowly lower her to the ground, but he did not let go and still held Nono's arm. What's going on? Where are you hurt? Is it serious? Is it serious? As everyone gathered around, they started asking questions one after another. Nono's face was pale and there were obvious bloodstains on his body. No matter how you look at it, he looked seriously injured. I'm fine. I'm fine. Nono was asked so many questions that he didn't know who to answer first. He quickly waved his hands to indicate that he was fine. How can it be okay? Don't lie to us. Captain Nono's eyes were full of distrust. Her clothes were so tattered that they looked as if they had been fished out of water of blood. It's really all right now. Luckily Pain arrived in time. In order to show that he was really fine, Nono started jumping up and down on the spot. Are you a rabbit? Nagato put his hand on her shoulder. Did she really think she was healed? I was wrong. Nono did not argue, but timidly admitted his mistake. Like a child who has made a mistake, it makes people reluctant to blame him. This small interaction between the two made everyone present feel that there was something different between them. She's so good, Konan whispered to Yahiko beside him. You're the best. Yahiko fully demonstrated what it means to have the word favor engraved in one's heart. Although it's a lie, it's fun to hear. Konan has some knowledge of himself and thinks he is pretty cute. But the word good boy doesn't seem to be appropriate to describe me. She is not the kind of person who is well behaved. I didn't expect you to have the potential to be a matchmaker. Minato nudged Nawaki lightly with his shoulder and joked. You just found out? Nawaki raised his head slightly in pride, his tail almost reaching the sky. If his bangs weren't long enough, he would at least lift them up. I told you you're fat and you're still panting. Minato rolled his eyes speechlessly. What kind of people are these? Nawaki smirked but didn't argue. I'm glad you're okay. What happened? Captain Nono was relieved to see that she was still alive and well. Then he asked what happened. Everyone was quiet at this moment, waiting for Nono to speak. Everything was normal. I was too careless. There are only 3 gangsters left, and I don't want to lose them. It was just a bit of a chase, which probably put a lot of pressure on them. They were going to kill me first. Luckily Pain showed up in time, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to see you. Nono briefly recounted what had happened, but she omitted all the dangers involved. Thinking back on it now, I still feel a lingering fear. If you know you are no match for 3 people, you shouldn't push them so hard. She had a close call with death, but was forcibly pulled back by Nagato. If someone who didn't know medical ninjutsu came, he would probably just have to watch her die. Fortunately, she is fine now, and she doesn't want to make everyone worry too much. Then just rest for a while. Is that so? Then you should thank Pain. Captain Nono was unaware of the danger involved and even took it in a slightly joking manner. Come to think of it, this is the second time Pain has saved you, right? Nawaki didn't think too much about it, he also included the incident at the Anbu training ground. I guess so. As for the incident at the Anbu training ground, even if Nagato didn't treat him, it wouldn't be a big deal. Compared with this life and death crisis, it is nothing. However, Nono did not intend to deny it. Well, she still needs more rest now. Just stop talking about it. Nagato spoke up, interrupting everyone's thoughts of continuing. Oh, it's still under maintenance. Nawaki followed with a teasing remark. Nagato didn't feel anything, but it made Nono blush. 9 Mount Chapter 273 A Date with a Beautiful Lady. Okay, let's clean up the battlefield and return to the village. Minato smoothed things over between the two of them, otherwise there was no telling how long this group of people would have talked. Alright, Pain, then you take care of her. The rest of you, hurry up and set off in half a quarter of an hour. Nawaki then became serious and gave the order, yes. After receiving the order, everyone started to move. In less than half a quarter of an hour, the battlefield was cleaned up. The blood stains on the ground were washed off with water style. You saved this person, so be a good person to the end. Set off. Nawaki did not give Nagato a chance to refuse and took the lead. The rest of the people were in sync and no one showed any intention of helping. In an instant, Nagato and Nono were the only ones left there, staring at each other stupidly. How about I carry you on my back? After a moment of silence, Nagato spoke first. Well, all right then. Nano's tone sounded a little conflicted, but he was secretly happy in his heart. In fact, it's okay to hug her, she can accept it. Come. Nagato bent his legs slightly and half knelt in front of Nono. I'm fine. Nono put her arms around Nagato's neck and clamped her legs tightly around his waist. Well, I'm off then. Nagato clenched his fists and placed them on Nano's thighs. After saying that, he chased forward. Why haven't you come yet? This stupid boy won't help me run. Nawaki looked back as he ran, and then complained to Minato beside him. You were just free. Minato couldn't help but laugh out loud. Nawaki was really dedicated. I was thinking about Nagato's lifelong happiness. But you, my senior brother, don't care at all. Nawaki flatters himself and starts to look down on Minato. Come on, stop flattering yourself. Minato and Nawaki started arguing again. You and I are talking, it's so lively, here I come. After a while, Nawaki saw a figure chasing after him. It was Nagato who was carrying Nono. Seeing this scene, a knowing smile finally appeared on his face. A few more days passed and the group of 12 finally returned to Konoha. Nano's injuries have healed, and she walked the last part of the journey by herself. After everyone arrived at Anbu and handed over their tasks, they prepared to go home and rest. Whenever a big mission is sent out, Shuamao will give the personnel carrying out the mission a few days off. This is the change he made to Anbu after he took office. Very humane management. You know, Anbu used to be on call 24 hours a day. Vacation is an unattainable dream. After leaving the Anbu gate, everyone said goodbye to each other. Nagato and his group were the largest group returning home. Nono is in the opposite direction from them. Watching Nagato and the others go away, Nono, after much hesitation, mustered up the courage to chase after them. Elders, are you free later? When there were no outsiders around, she stopped calling him by the codename Pain. She lowered her head slightly and fiddled with her fingers, obviously not at peace. This was the first time she took the initiative to ask a boy out. With so many people's eyes on her, it was inevitable that she would feel nervous. If he has time, he has nothing to do at home. Before Nagato could respond, Nawaki answered for him. But that is not the case. Even on holidays, Nagato is very busy. He had to go to the laboratory to study, and occasionally Tsunade would assign him some assignments. It's not as leisurely as Nawaki said. What's the matter? Nagato didn't ask whether he had time or not, but instead asked about Nono. Well, I want to treat you to a meal. Thank you for saving me. Nono looked up at Nagato, then quickly lowered his head. If she was rejected, she would really want to find a hole to crawl into. Just invite him alone. Nawaki, who was enjoying the fun, interrupted with another comment. No, as long as everyone has time, you can come together. Nono was at a loss for words when asked by Nawaki, and became visibly flustered. Don't listen to his nonsense, just ask Nagato. Minato couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up to help Nono ease the embarrassment. Haha, don't mind it, I'm just saying it casually. Nawaki knew he had said the wrong thing and apologized with a wry smile. It's okay, everyone can really come together. Nono slowly regained his composure and spoke with great sincerity. Really? Why don't you answer me, kid? Why do you have to think about it for so long? Nawaki patted Nagato on the back. Where do we meet then? Nagato thought about it and still couldn't bear to refuse. it was still possible to squeeze in some time for a meal. 6 o'clock, at the meatball shop on the commercial street that does the most business. Advertisement, may I? Nono had already thought about the time and place, and blurted it out without hesitation. It's like I've gone through it countless times in my mind. See you at 6. Nagato nodded and simply agreed. Okay, see you later. I'm leaving first. Nano's voice became cheerful and he waved his hand and left happily. A beautiful lady has a date. How are you feeling? Nawaki put his arm around Nagato's shoulders and started to act naughty again. The group walked home talking and laughing. It's just a meal. Nawaki-san, if you're really bored, go and have a fight with the teacher. Nagato had no choice but to give Nawaki a bad idea. You kid, you can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Nawaki was so angry that he immediately turned away from Nagato. Picking a fight with your brother-in-law is like lighting a light in the toilet. The joke he made when he first got Samahata was long forgotten. Haha, look how annoying you are. Minato never missed an opportunity to tease Nawaki. Your kindness is taken for granted. What a bunch of heartless people. I'm going home to wait for Misaki. Nawaki said and parted ways with the others at the fork in the road. Compared to Misaki and her brother-in-law, Misaki is more important. He was already getting a little impatient. Hey, wait for me. Minato saw Nawaki running very fast and quickly chased after him. He is also a loser, and Senju still has his lil hot pepper at home. These two. Yahiko hesitated and sighed maturely. That's Konan by your side. Nagato has already understood the truth, and looks at Yahiko with disdain. Birds of a feather, oh my, what nonsense are you talking about? Go home. Konan was suddenly called out, feeling a little embarrassed, and ran forward alone. Yahiko thought for a moment and found herself speechless. He could only look at Nagato deeply and chase after him. The three of them returned home, but Chuan Feng and his friends had not returned yet. Only Nayuki and Kakashi were playing in the martial arts hall. Nishui was not interested in their mission, as long as they came back safely. He asked a few casual questions and didn't say anything more. She was not surprised that Minato went to the Senju's house. Nagato and the other two greeted Nayuki, then washed up, changed into casual clothes, and started playing with Kakashi. With the addition of these three people, Kakashi had more fun. Her little mouth was as if covered with honey, and she kept calling, brother and sister. After an unknown amount of time, the setting sun covered the entire Konoha with a beautiful golden coat. Chuan Feng then walked in slowly with a leisurely pace. Teacher. Nagato and the other two greeted him immediately, and Kakashi even rushed over and grabbed Chuan Feng's legs. I'm back. How was the mission? Chuan Feng smiled at them and picked up Kakashi. It went very smoothly. Nagato saved that Nano's life again. Konan shared the news like she was presenting a treasure. She knew that the teacher was very interested in 8 trigrams. He knows how to please others at such a young age, no wonder he is the most favored. Really? Tell me about it. Sure enough, Chuan Feng's curiosity was instantly aroused. He walked to the stone table and sat down, and a servant brought him tea. Nono also asked Nagato to go down for dinner. Konan exaggerated and made it seem like Nagato was a god sent down from heaven to save Nono from the dire straits. But it is true, if it weren't for Nagato, Nono would have been dead. Nagato was almost feeling extremely embarrassed listening to this. If he hadn't seen that the teacher and aunt were listening with great interest, he would have interrupted them. After waiting for Konan to finish, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's like going through an ordeal. That girl has good taste. Our little Nagato is the best. Nishui has the idea that all her own children are the best. Watching Nagato smile kindly, dating, not bad. Behave well. Teacher, give you some money, don't let the girls spend it. Eat something nice and be a gentleman, it's okay to come back later. Chuan Feng held Kakashi in one hand and reached into his arms with the other to take out money. There's that feeling of joy that comes from the heart of an old father when he finds out his son has learned how to dig cabbages. Teacher, this is not a date, it's just a meal. Nagato looked at the several large bills handed over by Chuan Feng and repeated what he had said to Nawaki before. It doesn't matter. Anything is fine. Here you go, just take it. Chuan Feng had an expression that said, I love you, but to me, it was just a date. All right. Nagato took the money reluctantly. He knew that no matter how much he tried he couldn't change the teacher's mind. What's more, he doesn't have the eloquence, so he'd better just be obedient. What time is the appointment? Don't be late. Chuan Feng seems to be more active than Nagato. Advertisement. 6 o'clock. It will take a while. Nagato has already calculated the time and it would be just right to set off in half an hour. Hitaki's house is not far from the commercial street. What are you going to do at 6 o'clock? Tsunade's voice came. She also came back from get off work. Sakumo was not far behind her. The two of them were walking one in front and one behind. Little Nagato has a date. Nayuki smiled at Tsunade. Oh, it's true that you should be impressed by someone after not seeing him for 3 days. Our Nagato has started dating too. Tsunade was a little surprised. She knew very well how introverted Nagato was. Master's wife, just have a meal. That's not a date. Nagato fell into self-doubt after hearing what everyone said, and he was not so firm in his explanations. Who asked you out? Tsunade slowly approached with a teasing smile on her face. It's Yakushi Nono, that Embu ninja I mentioned last time. Nagato saved her life again on this mission. I think she's probably attracted to Nagato. Conan said this with great confidence. He stroked his chin with a deep look in his eyes, acting like an emotional expert. You know again. Little clever ghost. Tsunade flicked Conan's head jokingly. She was the most mischievous one. When you go out on a date, you need to be thick-skinned. Learn more from your teacher on this point. Tsukumo also made fun of Nagato, which was in stark contrast to his usual serious demeanor in Anbu. Chuan Feng didn't know for a moment whether this was a compliment or an insult to himself. Your uncle is right, it doesn't hurt to be thick-skinned. Nishui agreed with her husband's point of view and supported him. When you have time, take her home to play. I heard she's quite talented in medical ninjutsu. Then my wife will check for you. Tsunade had also heard about the last selection incident at the Anbu training ground. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Chuan Feng felt something was not right and it was too early to formally meet the parents. Wait till we hold hands and kiss each other, it's not too late to come home again. Nagato thought the teacher had something nice to say, but Chuan Feng's next sentence suddenly changed his tone. This was really a bit too much for Nagato. You're not afraid of corrupting the kids. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him, what a shameless guy. Yahiko complained in her heart, he hasn't kissed Conan yet. Don't listen to your teacher, everything should be done step by step. You can't just go up and kiss her, that's too rude. Tsukumo said this with a stern face, fearing that Nagato would be taught a bad lesson. What is Chuan Feng talking about? Okay, I got it. It's getting late. I'm going out. Nagato didn't dare to stay any longer, and ran towards the door as if escaping. If he stayed any longer, he couldn't imagine what vicious words these unscrupulous elders would say. Still shy. This kid still needs practice. Chuan Feng picked up the teacup and took a sip, not feeling that he had said anything wrong. You think they're all like you? Tsunade secretly spat, remembering something. There's nothing wrong with being like me, he is handsome and strong. And the money, and most importantly, the wife is pretty. Chuan Feng's shameless boasting is a bit like Wang Po selling melons. By the way, he praised Tsunade so that she wouldn't ruin his performance again. Let's have some shame. Okay. Tsukumo took Kakashi from Chuan Feng's arms, thinking it would be safer to take care of him himself. Having a younger brother like this was enough, and if he had another son, he would feel like he was going crazy. How can I be shameless? What I said is the truth. Right, sister-in-law? Chuan Feng seeks off-field assistance. Haha, don't involve me in your affairs. Nishui didn't fall for his trick and had no intention of intervening. As long as the two didn't fight, she and Tsunade were happy to watch the show. Except for the last sentence, you were just shameless. Tsukumo gave Tsunade face and rejected all the rest of Chuan Feng's boasting. Kakashi, is uncle handsome? Chuan Feng didn't argue with Shuamao, but turned around and asked Kakashi. Handsome, uncle is the most handsome. Kakashi flattered Chuan Feng very enthusiastically, which made Shuamao very angry. This son was born in vain, how about training a new one? Did you hear that? The child's words are not adulterated. As for strength and financial resources, I won't say much, those who understand will understand. Chuan Feng is very confident. In terms of strength, he is the new god of the ninja world. His wealth is at least among the top 3 in Konoha, and it may have increased again. After all, the hospital is a money-making behemoth, even more so than the weapons shop. So what? I'm too lazy to care about you. Shuamao couldn't think of any words to refute, so he could only pretend to be disdainful and argue with Chuan Feng. He turned around and left, holding Kakashi. Can't I avoid it even if I say it? Chapter 274 Ichiraku Ramen. After leaving the Hatake family's door, Nagato slowed down and touched his slightly hot face. He rubbed it hard twice and continued walking towards the commercial street. The words of the elders just now came to my mind, and I felt uneasy again. It was just a normal meal. Now, he didn't know how to face Nono. Maybe that person really just wanted to thank me for saving his life, that's all. Walking on the street, Nagato did not attract attention and blended into the crowd like an ordinary teenager. It was dinner time at this time, and the commercial street was bustling with people coming and going. The aroma of food and the cries of vendors were everywhere. Although Nagato doesn't go shopping often, he still knows the roads. Following the direction he remembered, he walked straight to the meatball shop. It's almost 6 o'clock now. It's still far away, and we haven't reached the meatball shop yet. Nagato saw a long line of people, and this dumpling shop was doing really good business. Not far from the long line, a figure was looking around. It was Yakushi Nono. When she saw Nagato, a happy smile appeared on her face. Nagato, here, Nono waved and greeted Nagato loudly. It can be seen that she dressed up carefully before going out. Her smooth hair fell to her shoulders and she was dressed very decently in a clean kimono. His fair face was matched with black framed glasses, and his eyes were completely invisible when he smiled. Here I come. Nagato agreed and quickened his pace towards Nono. Sorry to have kept you waiting. When he arrived next to Nono, Nagato felt a little apologetic. It's okay, I just got here a while ago. Nono had actually been waiting for almost half an hour, so she arrived a little early. It's not even 6 o'clock yet. Oh, would you like some meatballs? Nagato pointed to the long line around him, but he himself was not very interested. But considering that Nono is here, it must be something she likes to eat. Okay, wait here for me, I'll go buy it, this meatball is really delicious. Nano's eyes lit up and he took a step forward to queue up. I'll go, what flavor do you want? Nagato stopped Nono, he subconsciously felt that it was a bit inappropriate to let girls queue up to buy. Although he is young, he is a bit chauvinistic, I don't know who he learned this from. No, I'll just go buy it. Nono was still insisting, after all, it was she who asked Nagato out. She thought to herself, if Nagato continued to fight for it, then let him buy it. All I can say is that she still doesn't know Nagato well enough, and Nagato is not the person she thought he was. Then go ahead. Nagato replied calmly. He stood there like a wooden stake, with no intention of moving at all. Ah, well, I'll go then. Nono almost didn't react. The introverted Nagato would never push her around, and his bit of machismo was dispensable due to her insistence. Well, I'll wait for you. Nagato nodded, looking extremely well behaved. Nono walked slowly to the end of the long line before he came to his senses. What flavor do you eat? She called out to Nagato, the line was too long and they were already some distance apart. Just buy whatever you like, I'm fine with anything. What Nagato said was true, the good days didn't last long. He is not a picky eater, when I was wandering with Yahiko and Conan, we often went hungry. Good. Nono didn't ask any more questions and prepared to order a portion for Nagato according to his favorite flavor. After more than 10 minutes, it was finally Nano's turn. She bought 2 boxes of Anko meatballs, which is her favorite flavor. It's sweet and sticky and delicious. The two left the meatball shop and walked side by side on the street. Is it tasty? Nono took a big bite of one, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. The eyes disappeared again. Yeah, not bad. Nagato's eating style seems more elegant than Nano's. He chewed it in small bites and it tasted really good. Of course not. I'm telling you, before I was at the route, I didn't have time to come out. I buy one every time I get a chance. That's when I'm happiest. Nono seemed to be telling a trivial matter. In fact, the time she spent at the route was the darkest experience in her life. As for the roots, I've heard the teacher mention it before. You must have suffered a lot at that time. Advertisement. When Nagato came to Konoha, Danzo was already dead. He also heard about some root things from Chuan-Feng's occasional casual conversations. Yeah, it's very bitter. Thanks to Lord Chuan-Feng, we are now out of this misery. By the way, Nagato, are you also a disciple of Master Chuan-Feng? Nono blinked her eyes. She didn't mean to pry into Nagato's privacy, she was just curious. Yes, we are orphans that our teacher picked up from the Rain Country. Nagato said it calmly, time has healed his pain, he is also quite satisfied with his current life. There are elders who love you and friends to have fun with. Sometimes he still misses the hometown where he was born and raised. Even though the place was in ruins, his parents' graves were there. I'm sorry, I don't know. Nono felt a little guilty because she thought she had touched upon Nagato's sad past. It's okay. It's all over. At least we're all doing well now, aren't we? Nagato didn't mind at all and smiled at Nono. Yes, you were right. Will Master Chuan-Feng be very strict at home? Chuan-Feng is already a legendary figure to ordinary ninjas. Nano's knowledge of him was limited to rumors and a few meetings. Fortunately, she was young, otherwise she might have been one of the victims on the day Danzo was killed. It's okay. The teacher is not too strict and is very nice to us. Nagato thought about it for a moment and he couldn't connect Chuan-Feng with the word, strict. Perhaps Chuan-Feng's actual painting style is far from the characters in Nano's mind. If Nono was asking Tsunade, it would be harsh indeed. Nagato was beaten a lot when he was learning medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. I see. I thought Master Chuan-Feng would be very strict at home. I heard that he has fought more tailed beasts than most of us have ever seen. Although Nono had never seen a tailed beast, he could still hear how terrifying the tailed beast was from everyone's fear. Then wouldn't Lord Chuan-Feng, who can beat up the tailed beasts, be even more brutal? About the same. Nagato didn't tell Nono that Chuan-Feng beat 3 tails to pieces in front of him. So Nagato, did you learn your medical ninjutsu from the Hokage? Nono turns into a curious baby, constantly wanting to know about Nagato's life. Yes. Master's medical ninjutsu is indeed very powerful. Nagato. This is praise from the bottom of my heart. At his current level, he has only learned the basics of Tsunade. Of course. Hokage-sama's medical ninjutsu is second to none in the entire ninja world. Nagato didn't expect Nono to admire Tsunade so much. When she said this, the light in her eyes could be seen clearly through her glasses. Then I'll take you to see him when I have a chance. Maybe the master's wife can give you some pointers. Nagato wasn't just saying this casually, Tsunade was still willing to give guidance to the medical ninja. It's just that Tsunade is usually busy, so such opportunities are usually rare. Really? Nono excitedly grabbed Nagato's arm and jumped happily on the spot. If she could really get Tsunade's guidance, she would be willing to do so. Of course it's true, how could I lie to you? Nagato was a little amused and confused. Was he so unreliable in her eyes? It may be difficult for others, but it is no big deal for him. Then I'll remember that. Nono was not a snobbish person, so she did not ask Nagato when he would take her to see Tsunade. Even if Nagato was just saying it casually, she probably wouldn't care. She was very happy to have this thought. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Nagato once again promised to keep this in mind. What are we going to eat? Nono didn't know Nagato's preferences and didn't act on his own. Only now did I discuss it with him. Don't just ask me, what do you want to eat? Nagato still remembered Xuanfeng's words and told himself to be more gentlemanly. Me? Nono now has a little understanding of Nagato's style. He is probably not someone who likes to make choices. Why don't we go get some ramen? Ichiraku ramen tastes great and the portions are generous. Nono thought about it for a moment and gave Nagato an answer. Well, I always hear people mention it. I haven't eaten there yet. Nagato agreed without hesitation. Now Ichiraku ramen is already well known in Konoha, and many Konoha shinobi are regular customers. Let's go, then. This way. Nono pulled Nagato, and they were now heading in the opposite direction of Ichiraku ramen. Do you eat there often? Nagato followed Nono obediently. Advertisement. Look at this lovely girl and try to understand her better. Not really, I just go there occasionally. Because there are so many people and there are always queues, it's very annoying. When Nono said the last sentence, she pouted, which made her look even cuter. That's annoying indeed, so I seldom go out to eat. Nagato agreed with Nono's opinion that queuing was indeed a bit annoying. However, he didn't avoid going out to eat because he was afraid of queuing, but because Hatake's restaurant could satisfy all his taste buds. The two walked and talked, and after a few minutes, Ichiraku ramen was clearly visible. The small noodle shop was packed with people and the line formed a long queue. There are so many people. Nagato suddenly sighed. He really didn't expect Ichiraku ramen to be so popular. At the same time, I also have more expectations in my heart. How about changing to something else? Nono thought Nagato didn't want to wait too long, so he offered to change seats. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether she eats ramen or not. No, since we're here, we should have a bowl of this now. I want to see if it's as delicious as everyone says. A lot of people means the food tastes good. Nagato believes this. You can't have a group of people queuing up to eat at a restaurant that serves terrible food, right? It's really delicious. Let's go line up too, otherwise there will be more people later. Nono was very experienced. After he finished speaking, he took Nagato's hand and the two of them trotted to the end of the team. It all happened naturally, and neither of them felt there was anything wrong with it. Nagato was a little careful and took a step forward to stand in front of Nono. Nono didn't care and still smiled. Not long after the two of them stood still, more people came up behind them. Business is booming. It was hard for Nagato to imagine how delicious the ramen must be to attract so many customers. That's right. The longest time I waited in line was almost an hour. I almost starved to death. When it was my turn, I ordered 2 bowls straight away. Nono had some complaints, but also felt a little proud. He held up 2 fingers and gestured in front of Nagato. Haha. How many bowls do you plan to eat today? Nagato was amused by Nono. He didn't expect that this weak-looking girl could actually have such a big appetite. I've had meatballs today, so 1 bowl is enough. Nono felt a little shy at this moment, wondering if he would be seen as a good-for-nothing. How could she know that there would be a big eater in the future? That girl ate 48 bowls. She only had 2 bowls, what does that count for? Don't hide your strength, being able to eat is a blessing. Nagato couldn't stop laughing and started teasing Nono. He had experienced hunger before and could understand Nono's feelings at that time. If he is very hungry, he would have no problem eating a few more bowls, let alone 2. No need, I'm easy to feed, 1 bowl is really enough. Nono hurriedly explained, probably speaking without thinking in such a hurry. What does it have to do with Nagato whether she is easy to support or not? After saying this, she seemed to come back to her senses and a blush appeared on her face. He then explained, I'm not good at spending money. No, Nono felt that something was wrong the more he spoke, and his embarrassed look made people want to bully him. Well, I really don't believe you can bankrupt me. Nagato couldn't help but reach out and pinch Nono's face. It was only after he finished this action that he came to his senses. The two looked at each other and stood there in a daze. The atmosphere was a little weird for a moment. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Nagato broke the silence and apologized. Whether Nono believed it or not, he believed it anyway. Maybe the hand has a mind of its own. It's okay, I don't mind. Nono's voice was soft and his face was as red as a monkey's butt. After all, her breasts have been touched, so what does it matter if her face is pinched? That's good. That's good. Nagato breathed a sigh of relief, not knowing what he was feeling relieved about. But pinching Nono's face feels really good, much more stimulating than pinching Conan's face. Conan is not so gentle, she will pinch it back immediately. Hey, both of you move forward, don't just chat. Suddenly a voice came from behind Nono, and his words were quite tactful. If it were a ruder guy, he would definitely tell the two of them to go home and talk about their relationship instead of disturbing everyone else's mood while they queue. I'm sorry. Nono looked back, apologized quickly, and pushed Nagato forward. There was already a large space in front of the two of them, so it was difficult for the eldest brother to just speak up and remind them. Be careful on your own. The eldest brother rolled his eyes and sounded very unhappy. I have to eat dog food when I go out to eat a bowl of noodles. One can't live a day like this. Chapter 275 Moon Viewing. Sorry, we will pay attention to it. Nagato didn't let Nono continue to speak and took over the conversation. They are not in the right in this matter, so it is only natural for them to admit their mistakes. After such a commotion, the two stopped chatting and queued quietly. About 20 minutes later, the people in front of Nagato had already started ordering. What do you want to eat? I ordered some as well. Nagato didn't look back, he was looking at the menu of Ichiraku Ramen. I'll see if he has any new products. Nono adjusted his glasses with one hand and leaned his head forward over Nagato's shoulder. How about beef ramen? Nagato just turned his head and something hit his face. He was stunned, and he and Nono could clearly hear each other's breathing. It's delicious. They use high-quality beef from the land of thunder. Nono quickly shrank back and lowered his head to answer Nagato's question. I didn't see any new products, but I seem to have kissed Nagato. Well, I'll just eat beef then. Have you read it? Nagato touched his face and pretended nothing happened. It's just that my heartbeat seems to have quickened. I'll have a tuna ramen. Nono looked up at Nagato and was relieved to see that he was fine. Maybe it was just my illusion just now. Okay. Nagato nodded and waited for the person in front of him to finish ordering before walking forward. Boss, 1 bowl of tuna and 1 bowl of beef. He is still a young man now, with a smile on his face and full of energy. As for his lovely daughter, of course, she had not been born yet. Okay, you two take a seat first, it will be fine in a moment. Although I was busy typing, I still noticed the interaction between the two people and knew that they were guests together. Let's sit here. Nagato found a seat and waited until Nono was seated before he sat down. Drink some water first. Nono poured 2 glasses of water with ease. Thanks. Nagato took it and took a sip. He was indeed a little thirsty after eating the meatballs. You are welcome. Nono took the cup and drank in small sips. She would steal a glance at Nagato from time to time, as if she was afraid of being discovered. Soon, 2 bowls of steaming ramen were served. It smells so good. Just by smelling it, Nagato's appetite was aroused. Yeah, it tastes better. I'll give you a taste of fish. Nono took a large piece of fish from his own bowl and put it into Nagato's bowl. I'll start first, Nagato said and started sucking with chopsticks. The noodles just out of the pot were filled with beef, and Nagato was panting heavily because of the heat. Haha, slow down. Nono looked at Nagato's appearance and laughed heartlessly. She took off her glasses and put them aside, they were already covered with fog. Can you see clearly like this? Nagato finally swallowed the noodles in his mouth and asked Nono curiously. I'm just nearsighted, not blind. Nono gave Nagato a blank look. What was he talking about? Sorry, I'm just curious. Nagato thought about it and felt awkward, so he quickly changed the subject. Why don't you get treatment? It must be inconvenient to wear glasses, right? As a ninja, Nagato doesn't believe that wearing glasses has no effect at all. It's just a matter of how big the impact is. I have thought about it, but medical ninjutsu is all based on regeneration. Regeneration has no effect on myopia. I once had the opportunity to ask consultant Utatane Kaharu, and she told me that the fastest way to cure it is to have an eye transplant. Nono explained in great detail, it's not that she doesn't want treatment. Then change it. Nagato didn't think it was a big deal, as changing glasses was not uncommon on the battlefield. For a medical ninja, it was far from a major surgery. But I don't want to use other people's eyes, it's not like I'm blind. Nono felt a little repulsive in her heart. No matter how bad these eyes were, they were left to her by her parents. If she were blind, that would be another matter. Okay, is there any way to treat myopia without having to replace the eye? Nagato slurped another big mouthful of noodles. He didn't think Nono was stubborn. Everyone has their own ideas and persistence, which is normal. Not yet, because it's so convenient to change eyes. Nono gave a wry smile. Indeed, because eye transplantation is so simple, no one would study ways to treat eye diseases. If there is a problem, then change a pair. In the original work, Orochimaru can even change his body, so his eyes are not worth mentioning. Is that so? Then I'll go back and ask Master's wife. She has more experience, maybe she can find a solution. Advertisement Nagato had no involvement in this matter and could only think of asking Tsunade for help. If even Tsunade couldn't do anything, then there was nothing he could do for the time being. I hope so. Nono didn't hold out much hope for this. In her opinion, how could Tsunade-sama study such trivial matters? This is indeed the case. Tsunade is researching Hashirama cells and tailed beast cells, projects that could shock the ninja world. If Master's wife can't find a solution, then we can study it ourselves. Eyes can be replaced, so I don't believe that myopia can be cured. Your myopia can be cured sooner or later. Nagato could see that Nono was not in a very good mood, so he prepared for the worst and looked forward to the best. I trust you. After hearing this, Nono's face returned to a smile, and he seemed even happier than before. She could feel that Nagato was not just talking casually, he really cared about her. Even if they were just friends, it was enough to make her feel as happy as if she were eating honey. Eat quickly, I'm almost done. Nagato took 2 quick sips and the bowl was empty. You eat so fast, and you didn't even ask to wait for me. Nono pretended to be angry and spoke in a reproachful tone. She still had a good half portion of food in her bowl, but she was so busy talking that she didn't take much of a bite. That's easy. I'll just have another bowl. Boss, give me another bowl of tuna ramen. Nagato raised his hand to hit his hand and spoke loudly. Okay, wait a moment. He kept hitting his hands and nodded in agreement. Can you eat it? Nono burst out laughing. Nagato's move surprised her a little. I can eat it. I think tuna is pretty good too. Nagato stroked his red hair and smiled shyly. Yeah, I'll give you another piece. Nono gave a piece of the little fish in his bowl to Nagato, and his eyes became blind again. I'll give it back to you later. Nagato wasn't polite and seemed to really like the taste. Both of them smiled sweetly. I'm so full. After a while, Nagato fished his second bowl of noodles and patted his stomach in satisfaction. If you only feel full after eating 2 bowls, then you are not easy to feed. Nono got up from her seat and took out her cute pink wallet. Haha, ramen is still affordable. Nagato smiled and took out the large bills given by Chuan-feng from his pocket and paid the bill first. What are you doing? It's my treat. Nono was a little dissatisfied, as it was clearly she who asked Nagato to come out. It's okay, at worst you can come next time. Nagato took the change and responded nonchalantly. Oh well. Nano's eyes lit up. There's still next time. That sounds good. After eating and drinking their fill, the two left Ichiraku Ramen. It was completely dark and the lights in the commercial street were turned on. The two of them strolled along the street, wandering aimlessly. The moon is so round today. Nono stopped and looked up at the moon in the sky. The stars are shining, and tomorrow will be another good day. Does it look good? Nagato also raised her head, and the bangs covering her forehead parted, revealing half of her eyes. The purple pupils looked even more eerie under the moonlight. I'll take you to a nice place. Nagato seemed to remember something, and suddenly grabbed Nano's hand and ran away. Where are you taking me? Before Nono could react, he was already floating. You'll know when you get there. Nagato kept it a secret and walked faster and faster. After hearing this, Nono didn't ask any more questions. After all, Nagato would not harm her. After running for a while, the two began to leap across the rooftops. Soon, we saw Hokage Rock. That is the most iconic place in Konoha. We're going to Hokage Rock. Nono also reacted at this time. Hokage Rock is high enough and is a good place to enjoy the moon. Nagato didn't stop and continued to move towards Hokage Rock. Eventually the two stopped atop Tsunade's Hokage Rock. As far as the eye can see, most of Konoha is within sight. When I looked up again, the moon seemed to be closer to me. It's so beautiful. Nono took off her glasses again and the moon was hazy in her eyes, as if covered with a veil. I haven't looked at the moon like this in a long time. Nagato sat cross-legged on top of Hokage Rock, looking up at the sky, looking a little dazed. A breeze blew by, and both of their hair moved in the wind. A leaf fell from the sky and landed right on Nagato's head. Are you usually busy? Nono naturally reached out and took down the leaves on Nagato's head. Advertisement, I'm not particularly busy, I just can't remember. Nagato smiled. Not everyone is interested in looking at the moon. In comparison, Minato and the others prefer to chat in the house. Looking at the moon is too boring for them. I can't even remember the last time I looked at the moon. Nono sat down next to Nagato and the two started talking. Ever since she was selected by Danzo to join the route, she no longer has any free time for herself. There is not enough time for training, so how can there be time to appreciate the moon? She is very satisfied with her current life. The only thing that hasn't changed is that she still lives alone. My mother took me to see the moon when I was a child. Now the moon is still there, but I can no longer see it. Later, I wandered around with my friends and had trouble even getting enough to eat. Why would I want to look at the moon? Nagato spoke slowly, simply recounting those tragic years. But his tone was calm, and it was obvious that he could take it calmly. I'm not much better, at most I've never been hungry. Nono is also an orphan whose parents died, and can understand Nagato's feelings of missing his family. It seemed as if the two of them had more in common at this moment. You know, it was the Konoha shinobi who killed my parents. I will never forget their faces. This was the first time Nagato mentioned this matter since coming to Konoha. He had always tried to avoid mentioning his hatred for Konoha. Huh? A Konoha shinobi? Nono was a little surprised. She couldn't understand why Lord Chuan-feng would bring someone who had a blood feud with Konoha back to the village. I also don't understand how Nagato would be willing to do that. Are you surprised? The teacher is kind-hearted and feels sorry for us little kids. Besides, I have taken revenge. You may not believe it, but I don't hate Konoha. I just hate war. If there were no war, wouldn't there be fewer orphans like me in the ninja world? Nagato's words were mature and childish. Because I have been caught in the rain before, I want to hold an umbrella for others who come after me. Yes, it would be great if there was no war. Nono nodded heavily. Her original intention of becoming a medical ninja was not to treat the wounded on the battlefield, but to save ordinary people. Although our current strength is not strong enough. But I believe that one day it will be possible. Nagato used both hands to push his bangs up, his two rinnegan glowing as he looked at Nono. This was the first time that Nono saw Nagato's entire appearance so thoroughly. It's hard to say how handsome or good-looking he is. His eyes even look a little creepy. But Nagato's smiling expression prevented her from feeling fear. Of course. I trust you. Nono knew how difficult it was, but Ran chose to trust Nagato without hesitation. Which girl doesn't have love in her heart? With such ambitions, Nagato seemed to be even more impressive in her mind. Haha, I haven't said these words to anyone else. You're the first. Nagato was amused by Nono's serious look. He himself didn't have absolute confidence and didn't know how Nono dared to support him. Then I'm honored. I'll tell you a secret too. Nono covered her mouth and laughed. The two of them were like children sharing a secret. Okay. Nagato seemed very interested, and he also wanted to know what secrets Nono had to tell him. I want to become a medical ninja that surpasses Master Tsunade. Let the entire ninja world know my name, Yakushi Nono. Is it amazing? Nono said and looked at Nagato expectantly. This was a wish she had never told anyone. Sharp. Our wishes are hard to come true. It looks like yours is a little simpler. But I have to pour a bucket of cold water on you. Master's achievements in medical ninjutsu may be beyond our imagination. You still have to work hard. Nagato started laughing as he spoke and patted Nono's shoulder earnestly. He knew some of the conditions in the laboratory, but he couldn't say it clearly. Why are you like this? Nono was very dissatisfied. He was supporting him, but this guy poured cold water on him. Shouldn't he say that he believed he could do it? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got, without giving it too much thought. Her little fists rained down on Nagato. Haha, pressure brings motivation. I'm telling the truth, too. Nagato dodged and laughed. That won't work either. Nono refused to give in and the two of them started to quarrel. Chapter 276. Heart of 8 trigrams. Gradually, Nono's entire body was pressing on Nagato. Okay, I was wrong. You can definitely do it. Nagato reached out and grabbed Nono's hand, and the two of them were face to face, only a fist away from each other. HMPH, that's more like it. I'll let you go this time. Nono pretended to be calm and shook off Nagato's restraints, his face already red. Thank you, Lord Nono, for not killing me. Nagato made a joke to ease Nono's embarrassment. After they looked at each other, they laughed happily together. Tonight, the two of them had a great time together. ... No need to send me off. My house is just ahead. Nono pointed to the apartment building not far ahead. This was Anbu's preferential treatment to her as a medical ninja. Her current financial situation is not enough to support her to buy a house of her own. Okay, I'll go back then. Nagato stopped and had no intention of going to Nono's house. It's getting late now. If I go back later, I don't know what questions those 8 trigrams people at home will ask me. Well, see you next time. Nono waved and said goodbye to Nagato. Okay, see you next time. Nagato waved and watched Nono leave. He didn't turn and leave until Nono entered the apartment building. But he didn't know that after turning around, the door of the apartment revealed a face with no visible eyes when it smiled. It didn't take long for Nagato to return to Hatake's house. As soon as I entered the door, I heard people laughing in the living room. At this time of day, there would be no one in the living room. Today is surprisingly lively. Nagato walked towards the living room with a hint of curiosity. Nagato is back. As soon as I showed my face, I heard Conan's excited voice. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Nagato, who by now had no idea that he was walking into a tiger's mouth. Sure enough, curiosity killed the cat. You are the reason why everyone gathers in the living room. You're back. Did your date go well? Xuan Feng went straight to the point. The fire of 8 trigrams in his eyes was already burning. It's going well, isn't it? Nagato had given up arguing at this point and just decided to go on a date. It seems to be pretty good. What do you mean it's going well? You're back so late. Where did you go to play? Nagato really didn't realize that the master's wife also had 8 trigrams. It turns out that there are not 2 kinds of people sleeping in the same bed. Advertisement. Nowhere. Just wandering around. Nagato tried to get away with it. It would not be pleasant news for Tsunade to know that he took Nono to the top of her Hokage rock to admire the moon. Confess and be treated leniently, resist and be treated severely. You'd better tell the truth. Minato had also returned, now smiling widely. I didn't do anything bad, what do I have to explain? I'm a little tired, I'm going back to my room. Seeing that everyone was ready to hold a trial, Nagato prepared to retreat. Let's chat for a while, everyone is happy. Yahiko stepped forward and put her arm around Nagato's shoulders, leading him to the center of the living room. Nagato had a MMP in his mind but didn't know whether he should say it or not. You build your happiness on my privacy. Is that polite? Did you hold hands or kiss? Conan came over and asked some hot questions. As she spoke she raised her eyebrows, as frivolous as she could be. No way, don't talk nonsense. Nagato suddenly recalled how Nono was so close to her and her face turned red. You still say no, why are you blushing? Conan first looked incredulous, then his voice became louder. He pointed at Nagato, he didn't expect his friend to be this kind of person. This progress is a bit too fast. Oh, really not? Nagato raised his hand and slapped Conan's hand away, his face full of helplessness. I just had a meal with her, then watched the moon, and finally sent her home. I really didn't do anything. I swear. Nagato was afraid that people wouldn't believe him, so he added another sentence. Okay, I believe that little Nagato is not that kind of person. Nayuki came to Nagato's rescue, saying that he was so shy, how could he do such a thing? This is just a first date. That's right, my aunt still understands me. Nagato breathed a sigh of relief, finally someone was on his side. No idea about meeting next time. Xuan Feng still refused to give in, and it was obvious that 8 trigram's wish was not satisfied. No, Nagato shook his head firmly, thinking that less trouble is better. Anyway, he wasn't lying, he and Nono hadn't made an appointment for the next meeting. Strike while the iron is hot, right? I didn't even make an appointment. Xuan Feng had a look of disappointment on his face. Advertisement. Oh, it's okay, I'll assign them some more tasks then. Shuomao listened for a long time before speaking. As long as Nono leaves Anbu, they are all his soldiers. This cannot be considered an abuse of private rights, and no one can find any problem with it. That's a good idea. Xuan Feng nodded, thinking that his elder brother had finally come up with a reliable idea. No, just arrange it as normal. Nagato was a little embarrassed and refused. It's just a normal arrangement. Anbu, I have the final say. Tsukumo glared at him, and Nagato was so scared that he immediately stopped. Haha, the arm can't twist the thigh. You'd better bear it. Besides, this is all for your own good. Tsunade was amused by the way Nagato shrank his neck, this kid was so funny. I see. By the way, Master's wife, I have a question for you. Nagato could feel that the difficult time was over and for the time being he no longer had any thoughts of returning to his room. You say. Seeing how serious Nagato was, Tsunade swallowed the snack in her hand and listened attentively. He also rubbed the food residue on Xuan Feng's clothes. Is there any effective treatment for myopia? Nagato still remembered what he promised Nono. If Tsunade could find a way, that would be great. I thought it was a big problem. Just change your eyes. Tsunade answered nonchalantly that she had undergone countless eye transplant surgeries. It's like this, Nono doesn't want to use other people's eyes. Is there any other solution? Nagato did not hide the fact that everyone present was smart. Everyone knew who he was asking for. Don't change your eyes. Then I'll have to think about it carefully. Tsunade frowned, she really hadn't put much effort into this. Is it difficult? Conan is a complete layman when it comes to medical ninjutsu. Seeing Tsunade looking embarrassed, it was hard to believe. Myopia does not mean that the eyeball is broken or missing. To be precise, the eyeball has become deformed. Our existing medical ninjutsu are all based on regeneration. Without changing the eyes, I'm really helpless. Tsunade rubbed her temples. Nagato really gave her a difficult problem. Chapter 277 Femtosecond. I see, then I'll get a new pair of eyes. It's no big deal. Conan thought the simpler the better, and changing eyes was not a big deal. What Conan said is that at worst, we can find a pair of similar eyes to replace them with. Tsunade also found it difficult to understand Nano's thoughts. I'll try to persuade her again when I have a chance. Nagato lied, he would not force Nono to change his mind. Looks like I have to figure it out on my own. It's not that difficult. If you don't want to change your eyes, then don't do it. Xuan Feng's words attracted everyone's attention. Even Tsunade couldn't do anything about it, so what ideas could a layman like you have? I'd like to hear what you have to say. Tsunade thought Xuan Feng was bragging. Tsunade knew exactly how much he was worth. Ahem. Xuan Feng cleared his throat seriously and prepared to start showing off. You just have long hair and short knowledge. It's just myopia, it's still easy to solve. Xuan Feng first mocked Tsunade with disdain, saying that the feeling of showing off in someone else's professional field was really wonderful. You say. Tsunade's back teeth were almost broken. If Xuan Feng can't explain it, she will let Xuan Feng know what cruelty is. Myopia is nothing more than the inability to see the scene clearly. Wearing glasses is equivalent to adjusting the imaging function of the eyes, so the problem is solved. We just need to remove some of the tissue that is blocking clear imaging, and the problem is solved. Isn't it simple? It's not that Xuan Feng doesn't want to explain it in more detail, but he doesn't understand it either, so he can only explain the femtosecond surgery based on his own understanding. This operation is much easier than replacing an eye, and he feels that it can be done with the Hokage's medical ninjutsu. After saying this, he crossed his arms over his chest, looking very proud. You mean, myopia can be cured by simply removing part of the eyeball? Tsunade went over it in her head, seeming to understand it but also not understanding it. Yes, you are right. Xuan Feng praised Tsunade's ability to understand, saying that he is indeed the best medical ninja in the ninja world. Which part of the tissue should be removed? Nagato did not question whether what Xuan Feng said was right or not. Anyway, it sounded quite plausible. If the problem can really be solved, it would be good news for him. His expectant look made Xuan Feng feel guilty. You have to learn to explore on your own. You can't rely on your elders for everything. Only what you research yourself is yours. Advertisement. Do you understand? Xuan Feng couldn't explain why, but he didn't want to lose face. He could only scold Nagato with a stern face, and everyone could see it. Don't pretend to understand if you don't. What's half of it? Tsunade rolled her eyes at him, but what Xuan Feng said did make some sense and was not nonsense. Nagato, if you're interested, just take some time to go to the lab. Orochimaru has the specimens there. If it is really researched, it will be a good thing for ordinary villagers. Although eye replacement technology is very mature, it is not available to ordinary villagers. There are not many nearsighted people in the entire Konoha, but the total number is not small. If a method to treat myopia without eye replacement is developed, it will not only generate revenue for hospitals but also benefit the general public. Tsunade had no intention of doing research on her own, and she didn't take this kind of small research seriously. Yes, Master's wife. Nagato got a research direction and Tsunade also approved it, and he was very happy. If I were to figure it out completely on my own, I don't know how much time it would take. I can't wait to share this good news with Nono. But the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment, think about it carefully. He still planned to study it thoroughly before telling Nono. It will be a surprise then. Okay, that's all for today. I feel a little sleepy all of a sudden. Xuanfeng felt embarrassed to stay any longer, so he yawned and stood up. This one is a bit sloppy and not perfect. How can you be sleepy? I think someone is a little embarrassed. How could Shuomao let Xuanfeng go if he got the chance? I thought my younger brother might have studied medical ninjutsu, but it turns out he is just a half-baked person. I have nothing to worry about. Not better than you. Xuanfeng was unhappy when he heard this. After all, I said something substantial. What ideas do you have? Wow, that's really amazing. Sakuma wasn't angry at all and continued to taunt him in a sarcastic tone. Okay, go back to bed. Noshue is so confused. The two brothers might keep quarreling until they are 80 years old. I wish we could develop a ninjutsu that can make people shut up someday. Tisk, it's nothing. Xuanfeng looked at Shuomao being pulled away by Nayuki, feeling a little resentful. Advertisement. Then we'll go back too. Nagato and the other three said goodbye and left without any reluctance. Suddenly, only Xuanfeng and Tsunade were left in the living room. I was just saying it casually. I don't mean to belittle you. Xuanfeng saw that Tsunade had malicious intentions on his face and tried to argue. There was a cheap, flattering smile on his face, and there was no trace of the high spirits he had just had. It feels good to pretend to be cool, but it will end up like a crematorium after you're done. Hee. Tsunade smiled disdainfully and walked towards the bedroom first. Xuanfeng followed behind and regretted secretly. If he wanted to show off, then he could do so, but why did he have to talk nonsense and provoke Tsunade? As the saying goes, you reap what you sow. He totally deserves it. How did you know that little thing you were showing off? As soon as Xuanfeng closed the door, Tsunade started asking questions. If anyone said that Xuanfeng had researched it himself, she wouldn't believe a word of it. She planned to use courtesy first and then force. After all, she was not a shrew. I saw it in a book by accident. Xuanfeng's description was very vague, without specifying the time or place. The more details you go into, the easier it is to be exposed. Oh, I see. Tsunade was a little suspicious, but had no better explanation. But that's not the point, it's not important at all. How could she tolerate Xuanfeng's daring to mock her for being narrow-minded? If you dare to mock her today, you will beat her tomorrow. Tsunade would never allow this to happen to her. Just because you read this crappy book, you dare to mock me. In his own professional field, he was ridiculed by a rookie like Xuanfeng. Tsunade is really a bit defensive. Besides, Xuanfeng himself is still a half-baked person. If it were explained clearly, she might just put up with it. That's not true. I just made a slip of the tongue. I wanted to praise you. With long hair comes long experience. Xuanfeng continued to make excuses, trying to get away with the matter. Do you think I will believe it? It wasn't the first day Tsunade knew Xuanfeng, but she was still amused by his shamelessness. Whether you believe it or not, I'm telling the truth. Xuanfeng had a sincere expression on his face. If it were someone else, they might actually believe it. Chapter 278. Anatomy. Think it over, and I'll give you another chance. Tsunade knew every hair on his body clearly, so how could he be defeated by such a petty trick? Oh, my wife has seen the most. Xuanfeng started to act like a spoiled brat, and stretched out his hand to pull Tsunade into his arms. It's not over yet, don't do anything. Tsunade patted Xuanfeng's big hands that were wandering on her body. That's nothing. Let's get down to business first. Xuanfeng did not stop, but became more and more excited. Tsunade's slight struggle had no effect at all. Soon, two white bodies rolled on the bed. A war without gunpowder has begun. The sounds of "hama" echoed in Xuanfeng's room for a long time. When the war was over, Tsunade didn't even have the mood to move, let alone think about dealing with Xuanfeng. The next day, when Xuanfeng got up, Tsunade was no longer by his side. When it comes to recovery ability, women have an advantage in that area. After washing up and having a not too early breakfast, Xuanfeng planned to go to school. As I passed the martial arts hall, I saw Nagato running towards me shouting, "Sensei." What is it? Xuanfeng stopped and wondered what Nagato wanted to talk to him about. Teacher, where is the tissue you said you wanted to remove in the eyeball? Nagato thought about it carefully when he returned home last night. Even if he didn't know what organization it was, just knowing its approximate location could greatly reduce his experimental time. That's why he waited until Xuanfeng left, otherwise he would have gone to the laboratory to start dissecting eyeballs. I know that. Right at the front of the eyeball, it's probably a transparent membrane. Xuan Feng was not very sure either. After all, he had not looked into it in detail. That's enough. That's enough. Nagato didn't have much hope in the first place, as they all knew how much the teacher was thinking. The lower the expectations, the easier it is to be pleasantly surprised. Now he is satisfied. Really? That's good. Anything else? Xuan Feng saw Nagato was happy, and he also felt that he had done a good thing. No more. Teacher, I'm going out. After saying this, Nagato ran out of the door without looking back and disappeared in a moment. This kid, I've never seen him take anything so seriously. Xuan Feng smiled and shook his head, then went out to school. Advertisement. Nagato ran all the way to the hospital and went straight to the laboratory. When he opened the door to the lab, he saw Orochimaru talking to Masaki. Hey, why are you here today, Nagato? Orochimaru thought it was that annoying Xuan Feng again. Orochimaru is the big sister, Masaki. I came here for something. Nagato greeted politely. He hasn't been to the lab for a long time since entering Anbu. It's been a while since we last met. How have you been? Orochimaru became gentler and gentler after marriage, and smiled more and more often. The pressure on Nagato is much less now. Fine. Nagato replied shyly, not being able to figure out how to start the conversation for a moment. What are you doing here today? Do you need help? Orochimaru noticed Nagato's embarrassment and took the initiative to ask. Otherwise, there's no telling how long he'll procrastinate. Well, I want to dissect an eyeball. Are there any specimens in the lab? Nagato continued following Orochimaru's words. This is easy, just go inside and get it yourself. Orochimaru pointed to the room where the specimens were stored. I'll help you, Masaki said as she rushed to get the specimen before Nagato. Why did you think of studying eyes? Is there something wrong with your eyes? Orochimaru thought there was something wrong with Nagato's Rinnegan. No, just wanted to study the structure of the eye. Nagato was too embarrassed to say that he was doing this for Nono. After all, he was still a little thin-skinned. Then I feel relieved. Go ahead. Orochimaru is just like an elder who cares about his juniors, so kind. Good. Nagato nodded and entered the autopsy room. Soon, Masaki was holding a clear glass bottle filled with liquid. A pair of eyeballs were soaking in it, which looked a bit creepy. It's because of the girl named Yukushi Nono. Masaki got the news from Nawaki with a small smile on her face. Masaki-san, don't listen to their nonsense. Advertisement. Nono and I are just ordinary friends. Nagato's eager explanation is consistent with the guilt of a thief. Haha, look at you like this. I won't say anything. Masaki herself has a similar personality to Nagato and is very empathetic. Then let's get started. Nagato put on gloves skillfully, took the glass bottle and opened it. Masaki also brought over knives and instruments. The eyeball is a delicate human tissue and cannot be seen with just the naked eye. Everything was ready and both of them got into work mode. No more small talk, serious analysis started. As time passed, both eyeballs were carefully dissected by Nagato. He recorded all the tissues in detail, thus completing the dissection work. Still not sure which part of the organization the teacher is talking about. Nagato took off his gloves and threw them into the trash can, then walked to the sink. My brother-in-law at least provides the general direction. Then we just have to figure out what role these organizations play. Masaki cleaned up the mess. This kind of research was already very simple. Orochimaru studied Hashirama cells and tailed beast cells, but she still only has a limited understanding of them. Basically, they are in a state of being unable to help. You're right, I was impatient. Nagato calmed down and realized that this matter could not be accomplished in one day. Stay a little longer. Masaki was alone with Orochimaru in the lab every day, and she was a little bored. Good. Nagato thought for a moment and agreed. There was nothing to do when he returned. There is still more to learn here. Let's go then. Mr. Orochimaru's experiments have been progressing well lately. I'll show you around. Masaki led Nagato outside in a hurry with great interest. Are you done with your work? Once outside, the two were greeted by Orochimaru. Well, it's almost done. Further experiments will be conducted later. Nagato honestly stated the progress of the experiment, and that there were currently no difficult problems that he needed to consult Orochimaru about. But with Orochimaru around, Nagato felt more confident. Well, take your time with the experiment. Don't be too impatient. Ask me if you encounter any problems. Orochimaru ignored the two and went into another room. After watching Orochimaru disappear, the two started walking again. Chapter 279 Research completed. Look, this is Sister Tsunade's current fusion progress. Masaki took out a petri dish, and there was already a tendency for flesh and blood to condense inside. This is Orochimaru-sensei's own fusion progress. Masaki said as she opened another petri dish and secretly looked into the room where Orochimaru was. In this culture dish, not to mention the formation of flesh and blood, even the initial fusion of cells is very difficult. Obviously, Orochimaru's own cell fusion experiment progress is much slower than Tsunade's. According to this situation, he would have to rank behind Tsunade if he wanted to fuse Hashirama's cells. Is it because the master's wife is related to Shodai? The question Nagato asked was normal, but Masaki burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Nagato was confused. He didn't say anything. Orochimaru-sensei thinks so too. Masaki couldn't help herself when she thought of Orochimaru's envious expression. They are indeed related by blood, which is a natural advantage. Orochimaru had no choice but to envy. Ha ha. Nagato imagined Orochimaru's angry expression and laughed. Shish, don't let Orochimaru-sensei hear. Masaki signaled Nagato to keep his voice down, as if Orochimaru heard them they would both be in trouble. Yeah, I know. Nagato quickly stopped laughing and the two of them put the petri dish back in place. You really think I can't hear you? Orochimaru smiled and shook his head in the room, and he would let them know the consequences of making fun of their elders later. Nagato and Masaki didn't know what was going to happen next, and they kept chattering in the laboratory. The more we talk, the more excited we become. After an unknown amount of time, Orochimaru came out of the room after finishing his work. He pretended nothing had happened and began to assign tasks to the two people. For the whole day, Nagato and Masaki were busy like spinning tops. It feels like I've done a week's work in one day. When they walked out of the hospital and said goodbye to Orochimaru, they were both so tired that they couldn't even straighten their backs. I still don't know why. We have to be more careful next time. Masaki smiled bitterly. This was all her fault. Every failure makes you wiser. Nagato agreed with Masaki's point of view. The two looked at each other and left. During the following holidays, Nagato reported to the laboratory on time. It was not until before reporting to Anbu that he finally confirmed what part of the tissue the cornea was. I found it. Nagato yelled excitedly in the lab. Advertisement. Hard work pays off. Well done. I will ask the hospital to enroll some myopic patients tomorrow. Orochimaru casually arranged the next step. As long as a few myopic people were cured, the research would be considered a complete success. Although it was not a big research, it was a valuable experience for both Nagato and Masaki. He didn't interfere from beginning to end, it was all done by Nagato and Masaki. Thank you, Orochimaru-sama. The hospital recruited patients for Nagato to practice, and even if he failed, he could use eye replacement as a backup. There is no need to worry about any medical accidents, so Nagato can go through the surgery with confidence. Don't forget to call me when the time comes. Masaki was also happy for Nagato. Of course, you have contributed to this. Nagato agreed immediately, and Masaki would not forget it even if she didn't tell him. If it weren't for Masaki, he wouldn't have been so fast on his own. That's good to know. Masaki was very proud of herself, and even more playful than usual. I'm leaving today. I have to go back to Anbu tomorrow. I'll ask for leave to come here when the patient arrives. Nagato packed up and prepared to leave. Okay, go back. Orochimaru waved his hand casually. Goodbye. Nagato left with a look of joy on his face. If he hadn't still remembered the surprise, he would have rushed to Nano's apartment and called out her name. On that day, Konoha First People's Hospital began to enroll patients with myopia. The hospital opened by Hokage-sama still has a lot of credibility in the village. Even though this surgery was something they had never heard of before, many villagers suffering from myopia came to consult for treatment. Without exception, everyone registered first and then went home to wait for notification. After Nagato returned to Anbu, he was immediately assigned a task by Tsukumo. Tsukumo also kept his word and left the Nawaki team behind. Put Minato's team into a group with Nono and his team. Minato and the others knew what was going on, and they kept looking at Nagato strangely during the mission. As a result, when Nagato and Nono were together, they felt guilty and dared not look at her. It was as if he had deliberately created the opportunity for them to get along. Fortunately, the task was not difficult and it was not the first time the two groups had worked together. He completed the task easily and returned to the village, then Nagato took leave to go to the hospital for surgery. Until now, he has not revealed a single word to Nono. He is also a person who can keep things in his heart. How about it? Nagato couldn't wait to ask questions as soon as he removed the gauze from the patient. Advertisement. I can see the pictures on the wall clearly. The signature can be seen clearly now. The patient was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, and also Nagato's first patient. When the gauze was removed, she tried hard to open her eyes. As if I could see more clearly this way. Look out the window again. Masaki stood next to Nagato, and there were several nurses in the ward. Good. The aunt turned and looked out the window. I can really see it clearly now. It was blurry before. The aunt couldn't hide her happiness in her words. That's good. Remember to get more rest when you get home. Nagato kept a straight face, but he was actually very happy in his heart. I have done what I promised Nono. Next, we can perform surgery on Nono. Okay, thanks. The aunt excitedly held Nagato's hand and shook it up and down. No, this is what should be done. I have to operate on other patients, so I won't stay any longer. Nagato pulled his hand away and winked at Masaki. We'll leave first. If you're in a hurry, you can go through the discharge procedures right away. Masaki walked up and exchanged a few words with the aunt, then left with Nagato. When are you going to tell Nono? Masaki already knew everything clearly and knew that Nagato was planning to give Nono a surprise. There's no need to rush. Let's finish today's surgery. I'm also very familiar with it. Nagato suppressed the impulse in his heart and thought that he would be more confident if he did a few more examples. Pretty mature. Masaki covered her mouth and smiled. Let's start the next one. Nagato is not as familiar with the hospital as Masaki, so all he does when he comes is perform the surgery. No problem, just go to the operating room and wait. Masaki said as she left alone to arrange for the next patient. Nagato and Masaki spent the entire day in the operating room. The two not only collaborated to perform more than a dozen myopia surgeries, but also took on teaching tasks. It's impossible for the two of them to stay in the hospital forever doing this job. Fortunately, the operation is not difficult, you just need to be careful enough. Several medical ninjas who were assigned to the operation quickly mastered the key points of this operation. From now on, even if Nagato and Masaki are not around, myopia surgery can be performed normally. Chapter 280 Preparing for Surgery. A few more days passed. Nagato decided to tell Nono the good news only after confirming that the patients were in very stable condition after the operation. Anbu Training Ground Number 3. Nono has not been on any missions recently and is currently practicing with his teammates. The two of them fought back and forth, and it was a lively fight. From a distance, Nagato ran over. Seeing this situation, he did not disturb them and waited quietly by the side. That's it. Nano's teammates moved sideways, nimbly dodged her attack, and retreated quickly. I'm just warming up. Nono stopped, still not figuring out what was going on. They were fighting well, why did you stop just like that? Look over there. Her teammate pointed behind her, and Nono turned around and saw Nagato standing not far behind her. Only then did she realize that she couldn't see because her back was turned. Pain, are you looking for me? Nono trotted forward, and everyone could hear the joy in his tone. Well, let me tell you something. Nagato, on the other hand, was unusually calm and did not show any unusual reaction. Let's go over there and talk. Nono reached out and grabbed Nagato, and the two walked to an empty corner. It's good news. Do you want to guess first? Nagato let Nono hold him and kept it a secret. Well, let me think about it. Do you have a gift for me? Nono said as he put more strength on his hands and held Nagato tightly. If Nagato confesses his feelings to me while giving me gifts, should I agree or not? I heard that the easier something is to get, the less it is cherished. So should I be more reserved? Oh, boys are so impatient. When Nono thought of this, a blush crept up on her face unconsciously. Nagato didn't know that Nono had already imagined a big drama in his mind, and he was still thinking about how to say it more naturally. I guess so. Nagato thought for a moment and did not refute. It's no problem to call it a gift, and it's a significant gift that took a lot of effort. Take it out quickly and let me see it. Nono let go of Nagato, eager to know what the gift was. This gift cannot be taken out. Nagato suddenly laughed out loud, and it seemed that Nono really didn't think about his myopia. Ah, the gift is too big and you didn't bring it with you. Nono was a little confused as to what it was that he couldn't take out. What if the gift is too big and I don't have a storage scroll? How can I take it back? Haha, you're wrong. Advertisement. I have solved my myopia problem. As long as you are willing, I can give you a pair of eyes with normal vision. Nagato didn't play any more guessing games with Nono and just told him the news directly. Then he paid attention to Nano's reaction. Really? Is this the solution that Master Tsunade came up with? Nano's first reaction was disbelief. Then I thought about Tsunade giving Nagato advice, so that made sense. She couldn't imagine that Nagato could develop a method to cure myopia in such a short time. Thinking of this, a surprised smile immediately appeared on her face. But because of the mask, Nagato couldn't see it either. I could only guess from her tone. More real than real gold. It wasn't the teacher's wife, it was the teacher who pointed me in the right direction. Nagato's honest answer surprised Nono again. I didn't expect that Master Chuan Feng also knows medical ninjutsu. She had only heard that Chuan Feng was very powerful, but had never heard that he also knew medical ninjutsu. No, sensei doesn't know any medical ninjutsu. Nagato wanted to explain, but then gave up. He really didn't know how to describe Chuan Feng. There's nothing wrong with saying that he is strong. This is something that everyone in the ninja world knows. To say that he knows medical ninjutsu is really giving him a bit of a compliment. Forget it. I can't explain it to you right away. It takes a minor surgery to treat myopia. I have cured more than a dozen patients. When do you have time to come with me? Nagato skipped Chuan Feng and made an appointment directly with Nono. He is always on call, as long as Nono is available. So, are you going to perform the surgery on me yourself? Nono looked up and stared into Nagato's eyes through the mask. Of course. Nagato blurted out without any hesitation. Okay, tomorrow then. The eyes under Nano's mask were no longer visible due to laughing, leaving only a slit. She didn't ask any questions about the details of the surgery or the risks because she trusted Nagato. Then see you tomorrow morning in front of the entrance of Konoha First People's Hospital. Nagato and Nono agreed on the time and place and prepared to leave. He also needs to make some other preparations, such as arranging a luxurious ward. Okay, see you there. Nono waved goodbye to Nagato, and looked at Nagato's receding back, then covered her mouth and laughed. It feels so good to be remembered by others. Let's continue. Advertisement. After returning to the original place, Nono continued to look for teammates to practice with. Did that boy confess his love to you? Such a happy smile. Everyone has an 8 trigrams heart. Nono was stunned by the question asked by his teammates. Because that's what she thought at first. No, don't talk nonsense. We are just ordinary friends. Nano's tone sounded a little unnatural. Really, there was a mixture of doubt and sarcasm in Nano's teammates' words, and it was obvious that they didn't believe it. Believe it or not, take my kick. Nono was probably a little angry and embarrassed, so he kicked him. Sneak attack. You have no moral principles. Nano's teammate was furious, and the two started fighting again. The next day, Nagato arrived at the hospital entrance early in the morning. This time it was his turn to wait for Nono. He has already asked someone to arrange the operating room and ward. The operation can begin as soon as Nono arrives, without wasting a minute. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Nagato saw a familiar figure walking towards the hospital gate. This way. Nagato waved and greeted Nono. Here it comes. Here it comes. It was still a little far. Nono pushed his glasses down. After seeing clearly, he trotted towards Nagato. How long have you been here? When they got closer, Nono was the first to speak. It won't be long. Let's go in. Nagato turned around and took Nono into the hospital. This is the hospital run by the Hokage-sama, right? Nono asked a question even though he already knew the answer. There is also a photo of Tsunade on the hospital's notice board. Yes, I heard that it was the teacher who paid for it. What Nagato said wasn't a secret, most people in Konoha village knew about it. Then will my surgery be free? Nono didn't mean to take advantage of this, he was just saying it casually. Don't worry, I've arranged everything. Not only will we not charge you any money, we will also guarantee to give you a pair of bright eyes. Nagato assured, patting his chest. Haha, thank you so much. I have nothing to repay you with, would you like to pledge your love to me? Nano's jokes were too much for Nagato to handle. Chapter 281. The operation is over. Ahem. Let's do a check first. Nagato blushed at Nano's teasing and quickly changed the subject. You're really not funny. It's boring. Nono was quite dissatisfied. I looked down at my body. What's wrong with it? Please draw her blood and take her to operating room number 5 if everything is okay. Nagato led Nono to the blood drawing window. Yes, Master Nagato. Although Nagato didn't know the nurse's name, the nurse knew Nagato. I'll go over and make some preparations. I'll see you later. Nagato said and left quickly, he still hadn't recovered from the joke just now. You are here for myopia surgery, right? The young nurse put a cuff on Nono and started drawing blood. Yes. Nono nodded in acknowledgement, treating it as just small talk. Then you are very lucky. You may not know that it was Master Nagato who developed myopia surgery. Now he doesn't even do the surgery himself. The young nurse looked happy for Nono. Developer Nagato has the deepest understanding of myopia surgery and the best technology. Really? Then I'm really lucky. A warm feeling ran through Nano's heart. It turned out that Nagato had done so much for her. It took a lot of thought to call me in only after the operation was successful. Okay, wait a moment. If the results here are okay, I'll take you to the operating room. The young nurse left with a tube of blood, and Nono sat there, not knowing what he was thinking. Not long after, the young nurse came back with a blood test report. Come with me. She greeted Nono and led the way forward. Nono followed her silently, going up a few floors and turning a few corners. A sign for operating room number 5 appeared in front of me. That's it. I have something else to do so I won't go in. The young nurse pointed to the door in front of her. Good. Nono walked forward and pushed the door open, and the little nurse turned and left. Here I am. There was no light in the operating room, so the lighting was not very sufficient. There is a pungent smell of disinfectant. Hold head high. Nono stretched his head and saw clearly that the person in front of the operating table was Nagato. Come and lie down. Nagato pointed to the operating table, very directly. Advertisement. Should I change my clothes? It was the first time for Nono himself to lie on the operating table. I'm having eye surgery, so what clothes should I change into? Come here quickly. Nagato waved his hand to indicate that it was not necessary and continued to urge Nono. It seemed that only by undergoing surgery as soon as possible could he feel less nervous. All right. Nono felt that what Nagato said made sense and slowly walked forward. There was a mattress on the operating table, and she reached out and squeezed it. I've never seen one so thick. Are you afraid that you will be uncomfortable lying down? Lie down, I'll need to give you anesthesia later. Nagato took out the prepared anesthetic injection from the side. Then you won't do anything to me while I'm unconscious. Nono pretended to panic and crossed his arms. An imperceptible smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Absolutely not. What are you thinking about? I'm not that kind of person. Nagato almost threw away the syringe in a hurry. Haha, just kidding. No need to spank me. Nono continued to tease Nagato. How could she not know how to inject anesthesia? No, just hit the arm. Nagato's mind was a little confused at this time, and he couldn't remember that Nono was also a medical ninja. Bring it on. Nono stretched out his arms, looking brave and fearless. Then I'll fight. Nagato patted Nono's arm to make the veins more visible. Nono closed his eyes and responded softly. Then I felt like my arm was bitten by an ant. After a few breaths, she completely lost consciousness. Nagato finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Nono continued talking like this, the operation would not be able to go on. After calming down, Nagato began the operation. He has practiced it many times and is now very familiar with it. Taking off Nano's glasses and putting them aside, Nagato turned on the light above the operating table. Nano's pretty face was calm and gentle under the light. It will be fine soon, just wait until you wake up. Nagato muttered and started to work. Nono felt like he had had a very long dream. There was still a slight pain in my eyes, and everything in front of me was pitch black. Advertisement. Nagato, are you there? She called out Nagato's name, and the fear brought by the darkness made her feel a little uneasy. Yes, yes, this was Nagato's voice, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from afar. Did the operation go well? Nono felt a warm hand holding his own, and the uneasiness in his heart gradually dissipated. Don't worry, it went smoothly. You're still wrapped in gauze. You'll know the effect once you open it. Nagato sat beside the bed, speaking softly and comfortingly. That's good. How long will it take to remove this gauze? Nono touched it with his other hand and found that there was indeed a circle of gauze wrapped around his head. Don't worry, it will take some time. Are you hungry? I'll go buy you something to eat. It's almost noon now, and Nagato doesn't know whether Nono is hungry or not. Being hungry is okay. Can you call a nurse for me? Nono made another request, also in an urgent tone. What do you want the nurse for? Just tell me if you have anything to say. Nagato didn't understand why he called a nurse. Could a nurse be more useful than a medical ninja like me? You can't. Call a nurse. Nono insisted on calling the nurse, her face already beginning to turn red. Okay, I'll go call. Nagato couldn't resist Nono, so he had to go out and call for help. People are here, tell me what you want to say. After a while, Nagato returned to the ward with a nurse. Go out, I'll talk to the nurse alone. Nono waved towards the place where Nagato made the sound, signaling him to go out. So mysterious. Nagato muttered something under his breath and walked out again. Ms. Nono, do you need to go to the bathroom? The young nurse noticed it as soon as she arrived. Yes, please help me. Nono felt relieved and it was okay for him to tease Nagato with words. If she really asked Nagato to help her go to the toilet, she still couldn't accept it. Well, no wonder you didn't tell Master Nagato. The young nurse smiled and went forward to help Nono up. Fortunately, there is a toilet in the ward, so I don't have to walk far. It wasn't until Nagato heard the bathroom door open that he realized he really couldn't do this. So he simply left to buy food to avoid embarrassment. Chapter 282 Nanoyu cooks. When Nagato came back, Nono was lying quietly on the bed in the ward. Are you back? Nono spoke only after hearing footsteps. Well, I went to buy some food. Nagato put the meal aside and helped Nono down from the bed. It smells so good. As soon as Nagato opened the lunch box, Nono smelled the fragrance. Just eat something to fill your stomach. We will have a good meal tonight. Nagato said as he pushed the lunch box in front of Nono and stuffed the spoon into Nano's hand. Nono felt around for the edge of the lunch box, but couldn't see anything. She stood there for a moment, not knowing how to start. It was my oversight. It's not convenient for you to do this. I'll feed you. Nagato picked up the lunch box directly and took the spoon from Nano's hand. Then he scooped a full spoonful and put it into Nano's mouth. Open your mouth. Under Nagato's command, Nono opened his mouth like a child. She was a little uncomfortable at first, but later she had no more concerns. Since I'm a patient, it's normal to be cared for like this. After feeding Nono, Nagato started eating himself. His lunch box was getting a little cold. By the afternoon, the time was finally almost up. Nagato stood beside Nono, ready to help her remove the gauze. I'll remove the gauze, and then you can slowly open your eyes. If you feel any discomfort, remember to tell me. Nagato has never cared so much about a patient before. Okay, got it. Nono is like a good boy now, and has no intention of teasing Nagato at all. It's impossible to say that I wasn't nervous at all. She didn't know what the effect of the surgery was until she really saw it. Then I'll start. Nagato quickly removed all the gauze. When Nono opened his eyes, he adjusted to the light. Then I found that everything in front of me was so clear that I no longer needed glasses. She looked left and right and felt no discomfort at all. Finally, it stopped at Nagato's face. This is the clearest view of Nagato I've ever seen without glasses. The red hair looked particularly dazzling. Thank you, Nagato. Nano's thousands of words turned into just one sentence. Advertisement. You're welcome. I promised you that. Nagato smiled warmly in return, the sudden sense of accomplishment even stronger than curing a dozen patients before. You look pretty when you smile like this. Perhaps it is because beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Nono feels that Nagato is now the most handsome boy she has ever seen. No, you can be discharged from the hospital now. Nagato blushed a little at what Nono said. He knows what he looks like. You can be discharged from the hospital now. Nono thought he would have to stay in the hospital for observation, but he didn't expect to be discharged so easily. Why, do you want to stay a few more nights? That's not impossible. Nagato said with a hint of sarcasm, how could anyone like living in a hospital? I don't want to. This place is not as good as my home. Nono got out of bed quickly, still wearing the same clothes she had when she came. Let's go, there's nothing to pack, Nagato said and walked out with Nono. When I passed by the hospital front desk, I said hello and told the nurse that the ward was vacant. Why don't you come to my house for dinner tonight? Nono was walking beside Nagato, actually she also had something to tell Nagato. Will it be too much trouble? Nagato didn't refuse, but was afraid of causing trouble for Nono. No, I usually cook for myself. Today I'll let you taste my cooking skills. Nono was quite excited when he talked about this, and seemed very confident in his craftsmanship. Okay, then I'm going to try it. Seeing that Nono was so interested, Nagato agreed. He has prepared himself mentally that he will praise it even if it doesn't taste good. Let's go buy some groceries first. Nono took Nagato to the vegetable market, a place Nagato had never been to before. When they arrived, Nagato was dazzled by the wide variety of ingredients. He really only knows how to eat, not how to cook. Nono bought a lot of food at once, and when they went back, both of them had their hands full. Arriving at the apartment building, Nagato finally followed Nono inside. Arriving at the middle room on the second floor, Nono put down the bag in his hand and took out the key from his pocket. My house might be a little messy, so don't look around. Nono had greeted Nagato in advance, and she couldn't remember whether her underwear was thrown around. When you get used to living alone, you always develop some bad habits. I know, Nagato agreed without thinking, what else could there be in the house that couldn't be seen by others? Advertisement. Come in. Nono pushed open the door and walked in first. He took a quick glance, then rushed in quickly to stuff a few pieces of cloth under the sofa pillows. Then he looked guiltily at Nagato who just came in. What do you see? Nono asked with a blushing face. No, Nagato would never say that she saw cartoon panties. That's fine. Just sit anywhere you want, pour your own water, I'll go cook. Only then did Nono feel relieved and stopped greeting Nagato. When Nono entered the kitchen, Nagato moved the sofa pillows where the panties were hidden and sat a little further away. Only then did he begin to look at Nono's small house carefully. Although the layout is simple, it can be seen that it has been carefully arranged. There was a faint fragrance wafting from the house, a scent Nagato often smelled on Nono. There was nothing surprising about the room, which was visible from head to toe. Nagato listened to the sound of running water coming from the kitchen and wondered if he should go help. Before he could stand up, he heard Nono's voice. Nagato, hold my apron for me. Next to the sofa, Nono was a little hurried just now, and only remembered it when the water splashed on him. Okay, I see. Nagato glanced casually and saw a pink apron. I took an apron and went to the kitchen, where Nono was preparing seafood. My hands are full of smell, can you help me tie them up? Nono opened his arms and looked at Nagato with a smile. Oh well, Nagato hesitated for a moment before agreeing. He slowly spread out the apron and tied it around Nono. As I got closer, the familiar scent became stronger. Turn your back to me. Nagato put the strap on Nono from the neck first, and then asked Nono to turn around. Okay. Nono's clear voice rang in Nagato's ears. All right. Is there anything I can do to help? Nagato tied Nono from behind and asked a question. He sat alone in the living room, feeling a little embarrassed. No, just sit back and wait for dinner. Nono pushed Nagato out of the kitchen and started working again. Chapter 283 Separation. Then call me if you have anything. Nagato said this before reluctantly disappearing from the kitchen door. Only after dinner was ready did Nono ask Nagato to help serve the dishes. The small dining table was soon served with a sumptuous meal. Normally, Nono had never done so much by herself. How about it? Doesn't it look appetizing? Nono placed the prepared rice in front of Nagato and sat cross-legged opposite him. That's great. I didn't expect you to have such good skills. Nagato started praising the food before he even ate it. Of course not. People nicknamed me Konoha's little cook. Nono made an exaggerated expression, which made Nagato laugh. Who sent it? Nagato couldn't help but ask as he laughed. HMPH, I sent it myself, is that okay? Nono looked unconvinced and said, if you have the guts, bite me. Sure, why not? Nagato didn't expect that Nono was quite narcissistic. I don't think you dare to refute it. Come, try the fish I cooked. Nono was very satisfied with Nagato's answer and gave him a large piece of fish. Good. Under Nono's expectant gaze, Nagato started eating. Well, after taking a bite, Nono couldn't wait to ask more questions. Yes, it's delicious. Nagato was not speaking against his conscience, Nono's cooking skills were really good. At least this fish dish is delicious. As if to prove that what he said was true, Nagato took another big piece for himself. If it tastes good, eat more. Nono's vanity was greatly satisfied, and what could be more convincing than actions? His eyes, which no longer needed glasses, were narrowed into two slits. Don't just look at me, eat together. Nagato invited Nono to join him. It always felt a bit strange to be stared at while eating. Yeah, okay. Nono also joined Nagato in eating and kept picking up food for him. Soon, Nagato's bowls were piled up like a small mountain. I can do it myself. Nagato looked at his bowl and gave a wry smile. Haha, I'm afraid you won't be able to relax in my house. Nono withdrew his hand in midair and stuffed the meat on the chopsticks into his mouth. I appreciate your kindness. Nagato rolled his eyes at her, but it was hard to see because of his eyes. Hee. Advertisement. Nono didn't say anything and just ate his rice. After a long time, the two of them finished eating almost all the food on the table before stopping. I'm a little full. Nagato leaned back with his hands, his belly visibly bulging. Just hold on, I hold on too. Nono patted his belly in an ungraceful manner, making a pa sound. Ha. The two looked at each other and laughed out loud. ... After resting for a while, Nagato helped Nono clean up the dining table. He was originally planning to wash the dishes, but Nono made up an excuse to get him out of here. When Nono came out after cleaning up everything in the kitchen, she had 2 cups of hot tea in her hands. Give. Nono placed a cup in front of Nagato and then slowly sat down. Thanks. The tea was too hot, so Nagato took it and blew on it. You're welcome, I haven't thanked you for healing my eyes yet. Nono blinked playfully, it was really comfortable not to have to wear glasses. I promised you, of course I have to do it. Nagato, on the other hand, felt it was natural, as it was a man's promise. Anyway, I've kept it in mind. Nono lowered his head, and seemed to be in a strange mood. What's wrong? Nagato keenly discovered that Nono was a completely different person from when he was eating. I have something to tell you. Nono raised his head suddenly, as if he had made up his mind. You say. Nagato also thought of something and felt inexplicably flustered. I'm leaving now. Leave Anbu, leave you. After Nono finished speaking, he paused and said nothing else. Are you going to a new department? At worst, we can meet again later when we have time. Nagato smiled as if nothing had happened, this was something that had been expected. Yes, I went there a few days ago. It's just that things are a little different from what I imagined. Nono has already reported it. They just found out that they had been selected as the first batch of spies behind enemy lines in the new department, and would be sent out directly after a period of closed training. It's hard to say when we will see each other again after this departure. If something unexpected happens, we will be separated forever. What's the difference? Nagato asked in confusion, he really had no idea what Jiraiya's new department was doing. I thought it was just a normal ninja department. Advertisement. Training will start the day after tomorrow. I will be sent abroad directly after the end of the assignment. I don't know where I will go or how long I will be away. The more Nono spoke, the lower his voice became, and he was vague and didn't explain in detail. In fact, this is already a bit against the rules, and Jiraiya repeatedly reminded me not to reveal the news to anyone. This is related to future life safety. But fortunately, Nagato has a special identity, so it's okay to reveal this information. Can I not go? Nagato has already guessed Nano's answer. This is not only her mission but also the responsibility of the ninja. Can't. Nono shook his head and smiled bitterly. After this departure, it is unknown when we will see each other again. Then, today's dinner. Is this a goodbye to me? Nagato's mood now is completely different from before. Nono nodded, and was about to say something but swallowed it back. The atmosphere in the room fell silent, and for a moment neither of them knew what to say. How about I go and talk to Master's wife? After a long while, Nagato asked tentatively. This was the best solution he could think of. That's not fair. Nono was a little tempted, but still refused cruelly. If she doesn't go through the back door, someone else will have to take her place. She was unwilling to do such a thing. Nagato opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything to persuade him. He had the same idea as Nono. If he was selected, he would not be willing to be a deserter. Well, it doesn't necessarily mean we won't see each other again. Maybe I'll be back in a few years. By then, you and I will both be grown up. Although Nono didn't say the rest of the words, Nagato understood what she meant. I'm waiting for you. Nagato looked at Nono and spoke resolutely and firmly. Neither of them expressed their feelings, but at this moment they understood each other. You said it, I didn't force you. A smile appeared on Nano's face again, she was very satisfied. Yeah, I said. Nagato nodded and forced a cooperative smile. That smile is so ugly. Nono was the first to adjust his emotions and began to guide Nagato. She didn't want their last moments together to be so heavy. If that day really comes, she won't be able to come back. I hope Nagato can remember that there was a girl named Yukushi Nanoyu in his life, that's enough. Chapter 284 Departure. You're the only one who looks good. When you smile, your eyes disappear. I gradually recovered and still had the energy to reply. Don't say that to me. Nono said as he stood up and punched Nagato with his fist. I won't argue with you. Nagato dodged and tickled Nono. Ha, you're a scoundrel. Nono twisted her body, wondering when her weakness was exposed. Okay, how about we call it a tie? Nagato stopped first, but Nono was not satisfied and hit him again. Okay. Nono knew when to stop and smooth the messy hair on his forehead. After a while, her face turned red. I don't know whether it's because I'm embarrassed or because I'm hot. Are you still going to Anbu tomorrow? Nagato has accepted the reality that Nono is leaving. If you want me to go, I will. Nono mischievously gave the choice to Nagato. Then don't go, just rest at home. Since Nono still has to train in Anbu, Nagato thinks it would be better for her to rest at home. Okay, I'll listen to you then. Nono agreed readily, and then he came up with an idea. I just had surgery today. Doctor, why don't you come to see me more often? Looking at her playful and cute appearance, Nagato certainly couldn't bear to refuse. Yes, I'll come with you tomorrow. Nagato had already made plans to ask for leave from Tsukumo. That's more like it. Nono thought about it and took his glasses in his hand. This is for you, just as a souvenir. I don't need it anymore. This pair of glasses has been with Nono for many years. Even if she doesn't use them, they are still very meaningful to her. I'll keep it well. Nagato took it solemnly, he knew this was probably a farewell gift. Don't you have anything to say to me? Nono still has a little hope, hoping that Nagato can be more proactive. Take care of yourself, I'll come back tomorrow. Nagato scratched his head. With his personality, how could he fulfill Nano's wish? Fool, Nono murmured, taking the initiative to go forward and hug Nagato. Don't forget me. Her soft voice rang in Nagato's ears. Advertisement. Good. After hesitating for a long time, Nagato hugged him back. The two hugged each other tightly, feeling each other's body temperature. It was a long time before Nono let go. Then go back slowly. She had calmed down and walked to the door naturally and opened it. Well, see you tomorrow. Nagato said as he walked out of the room, but he didn't leave right away. I'll close the door when I can't see you anymore. Nono left the door half open, leaving his head exposed. Oh well, Nagato had originally planned to wait for Nono to close the shop before leaving, but now he had to put his little thoughts aside. I'm leaving now. Nagato waved goodbye, turned around and walked away quickly. Nono slowly closed the door after Nagato's figure disappeared from his sight. She stood for a long time, leaning against the door. Finally, he took 2 deep breaths before walking into the bathroom. The next day, Nagato took a day off and spent the whole day with Nono. Both of them chose to deliberately avoid the topic of parting. They ate, drank and had fun happily, leaving their footprints in every corner of Konoha. It was not until late at night that the two said goodbye to each other. No reluctance, no retention. Only after they separated did their faces look dejected. From that day on, there was one less girl named Yukushi Nanoyu in Nagato's world. His life goes on, and maybe one day in the future he will hear her call again. As time went by, Nagato learned from Tsunade that all the spy officers had been sent out. Nagato, are you feeling better lately? Nagato thought he had concealed it well, but how could he hide it from the eyes of the elders he lived with day and night? Tsunade suddenly asked at the Hatake family restaurant. Ah, I'm fine. Nagato's hands shook as he was suddenly called. He also pretended not to understand why Tsunade asked that. Just pretend outside. Don't hold it in at home. Who can't see it? Chuan Feng glanced at Nagato. Who couldn't see his little thoughts? As soon as the words fell, Minato and the others nodded repeatedly. Although Nagato didn't change much, several people could still see it. I'm really fine, don't worry. Nagato still refused to admit it, as if nothing had happened. Nono has already left the village. Just left last night. Advertisement. Tsunade picked up a piece of food for Chuan Feng with chopsticks as if nothing had happened, and looked at Nagato out of the corner of her eye. Have you left? Nagato finally couldn't help it and his facial expression changed. I can't tell whether it's loss or relief. In the end, things went according to the established plan. There was no surprise and Nano's departure could not be changed. Well, I thought it would be best to tell you. Tsunade softened her voice now, she didn't want this matter to cause too much trouble to Nagato. This is also intended to enlighten Nagato. Where did she go? Nagato then seemed to remember something and gave a helpless smile. Forget it, I won't ask. After saying that, he put down his chopsticks. I wonder if he was full. This matter is left to Jiraiya. I don't know much about it. Tsunade wasn't being prevaricating, she really wasn't paying too much attention. This is full trust in Jiraiya. Can she come back? Nagato asked weakly, this was what he was most concerned about. If he heard the bad news about Nono one day, he didn't know what he would do. Don't worry, she's not a weak woman. I'm sure you can come back. Chuan Feng said comforting words, Nano's title of walking witch must not be given for nothing. Maybe she was born to do this job. If Danzo hadn't done it on purpose, she wouldn't have died so easily in the original book. I hope so. Nagato knew how dangerous the mission of spying behind enemy lines was. If discovered, it would not be easy to escape in another country. I can only pray silently in my heart, hoping that Nono will be safe. Everyone must be prepared to sacrifice their life on the day they become a ninja. You are still young, and you haven't experienced enough things like this. At least Nono is safe now. She is very lucky. Although Shuomao's words were not very pleasant to the ear, they were his insights gained over the years. He has experienced so many separations and deaths that he can't even remember them all. As long as a person is still alive, there is a possibility of coming back. I understand all that. Nagato nodded, he really understood it all. In the battle with the third Mizukage, he was determined to die. But understanding does not mean indifference. As Shumao said, he still has little experience. Okay, I won't say much. You're a smart kid, I'm sure you can adjust. Nono must also hope that you will be well in Konoha. Tsunade stopped talking at that point and didn't continue. If the conditions are ripe, she will consider arranging Nono to come back. Now that things have happened suddenly, there is nothing we can do about it. Chapter 285 Good News. I understand, Master's wife. After Nagato finished speaking, he picked up the chopsticks again with a look of emotion. There are so many people who care about me, and I can't let them down. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Nagato, he's fine. Xuan Feng spoke up to put an end to the matter. He believed in Nagato, and this matter was nothing to Nagato. Didn't you say you had good news for me? Then, as if remembering something, Xuan Feng turned to look at Tsunade. You finally remembered it now. Tsunade smiled mysteriously, whetting everyone's appetite. Master's wife, what good news? Say it out and let's all be happy together. Minato responded positively and started to boo. Yes, tell me about it, Master's wife. Several younger ones followed suit consciously. It's no big deal. It's just that I'm pregnant. Tsunade looked nonchalant, as if she was talking about a trivial matter that was not worth mentioning. This bombshell news instantly swept away the heaviness I had just felt. Tsunade pretended to be nonchalant and secretly observed everyone's expressions. Is this true or false? When did it happen? I'm going to be a father. Xuan Feng didn't even have time to swallow the food in his mouth before his series of questions made Tsunade laugh. I just discovered it this morning, too. It's only been a few days. Tsunade covered her mouth and smiled. She had been looking forward to this surprise for a long time. In other words, she is very sensitive to her body, otherwise ordinary people would not be able to notice it in a few days. Long live my wife. Xuan Feng didn't even wipe the oil stains off his mouth, and kissed Tsunade on the face in full view of everyone. Maybe a kiss wasn't enough to express his excitement. He wanted to take a few more bites, but Tsunade pushed him away with a look of disgust. Are you disgusting? Tsunade wiped the oil stains off her face with the back of her hand, and there was no complaint in her tone. Brother, I'm going to be a father too. The joy on Xuan Feng's face had not yet subsided when he reported the good news to Shuomao. Yes, this is a great thing. Someone, bring the wine. Shuomao couldn't stop smiling and told the servants to serve wine. Tsunade, please don't drink. Your health is more important. Nayuki left Kakashi aside and greeted Tsunade with concern. It's okay to drink a little, I've only been here a few days. Advertisement. Although Tsunade said this, she made no move to pick up the glass. Aunt, am I going to have a younger brother? Kakashi walked up to Tsunade, like a little adult. The little hand involuntarily touched Tsunade's belly. Why not my sister? Tsunade stroked Kakashi's silver hair, his face full of loving concern. Sister is fine too. I'm not picky. Kakashi's words made everyone present laugh. Teacher, Master's wife, congratulations. Minato was the first to congratulate Xuan Feng and Tsunade. Soon after, Nagato and the other two followed suit. I'm happy today, I don't have anything good to give you. I'll just give you some money. Xuan Feng's face was full of excitement, and his nouveau riche face was clearly revealed. He took out a wad of large bills from his pocket and gave some to Minato and the others. Thank you, teacher. Minato and the others all took it with a smile, without any politeness. Under normal circumstances, I might even refuse. Today is different. I can't let Xuan Feng down. Uncle, I want one too. Kakashi has begun to understand the role of money, and with this he can buy delicious food for Hong. Little money grubber, all is yours. Xuan Feng stuffed the remaining money into Kakashi's hands. Thank you, uncle. Kakashi took it and jumped for joy. He glanced at Noshue before carefully putting it into his arms. No one cares about your money. Noshue said something to Kakashi in an unpleasant tone. Although he is young, he has a lot of evil thoughts. I don't know who she looks like, but she was not like this when she was a child. I'm just afraid of losing it. Kakashi weakly retorted, but he lacked confidence. Well, don't spend money carelessly. It's not easy to make money. Shuomao gave a few words of advice with a stern face, saying that this kid was much happier than he was when he was a child. I know, Dad. At most I'll just buy some snacks. Kakashi finally felt relieved and walked over to sit next to Nayuki. By the way, you haven't told Grandma about this news yet, right? Xuan Feng suddenly remembered that Mito had been waiting to hold his great-grandson for a long time. If he knew this news, he might be so happy that he would get a few more land deeds. Of course, he wasn't after Mito's money, he was just thinking about it casually. Advertisement. Not yet, let's go after dinner. Tsunade filled Xuan Feng's glass with wine with envy and answered casually. Yes, let's drink less, just to show our appreciation. Shuomao raised his wine glass with a smile and gestured to Xuan Feng. Well, drink less then. Xuan Feng happily raised his cup and drank it all. After drinking this glass of wine, I feel so refreshed. After 2 lifetimes, he is finally going to be a father. How about you have some too? Seeing Tsunade hesitate to speak, Xuan Feng shook his glass at her. I don't want to drink today. Tsunade hesitated for a long time, and finally shook her head. When Xuan Feng put down his glass, she filled it again. I sniffed the aroma of the wine greedily, and my stomach was already churning. In fact, given her physical condition, it's completely fine for her to drink a few glasses of wine. However, Tsunade still decided to quit drinking for the sake of the baby in her belly. Okay, then I won't force it. Xuanfeng held back his laughter, and even deliberately made 2 extra, tisk, sounds after drinking. Teacher, please don't be so pretentious. It's not good for your health. Minato saw that Tsunade was already looking at him unkindly, and began to remind Xuanfeng. As expected of the founding disciple, he always has his teacher in his heart. Ahem, I think you're right. Xuanfeng choked twice at what Minato said, subconsciously looked at Tsunade, and immediately restrained himself. Haha, Conan and the others couldn't hold back their laughter any longer, not caring whether it would hurt the teacher's face or not. What are you laughing at? We're eating. What does it look like? Xuanfeng pretended to scold him with a stern face. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned and didn't notice anything unusual. After saying that, he went back to drinking with Shumao as if nothing had happened. The two said they drank little, but in fact they did drink for quite a while. In the end, only the 2 brothers were left drinking in the restaurant, and Minato and the others left. Tsunade didn't rush him. She could understand that it wouldn't take too long to tell Grandma. But the stronger the aroma of the wine, the harder it was for her to endure. After finally finishing their drink and leaving the restaurant, she and Xuanfeng headed for Senju's home. Xuanfeng said he wanted to get rid of the smell of alcohol, and just took Tsunade to Senju's house. When he met an acquaintance, he would stop to say hello, and after a few words of greeting, he would tell them that Tsunade was pregnant. Tsunade saw the smugness and excitement on his face. This is not to show off the smell of alcohol, it's just to show off. Tsunade saw through it but didn't say anything, and even cooperated with Xuanfeng. It made the joy in his heart even greater. Chapter 286 Feeling reassured. It was a short distance, but Xuanfeng took Tsunade for a long time. When he arrived at the gate of Senju Mansion, he still felt a little unsatisfied. We're here. Xuanfeng was inspired as he looked at the gate in front of him. Why don't you bring a bullhorn and shout it out in the street? Tsunade rolled her eyes at him. What a childish guy. Do you really think I can't see that little bit of secret? What you said makes a lot of sense. Next time, for sure. Xuanfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. This was really a good idea. It must be your head. You're not ashamed, but I am. Tsunade lightly kicked Xuanfeng and told him to hurry in. After the two entered the door, they took a few steps before they saw Nawaki and Masaki getting ready to go out. Kushina didn't know where he was being taken to carry out the mission. Sister, brother-in-law. Nawaki and Masaki let go of the hands that were originally held. Although everyone knew it, the two were still a little embarrassed. Ready to go out. Tsunade looked at Masaki and was satisfied no matter how she looked at her. He looks exactly like himself when he was a child. I don't know what kind of luck this brat Nawaki has. Anbu is free today. I'm going to take Masaki out for a walk. Nawaki was willing to spend money on Masaki and prepared to take her out to buy some nice clothes. Oh, go ahead then. I'm going to find Grandma. Tsunade had no intention of stopping him, as Nawaki would find out sooner or later anyway. It doesn't matter whether she said it or not. Sister Tsunade, we're not in a hurry. Grandma is in the bedroom. I'll go call her. Masaki put down her own things and turned to call Mito. Masaki is really nice. Xuanfeng praised. Of course not. Nawaki raised his head slightly, looking as proud as he could be. This is my future daughter-in-law. It's a waste to be worthy of you. Tsunade was really annoyed by Nawaki's cocky look, so he reached out and touched his forehead. You really are my sister. Nawaki only dared to complain in a low voice, while Xuanfeng laughed loudly. The three of them walked to the living room, and not long after they sat down, Mito came out with Masaki's support. She is indeed old. Although she still looks young, her health is getting worse day by day, and she can feel it clearly. Why are you free to come here today? What do you want to talk to Grandma about? Mito sat down at the main seat with a smile on his face. Advertisement. I have good news for you, old man. Xuanfeng walked up and held Mito's hand without waiting for Tsunade to speak. No one felt there was anything wrong with this action. What good news? Tell me quickly. Let an old woman like me be happy. Mito looked at Xuanfeng and then at Tsunade, as if he had guessed something. Tsunade is pregnant, you have to be the grandma. Tsunade didn't seize the opportunity, and saw that Xuanfeng even raised his voice. Sister, is this true? Nawaki exclaimed, this means he will be an uncle too. Of course it's true. Is this a joke? Xuanfeng glared at Nawaki. This kid really doesn't know how to talk. Very good. Nawaki didn't even look at Xuanfeng, he just heard the word, really. I was so excited that I couldn't express it in words. I just stood there in a daze. Masaki was fine, but her smile became even brighter. Really? This is really great news. Come, Grandma, take a look. Mito was a little slow. After saying that, he quickly left Xuanfeng behind, stood up and walked to Tsunade. She gently held Tsunade's wrist, and a warm current circulated through Tsunade's body along her wrist. It's still very faint, but it's unmistakable. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Grandma is happy today, come over for dinner tonight. Mito took her hand away, and you could tell she was really happy. At her age, isn't she looking forward to having many children and grandchildren? What Hashirama didn't see, she saw for him. She would tell Hashirama when she found him. Okay, no problem. Chuan Feng agreed immediately. Come to think of it, he didn't eat at Senju's house very often. Xiao Gang, you should be careful when you are pregnant. It's not just the tailed beast seal that will gradually weaken. Don't be too tired at work. If it doesn't work, find a few more assistants. After Mito sat down, he gave Tsunade a serious word of advice. These are all experiences from people who have been through it all, as well as love for their granddaughter. I know, Grandma. Don't worry Chome, she's very well behaved. Tsunade chuckled, not taking Seven Tails seriously at all. Be careful, or Grandma will add another seal to you. It's guaranteed to be foolproof. Advertisement. Fortunately, Mito was only seeking Tsunade's opinion. If he did it directly, Chome would almost cry. The 8-sign seal is cruel enough, and this old woman adds another layer of severity, making life unbearable. No thanks, Grandma. Chome is yelling again. I'm going to give him a beating. Tsunade fell silent after she finished speaking, and Chuan Feng seemed to hear Chome's screams from somewhere. After a while, Tsunade clapped her hands, looking very satisfied. It seems that Chome was beaten badly again. Then forget it. Mito smiled and shook her head, she just heard Nine Tails feeling sorry for Chome. Nine Tails is miserable enough, what does Chome have to be like to earn its sympathy? Sister, I'll buy what you want to eat in the evening. Nawaki was just about to go out, so buying groceries was just a matter of walking a few more steps. Oh, it's really not easy. My little Nawaki also knows how to feel sorry for his sister. Tsunade joked about Nawaki, it was not easy to make this boy bleed normally. I've always felt sorry for my sister, okay. Nawaki said it with confidence, he would accept being slaughtered by Tsunade today. That's thoughtful, you know what I like to eat. Don't spend money recklessly, you will have plenty of other places to spend money in the future. Tsunade glanced at Masaki as he spoke, and almost told her directly to save the money for the couple's future use. Masaki blushed silently. Got it, sis. Nawaki looked excited and winked at Masaki proudly. Tsunade's favorite foods are not expensive, he knows them all. Grandma, Chuan Feng and I will come back in the evening. Tsunade had work to do in the afternoon, so she didn't plan to stay long. Come for dinner in the evening and have plenty of time to chat. Well, go get busy. Don't work too hard. Chuan Feng, this is a special period, please keep an eye on her. Mito still greeted her worriedly, even though she knew that with Tsunade's physique, she would be fine even if she worked until giving birth. Got it, Grandma, I'll take good care of her. Chuan Feng's solemn promise to Mito. Then I'm relieved. Come early if you have nothing to do at night. Mito watched the two people gradually go away, and then followed behind to greet them. Got it, Grandma. Tsunade didn't look back, but stretched out her arms and waved. Brother-in-law, wait for me, we will go out too. Nawaki was still planning on waiting for Masaki to help Mito back to the room. Don't worry about me, I'll sit here for a while. Mito is not yet unable to move, so he lets Nawaki take Masaki to catch up with Chuan Feng and Tsunade. Looking at the four figures walking away, Mito smiled with relief. Chapter 287 Family Banquet. After parting with Nawaki at the intersection, Chuan Feng followed Tsunade towards the Hokage building. He hadn't shared this good news enough. As soon as he entered the Hokage building, Chuan Feng was ready to show off. Tsunade was also happy to see him showing off, with a smile on her face, wrapped in a deep sense of happiness. After receiving lots of blessings, the two came to the office. Poor Shota was dealing with the pile of documents with a hopeless look on his face. Hokage-sama, you are finally here. Have a quick look at these documents. Shota quickly stood up and walked over to Tsunade with some documents. Before Tsunade could speak, Chuan Feng quickly took over. Please pay more attention next time. Tsunade, she's pregnant. Chuan Feng patted Shota's shoulder and then looked at the document. The above are some important matters that really need to be decided by the Hokage. Really? Congratulations to both of you then. Shota's face lit up with joy at first, but then his expression fell again. I'm already tired enough now, won't I be exhausted to death in the future? The more capable you are, the more work you should do. At worst, I can come and help more often in the future. Chuan Feng saw that Shota looked unhappy and hurried to comfort him. If this assistant quits his job, he will be in trouble. Master Chuan Feng, this is what you said. Shota had no choice but to agree, hoping Chuan Feng would keep his promise. As for Chuan Feng's ability, Shota is not worried. I heard what he said. Tsunade finally spoke, she seemed to see herself free from the cage. If I had known this earlier, I should have gotten pregnant earlier. With Tsunade's assurance, you should feel relieved. Chuan Feng hadn't realized what kind of life he would face at this time, and spoke very casually. That's fine. Shota nodded in satisfaction and turned back to sit down. Grandma has instructed that you should have a good rest today. Chuan Feng helped Tsunade to sit down at the desk, showing off to Shota, a bachelor. I'm just pregnant, is it that serious? Shota complained in a low voice, but unexpectedly Chuan Feng heard it. You're not married, so you don't understand. Chuan Feng stabbed Shota in the heart again. Okay, just pretend I didn't say anything. Shota was afraid that Chuan Feng would say something else, so he quickly opened his mouth to stop him. You'll understand once you experience it later. As a person who has been through this, Chuan-Feng teaches Shota earnestly. That cocky look on his face makes him deserve a beating as much as he can. Shota ignored him, so Chuan-Feng had to give up. I'll take care of these documents, you just need to look after them. Advertisement. Chuan-Feng was very poised and pulled a chair to sit next to Tsunade. Good. Tsunade was also happy and at ease, since it didn't matter whether Chuan-Feng went to school or not. Time passed slowly, and Chuan-Feng's behavior was different from usual today. He was very serious about handling the documents, and Tsunade didn't have to worry about it at all. He waited until the sun set before stretching. Well, I'm still okay, right? Chuan-Feng sorted out the processed documents and asked Tsunade for credit. Good performance, worthy of reward. Tsunade didn't hold back on his praise. No, don't you see who we are? Chuan-Feng had a cocky look on his face and smiled brightly. It's only been half a day, what's there to brag about? Shota had learned his lesson this time and complained silently in his mind. Shota ah. Chuan-Feng spoke, which scared Shota, but he didn't say anything. What's the matter, Master Chuan-Feng? Shota stopped writing and answered calmly. We have almost dealt with it, so we will go back first. Chuan-Feng and Tsunade tidied up their desks and prepared to leave. Okay, I'll go back later. It seemed to be just a false alarm, and Shota felt relieved. Don't be too late, your health is important. Tsunade gave one more instruction before leaving. Shota has been working diligently for so long, and Tsunade has seen it all. I don't know how long his wait will last. I understand, Hokage-sama. Shota smiled and waved. In fact, he is not averse to this job and even enjoys it a little. Watching Chuan-Feng and Tsunade go out, Shota felt that it was time for him to find a wife. You can't eat dog food forever. Chuan-Feng and Tsunade came to Senju's house again, but it was not time for dinner yet. Kushina had returned and was chatting with Masaki in the living room. Sister Tsunade, I heard you were pregnant. Kushina was a reckless person and rushed forward without caring about anything. Just like Kakashi, her hands went straight to Tsunade's belly. The feeling was similar to that of touching her own belly, so she lowered her head and tried to put it close to listen. Okay, are you stupid? I've only been here a few days, you can't tell. Tsunade put his hands on Kushina's red hair and held it in place with amusement. Oh well, Kushina curled her lips and let it go. What about you? Advertisement. Chuan-Feng was a little surprised that he didn't see Nawaki. This boy always followed Masaki at home except when sleeping. Nawaki ordered a cake and went to pick it up. It's said that we celebrate today. Masaki started to explain. Nawaki definitely put a lot of thought into it. This kid. Tsunade didn't finish her words, but the smile on her face became more obvious. Perhaps hearing the voices of several people, Mito came out from the direction of the restaurant. Here I am. I haven't cooked in years. I don't know if it suits your taste. Mito cooked today and made a few dishes especially for Tsunade. I'm so envious. My grandma never cooked for me. Kushina cheered on the side. She didn't even think about how old Mito was when she came, so how could he still have the interest to cook? Besides, these dishes may not be made for Tsunade. Maybe it was made for her great-grandson in her belly. Grandma, you are so kind to me. Tsunade dropped Chuan-Feng and ran up to hug Mito. When she was a child, her favorite dishes were those cooked by Mito, but unfortunately she did not inherit Mito's good cooking skills. That's enough. That's enough. It's never too late to be happy after eating something delicious. Mito pushed Tsunade away, and although he said so, the expression on his face clearly showed that he was confident in his skills. My grandma made it, so it must be delicious. Tsunade was still like a child, holding onto Mito's hand and not letting go. I haven't eaten grandma's food many times. Nawaki appeared in the living room carrying a cake. Don't make it sound like grandma is partial. You loved snacks when you were little, but later I got too lazy to make them for you. Mito talked about Nawaki's childhood, and everyone chuckled and agreed. That would be ignorant, and I don't know what's good for me. Nawaki smiled and did some self-examination. It must be your fault. Later you complained that my cooking was bad. Tsunade added indignantly. Sister, we have to be reasonable in everything. Your cooking is awful, do you still need me to complain about it? Nawaki clearly remembered that when he was still young, he vomited after eating under the coercion of Tsunade. Tsunade herself didn't believe it, and ended up vomiting herself. Can you say that again? Tsunade probably also remembered the old things, pointed at Nawaki, and became a little angry. Haha. Seeing the battle between the sister and brother about to break out, the spectators all laughed out loud. The family dinner hasn't even started yet, but the atmosphere is already very harmonious. Chapter 288 Teasing. We had a great dinner at Senju's house. From the moment the meal was served, there was no dull moment. Mito hasn't drunk alcohol for many years, but today he made an exception and drank a little with Chuan-Feng. You can see how happy she is. After drinking, one cannot help but talk a lot. Mito told Tsunade interesting stories from his childhood, which made Tsunade call her grandma from time to time. Nawaki even exaggerated and said that Tsunade was useless. It was not until Masaki reminded him that he noticed his elder sister's gaze and then he restrained himself. Chuan-Feng listened with great interest and kept his mouth shut. It seemed that he couldn't see Tsunade's murderous gaze, and he would probably be punished before he could even get home. Kushina was honestly in front of the crowd, but Minato's image somehow flashed through his mind. I wonder when they will have children of their own. Minato will definitely be a good father. I have to say, she thinks really far ahead. Finally, everyone ate cake and chatted for more than an hour before leaving. Nawaki and the other two escorted Xuanfeng and Tsunade out the door, and only turned around and closed the door after they disappeared from their sight. Walking in the moonlight, Xuanfeng is now enjoying this quiet time more and more. The frequency of using Flying Thunder God in the village is also decreasing. Why are you kicking me? Xuanfeng's face flushed and he rushed forward. Weren't you smiling happily while eating? Tsunade was behind Xuanfeng, with her hands on her hips, looking very imposing. Isn't that just me cooperating with Grandma? Xuanfeng knew that this was a revenge, and now he didn't have Mito to support him. He quickly found an excuse and begged for mercy. Do I need to laugh so hard that I can't straighten my back to cooperate with Grandma? Am I that funny? Tsunade refused to give in and refused to let Xuanfeng get away with it so easily. How could that be? It's not funny at all. Xuanfeng quickly denied it, saying that the situation was stronger than him. How happy I was laughing while eating, how miserable I am now. It's not funny, but why are you laughing? Tsunade was furious when she heard this and rushed towards Xuanfeng with her teeth bared. Don't come over here, or I'll call you if you come over again. Xuanfeng was not stupid either, he just ran away. Don't run if you dare. Tsunade shouted after him, chasing him relentlessly. The two shadows were one in front and one behind, stretching very long under the moonlight. In the end, Xuanfeng was caught by Tsunade. Tsunade gave up only after kicking Xuanfeng hard a few times. Back at Hatake's house, there was no sign of anything unusual happening to the two. After washing up, they went back to the house. Why don't you hug me anymore? Lying on the bed, Tsunade waited for a long time but Xuanfeng held her in his arms. Advertisement. She pouted, her tone slightly dissatisfied. Lord Hokage still has a feminine side. I'm afraid I can't control myself. Xuanfeng did not hide anything, smiled awkwardly, turned around and faced Tsunade. It's just a hug, it won't affect anything. Tsunade covered her mouth and laughed secretly, she didn't expect Xuanfeng had this side. Normally when I sleep, I wish I could hold myself to death in his arms. Forget it, let's just leave it at that. Xuanfeng rejected Tsunade's proposal because he had never been a father. But I heard that pregnant women can't stand that, but he can still hold it in. Oh, I can't sleep without being held. Tsunade moved her limbs around like a spoiled child, acting like a naughty child. Alright, hug me. Xuanfeng had no choice but to agree. Tsunade finally stopped with satisfaction, and raised her neck slightly. Xuanfeng put his hand through Tsunade's neck and his other hand around Tsunade's waist. The two of them were pressed tightly together, and each could feel the other's body temperature. This is comfortable. Tsunade closed her eyes and adjusted herself into a comfortable position. Soon, I felt Xuanfeng shrink away from me, and a gap appeared between them. What is this for? Tsunade suppressed her laughter and moved closer to him mischievously. Would you please stay away from me for a bit? Xuanfeng shrank back again. What a goblin. No, I don't want it. Tsunade refused decisively and moved closer again. The familiar touch made her feel playful. Woman, you are playing with fire. Xuanfeng whispered in Tsunade's ear, gritting his teeth. How can a man not tolerate this? How can someone bully others like this? It's just playing with fire. What can you do to me? What are you doing? Are you going to sleep? Xuanfeng was enduring with great difficulty. If he had not been afraid of hurting the child, he would have pounced on him long ago. Is it your business? Tsunade was very arrogant, and her hands were not idle behind her back. She had never seen Xuanfeng so honest. Sleep well, you're pregnant. Xuanfeng sighed and was already considering whether or not to sleep in separate beds. This was pure torture for him. Fool, it's only been a few days, I'll be fine. Keep your heart in your stomach. Tsunade finally couldn't help but laugh. Are you really alright? Advertisement. Xuanfeng felt something strange in his body and asked seriously. Believe it or not, if you don't seize the opportunity. I'm really going to be single for a while. Tsunade took her hand away, playing hard to get to perfection. You should have told me earlier. I was worried for nothing. Xuanfeng turned on the location on his hand and moved closer. You didn't ask. Tsunade said it with confidence. It's terrible that this man is so uneducated. My bad. Xuanfeng was busy while talking. Easy, are you born in the year of the dog? Tsunade gasped and patted Xuanfeng on the back. There was only a nasal sound in response. Xuanfeng was busy. If he doesn't enjoy it now, when the child is born, he won't have it all to himself. That's enough. How about I take it off and hang it around your neck? Tsunade really couldn't stand it. How could you play like this? Xuanfeng seems to be a little sick today. Although he likes it normally, it won't last this long. That's not necessary. Xuanfeng finally looked up and left reluctantly, and the game between the two officially began. I don't know how much time passed before they both showed happy expressions on their faces. Is it a boy or a girl? Feng lay down with his arms and legs spread out and asked casually. I don't know yet, but I want to have a son who will grow up to be as handsome and powerful as his father. Tsunade said this with a glimmer of longing in her eyes. I would like to have a daughter. As beautiful and generous as her mother. Feng smiled and praised Tsunade. Whose husband is this? He's really good at talking. Tsunade smacked Feng on the face, looking very satisfied. Look at what you said, I really mean it. Tsunade was the best gift he had ever received. Hee. Tsunade smiled innocently, put his arm around Feng, and the two hugged each other tightly. Another fight. Feng seemed to regain his spirits and whispered in Tsunade's ear. Who is afraid of who? Tsunade doesn't back him down, let's see who can't get up tomorrow. Walking. When the battle ended, it was already unknown what time it was in the early morning. The two tired bodies fell asleep in each other's arms, and soon a soft snore was heard. Chapter 289. A woman who acts like a coquettish person has the best luck. The next day, Feng woke up from his sleep and moved his numb arm slightly. The eyes are not fully open yet and consciousness is not fully awake. Perhaps this little movement startled Tsunade, and she uttered a hum, and slowly woke up. Good morning. Feng greeted her. It's time to go to work. Tsunade rubbed her eyes and saw the sunlight shining on the curtains. It's almost there. Feng squinted his eyes and also looked towards the window. Honey, but I don't want to get up. Tsunade turned over and hugged Feng, closing her eyes again. Then sleep a little longer. Feng didn't care, he had free time anyway. No, it's not good to leave Shota alone all the time. Tsunade rejected Feng's proposal. How about you take my place on the celestial shift? Then, as if he had thought of a good idea, he suddenly raised his head and opened his eyes, staring at Feng. I'm not going. Feng shook his head firmly. Whoever wants to do the Hokage's job can do it, but he won't do it. Husband, good husband, I'm pregnant now, and poor sleep will affect my baby's development. Besides, I feel a little uncomfortable. Just for one day, go ahead. Is it good? Tsunade was different from her usual self, so weak that it was hard to believe. Holding Feng's arm, he rocked his body on the bed. Even without clothes on, the soft touch was too much for Feng to bear. Okay, I'll go. Feng agreed on impulse, thinking that one day was no big deal. You're the best. Tsunade rewarded Feng with a kiss. Feng sat up and stretched lazily. Thank you for your hard work, husband. I'll wait for you at home. Tsunade threw another flirtatious glance, which completely controlled Feng. Okay, go back to sleep. I'm up. Feng threw back the quilt and got out of bed, then walked naked to the closet to get his clothes. After a while, Feng dressed neatly and returned to the bed. First, I'm leaving. He gave Tsunade a gentle kiss on the forehead. Well, bye. Tsunade's eyes were wide open, and she looked no longer sleepy. Feng walked out of the room, washed up and went to the restaurant. Everyone was having breakfast at this time, and they were a little surprised to see Feng. Tsunade usually gets up first. Advertisement. She didn't get enough rest, so I'll take her place for a day. Feng looked at everyone's surprised eyes and took the initiative to explain. Good, I know how to feel sorry for people. Nayuki smiled and handed a bun to Tsukumo. Be careful and don't make any mistakes. It's not that Shuomao doesn't believe in Feng's ability, it's just a friendly reminder. No. Feng sat down nonchalantly and started eating breakfast. We're done eating. Minato and the others said hello and left. It would not be appropriate for them to be with Tsukumo. Feng finished his meal leisurely and he was the only one left in the restaurant. Without Tsunade's company, he went directly to the Hokage's office via Flying Thunder God in order to save time. Shota has already arrived and is taking care of business. Morning, Shota. Feng greeted warmly and naturally went to Tsunade's seat and sat down. Good morning, Master Feng. Shota was also a little confused, but he didn't ask. Tsunade has something to do today, so I'll cover for a day. Feng still opened his mouth to explain. Oh, I see. Shota nodded to show that he understood. To him, it didn't make much difference. I have already thought about how to make things difficult for Feng and take revenge on him. Feng sat down and began to process the documents seriously. If something went wrong in one day, it would be difficult to explain to Tsunade. As time went on, he noticed that Shota came to him too often. It's so annoying. Shota, can you save it all for me? Feng sighed helplessly, his train of thought was always interrupted. Oops, sorry, I'll pay attention. Shota had an apologetic look on his face, but he was actually very happy in his heart. How dare you get to this day? Put it here. Feng pointed to the empty space on the table. Yes, Master Feng. Shota put down the documents and returned to his seat happily. My mood has improved a lot, how can I describe it in one word, beautiful. After Feng said that, Shota became much more restrained. He couldn't be too obvious in causing trouble, as that wouldn't be in keeping with his identity as a smart man. The two of them were working hard in the office, and Tsunade just got up slowly. I took a nap and felt refreshed. After washing up, I went to the restaurant and happened to meet Nayuki who came to get some snacks for Kakashi. Morning, sister-in-law. Tsunade took the initiative to greet Nayuki and told the servants to prepare food. What's the matter with that? You can have lunch any later. Nishui had a smile on her face, and there was naturally no blame in her tone. Haha, advertisement, it feels so good not to be at work. Tsunade said as she stretched out in enjoyment. It's not easy. Let Chuan Feng take your place. Now that you're pregnant, the treatment is different. Nishui joked about Chuan Feng, saying that there was no one in the family lazier than him. Of course not. I just said a few words and he laughed happily. Tsunade would never say that she had to act cute and coquettish to get Chuan Feng to agree. Then Chuan Feng deserves praise for this. Nishui believed it without any doubt. Taking Tsukumo as an example, these two brothers of the Hatake family love their wives and there is nothing to criticize about them. Let's go out for a walk later, sister-in-law. Tsunade was originally planning to go for a little gambling, but now he changed his mind. I seem to be happier when I'm with my family. Okay, go out and buy some clothes for them two brothers. Nishui agreed with a smile, and all she was thinking about was her husband. Okay, I'll call you after we finish eating. Tsunade sat down to eat, and Nayuki went out with snacks. After Tsunade finished eating, the two women took Kakashi and headed out the door. Gimao and Xiaobai did not follow, but lay in the martial arts hall to bask in the sun. This is also a hard-earned parent-child time for them. I haven't been this relaxed for a long time. Walking on the way to the commercial street, Tsunade was also inspired. Although she is not extremely busy on weekdays, she doesn't have much time to go shopping. Then take a good rest for a few days, and find something for Chuan Feng to do. Nishui didn't consider Chuan Feng's feelings at all and came up with a bad idea. Sister-in-law is right. I'll think about how to tell him. Tsunade rolled her eyes and began to brainstorm frantically. After deciding on a strategy, I felt much better. Chuan Feng thought he could just get through the day, but he didn't know Tsunade was already planning a trap for him. Mom, hold me. I can't walk anymore. Kakashi walked for a while and felt a little lazy. We've only walked a few steps, why are you hugging me? If your father were here, he would beat you up. Nayuki lectured Kakashi with a stern face. She still hopes the boys can be stronger. Forget it, sister-in-law. Kakashi is still young. Tsunade helped to speak. Maybe it was because of the pregnancy, but she liked Kakashi even more. Auntie will hold you, okay? Tsunade said as she held out her hands. Good. Kakashi didn't care and threw himself into Tsunade's arms. It's heavier again. Tsunade picked up Kakashi and kissed him on the face. You and Chuan Feng should just spoil him. Nishui felt helpless. It's not easy to be a strict mother. Chapter 290. Poor Chuan Feng. Tsunade was holding Kakashi, with Nayuki walking beside her. The three of them arrived at the commercial street in a short while and walked straight into a children's clothing store. Kakashi, do you like this outfit? Tsunade freed one hand and pointed at a nice little kimono. Nice. Kakashi didn't really like this style, but he went along with what Tsunade said. At such a young age, he is already so sophisticated. Then give it a try. Tsunade called the boss, and then asked Nayuki to take Kakashi to try on clothes. She walked around the store again, choosing items very carefully. When Kakashi came out, Tsunade praised him again. The boss immediately knew that the order was successful and his face was full of smiles. His clothes are notoriously expensive in Konoha, but the quality is indeed good. Try these too. Tsunade was afraid that Kakashi would get bored, so he discussed it with him. Yes, auntie. Kakashi simply agreed. Tsunade was his strong support. When leaving the store, Nishui was holding several bags in her hands. He's growing fast now, there's really no need to buy so much. Nishui didn't feel bad about it, she just thought it was a bit of a waste. It's okay, just dress nicely. Tsunade didn't take this little money seriously at all. The rent alone was a considerable income for her every year. Aunt is the best. Kakashi flattered Tsunade at the right time and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Our Kakashi is so good. Tsunade smiled happily when Kakashi praised her. Little flatterer. Nayuki patted Kakashi lightly on the head. This brat must have followed Chuan Feng. Tsukumo probably wasn't like this when he was a child. No, I'm telling the truth. Kakashi pouted in grievance and touched his head. Haha, it's like her little mouth is covered with honey. Tsunade laughed out loud at this. The three of them continued shopping and bought some clothes for Chuan Feng and Shuamao. It was noon. Tsunade had eaten late, but he wasn't hungry. But Nayuki and Kakashi still need to eat lunch. We found a restaurant that was suitable for children, and Tsunade accompanied us to eat something casually. Chuan Feng didn't go home either, and invited Shota to have dinner with him. Shota knew Chuan Feng was rich and had no intention of saving any for him. Everything is more expensive, it's pure revenge consumption. Chuan Feng saw this and found it a little funny. Is that enough? If it's not enough, you can order more. Chuan Feng looked at the table full of food and realized that he and Shota definitely couldn't finish it. That's enough. There's no room on the table. Shota pretended not to hear Chuan Feng's joke. Okay, that's all. I was sorry for you before. Advertisement, I'll consider this as an apology to you today. Chuan Feng poured Shota a glass of wine. Since they still had to work in the afternoon, they both ordered only a small cup. No way. I don't take it seriously. Shota quickly raised his glass to toast Chuan Feng. He didn't expect Chuan Feng to speak so directly. Anyway, you've been a great help, thank you. Chuan Feng was speaking from his heart. Without Shota, Tsunade would have probably given up on being Hokage a long time ago. It's my job, so I don't deserve a thank you. Shota was just a little resentful to begin with, not because of his busy work, but because of Chuan Feng's deceptive rhetoric. Now that things have been talked out, the little resentment in my heart has disappeared. Don't mention it. It's all in the wine. Chuan Feng drank it all first, as he had already intended to apologize. Good. Shota nodded, then raised his head and did it as well. The two looked at each other and laughed out loud. Friendship between men is so simple. Shota is only a few years younger than Chuan Feng, so they are of the same age. After a glass of wine, the two of them ate and chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. After eating and drinking, Shota felt a little embarrassed when it came time to pay the bill. He wondered if he had gone a little too far. It's okay, we've almost finished eating. Chuan Feng patted Shota on the shoulder, seeing through his thoughts. After paying, the two of them walked out to the Hokage building. Master Chuan Feng, I'll treat you next time. It's just that the specifications may be slightly worse. Shota scratched his head and decided to ask Chuan Feng to make up for it. It doesn't matter what we eat, I will definitely be there. Chuan Feng didn't care and simply agreed. Okay, it's settled then. Shota was also planning to treat Tsunade when she came one day. Back in the office, the two began their boring work again. Tsunade was picking clothes with Nayuki in a women's clothing store at this time. Kakashi was sitting alone in the store, and from time to time a lady would come up to him and pinch his little face. Being good-looking is also a sin. When Tsunade and Nayuki came back from shopping for clothes, Kakashi had several lip marks on his face. We Kakashi are really popular, Tsunade joked, smiling. Boys need to learn to say no. Nayuki wiped Kakashi's face while teaching him a lesson. I don't want to either. Those aunties would rush over and kiss me, and I couldn't stop them. Kakashi felt a little aggrieved, but he endured it because he was good-looking. There was also an aunt who looked like she weighed over 200 pounds and kissed him several times. He was afraid that he would have nightmares at night because of the thick powder on his face. It was only after thinking about Shiri Kurenai in my mind that I suppressed the fear. Okay, blame mom. Seeing Kakashi's pouting face, Nayuki didn't have the heart to say anything harsh. Let's go home. Tsunade waved her hand, and the three of them set off on their way home. Advertisement. We came back with a lot of stuff today. Even Kakashi was carrying 2 small bags in his hands. He didn't ask for anyone to hold him along the way and was incredibly well behaved. Xiao bai. Before they even got home, Kakashi started shouting at the top of his lungs. Ah, a big white dog came running over. This is its nickname, but it might also be its real name. I guess Kakashi will be too lazy to change it when he grows up. I'm leaving now. Kakashi climbed onto Xiao Bai's back and disappeared in a flash. The ghost mastiff came over at this moment, took the bag from Nishui's hand, and stayed with the two of them. Xiao Bai is really good, Tsunade complimented casually. Chuan Feng chose the best one. Nishui attributed the credit to Chuan Feng, and the ghost mastiff beside her rolled his eyes in a humane way. If that man hadn't threatened him, Xiao Bai wouldn't have been able to be used by Kakashi, a side branch. You have to know that he broke through many blockades in the Inuzuka family. Now all the credit goes to others. It's just a dog, how can it be reasoned with? A day passed quietly. Tsunade rested at home for a while, but couldn't help but go for a few rounds of gambling. Instead, we found a high-end casino, where the environment at least would not affect the fetus. Before dinner, Chuan Feng returned home and had a delicious dinner. I thought this boring life as Hokage was over, but it was just the beginning. The next day, Chuan Feng woke up from his dream tiredly. Only then did he realize that Tsunade had opened her eyes and was staring at him. Hubby, hold me up for another day. My stomach is not feeling well. Tsunade pretended to be in pain and rubbed Chuan Feng's belly with one hand. Don't give me that. It's strange that you have a stomachache. Chuan Feng's face was full of caution, and he found that things had deviated from his imagination. I really feel uncomfortable, don't you believe me? We have been in love for so long. Tsunade had tears in her eyes and her acting was terrible. I believe you. Chuan Feng covered his forehead with his hands, wondering who he had offended. Playing the emotional card is really unbearable. Then go ahead, I'll wait for you at home. At worst, I'll promise you a few new positions tonight. Tsunade knows how to control her husband, and she has to give Chuan Feng some benefits when she orders him around. No, this is the last time, okay. Chuan Feng looked into Tsunade's eyes and spoke very seriously. Okay, I promise. Tsunade made a swearing gesture and responded without hesitation. Then we have a deal. Chuan Feng got up reluctantly, put on his clothes and confirmed with Tsunade again. Only after getting a positive answer will he slowly leave. For the last time, haha. I'm just a poor woman. Tsunade heard the door close and scoffed as she pulled the covers over herself. Today is another beautiful day. Chapter 291 Habit Becomes Nature. Master Chuan Feng, you are here again. Chuan Feng just appeared in the Hokage's office using Flying Thunder God, and Shota looked up and saw it. Ah, Tsunade, she's not done with her work yet. Feng couldn't think of any good excuse. He couldn't say that he was being manipulated again. I could only sit down at the desk with a helpless look on my face. Oh. Shota didn't ask further. What could Tsunade have that would keep him busy for 2 days? He didn't say that he knew Tsunade very well, but he was well aware of her laziness. Feng was most likely conscripted into the army. Resisting the urge to laugh, Shota continued to work on the documents. Time passed quickly, and at the end of the day, Feng returned home with a tired look. Sister-in-law, where's Tsunade? Feng walked around the house but couldn't find Tsunade. Maybe he went to the gambling house. Tsunade left without saying hello to her, which was also Nayuki's guess. Let me take over, she's having fun. Feng murmured in a low voice, there was nothing he could do. You can only pamper your own wife. What did you say? Nashui didn't hear clearly and asked. Nothing, I'll go find her and come back for dinner. Feng said as he sensed the flying thunder god mark on Tsunade. The figure disappeared in a flash. Big. Before Feng could take a closer look at his surroundings, Tsunade's loud shouts rang in his ears. He looked carefully, and when the dice cup was opened, it turned out to be Xiao. Not surprisingly, Tsunade lost again. How come I lost again? Tsunade scratched her head in annoyance. Have you ever won? Feng burst out laughing. She really had no clear understanding of herself. You've come just in time. Help me gamble a few times. Tsunade was so engrossed in the show that she only noticed Feng now. He quickly pulled Feng to sit next to her. What are you still playing for? Let's go home and eat. Feng took a quick look and saw that Tsunade didn't have many chips left. After all, he still placed the bet. Play a little longer. Play a little longer. As Feng placed his bets, Tsunade had no interest in even looking at him. His eyes were fixed on the dice cup without blinking. You can't either. There is no reverse bet, it's all about luck. Advertisement. Feng also lost. His luck was really bad today. It's good to lose, go home. Feng just went all in, and now Tsunade has no chips left. Alright, I'll come back tomorrow to make up for it. After Tsunade finished speaking, Feng felt something was wrong. Where would she find the time tomorrow to cover for herself? Tomorrow. Feng stopped and questioned Tsunade. No, I mean I'm free. I'm free. Tsunade accidentally revealed her true intentions and hurried to remedy the situation. Really? Feng looked at Tsunade's sincere expression and was a little shaken. But I have become more cautious and will not agree to anything tomorrow no matter what. Yes, didn't you say you were going home for dinner? I'm hungry. Tsunade changed the subject and urged Feng to take her home quickly. Okay, let's go back and eat. Feng still felt sorry for Tsunade, so he didn't ask any more questions. When the two returned home, everyone was already there. How's it going? Did you win? Nayuki asked Tsunade with a grin. Don't mention it, Feng has really bad luck. Tsunade said nothing about his luck. Haha. Feng was so angry at her shamelessness that he laughed at it himself. This is great, the blame is directly put on me. Why are you laughing? Didn't you lose at all? Tsunade glared at him and spoke with confidence. Okay, it's me. Feng was too lazy to argue with her. Women are really unreasonable. Okay, both of you, eat. Tsukumo cannot agree with Tsunade's hobbies, what a spendthrift woman. It would be understandable if there were wins and losses. What's the point of playing if you lose every day? The two sat down, and after dinner everyone chatted for a while before dispersing. The family atmosphere is still as good as ever. Tsunade is relatively trustworthy. In the evening, several new postures were unlocked, which gave Feng a great time. Many of them are embarrassing postures that Feng has mentioned but never put into action. In order to continue to remain free, Tsunade is willing to take any risk. Even though they were an old couple, she still blushed. After the battle, Feng hugged Tsunade contentedly. How did you come up with this idea? Advertisement. Tsunade spat inwardly, Feng is such a shameless guy. Thinking back on it now, I blush. But it is indeed a novel experience. You're just too good looking, can you blame me? Feng would never turn the tables and say that he only watched these movies from Japanese love action movies. Ha, then you blame me. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him, she didn't have that many fancy ideas. It has nothing to do with you. Feng hugged Tsunade tighter, and rubbed Tsunade's body with his big hands wantonly. FKU, go to sleep. Tsunade pulled the quilt, not intending to continue this embarrassing topic. Okay, go to sleep. Feng tucked in the quilt, and the two fell asleep in each other's arms. As for credit, Tsunade has a little, but not much. The next morning, Tsunade pulled out all the stops. Act like a spoiled child, throw a tantrum, and play tricks. It's simply every possible means. I completely forgot that I promised Feng yesterday. It perfectly illustrates what it means to refuse to admit one's mistakes. Just wait for me. After leaving behind these harsh words, Feng got dressed and came to the Hokage's office angrily without even having breakfast. No matter how smart you are, you can't escape from my grasp. Tsunade clenched her fist in triumph. After the exercise, Tsunade felt a little hot, so he just covered his stomach and turned over to continue sleeping. In the days that follow, the process may be a little different, but the result will be the same. Xuan Feng's substitute career has never stopped since it began. No matter how he resisted, Tsunade had a way to make him go to work. His position as the younger brother in the family is obvious at a glance, and his reputation as a henpecked husband is well deserved. After a period of struggle, Xuan Feng has apparently accepted his fate. This morning, Xuan Feng did not argue with Tsunade. When the time comes, I get up out of habit. Where are you going? Tsunade was a little surprised, she was expecting to compete with Xuan Feng. Don't you know where I'm going? Xuan Feng glanced at her with disdain on his face. Why are you asking this question even though you already know the answer? You are quite self-conscious today. Tsunade sneered, not even a hint of guilt could be heard. Does it make a difference whether you are conscious or not? Xuan Feng asked again, causing Tsunade to laugh. Bye, sleep till you die. Xuan Feng packed up, left a few words and walked out. At this point, Tsunade has completely become a hands-off boss. Every day he either gambles a little or goes shopping. When he feels like it, he goes to the laboratory to do research with Orochimaru. He lives a very carefree life, a carbon copy of Xuan Feng, even better than him. Chapter 292 Kakashi's Birthday. As time went by, Tsunade's belly grew bigger. Xuan Feng has become accustomed to the daily routine, no matter how boring it is. When I got home and saw Tsunade with a big belly, all my worries disappeared. Today is Kakashi's second birthday, and everyone started preparing early. After inviting a bunch of friends, Shuomao also got off work early today. It's not even time for dinner yet, but the Hatake household is already bustling with activity. The Yuhi Shinku family will definitely be there, as they are the future in-laws. Dai also brought his wife and children over to see his wife's slightly bulging belly. Guy should have a brother or sister. Seeing this, Xuan Feng was still thinking, what if the original Guy had a younger brother? I'm afraid the two brothers can kick the final outcome with their own feet. I even laughed out loud when I thought about the exciting part. What are you laughing at? Tsunade elbowed Xuan Feng. Nothing, I'm just happy today. Xuan Feng didn't explain because it was a joke only he could understand. I see. Tsunade thought this explanation was reasonable and stopped asking questions. Orochimaru, we have to work harder. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were joking around, and Maki beside him was also smiling. Just take care of yourself. Don't worry about me. Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth slightly and touched Yi Kang's belly. There are so many people. Yi Kang embarrassedly slapped Orochimaru's hand away. That expression on her face was not a smile, but happiness, the radiance of motherhood. No way, Yi Kang is pregnant. Jiraiya's face was full of shock. He was the one with the slowest progress. It's just a matter of a few days. Orochimaru calmly pretended to be cool, but didn't say much. FK. Wife, we need to speed up the process when we get back. Jiraiya cursed and turned to discuss things with Maki. Is it because my posture is wrong or something went wrong? This shouldn't happen. Dead face, can't you go back and tell me? Although she was used to Jiraiya's shamelessness, Maki still blushed. Okay. Jiraiya nodded in agreement and everyone started laughing. Fugaku, when are you going to marry Makoto? Xuan Feng looked at Fugaku who was not far away. He hadn't said much. Me, don't worry, wait a few years. Fugaku looked at Makoto and took her hand and shook it. Yes, you are together every day. There's no rush. Advertisement. Xuan Feng made a joke, which made Makoto feel a little embarrassed. Haha, not really. We're not ready yet. What Fugaku said was true. Makoto is not even 18 yet, so it's a bit too early to talk about getting married. How is the marriage between the Uchiha and the Snow Clan going? Orochimaru doesn't care about Fugaku's private life, but he is very interested in the combination of the two bloodline limit families. It's going well. It's already 3 pairs. Fugaku also took this matter to heart, and he knew the names of several couples clearly. It's really good, but I don't know if there will be descendants who can inherit both bloodlines. Orochimaru said it directly, without beating around the bush. That's hard to say. From what I understand, awakening ice escape isn't that easy. Fugaku didn't continue. Not every Uchiha can awaken the Sharingan. Adding these two together, the chances are probably pitifully small. If we have it, we will focus on training it. If we don't have it, that's fine. There's still a lot of time. Tsunade is open-minded and believes that Konoha is not short of geniuses. Even if he possesses 2 bloodline limits, he is probably not considered a top talent in Konoha. Besides, as long as there is a steady supply of new babies born from marriages. Sooner or later, there will be a child who possesses both Sharingan and Ice Release Kekkei Genkai. Tsunade is right, there is still a long way to go. This is not something that happens overnight. Jiraiya knew where Orochimaru's focus was. If there is, I will reserve a disciple first. Maybe I'll need your help then, Fugaku. Orochimaru said this slightly jokingly, and no one knew whether it was true or not. Why would you need me? Being Orochimaru-sama's disciple is a great joy. Fugaku responded with a smile, saying that he wouldn't mind doing a favor one day. Fugaku, you better be more careful. I'm not afraid of the child being sliced into pieces by Orochimaru. The relationship between Xuanfeng and Orochimaru is something that can be easily joked about. I'll slice you into pieces. Orochimaru glared at Xuanfeng. How could he be so cruel? At most, it's just drawing some blood, and slicing is too exaggerated. Haha. With Xuanfeng's jokes, the atmosphere became lively again. One by one, the old friends began to expose each other's shortcomings, and laughter could be heard throughout the hall. The quarrel ended only when Tsukumo came over and asked everyone to take their seats. Kakashi is the oldest today, wearing newly bought clothes and his hair is combed very smooth. Happy birthday, Kakashi. Hong was the first to offer her blessings. She handed Kakashi a small gift and kissed him on the cheek. Thanks. Kakashi was about to kiss back when Nayuki grabbed him. You really can't afford to suffer any loss at such a young age. Haha. Advertisement. This action made the adults present couldn't help laughing. I don't have anything good either. This is the latest version of 8 Inner Gates. As a birthday present for you. Dai then handed over a scroll, a version he had carefully researched. There was already a method for practicing the Death Gate in it, and it was specially written in red. Thank you Uncle Dai. Seeing that Kakashi was still unhappy about what happened just now, Tsukumo patted him. Thank you, Uncle Dai. Kakashi reacted immediately, took it with both hands, and thanked him obediently. Well, I'll practice with Guy from now on. Dai sat down with satisfaction. Guy looked at Kakashi with his eyes rolling around, wondering what he was thinking. Afterwards, Kakashi received gifts from every group of visitors, and the smile on his little face never faded. Everyone has spent money, let's eat. Shuomao said something polite and then asked everyone to start eating. Maybe it was because it had been a while since so many people had gathered together, so everyone drank heartily tonight. Only Tsunade and Yi Kang watched silently, without drinking a drop of wine. After eating and drinking, it was time for the last part. A large 3-layer cake was pushed over by the servant. Let's cut the cake. Shuomao reeked of alcohol and his speech was slurred. Holding Kakashi, they started cutting the cake, and everyone got a big piece. The little ones didn't eat enough, so they ate a few more pieces. The 3 youngest, Kakashi, Hong, and Guy, were taken out to play by Nawaki and his gang. Only a group of adults remained in the restaurant, continuing to chat. As the night deepened, the excitement in the Hatake household came to an end. After seeing the guests out, the day finally comes to an end. At Tsunade's urging, Xuanfeng washed up and returned to his room, and the smell of alcohol on his body had faded a lot. Are you still energetic? Tsunade was lying on the bed in a seductive pose. Stop it, I won't agree to it. Xuanfeng no longer believed Tsunade's words. With such a big belly, he really didn't dare to take action. You don't believe what I said. Tsunade slapped her belly until it made loud noises. Gently, gently. Xuanfeng quickly stopped this tiger woman. Forget it. I mean well, if you want to be single, that's up to you. Tsunade turned around as if angry. I can hold it in. Xuanfeng lay down after he finished speaking, and soon began to snore. I'm so pd off. Tsunade was still waiting for Xuanfeng to coax her, but he fell asleep instead. He gently kicked Xuanfeng twice before stopping. Chapter 293 Witch Warrior. Boom boom boom. Come in. Xuanfeng didn't even raise his head. He had gotten used to the intensity of the work and his days were incredibly fulfilling. Lord Xuanfeng. The person who came was none other than Hayato Yamanaka, who usually came without any good news to report. What's the matter? Tell me. Xuanfeng scratched his head, his mood was affected by seeing him. It's not because I hate Hayato, but he always brings trouble. We have received reliable information that the owner of the Underground Gold Exchange has accepted your bounty order. Hayato almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he shared this news. You know, when he first heard the news, he thought his subordinates had said something wrong. Xuanfeng is not just any nobody, he is the new god of the ninja world. I'm afraid someone is crazy about money. What? Shang Tai was shocked. Which warrior accepted the bounty? Interesting. Xuanfeng was not angry at all, he was smiling. Do you want to send someone to protect your safety? Hayato asked tentatively, as this was his duty. He knew there was little point in doing so. If the newcomer can kill Xuanfeng, who in the entire Konoha can stop him? No need, you don't have to worry about this matter. I've been feeling really bored lately, so it'd be nice to have someone come and entertain me. Xuanfeng refused outright, he actually wanted to meet this warrior. May I ask, how much is Lord Xuanfeng worth? Shota was purely curious about what amount of money could make someone so crazy that they would even give up their life. What do you mean I'm worth? It should be what my bounty is. Xuanfeng corrected Shota's words and said that he was nothing. If I remember correctly, it's 350 million taels. Hayato said a specific amount, if it was too low he would be embarrassed to remember it. Not bad. Xuanfeng remembered that in the original novel, Asuma's bounty was 35 million taels, and his own was 10 times as much, so it was barely acceptable. Is it so valuable? Shota's eyes lit up and he immediately looked at Xuanfeng. What are you looking at? You think you can exchange me for money with your 2 tricks? Xuanfeng glared back fiercely, the brat looked unfriendly. No way, I just want to see if you are covered in gold. Shota grinned. Even if he had the courage, he wouldn't dare to have such an idea. That's not gold, that's diamond. Hayato also joined in the conversation and made fun of Chuan Feng. Advertisement. Alright, you two, make fun of me. Be careful or I'll make things difficult for you. Chuan Feng glanced at the two of them and put on a fierce expression. You are a magnanimous person, so don't bother with us. Shota didn't look scared at all. Yeah, my feet are too big to wear small shoes. Hayato also made a witty remark. God can't bear the pain, get off. Chuan Feng couldn't help laughing out loud, they were all talented and spoke nicely. Yes, command. Hayato gave a fake salute before slowly turning around and leaving. Master Chuan Feng, I think we should strengthen the village's security. It would be bad if civilians were injured. Shota still took Hayato's words to heart and offered his own suggestions. Since he dared to accept the bounty order for killing Chuan Feng, he must be quite capable. When a ninja of that level starts causing trouble in the village, it's no joke. Well, you go and do it. Chuan Feng nodded and agreed. He would feel bad if civilians were killed or injured due to his negligence. Then I'll go and explain first. After saying this, Shota walked out the door, even putting down the work at hand for the time being. What an impatient person. Looking at Shota's hurried back, Chuan Feng smiled and shook his head. In less than half a quarter of an hour, the news spread throughout Konoha. Everyone knows that there is a guy who values money more than his life and is coming to Konoha to kill Chuan Feng. This incident has become a hot topic of conversation among the residents of Konoha village after dinner. If you don't know this news, you will be accused of not caring about the affairs of the village. Have you heard that there is a fearless person coming to our Konoha to kill Lord Chuan Feng? Inside the barbecue restaurant, a Jonin was chatting with his companions. Yes, that guy is the toilet light. The companion swallowed a large piece of barbecue before responding slowly. Who said it wasn't? I don't think it's necessary for Master Chuan Feng to do anything. He's quite skilled at getting into Konoha. This Jonin was confident in Konoha's defenses. That's not what I meant. Didn't Ataki Nin sneak in many years ago? His companions didn't think that a ninja who dared to take on such a big project would not even be able to get into Konoha. From another perspective, it is an insult to Lord Chuan Feng. Who dares to challenge Tai Sui? You mean the one that threw shurikens at Shodai's wood clone from 800 miles away? This incident caused a lot of uproar at the time. Although they were young at the time, they still remember it clearly. Yes, that's the Takanen. His companion nodded repeatedly. He didn't know his name, but he knew that he was from Takanen village. Advertisement. Because of these old events, it seems that Lord Chuan Feng also went to negotiate with Lord Hokage about the other party's tailed beasts. Isn't that a joke? If Shodai hadn't been too lazy to investigate, would he still be alive? Jonin really found it funny and almost cried. A shuriken was thrown at wood clone from 800 miles away, and then the wind was strong and fierce. I've never heard of such an outrageous assassination. This is not a game. Shodai has a good heart, but I can't say for sure about Lord Chuan Feng. May the warrior be blessed. There was no trace of worry in the conversation between the two, they were just chatting. With some fun things happening, even drinking speed has increased. I'm leaving first. Outside the window, the sun has set. Chuan Feng finished his official business and said hello to Shota. Well, be careful on the road. Shota forgot that Chuan Feng didn't have to walk home by himself, so there was no way he would encounter any danger. Haha, who are you looking down on? Chuan Feng snapped his fingers and disappeared on the spot. When they returned to the training hall at home, Tsunade was walking with a bulging belly. She no longer goes to the gambling house, at most she goes shopping with Naishui. Yo, the 350 million is back. When Tsunade saw Chuan Feng, she waved exaggeratedly. Naishui next to her was already bent over with laughter. Neither of them went out today, and I learned this news from the servants' gossip. How is it? Your husband, I'm still quite valuable, right? Chuan Feng joked to himself and walked over with a smile. Haha, be careful when you sleep at night. Be careful or I'll take you for money. 350 million is enough for me to make up for my losses. With Chuan Feng's cooperation, Tsunade smiled even more brightly. Just save your energy. It's just a matter of losing a few more days. Chuan Feng waved his hand with a gloomy look on his face. If Tsunade really won, then he might not live long. How dare you talk like that? Tsunade hit him lightly a few times in dissatisfaction, saying that she was not that bad. No matter how bad my luck is, I can't win twice with 350 million. I think what Chuan Feng said makes sense. Naishui commented seriously. Sister-in-law, Tsunade scolded, her voice was sickeningly sweet. Haha, Chuan Feng laughed heartily on the side. Chapter 294. Mocking in person. Time passed quickly, and more than a week had passed since Hayato last came to report the news. The ninjas patrolling the village did not find any suspicious persons, nor did they notice that the barrier was broken. Many people thought that the warriors who came to assassinate Chuan Feng had retreated in the face of difficulty. Chuan Feng himself didn't take it seriously at all. If time went on any longer, he would probably forget about it. Konoha village was not affected any differently by the news. Boss, 1 slice of raw beef liver and 1 monkfish liver. A tall man with green pupils and wearing a mask sat down in the restaurant. It was past dinner time and the store was deserted, with only a few customers. Okay, wait a moment. The boss doesn't mind the strange tastes of his customers. He has everything his customers like to eat, as long as his store sells it. The tall man looked around and didn't see any ninja wearing Konoha's forehead protector in the store. He was somewhat relieved. It took him a long time to sneak into Konoha. It looks like it's safe for now. Fortunately, I had some infiltration experience many years ago, otherwise it would not be so easy this time. You don't look like someone from the village. At this moment, the boss came over with a plate and started talking to the tall man. This is just when he is free. If he is busy, the boss will not have time to talk to him. Good vision, I came to Konoha to see if there is any business to do. The tall man was not panicked at all and his mentality was very calm. But his green eyes stared at the boss without blinking. If the boss made any unusual move, he would probably take action in the next second. He is here to do two big businesses worth 350 million, and he can't fail here. He had already lost face in Konoha once when he was young, and that was a stain on his life. Although he usually boasts of it, who knows the sadness and tears behind it. I can't let myself be embarrassed again this time. I must get up where I fell. If it weren't for the purpose of replacing the heart destroyed last time, he would have come to Konoha long ago. Decades have passed, and now that he has mastered the powerful secret art of earth resentment, his strength is no longer what it used to be. The ridiculous things that happened when we were young will never happen again. He swore. Then you are finally here. We have plenty of opportunities in Konoha. The boss is very proud of his village and the smile on his face is genuine. After World War II, Konoha received the most compensation. The high-end combat power is strong and the internal environment is very harmonious. Now among the 5 major ninja villages, it is absolutely the strongest. No matter what, then I'll ask for your blessing. Advertisement. With the 2 gods of the ninja world, Konoha does seem to be more prosperous than other villages. The tall man continued according to the boss's words, greatly satisfying the boss's vanity. Of course not. Lord Chuan Feng has even come to eat at my place. The boss had a bit of a show-off mentality. Everyone in Konoha knew that Lord Chuan Feng seldom ate out. All the restaurants he had eaten at were recognized in the village for their good cooking skills. Unfortunately, it would be a waste of time to tell it to a person from another village. Really, Lord Chuan Feng must be very ostentatious when he goes out. The tall man pretended to be tentative, wanting to learn more about Chuan Feng's security situation from the side. Sir, you are joking. Master Chuan Feng doesn't need any pomp and ceremony. Everyone in Konoha knows him. Even when I heard someone was trying to assassinate him a while ago, I didn't see any guards. The boss looked at the tall man with a slightly disdainful look. What a foreigner you are. You don't even know this. I see. I thought that big shots were always surrounded by people when they went out. The tall man chuckled and secretly rejoiced in his heart. On the contrary, he didn't care at all about the news leaking, which was completely within his expectations. If there is not even this information channel, then Konoha's intelligence department can be closed down. Hatake Chuan Feng, you are about to pay the price for your arrogance. That's someone else. Master Chuan Feng is not like that. There's no need to say more. I think the assassin hasn't dared to show up in all these days. He must be too scared to come. The boss laughed as he spoke. If he knew that the person he was mocking was sitting right in front of him, he probably wouldn't dare to say it. Then, perhaps feeling unsatisfied, the boss added 2 more sentences. Back then, there was also a fool who tried to assassinate Shodai, but he ran away in disgrace. I heard that even Shodai's clothes Kakuzu didn't touch it. It's really funny. When the tall man heard this, the corners of his eyes twitched unconsciously. I wish I could just use a ninjutsu to send this outspoken boss to death. Insulting someone without exposing their shortcomings is just rubbing salt into his wounds. That person really overestimated his own abilities. The tall man suppressed his anger and decided not to ruin the bigger picture for the sake of momentary pleasure. I was indeed a little ignorant when I was young, and I have to admit that. But that's also the fault of those hateful politicians in Tokigakure. Thinking of this, his eyes became fierce. Boss. At this time, another customer came into the store and shouted. Advertisement. Here I come. The boss responded loudly and prepared to leave. He really had to thank the guests for coming, otherwise if he continued chatting like this, his life would be in danger. Who says it's not? Take your time to eat. I'll go and do my work first. The boss didn't say anything else to irritate the tall man. Okay, I'll try your cooking. The tall man had an unpleasant conversation with the boss, but he still patiently pretended to be friendly. Then take your time. Call me if you need anything. After saying this, the boss left in a hurry, fearing that the new customer would become impatient waiting. Well, go ahead and get busy. The tall man watched the boss leave and took a few deep breaths before picking up his chopsticks. He finished the 2 not so large portions very quickly. During this period, the boss did not come to chat again, which was a good thing for both of them. After eating, the tall man sat for a while before he stood up, paid and left. Come again next time. The boss was still calling eagerly behind him. The tall man didn't even turn his head, but stretched out his arm and waved. He will definitely not come to this shabby shop again next time. Walking down the streets of Konoha, tall men were wandering around. I looked at the Hokage rock and stared at Hashirama's portrait for a long, long time. He walked past the Hokage building and looked at it from a distance, but he didn't dare to stay for long. After a long time, he finally chose a hotel that looked rather shabby. The shop is shabby, but the boss is very cool. It looks like you can't stay here anymore. The tall man was happy with this, at least he didn't pay attention to his actions. Before doing anything, he decided to stay here. Arriving at the simple room, he lay on the bed and tapped his temples gently. Killing Hatake Kawakaze in Konoha still requires careful planning. It's unrealistic to want to kill him in public. Even if he could suppress Hatake Kawakaze, he couldn't resist so many ninjas in Konoha. The most urgent task is to lure Hatake Kawakaze out. Thinking of this, the tall man had a clear idea. He wanted to plan a riot to lure Kawakaze out. Then he used his absolute strength to take Kawakaze's head in exchange for the reward of 350 million taels. Thinking of the beauty, he couldn't help but smile. Chapter 295, Attack of Kakuzu. Kawakaze goes back and forth between home and the Hokage office every day. Using Flying Thunder God back and forth, it can be said that he is a dragon that can only be seen from the head but not the tail. After many days of scouting, Kakuzu didn't even see his shadow. I go out early and come back late every day, but gain nothing. Kakuzu's mood gradually became anxious and he fidgeted in the hotel room. We can't go on like this. Give it a try. His eyes became firm, as if he had made some decision. Kawakaze was currently caressing Tsunade's belly, occasionally leaning over to listen to the fetal movements. So many days have passed, and he has completely forgotten about the assassination. It's moving. Kawakaze's face was full of excitement, as he had just been kicked hard in the face twice. Look at you, you're so silly. It's just fetal movement. Tsunade had a smile on her face and her figure was fuller than before she was pregnant. She's going to give birth in a few months. Why don't you tell me whether it's a boy or a girl? Kawakaze lay down next to Tsunade. He didn't know how many times he asked this. Whether male or female, they are all your children. Tsunade still didn't answer, which whetted Kawakaze's appetite. Oh, just tell me. Kawakaze acted like a spoiled brat for the first time, which gave Tsunade a chill. Put away your embarrassing look. Isn't it okay for me to tell you? Tsunade shuddered, defeated. You tell me, you tell me. Kawakaze looked very proud, and it seemed that both men and women fell for this trick. If I had known this earlier, I would have used this trick earlier. It's just really kind of disgusting. Boy, you're going to have a son. It wasn't a very important secret. Tsunade was just trying to whet Kawakaze's appetite. I don't have any special feelings when I say this. It's okay if it's a son. A trace of regret flashed across Kawakaze's face. He really wanted a daughter. Why, you're still not happy? Seeing his dead look, Tsunade grabbed his ear. No, no, my son is fine. Kawakaze's head swayed as Tsunade's hand did, and he began to give in. That's more like it. Tsunade didn't delve into it, she was quite satisfied anyway. What would you like to name it? Advertisement. Kawakaze immediately started to worry about his son's name. This is your business, I won't ask. Tsunade gave the right to name to Kawakaze because she was too lazy to bother. Then call him Yuto, Hatake Yuto. I hope he can live a long life. Kawakaze came up with a name with his good wishes. He didn't ask his son to become a powerful ninja, but he asked for peace and longevity. The meaning is good, but it doesn't sound very good. Tsunade shook her head in disapproval. I just said don't ask. Kawakaze muttered in dissatisfaction. What did you say? Speak louder. Tsunade didn't hear clearly and thought Kawakaze was talking to her. Nothing, I was just thinking of a name. How could Kawakaze dare to say it again? He could only continue to think hard. After having 10 names rejected by Tsunade in a row, Kawakaze decided not to do it anymore. Whoever loves it can do it. That's enough for today, we still have a lot of time. I don't think there's any rush to come up with a name. Kawakaze put it more tactfully, saying directly that he was afraid of being beaten. I usually tell you to read more books, but you don't listen. You can't even come up with a decent name. Tsunade didn't realize that it was his fault and even blamed Kawakaze. You were right, I will read more books later. Kawakaze was originally planning to retort, but after thinking it over he held back. As the saying goes, one step back opens up a new world, one step forward opens up a new world, so he still takes good care of his body. Okay, go to sleep if you're fine. Tsunade pulled Kawakaze's arm under his neck, found a comfortable position and closed his eyes. She had stopped trying to seduce Kawakaze a long time ago. That guy was determined not to touch her and had been single for several months. Looking at his determination, he thought there would be no problem in holding on until the birth of his child. Good night. Kawakaze kissed Tsunade on the side of her cheek, then lay down and fell asleep. As the night deepened, the entire Konoha fell into silence. Kakuzu tiptoed out of the room. He was going to take action tonight. Without alerting anyone, Kakuzu left the hotel and went out onto the street. The streets were empty, with only a few lights on. A cool breeze blew, ruffling his clothes. Konoha, Prepare for my surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakuzu jumped up from the ground. It sped across the rooftop and disappeared into the night in a moment. Not long after, he arrived at the destination of this trip. Advertisement. Hokage Building. The destination was well chosen. If something goes wrong in the Hokage Building, Xuanfeng will definitely show up. But the benefits come with great risks, and Kakuzu can also sense the patrolling ninjas in the Hokage Building. But they were all Jonin and could not stop him from moving forward. Kakuzu waited a moment, playing with the time difference. He took advantage of the patrolling ninja just passing by and quickly entered the Hokage Building. He originally wanted to find an important office to set fire to, but he was not familiar with the place. I had to settle for the next best thing and just picked one at random. Kakuzu piled up the flammable items in the house and took out the detonating talisman he carried with him and stuck them on. It's a pity that the art he pursues is not explosion, otherwise I would have to say, art is explosion. After doing all this, Kakuzu sneaked out again. After finding a secluded corner, he put on a triumphant smile. Burst. Following a low shout from Angle, a deafening explosion was heard from the Hokage Building. Boom. Fire. There are spies causing trouble. Inform Lord Xuanfeng. ... The ninjas in the Hokage Building were in chaos as the explosions sounded, and Kakuzu smiled even more happily. Watching the smoke and sparks coming out of the Hokage Building, Kakuzu waited patiently, but his body was more hidden. It wasn't long before a lot of people gathered in the Hokage Building. The leader was Xuanfeng, and even Tsunade followed him with her big belly. Xuanfeng couldn't persuade her, otherwise he wouldn't have let her come. If the child is hurt, he will regret it deeply. Hokage is a big man, Xuanfeng is a big man. The fire has been put out, but the murderer has not been found yet. It was our fault that we didn't discover the spy who infiltrated. The captain on duty tonight bowed to report to Xuanfeng and Tsunade, his face full of embarrassment. This was a scandal that Konoha had never experienced before. The Hokage Building being set on fire was a huge disgrace. What is the damage? Xuanfeng frowned. Now is not the time to pursue responsibility. The largest fire was in the utility room, and the damage was within an acceptable range. The captain on duty reported everything in detail. Fortunately, Kakuzu was not familiar with the layout of the Hokage Building, otherwise the fire would have caused enormous damage. Did you find anything? Tsunade stared at the captain, her tone stern. The captain was enveloped by strong pressure and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Not yet. The person who came was very clean. The captain was under so much pressure that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Why did the accident happen when I was on duty? Chapter 296 Kakuzu takes action. He's quite capable. Xuanfeng made a casual remark and looked around. Seeing this, Kakuzu subconsciously lowered his body. He didn't want to be discovered like this. The captain thought Xuanfeng was mocking him and opened his mouth but was too embarrassed to argue. I could only keep my head bowed, hoping that I could get through this stage quickly. What do you think he wanted by setting fire to the Hokage Building? Tsunade touched her big belly, as if she was talking to the fetus in her belly. I didn't steal anything, and I didn't enter the forbidden technique room. It should be to lure us out. To be precise, they want to lure me out. Xuanfeng thought about it for a while and got the answer. He raised his hand and stroked his chin, looking wise. You mean, it's directed at you. When Tsunade heard Xuanfeng say this, he suddenly remembered the bounty order and woke up from his dream. The two of them left the captain aside and started chatting among themselves. That should be it. It's ridiculous to want to get 350 million and not make such a fuss. Xuanfeng smiled slightly, as if he didn't take the matter too seriously. The captain's heart was relieved a little. You still have the heart to laugh, catch him quickly. If we let him escape, where will Konoha put its reputation? Tsunade glared at Xuanfeng, this heartless guy. My wife is right. It's nothing serious now. I'll take you back first. Xuanfeng said as he took Tsunade's arm, intending to take her home first. Okay, remember to notify me when you catch him. I want to see who is so bold as to come to Konoha and cause trouble. Tsunade couldn't go to investigate in person as she was pregnant, so she readily agreed. If it were in the past, she would definitely get to the bottom of it herself. Don't worry, when you wake up, the man will be caught. Xuanfeng didn't care about anything and just made the big promise. Only by sending Tsunade back can he focus on tracking down the murderer. If you really can't catch him, then we can talk about not catching him. You lead the team to track it down first, I'll be back soon. After turning around and giving the captain some instructions, Xuanfeng prepared to leave. Yes, advertisement. The captain felt relieved. He secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead and slowly straightened up. This hurdle has finally been passed. Next, I must make amends and catch that B****************. Before he could call on his men, he saw a terrifying beam of chakra cannon coming from a distance. Extremely fast and bright, the chakra cannon was close in the blink of an eye. The violent and unstable chakra surged, making a huge sound even before it exploded. Carried by a strong gust of wind, all obstacles in the straight line were turned into dust. You can tell from just looking at it that its power cannot be underestimated. If you get hit by it, it's hard to say whether you'll live or die. This is Kakuzu's attack. Earth grudge, final shot. At this moment, he had not put away the 3 earth resentment masks of wind, fire and thunder gathered on his right arm. The 3 masks were opening their bloody mouths. Kakuzu had a hideous smile on his face, and his eyes were staring straight ahead. If this one strike could kill Hatake Chuan-feng, it would be perfect. With beautiful visions, Kakuzu was tense. The excitement in my heart gradually grew as the chakra cannon flew. Master Chuan-feng, hide quickly. Faced with the sudden attack, it was too late to use earth style to defend. Many ninjas cried out in surprise and asked Chuan-feng, who was the first to be hit, to get out of the way. Tsunade was beside Chuan-feng and glanced at him calmly. I had no intention of taking action at all. Who would be responsible if the baby was frightened? Her face showed no emotion or joy, and her Hokage demeanor was evident. As long as Chuan-feng was there, she wouldn't feel afraid. Chuan-feng did not disappoint Tsunade, and lightning attribute chakra lit up on his body in an instant. Before I could even see any movement, the person had already flown out at a speed that was completely impossible to capture with the naked eye. So fast. Many Konoha shinobi only saw a flash before their eyes, and then Chuan-feng disappeared. It was impossible to avoid it, not to mention that Tsunade was still there. Even the Hokage building behind him couldn't withstand an attack of this magnitude. Thunder-style collapse fist. Chuan-feng shouted loudly, and punched out with his right fist flashing with lightning, colliding head-on with the chakra cannon. Bang! As the explosion sounded, an invisible air wave spread out. The weaker ninjas were blown back a few steps. The wind and sand were blinding, and they all raised their hands to block their eyes. Only the red chakra emanating from Tsunade blocked the intrusion of wind and sand. See the scene in front of you clearly. The power of Kakuzu's 3-attribute combination ninjutsu is extraordinary. If it were an ordinary person, it would be fatal. Unfortunately, the one who took the challenge was Chuan-feng, the god of ninja who had mastered the lightning-style armor. The storm subsided and Chuan-feng's figure appeared not far away. Advertisement. I saw him lightly brushing his collar, and even his hair was not messed up. Not to mention any wounds. The lightning-style armor that can withstand tailed beast bomb is indeed incredibly strong in terms of defense. How is that possible? Kakuzu's mouth is so wide open that a light bulb could fit in it. He stood there in a daze, unable to accept this result. The final shot can be said to be his strongest single-target attack ninjutsu, and no one has ever been able to withstand it head-on. At this moment, Kakuzu's previous confidence collapsed instantly. He personally felt the gap in strength between himself and Chuan-feng, which was a deep ravine with no end in sight. Just like when I faced Senju Hashirama, I was the fool. If I can't even break his defense, how can I kill him? By dreaming. No wonder no one has tried to earn the 350 million taels for so long. It's not that money isn't valuable, it's that others are smarter than you. He now had only one thought in his mind. Escape, I want to escape. Kakuzu didn't dare to stay any longer and turned around and left. This attack had completely exposed his position. The Konoha shinobi were already chasing in his direction. Go chase me, why are you looking at me? Tsunade yelled at Chuan-feng. She could see that Kakuzu was quite powerful. I'm afraid these Jonin won't be able to stay if they catch up. I'll go now, but be careful. Chuan-feng glanced at Tsunade. She could also use the power of the tailed beasts, so she would have no problem protecting herself. Go quickly. Tsunade waved her hand, reassuring him. Good. As soon as he finished speaking, Chuan-feng disappeared. Konoha is his home ground, and his flying thunder god mark can be seen in every corner. This is also the reason why he is not in a hurry. If the person who comes can escape from his hands, then his name Hatake Chuan-feng will be written backwards. Kakuzu was so fast that the pursuers behind him could only see his back. The distance is widening. Captain, he's too fast. A Konoha shinobi called out to the captain. You have to catch up even if you can't. The captain gritted his teeth and sped up a bit. You fools who overestimate your own abilities. Kakuzu glanced back, furious. He just wanted to evacuate safely now, but this group of people were chasing him too closely. Chapter 297 Vulnerable. Fire-style head hard work. Kakuzu formed seals with his hands but did not stop. A black monster emerged from behind him, and a sea of fire appeared from its mouth. Water-style water barrier. Looking at the overwhelming sea of fire, several Konoha shinobi who knew water-style quickly used water-style to defend themselves. A wall of water appeared out of nowhere, blocking the group of people. Although water-style restrains fire-style, it still depends on the difference in strength. It is obvious that Kakuzu is far more powerful than these Konoha shinobi. Their water barrier did not provide much protection against the head injury. It merely slowed down the spread of the fire, and soon the water wall was evaporated. Several Konoha shinobi were exposed in the sea of fire, looking helpless. The area was too large and it was too late for them to escape. You stay here, I'll go after you. Just when they were at a loss, Chuan-feng's voice rang out beside them. The next second everyone was out of danger. Lord Chuan-feng. The captain's face first showed joy, which was the joy of surviving the disaster. Then his face was full of guilt again, he had messed up again. It's not your fault. The other party is very strong. Chuan-feng did not continue to blame, this matter was beyond their ability. Judging from the power of this fire style, the opponent is at least Kage-level. I am incompetent. The captain lowered his head in shame, unable to think of other words. I don't have time to be pretentious with you. Go back. There is not much point in leaving them here, Xuanfeng said and continued to chase. Us. Before the captain could finish his words, Xuanfeng disappeared from his sight. Kakuzu took this opportunity and ran away to who knows where. Oh, go back. The captain sighed and led the way back. With Xuanfeng's intervention, the outcome of the matter can be predicted. If they can't even deal with Xuanfeng, they will just end up losing a few more lives. That's all. He felt ashamed not only for not being able to help, but also for having to rely on Xuanfeng for help. Captain, we have tried our best. A ninja noticed that he was in a bad mood and tried to comfort him. Indeed, they almost lost their lives, who can say they didn't try their best? That being said, but, forget it, let's wait until Master Xuanfeng comes back. The captain didn't want to let his emotions affect others, so he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. A group of people returned to the city without saying a word, and the atmosphere was terribly depressing. You still want to chase me, how ridiculous. Advertisement. Kakuzu finally calmed down after not seeing anyone chasing him for a long time. He was almost at the gate of Konoha village, and he was going to force his way out even if it meant breaking in. As long as he was in Konoha, he would not feel safe at all. Now he has begun to regret accepting the reward. I think you are the one who is ridiculous. A voice suddenly sounded, and Kakuzu jumped in fear. Who? Kakuzu stopped and looked forward with a serious look. A man in pajamas was standing on a tree not far away, his silver hair was dazzling under the moonlight. Isn't that the Hatake Chuanfeng that he has been paying attention to for a long time? After seeing who it was, Kakuzu's pupils shrank. He didn't want to fight with Chuanfeng unless it was absolutely necessary. He knew that his chances of winning were slim, almost zero. You're 350 million. Chuanfeng rushed a few steps towards Kakuzu, frightening him so much that he stepped back repeatedly. Are you Kakuzu? Chuanfeng looked at it carefully and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He is really the kind of person who values money over life. Do you know me? Does Konoha still have any records about me? Kakuzu was surprised and didn't know how Chuanfeng knew his name. Little did he know that Chuanfeng was deeply impressed by him. The financial director of Akatsuki in the original novel. After working so hard for so many years, Conan simply drained me dry. 600 billion detonating tags are Kakuzu's unattainable dream. There is no record of that. But I think you're the only one who loves money so much that it costs your life. Chuanfeng joked that with his current strength, he would have no pressure facing Kakuzu. Humph, I only believe in money. Kakuzu could hear the sarcasm in Chuanfeng's words. If he hadn't thought he couldn't win, he would have attacked long ago. The money is already in front of you, why don't you do it? Chuanfeng stretched out his right hand and hooked his index finger. Wearing pajamas, he looked so arrogant no matter how you looked at him. Today I am willing to give up the bounty. Let me go. This was the first time in all Kakuzu's years that he surrendered in person. After he said these two sentences, his face had turned the color of liver. That time, Hashirama just fled in defeat. At least that's what he thought. No, no, no. Now, I won't allow you to give up. Chuanfeng said this with a serious expression. If he could finish it early, he could hug Tsunade and sleep. Advertisement. There's no point in talking nonsense with Kakuzu here. Nothing to discuss. Kakuzu saw Chuanfeng's attitude and knew that the situation could not be resolved peacefully. Silently, he has begun to accumulate strength. No discussion. If you don't come, I will go. Chuanfeng pretended to continue moving forward. Tentacle fist. Kakuzu separated his wrist from his arm, and dense black lines suddenly released from his arm. The front end of the black line was connected to an arm, and it attacked Chuanfeng at an extremely fast speed. With these two strikes, you won't be able to escape from me. Chuanfeng took a step forward, and his whole body was enveloped by lightning. With a seemingly careless blow, Kakuzu's attack was neutralized. The figure disappeared in front of Kakuzu in a flash. Puff. Kakuzu spat out a mouthful of blood and fell forward. The first heart. Chuanfeng shook his hands, which were covered with bloodline. Ahem. How do you know so much about the resentment? Kakuzu endured the pain and moved away from the spot. In the first fight, he lost a life. At this rate, he would hardly survive more than 5 seconds. No wonder, the entire Konoha is covered with Chuanfeng's Flying Thunder God mark. If it were somewhere else, Kakuzu might be able to hold on a few more seconds. It's just 5 hearts. You don't think you're the only one who knows that. Chuanfeng is deliberately mysterious. If he hadn't read the original novel, how would he know? Does it have to be this way? I can give you money. When it comes to life and death, life is what matters most. It's true that Kakuzu loves money, but in comparison he loves life more. How much can you give me? Chuanfeng couldn't help but laugh out loud, and he felt like a cat playing with mouse. I want to see what else Kakuzu can say. I'll give it all to you. I now have a total of 925,627,891 taels saved. Kakuzu is a generous person, he doesn't hide anything. As expected, you are the chief financial officer. I remember to keep all the small treasury in both zero and whole numbers. Xuanfeng was not very surprised. It was understandable that Kakuzu had accumulated such wealth after so many years of killing. Those are bloody lives, but they have nothing to do with Xuanfeng. If you just promise to let me go, I'll give you everything. Kakuzu spoke faster when he saw that Xuanfeng did not continue his attack. He really had no desire to continue fighting. The blow that had just pierced his chest had already shattered all his courage. Chapter 298 Prisoner. You brought it with you. Xuanfeng asked casually, but Kakuzu didn't dare to respond immediately. If this is said on me, do I still need to give it myself? If I say it's not on me, why should others believe me? Before Kakuzu could respond, Xuanfeng spoke again. It's a heart-stirring number. Xuanfeng showed a satisfied smile. Sure enough, there is no one in the world who doesn't like money. So you agreed. Kakuzu's face also showed joy, and his tense nerves relaxed. No, you're overthinking it. I want your money, and I want you too. Xuanfeng shook his head, his eyes full of teasing. If he let Kakuzu go, not only would Tsunade not let him go, he himself would not be able to sleep when he returned home. You are too greedy. Kakuzu took a few steps back, his face full of alertness. Xuanfeng's elusive speed made him shudder. Until now, I still don't understand how Xuanfeng appeared behind him. If someone else said this, I would accept it. What right do you, Kakuzu, have to say that? Xuanfeng slowly approached, bringing a strong pressure to Kakuzu. Kakuzu thought about it and was speechless. Indeed, I am the greediest one. If he wasn't blinded by the huge bounty, he would never come to Konoha. Will you surrender or wait for me to beat you into submission? Xuanfeng clenched his fist, making a crisp sound. Every step seemed to be stepping on Kakuzu's heart, and his aura was getting stronger and stronger. To Kakuzu, the lightning on his body became brighter and brighter. Don't even think about it. Things have come to this point, Kakuzu no longer has any illusions. The penetrating wound on his chest was sewed up by himself during the conversation. At least it looks like there's nothing serious going on. If you can escape, just find another heart to replace it. With a roar, 8 giant black lines burst out from Kakuzu's upper body. The whole person looks hideous and terrifying. What a disgusting secret technique. Xuanfeng looked at the 8 black lines wrapping around him without any nervousness. With a light leap, he jumped out of the attack range of the black line. Bang! Advertisement. After a loud noise, a deep pit half a person's height appeared where Xuanfeng had just stood. Lightning-style pseudo-darkness. Not hitting Xuanfeng was also within Kakuzu's expectations. He formed seals with his hands, and the thunder-masked monster on his shoulder spewed out a sharp thunder spear from its mouth. Coming in a moment. You're still sane using lightning style against me. Xuanfeng was still in midair, with a scornful smile on his face. Break. A simple punch, just like the one he used to shatter Kakuzu's chakra cannon. The lightning-style spear didn't even give him the chance to dodge. After one punch, Xuanfeng disappeared from Kakuzu's sight again. With the experience just now, Kakuzu quickly turned around, thinking that Xuanfeng would attack from behind. Sorry, you guessed wrong. I'll take the second heart. Xuanfeng pulled out his arm and flew away. Another big hole opened in Kakuzu's chest. You can either just kill me or what's the point of playing with me? Kakuzu was too lazy to even mend his clothes, his emotions were close to collapse. He had never encountered such an opponent. Strong defense and elusive speed. I couldn't think of any way to break the deadlock. The years of combat experience that I was so proud of seemed so shallow at this moment. Who should I ask for money if I kill you? That's more than 900 million. Xuanfeng acted like a villain at this moment, and his laughter was creepy. I believe Tsunade won't blame herself for wasting some time for 900 million. Don't dream. I won't tell you even if I die. Kakuzu was not a young boy and did not believe a word of Xuanfeng's lies. Xuanfeng can only get one between money and people. Yeah, then you can die. This was the first time Xuanfeng took the initiative. His body is as swift as the wind and his power is as fast as lightning. Before Kakuzu could see clearly, Xuanfeng's huge fist was already in front of him. He quickly controlled the black lines to wrap together to form a huge shield to block himself. Nothing new. After several encounters, Xuanfeng has fully understood the strength of the black line. Kakuzu flew backwards in response, and his Earth Wrath shield was vulnerable to Xuanfeng. Wood-style 4-pillar prison technique. Before Kakuzu landed, Xuanfeng clasped his hands together. Advertisement. A huge wooden cage burst out of the ground and instantly swallowed up Kakuzu. It's not that easy to trap me. It seems that the rumors are true. Hatake Xuanfeng has indeed mastered the wood style. Kakuzu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and began to control the black lines to attack the wooden prison frantically. However, the strength of wood style is unmatched by ordinary trees. Hashirama's wood style can compete with Susanoo, and even if Xuanfeng is inferior, it is not something Kakuzu can break. Seeing that his attacks had no effect, Kakuzu began to become manic, and his chakra consumption increased. I'll let you suffer a little more. Xuanfeng murmured softly, and as his chakra continued to output, changes occurred again in the cage. Spikes began to grow from every log, not quickly. Kakuzu's range of movement was gradually compressed. If nothing unexpected happened, he would eventually end up being pierced by spikes like a sieve. I don't know how many of your hearts you can keep. Xuan Feng's light words reached Kakuzu's ears. Stop looking down on others. Earth style, Earth spear. Kakuzu gave up attacking and started defending. After making the seal, his entire skin turned black. He once used this trick to block the explosion of a large number of detonating talismans without any harm. When the wooden thorn touches Kakuzu, it cannot move forward even a little. As it continued to grow, the thorns began to break apart. These splinters were not as strong as the wood that made up the prison. Haha, you can't kill me with this move. Kakuzu laughed a few times when he saw that his escape technique had worked. Interesting. So what do you think of this move? Xuan Feng pinched with one hand, and the entire wooden prison shrank rapidly. All the spikes shattered upon collision with Kakuzu, and the wooden cage became smaller and smaller. Finally, Kakuzu was tightly restrained by the wooden cage. The strong pressure made him feel his internal organs were beginning to feel messed up. If I were squeezed into a pulp, I wouldn't be able to survive even if I had 5 more hearts. Please, I don't want to die yet. Under the shadow of death, Kakuzu is not as tough as he imagined. His voice was already a little hoarse. If it hadn't come to this, he would never be willing to beg for mercy from a junior in this manner. It's just a joke. As Xuan Feng spoke, Kakuzu felt the pressure suddenly relieved, and the squeeze of the wooden cage had ended. I will also take you back to await the Hokage's decision. Xuan Feng walked forward slowly and grabbed the wooden cage with one hand. Kakuzu wanted to move, but there was no room to do so. Be honest, whether you live or die, what I say next will not count. Xuan Feng just tapped his toes and rushed out. Kakuzu hung his head limply. Shooting geese all day, the goose pecked my eyes. Chapter 299 A Wonderful Fate. Master Xuan Feng hasn't come back yet, is there anything wrong? In front of the Hokage building, several Konoha shinobi looked a little uneasy and couldn't help but look into the distance. Crow mouth, how could Lord Xuan Feng have any problems? This is a die-hard fan of Xuan Feng. He doesn't think there is anyone in the entire ninja world who can escape from Xuan Feng. I'm afraid Xuan Feng himself doesn't have this confidence yet. I was just saying it casually. The ninja scratched his head embarrassedly. What he said was indeed inappropriate. Master Xuan Feng is back. Just as the die-hard fan was about to say something else, he heard someone shouting. In the distance, a figure was running towards the crowd with an unidentified object in his hand. I'll leave it to you. Xuan Feng threw Kakuzu and the wooden cage in front of the Konoha shinobi with one hand. With a loud bang, Xuan Feng also landed in front of everyone. Is this the guy? The captain stepped forward and gently kicked the wooden cage. I thought he was such a powerful person, but now he looks so miserable. HMPH. Kakuzu snorted coldly. It was really like a tiger in plain land being bullied by a dog. I want to let myself out for a one-on-one fight. It's like this, and you're still not convinced. The captain was immediately irritated by Kakuzu's glare, and he almost died in the fire just now. Are you not happy after I say a few words to you? He raised his foot and was ready to kick Kakuzu hard to teach him a lesson. What are rules? What does it mean that people have to bow their heads under someone's eaves? Okay, don't get kicked to death. Take him away and lock him up. Xuan Feng spoke out to stop the captain's actions, and Kakuzu was now half dead. If he really gets kicked to death, the money is a small matter, but it will be difficult to explain to Tsunade. Yes, Master Xuan Feng. The captain withdrew his big feet in midair in disappointment. I'll go back first, and we'll talk about other things tomorrow. Xuan Feng wrapped himself in his pajamas. It was a bit cold in Konoha at night. Okay, we'll get him to the Anbu cell right away. There was no way someone like Kakuzu could be put in the police force prison. Only by placing it in Anbu can everyone feel at ease. The captain nodded and gestured. 2 men came over and lifted the wooden cage. By the way, don't forget to ask him for compensation for the damage to the Hokage building. Xuan Feng said hello again before leaving. Yes. A bounty ninja was a bit of an asset, the captain could understand that. What he didn't know was that Kakuzu's assets were not just a little bit, but a considerable amount of assets. However, Xuan Feng did not specifically point these out. After all, money can move people's hearts. Advertisement. If something goes wrong, it won't be good. Go back to bed, let's go. Xuan Feng snapped his fingers and the figure disappeared. He didn't cancel the wood style, so even if there was an insider, Kakuzu wouldn't be able to escape for a while. So he left with peace of mind. Why are you so arrogant? You've been captured anyway. When the captain saw Xuan Feng disappear, he kicked the bottom of the wooden cage twice. But he was also careful about what he did. If he really died in his hands, it would be difficult to explain. Did you contribute to this? Kakuzu showed no weakness and said something sarcastic. If G. The captain was successfully defeated by these words, and thought of himself feeling desperate and helpless in front of the sea of fire. Captain, it's not worth it. He's just a prisoner. The 2 men hurried to dissuade him, but the prisoner really didn't know what it meant to bow his head. I'm so PD off. The captain took a few deep breaths and gradually calmed down. I didn't say a word to Kakuzu afterwards. After sending Kakuzu to the Anbu cell, the three of them left quickly. They don't have to worry about the rest of the things, as Anbu's people will naturally take over. Xuanfeng just returned to the room and found that Tsunade was still awake. Why aren't you asleep yet? Xuanfeng's clothes were somewhat dirty from the fight, so he changed into a new set of pajamas. I can't sleep without you. Tsunade did not ask about the whereabouts of the murderer, she knew what Xuanfeng's return meant. Now that I'm back, you can go to sleep. Xuanfeng changed his clothes and got into bed. My hand couldn't help but touch Tsunade's belly, which was round and comfortable. Guess who I caught? Just because Tsunade doesn't ask doesn't mean Xuanfeng won't tell. Who is it? Could it be a ninja from the village? Tsunade became interested. Could it be that there was a traitor in the village? Xuanfeng had an expression on his face that you couldn't guess, which really aroused her curiosity. No, guess again. Xuanfeng shook his head and didn't plan to announce the answer so soon. Tsunade drawled out her nasal tone. Just tell me, I can't guess. Tsunade acted coquettishly towards Xuanfeng, but she really didn't have a reliable name in her mind. Then I will be merciful and tell you. Remember the Takanin who assassinated Grandpa? Xuanfeng's mouth corners slightly raised. This could be considered as the fate between him and Hashirama. Ah, is that Taki Nin? Advertisement. Kakuzu, right. Tsunade was shocked. She didn't expect that the assassin of the two gods of the ninja world was the same person. Yes, you still remember his name. Xuanfeng guessed that it was probably mentioned by Hashirama and Tsunade. Grandpa didn't take the assassination seriously at the time. It was second grandfather who wanted to kill Kakuzu after he found out the truth, to serve as a warning to others. The answer Tsunade gave was beyond Xuanfeng's expectations, but also reasonable. Kakuzu really has to thank Hashirama for being alive today. If he hadn't stopped him, it wouldn't have been difficult for Tobarama to kill him. I see. I have another thing to tell you. This old guy has accumulated more than 900 million in assets. Xuanfeng showed off proudly, as if he had already taken all of Kakuzu's property. So much. When Tsunade heard this, her eyes began to light up. Is it possible to make money by killing people? That guy would risk his life for money. Given his ability, it's reasonable for him to save so much money. Xuanfeng does have a point. Kakuzu did suffer a lot for the money. That's because you are reluctant to eat and wear, but now you may be making wedding clothes for others. Thinking of this, Xuanfeng felt sorry for Kakuzu. Why bother? Did you get it? Tsunade's next question got to the point. You haven't told me yet. Xuanfeng felt a little embarrassed and took his hand away and touched his face. Then you're talking shit. Tsunade rolled her eyes. She was talking so excitedly about money that she hadn't even gotten yet. Isn't this waiting for you to decide? Xuanfeng put on a flattering smile and began to make amends. Is it appropriate for me to ask for money with a big belly? Tsunade still cares a little about his image, but he's just lazy. Not appropriate, not appropriate. Xuanfeng quickly shook his head, as sincere as he could be. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Tsunade said it as a matter of course, she wanted the money but didn't want to do any work at all. Okay, leave it to me. He was asked to spit out his underwear. Xuanfeng was full of confidence. Kakuzu's psychological defenses had collapsed once, so there would be a second or even a third time. Don't worry about not getting the money. Whoever wants his underwear, keep it for yourself. Tsunade reached out and touched Xuanfeng's forehead. How rude. It's reasonable to use money to buy life, it's just a little more expensive. Chapter 300 Routine Kakuzu. I'm going to run some errands, you go ahead and do your thing. Xuanfeng originally planned to go talk to Kakuzu again in the afternoon. As soon as I arrived at the Hokage's office, I saw that there were more than twice as many documents on the desk as yesterday. He immediately changed his mind and prepared to grease his feet. Kakuzu should have some credit for this. The damage caused last night was reported today. No, I can't handle it alone. Shota tried to stop him quickly, as this was going to tire him to death. I really have something serious to say. I just came to say hello to you. You've heard about what happened last night. Xuanfeng rolled his eyes and started to fool Shota. I heard about it, but you have caught him, haven't you? Shota's face was filled with confusion, and the interrogation would naturally be handled by Anbu's people. That requires Xuanfeng to take action personally. Oh, you don't know that. We did catch him, but he was very stubborn. I still suspect that he is a spy sent by another country. I will feel relieved only after I go there in person. Xuanfeng explained patiently with a serious expression on his face. If Kakuzu heard this, he would probably be puzzled. How come I don't know? You can't put the blame on others. I was just blinded by money. As that's so, then you should go early and come back early. When Shota heard that it was a spy from another country, he dispelled his doubts. This is indeed more important than dealing with these files, so you can only bear with the hard work. Okay, see you later. Xuanfeng snapped his fingers and disappeared from Shota's sight. It was so fast. You run really fast. Shota complained and looked at the documents on the two tables, feeling overwhelmed. At this moment, he was truly a big victim. I could only process the documents while silently praying that Xuanfeng would come back soon. Brother, I'm here. Xuanfeng appeared directly in Shuomao's office. What are you doing here? You left Shota alone in the office again. You can't always bully honest people. Sakumo spoke up for Shota. Having a leader like Chuanfeng is really unlucky for Shota. Look at what you said. I didn't. I am here to interrogate the prisoner. It is serious business. Chuanfeng's face rarely turned red, and he felt a little guilty. However, he still did not admit his mistake, thinking that he could quickly withdraw Kakuzu's money and then go back. Please forget it. It's okay to lie to others, but why are you pretending to be so high and mighty in front of me? Shuomao's understanding of Chuanfeng is completely thorough. Ahem, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to the cell. Seeing that he couldn't get any good results from Shuomao, Chuanfeng chose to just run away. Advertisement. The person has just been taken to the interrogation room. You can go directly there. Shuomao sighed, he couldn't do anything about Chuanfeng. Okay, big brother. The sound was still echoing in the house, but Chuanfeng had disappeared. After a while, he came to the interrogation room. Lord Chuanfeng. When several Anbu saw Chuanfeng, they all bowed and greeted him politely. Well, which room is the prisoner we caught last night? Chuanfeng didn't waste any time talking to them and went straight to the point. In interrogation room number 3. One of the Anbu was very sensible and led Chuanfeng the way after he finished speaking. This was indeed Chuanfeng's first time here, and he actually had no interest in interrogating the prisoners. If he hadn't been thinking about Kakuzu's huge fortune, he would definitely not be here. Chuanfeng followed the Anbu through several interrogation rooms, from which creepy roars could occasionally be heard. It seems that Anbu's interrogation methods are quite brutal. It's inside. Anbu stopped and pointed to the iron gate in front of him. Above the iron door was a sign that read, Third Interrogation Room. Okay, go down. After Chuanfeng finished speaking, he opened the door and walked in. Kakuzu is still tied up in the wooden cage, and he looks very depressed. Lord Chuanfeng. The two Anbu who were in charge of interrogating Kakuzu quickly stood up and saluted. You guys go out, leave this to me. Chuanfeng waved his hand and motioned them to go out. Yes. Without any excuses, the two Anbu went out obediently. Bang. As the iron door closed, only Chuanfeng and Kakuzu were left in the interrogation room. Untie. Chuanfeng made a seal with one hand, and the wooden cage on Kakuzu began to slowly dissipate. How do you feel? I hope you won't die for the time being. Chuanfeng took the stool and sat directly in front of Kakuzu, crossing his legs and looking very leisurely. Humph, if you want to kill or chop me up, just be direct. After a night of calm, Kakuzu became tough again. It seems like I have forgotten the scene of begging for mercy yesterday. Oh, not really. I'm not a murderous person. I came here today to discuss a deal with you. Chuanfeng kept smiling from beginning to end and he could accept any attitude of Kakuzu. Did he still expect Kakuzu to greet him with a smile? What deal? Kakuzu asked coldly, obviously just perfunctorily. Hand over the money and I'll let you go. By then, you will be the one who has fought against two gods of the ninja world. Advertisement. Going out and earning more money can help raise your status, right? Chuanfeng spoke slowly and gestured with his hands, as if he was chatting with an old friend. You have a nice idea. I hand over the money, and then you kill me and put an end to it all. Stop dreaming. Kakuzu almost laughed out of anger. This be treated lousy like a 3-year-old kid. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. As long as you hand over the money, I will let you go. Keep your word and never regret it. Chuanfeng approached Kakuzu suddenly, which scared Kakuzu. It is impossible to say that he has no fear of Chuanfeng. I don't believe you. Kakuzu is not reluctant to spend money, he is afraid of losing both his money and his life. Although Chuanfeng spoke sincerely, they were all old foxes, so how could he dare to believe them easily? Then tell me, what can I do to make you trust me? Chuanfeng threw the ball to Kakuzu, and he was determined to get the money. What? Kakuzu thought he had heard it wrongly. Am I still qualified to make demands in my current situation? I said, what do you want me to do to believe it? Chuanfeng changed the way of expression, but the meaning remains the same. Let me go first, and I'll give you the money when it's safe. Kakuzu didn't even think twice and chose the safest approach for himself. As long as Chuanfeng agrees, he will definitely give the money. Then wait for your death. Chuanfeng also has a dog-like face. He changes his mind at any time and gets up and leaves. No, we can discuss it again. Kakuzu was getting anxious now. How could he be willing to give up when he saw hope? An undetectable smile flashed across Chuanfeng's lips, he had a pretty thorough understanding of people's hearts. You are negotiating. How can you say that? Do you think I'm a fool? Chuanfeng sat down again, looking unhappy. It seems like he will turn around and not look back if he doesn't agree with something. I was abrupt. Then let's each take a step back. I believe that you, the god of the ninja world, would not deceive a wandering ninja like me. Kakuzu first suppressed his nausea and praised Chuanfeng, then continued speaking. I'll give you half first, and then I'll give you the other half after we leave Konoha. But I have one extra request. Having said this, he looked at Chuanfeng's expression. You say. Chuanfeng was unusually calm and spoke lightly. Find someone to heal my injuries. I'll give you the other half if you leave Konoha. Kakuzu thought that as long as he recovered from his injuries, he should be able to escape from Konoha. The prerequisite is that the shameless Chuan Feng cannot take action. Chapter 301. The Trap. If you have any other requests, please tell me at the same time. Chuan Feng knew that Kakuzu still had something to say. You Konoha high-ranking officials cannot attack me again. Kakuzu expressed his worries again. Okay, I promise. Chuan Feng agreed so promptly that Kakuzu couldn't believe his ears. I'll go back to work in a moment. You haven't caused much damage to our Konoha. I'll let him go if I let him go. But, Chuan Feng changed the subject and Kakuzu cooperated tactfully. You say. Kakuzu looked at Chuan Feng with expectant eyes, which made him very satisfied. You can't mention this money to anyone else, you know. Chuan Feng spoke in a low voice and winked at Kakuzu. Yes, I understand. Kakuzu finally felt relieved at this time. As long as Chuan Feng wanted to keep his property for himself, he would not dare to capture him again. Otherwise, if you reveal it yourself, the money will be considered public funds. He didn't get even a penny of benefit from Hatake Chuan Feng. Then I'll feel relieved. I can explain this to my wife when I get home. Chuan Feng smiled, his face full of kindness. Only he knows what's going on in his mind. He had no intention of keeping the money for himself, and Tsunade would not want to pocket it. The number of 900 million is not a small amount for them, but it is not a huge fortune either. Lord Hokage is really a man of temperament. Kakuzu had no doubt at all, he had heard that the Hokage of Konoha was addicted to gambling, and he really loved money. In his mind, he had already lumped Chuan Feng and Tsunade into the same category, neither of them were good people. Okay, let's stop talking so much nonsense. I'll go out and find someone to treat you. Just keep in mind what's going on next. Chuan Feng said this and stood up to go out. Yes. Kakuzu smiled widely. Although I feel sorry for the money, it is not easy to save my life. Okay, wait for me for a moment. Chuan Feng opened the door and walked out, unable to hold back his smile any longer. Master Chuan Feng, have you finished the interrogation? The original two Anbu did not go far, waiting for Chuan Feng's call at any time. That's about it. Just watch from outside. I'll be back soon. Chuan Feng disappeared in front of the people with a smile on his face. Brother, I'm back again. Chuan Feng sat down on the sofa in a grand manner. So soon. Advertisement. Shuomao was a little surprised, because he already knew what Chuan Feng was going to do. Don't you even look at who I am. Chuan Feng's face was full of smugness, and it was obvious at first glance that he deserved a beating. Okay, tell me what you want to say. Otherwise, Shuomao is his biological brother. Even without Chuan Feng saying anything, he knew something was wrong. Call the medical ninja. Call Minato over again. Chuan Feng didn't hesitate and directly stated his request. Not long after, Minato and a medical ninja arrived at Tsukumo's office. You will come with me later. Chuan Feng pointed at the medical ninja. Yes, Master Chuan Feng. The medical ninja responded respectfully. Minato, come here. Chuan Feng waved and Minato slowly walked up to him. Bring someone with you right now. Chuan Feng whispered in Minato's ear for a long time. Do you remember it clearly? After saying that, he confirmed it with Minato again. Got it, teacher. I'll do it right away. Minato nodded, his face wincing beneath his mask. The teacher is so shameless. Come on, let's go. Chuan Feng twisted his neck. This was a beautifully done job, and he couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. The medical ninja followed Chuan Feng out, and Minato said hello to Tsukumo and left. Give him treatment. Bringing the medical ninja to interrogation room No. 3, Chuan Feng pointed at Kakuzu. Yes. The medical ninja was a little confused, but he did as he was told. Thanks. Kakuzu was very polite at this moment, sitting quietly, without any aggressive look at all. The medical ninja responded quietly without saying much. As green chakra lit up in his hands, Kakuzu began to slowly heal. After about a quarter of an hour, the medical ninja was sweating profusely, and Kakuzu was finally cured. Master Chuan Feng, he has recovered. Medical ninjas really do heal without reservation. It's hard work. You go down first. I'll definitely benefit you in the future. Chuan Feng said something extra, and Kakuzu's mouth corners slightly raised. He imagined in his mind a scene of Chuan Feng bribing the medical ninja, and felt more at ease. I don't deserve it. The medical ninja retreated in fear. He was already very happy to be able to help Chuan Feng, so how could he dare to ask for any reward? Advertisement. How about handing over half first? Chuan Feng sat down again in front of Kakuzu. No problem. This time Kakuzu agreed readily without any hesitation. You're not really carrying it with you. If he really carried it with him, Chuan Feng would feel that he was a fool. Just do a body search beforehand. No, how can I carry so many? Kakuzu dispelled Chuan Feng's self-doubt. I have deposited money in banks in several major countries. They only recognize passwords but not people. I'll give you a few codes first, and then let me go after you confirm them. Kakuzu had no intention of deceiving Chuan Feng, but he was also afraid that Chuan Feng would not believe him. Okay, if you're nice to talk to, I'll be nice to talk to you too. Once confirmed, there is no problem. I will send you out of the village directly. Xuan Feng acted like I was a trustworthy person. Do you have paper and pen? Kakuzu looked around, but didn't see anything on the table. It's just a few passwords, how can I not remember them? Xuan Feng smiled disdainfully. That's a little hard to remember. Kakuzu knows the difficulty of his own password. It's okay, just tell me. Xuan Feng is inexplicably confident in his memory. All right. Kakuzu then moved closer to Xuan Feng, and Xuan Feng did not react excessively. The password is. After Kakuzu finished speaking, he looked at Xuan Feng with a questioning look in his eyes. Someone, get some paper and a pen. Xuan Feng scratched his head. What the hell is this password? It's so hard to remember. Understandable. I made it too complicated. Kakuzu cursed 1,000 times in his heart, but still took the blame on himself. It's more convenient to write it down. Xuan Feng's face turned slightly red after he finished speaking. Be careful when you brag in the future, it will really bring you social disgrace. As an Anbu brought paper and pen, Kakuzu took it and looked at Xuan Feng. What that means is, should this person avoid us to avoid exposing our transaction? I don't care. You, Hatake Xuan Feng, are no small figure in Konoha. Don't worry, we are one of us. Xuan Feng's words confused Anbu. When did he and the prisoner become one? But he didn't say anything and stood quietly aside. That's fine. After listening to this, Kakuzu neatly wrote down several sets of codes on paper. There are a total of 500 million in here. A little more than half, but it doesn't matter. Kakuzu generously handed the paper and pen to Xuan Feng. Chapter 302 Let Kakuzu go. Great, do you want to come with me? Xuan Feng took the paper and pen, his serious tone didn't sound like a casual remark. No, I'll wait here for you to take me out. Kakuzu did not lie, so he was not panicked. At this moment, he has leisurely crossed his legs, imagining the good times going out. The first thing to do after escaping from Konoha is to replace the two lost hearts, Kakuzu thought. As for seeking revenge on Xuan Feng, he threw the thought out of his mind as soon as it came up. If possible, he never wanted to deal with Xuan Feng again in his life. I heard that the Rain country is becoming increasingly chaotic and has become a lawless area. It's a good place to gather all kinds of wandering ninjas. Okay, I'll go first then. Xuan Feng took Anbu and left, leaving Kakuzu alone in the interrogation room. You guys go take care of other things, don't worry about this. After Xuan Feng went out, he gave two Anbu instructions. Yes, Master Xuan Feng. The two Anbu said and left, not worrying about Kakuzu who was left unattended. It would be a huge joke if he escaped in Anbu. Do you really think that Lord Xuan Feng is the only expert in Konoha? Today is a good day. Xuan Feng put the paper with the password written on it into his arms, and with a thought, his figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment he appeared in a corner of Konoha's commercial street. Without startling any passers-by, he walked out of the corner. The destination was clear, and he went straight to the bank opened by several major countries in Konoha. Fortunately, it is peacetime now, otherwise these banks would not be able to operate normally. Then verifying the authenticity of the Kakuzu password becomes a hassle. There are 3 banks in total. Xuan Feng went to the Earth Kingdom Bank first according to the order of distance. Before I entered the door, I saw a middle-aged man coming towards me. Xuan Feng didn't know the other person, but the other person obviously knew Xuan Feng. Master Xuan Feng, it is our honor to have you visit us today. The president is a native of the country, and he has more awe than respect for Xuan Feng. That was the tough guy who defeated Tsuchikage-sama. He is now even stronger than before and is someone you must never provoke. It doesn't matter if I'm honored or not, I'm here to get the money. Xuan Feng had no interest in chatting with the president as this was the first time they met. Have you ever done business with us? The president was visibly panicking. In his impression, although Xuan Feng was very rich, he had never done business with him. Are they going to rob us openly? What should I do then? No. Xuan Feng shook his head, and the president looked increasingly flustered. Advertisement. What do you want to withdraw money for? The bank president asked tremblingly, already considering whether to save his life or pay the money. The word, resistance, never appeared in his mind from beginning to end. Who do you take me for? Xuan Feng only then realized that he was not that mean. Robbery is not his style. Kakuzu has it all his own way. The two are totally different things. Then he told the bank president that this was the alias Kakuzu used to save money. I'll go check it out. Please wait. The president wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, told his men to entertain the guests, and then left quickly. President, there is indeed such a person. It's just that the number is a bit large, so you need to make an appointment. A woman who had already checked the stub whispered beside the bank president. Appointment. Why don't you go and tell them? The president's eyes widened and now the top priority was to get rid of that god tier. Do you think Hatake Xuan Feng is just an ordinary person? The woman shook her head like a rattle. I hope he knows the password. The president sighed and prepared for the worst. Without further ado, the bank president took the stub and walked out. Master Xuan Feng, please verify the password. The president came up to Xuan Feng and spoke carefully. I was afraid that I might do something wrong and offend the other person. Xuan Feng still couldn't remember the password, so he took out a piece of paper and took a look at it before telling it out. That's right. After finishing speaking, Xuan Feng asked a question. That's right, I'll arrange for someone to pick it up right away. After checking that everything was correct, the president finally felt relieved. Okay, I'll wait. Xuan Feng put the paper back into his pocket and waited quietly, with no intention of supervising. Even if the president had some courage, he wouldn't dare to do anything. After a while, the bank president came back with a large suitcase in his hand. Master Xuan Feng, everything is here. Would you like to order some? Xingzi put the suitcase next to Xuan Feng. No, I trust your credibility. Xuan Feng spoke very nicely, but in fact he was fearless. Of course, our bank's most important thing is credibility. The president is now trying to flatter himself like crazy, but he has done things that are dishonest before. It's just that the other party is not as powerful as Xuan Feng. That's good. I'm leaving now. You go do your thing. Xuan Feng picked up the suitcase and walked out. Advertisement. The bank president accompanied him all the way until he had sent Xuan Feng halfway down the street before turning back. Xuan Feng then went to 2 other banks and the process was similar. When he returned to Anbu, there was 500 million cash on his storage scroll. He also took the time to buy some food as a reward for Kakuzu. Without going to Tsukumo's office, he went straight to the interrogation room. I've already got the money. Eat something first, and I'll take you out of the village later. Xuan Feng put the food in front of Kakuzu. Thanks. Kakuzu was already hungry, so he didn't care whether the food suited his taste or not, and just wolfed it down. During the whole process, Xuan Feng waited quietly and the two did not communicate at all. I'm full. Kakuzu wiped his mouth haphazardly and burped. I was so hungry that everything tasted delicious. Then go, I won't keep you here. Come and play again when you have time. Xuan Feng made a little joke and stood up to open the door of the interrogation room. I'd rather not come. Kakuzu laughed awkwardly, it was really too late. Who can afford 900 million? Haha, it's okay if you don't come. Xuan Feng laughed without any hesitation and walked out first. Kakuzu didn't say anything else, but lowered his head and followed Xuan Feng's footsteps silently. With Xuan Feng leading the way, we had a smooth journey. Soon, the two of them left Anbu. Kakuzu stopped and looked back, he swore he never wanted to come here again. Come on, do you want to stay a few more days? Xuan Feng urged, as he had to hurry back to handle official business. Poor Shota must have been busy as hell. I'm leaving now. I'm leaving now. Kakuzu quickly followed Xuan Feng's steps. He doesn't have that much money to stay a few more days. The accommodation here is too expensive. I won't see you off. In front of the Konoha gate, Xuan Feng took the other half of the password written by Kakuzu. No need to send it. Goodbye. No, never again. Kakuzu didn't even have time to wave his hands before he shot out like an arrow. It runs pretty fast. Xuan Feng watched Kakuzu disappear from his sight and signaled to the gatekeeper ninja to close the door. I hope Kakuzu can have a good time in the future. Chapter 303 The Arrogant Water Gate. Finally it came out. This Hatake Xuan Feng is quite trustworthy. Kakuzu couldn't help but feel distressed when he thought of his savings over the years. This was the most frustrating time in his life. Even if it was to assassinate Hashirama, being dragged out to be a scapegoat when returning to the village wouldn't be so frustrating. Afterwards, he took away the hearts of the village leaders, and he still felt a sense of relief. But now he doesn't even dare to think of seeking revenge on Xuan Feng. If it happens again, he doesn't have 900 million to buy his life. By then, I'm afraid that the end would be that his head and body would be separated. After running for a while, he was completely away from Konoha. Kakuzu stopped to determine the direction and headed towards the rain country. He wanted to recover his strength as soon as possible, as losing 2 hearts always felt uncomfortable. In his hurry to get going, he didn't notice Katsuyu scattered around. These are all eyes. Found the target, ready to go. A masked boy with blonde hair shouted behind him. Okay, brother. The 3 people behind the boy responded in unison, it was Team Minato. The teacher told us to act more realistically. Minato seemed a little worried and gave another instruction. I know, it's no problem. Conan looked confident. I'm talking about you. Don't be so jumpy. Be careful when the fight breaks out, and don't talk too much. Minato looked at Conan with amusement. A little bit. Conan didn't take it seriously at all, and couldn't see her cute face through the mask. Set off. Minato took the lead and rushed in the direction of Kakuzu. Meanwhile, Kakuzu had no idea what was going to happen next, and was heading towards the rain country at full speed. When he sensed the breath of 4 people getting closer to him, he perked up. After all, they were still within the territory of the Fire Nation, so he was a little more careful. Distracted some of the attention to those 4 people. But he didn't take it too seriously. With his current strength, he was not someone that ordinary people could deal with. It would be best if nothing happens, but he is not afraid if something happens. Gradually, Minato and the other 3 appeared in Kakuzu's sight. By looking at the attire, Kakuzu knew it was an Anbu ninja from Konoha. He estimated that it was the Anbu team returning to the village after completing their mission. With the attitude of, less trouble is worse than more trouble, Kakuzu even stepped aside. This is already a rare achievement for him. Advertisement. But the people on the opposite side refused to let him go. Who are you, wandering within the borders of my Fire Nation? Minato stopped not far from Kakuzu, his attitude very arrogant. He makes himself seem like some big shot in the Fire Nation. Cats and dogs passing by are also required to give their names. I know Master Chuan Feng from your Konoha. Now prepare to go to the land of grass. Kakuzu used Chuan Feng as a shield, hoping to avoid conflict with the others. He is lying. He is hiding his true intentions and doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Conan pointed a finger at Kakuzu and labeled him a bad guy without any reason. Lousy only wears a face shield, but you guys also wear masks. Kakuzu was too exhausted to complain. These guys were just looking for trouble. Yes, let's take him down first. If he really knows Lord Chuan Feng, at worst we can just apologize. Yahiko's logic is clear and what he says makes sense. Only Nagato said nothing, standing there like a wooden stake. What's your name, where are you from, and where are you going? Tell the truth, or I'll make you look bad. Minato continued to maintain his arrogant attitude, and everyone seemed to be very natural. I really know your Lord Chuan Feng. You guys go your own way, isn't it good for everyone to keep to themselves? Kakuzu wasn't a good-tempered person, and now he was on the verge of exploding. A few little Anbu dare to give him a hard time. I don't know how many guys like this I kill in a year. You dare to threaten us. Minato showed that kind of disbelief very well, and he is obviously the second generation among Anbu. I have never suffered any grievances since childhood, and I don't know how high the sky is or how thick the earth is. Young man, keep your eyes open when you go out. You can't mess with just anyone. You still have time to leave now. I can pretend nothing happened. Kakuzu treated the four of them as just ordinary minor characters. The tone was exactly like, I can control you anytime if I want. You should thank me for not doing anything now. Arrogant. I want to see what you can do. Beat him to death. Even if something goes wrong, I will take care of it with Master Chuan Feng. Minato said as he pulled out his kunai and charged at Kakuzu. Nagato and the other two immediately spread out and formed a circle around Kakuzu. You are such a fool. Advertisement. I will take your heart. This was exactly what Kakuzu wanted. After killing these Anbu, he could run faster. Once outside the Fire Nation, the country is far away and the Emperor is far away. What can Hatake Chuan Feng do to him? Stop talking nonsense and watch this. Minato's speed was no joke, even without using Flying Thunder God, he was already in front of Kakuzu. He swung the kunai and cut Kakuzu's throat. The physical skills are terrible. Kakuzu quickly blocked it with black lines bursting out of his arms and began to sneer. Rasengan. Minato's kunai was blocked by Kakuzu in one move, and Minato's other hand was already carrying the balls and smashing towards Kakuzu. It's all in vain. Kakuzu didn't take it seriously at first, until the moment the Rasengan and the black line touched. He regretted it. Bang. There was a huge explosion and Kakuzu felt as if he was hit by an elephant. The black lines of the earthly wrath were unable to withstand the power of the Rasengan, and Kakuzu was violently knocked away. He already felt that things were getting weird. How can an ordinary Anbu have such strength? Superior. Nagato naturally would not miss this opportunity, and the three of them attacked Kakuzu with ninjutsu together. Water style, fire style, and paper style swept in from three directions. Kakuzu was in midair with nowhere to gain leverage, and watched as Minato came after him with a gigantic meatball in his hand. Looking at the scale, if I were to be hit, I might lose another heart. Earth style, earth spear. Kakuzu used the same trick again and wrapped himself with black thread for double protection. But he still felt unsure, as these people didn't look like second-generation rich people at all. Little did he know that Minato and Nagato could defeat him alone, and now having four people to deal with him was completely a high-level treatment. Die. Minato hit it perfectly with a big ball Rasengan, and Kakuzu slammed to the ground like a weight. A semicircular deep pit was created on the ground, covered with dense spider web patterns. The black line was destroyed, revealing the black skin on Kakuzu's body. Ahem. Kakuzu vomited blood and stood up shakily. His guess was absolutely correct. After being hit by Minato, he only had 2 hearts left. As his sense of security decreased, Kakuzu felt extremely regretful for his carelessness. But there is no medicine for regret in the world. What do you think? Are you still not going to surrender? Minato did not continue to attack, as the order they received was to capture him alive. Dream. Kakuzu felt like he had heard this somewhere before. Chapter 304 Poor Kakuzu. Stubborn. Minato changed the subject and attacked again, leaving Kakuzu no chance to breathe. This is still Minato hiding the Flying Thunder God result. If Minato and the other three had used their full strength, Kakuzu would probably be dead. Wind-style compression. In order to avoid being attacked from all sides again, Kakuzu used a large-scale wind-style on Nagato and the other two. This is also the attribute of his last heart. The wind-style masked monster released a high-pressure wind ball from its mouth, which instantly formed an Uzumaki storm that swept towards Nagato and the other two. Wherever it passed, trees were shattered. He pushed hard with his feet, trying to dodge Minato's attack. It's not that easy. Minato wasn't worried about the safety of Nagato and the other two, he only had eyes for Kakuzu. Another kunai stabbed straight at Kakuzu's wind attribute heart. This time Kakuzu didn't dare to ridicule. The degree of danger that Minato felt in his mind increased rapidly with the two balls. Shinra Tensai. Nagato stretched out his right hand and uttered 4 words lightly. The exploding vortex storm was bounced back directly. Kakuzu's face was full of disbelief. What kind of weird ninjutsu was this? Not to mention seeing it, I've never even heard of it. Are all the Anbu in Konoha so perverted? It's ridiculous that I dared to go to Konoha to assassinate Hatake Kawakaze. At this point Kakuzu has completely faced reality. From the moment he accepted the bounty on Hatake Kawakaze, his fate was already sealed. He knew how powerful his own ninjutsu was. Now he really wanted to get out of the attack range of the pressure. But Minato kept clinging to him, and he had no chance to escape. Isn't this kid afraid of death? Hold. Kakuzu cursed in his heart, if you don't run, I won't run either. Who is afraid of whom? When the devastating explosion sounded behind Kakuzu, he suddenly realized that Minato in front of him had disappeared. When I looked up again, I saw Minato already standing on a tree in the distance. Although he couldn't see the expression on Minato's face through the mask, Kakuzu guessed that it was definitely a mockery. Ah, poor Kakuzu was affected by his own ninjutsu and flew out again with a scream. The power of suppression is quite strong. Kakuzu started spitting blood in midair, as if it was free. When the dust settled, Kakuzu was too weak to get up. He now has very little strength left, only the heart of his body. Relying only on the black line of DUNU, there is absolutely no hope of escape. Is it done? Instead of moving closer, Conan flew over to Minato. Advertisement. She was just fooling around throughout the entire battle and played almost no role. Well, he can't move. Minato nodded. Kakuzu was already incapable of fighting. So boring. Yahiko didn't have enough fun, so he played a water style, which wasn't even a warm-up. Just complete the mission. Ready to go back. Minato glanced at Nagato and pointed at Kakuzu. Universal pull. Nagato nodded and extended his right hand. An invisible gravitational force brought Kakuzu over. Kakuzu was about to speak when he found that the little chakra left in his body was completely absorbed by the red-haired Anbu. Then he was carried on the shoulders of another orange-haired man like a dead dog. Now I am becoming more and more proficient in using it. Yahiko patted Nagato's shoulder. This is really convenient, saving them the step of sealing the prisoners. You have to grow up after all. Nagato laughed without any embarrassment. As he grows older, he is gradually mastering the unique abilities of the Rinnegan. When he fully controls the Rinnegan, he will definitely be much stronger than Pain in the original work. If it weren't for his physical limitations, he wouldn't have been able to create the Six Paths clone in the original book. The main body is stronger when using the Rinnegan. Okay, let's go back to the village, Minato said as the 4 of them set off towards Konoha village. In fact, all in all, they were only a few hours away from the village. Xuanfeng never really intended to let Kakuzu leave from the beginning to the end. As time went by, Minato and his group got closer and closer to Konoha. Kakuzu also recovered a little bit of his energy and spoke slowly over Yahiko's shoulder. I was wrong before. I said something a bit too much. I'm really not a bad person. It was Master Xuanfeng who escorted me out of the village a few hours ago. If you don't believe me, ask the guard later. Kakuzu first gave in and tried to change the misunderstandings of him. He just spent 900 million to redeem himself, but he was caught again. What is going on? Shut up. We will naturally ask Master Xuanfeng. It's not your turn to make a request. Minato retorted without any hesitation, not giving Kakuzu any face. As for asking Xuanfeng, it was just a casual remark. The one who asked me to catch people was the teacher. You yellow-haired boy, you are so rude. When we meet Lord Xuanfeng, I want you to admit your mistake. Kakuzu saw Minato's attitude and realized that he was overthinking. There is no hope in expecting Wangmao to let me go. I can only put my hope on Xuanfeng. Advertisement. He felt that Xuanfeng had just accepted a huge bribe from him, so he should at least meet him. It hasn't even been half a day yet. Besides, I have evidence that he accepted bribes, so there is still great hope of releasing him. After sorting out his thoughts, Kakuzu decided not to say anything more. He was afraid that he would be PD off by Minato. I'll wait. Minato said those 3 words and stopped talking. This guy is really pitiful. He still hasn't figured out the truth. When entering Konoha village, Kakuzu even talked to the guard. The guard didn't even look at him and completely ignored him. When he came to Anbu's cell again, Kakuzu calmed down. He believed that it would not be long before Xuanfeng appeared in front of him. Minato and the other 2 left Kakuzu behind and went to the Hokage's office. Xuanfeng is discussing something with Shota. Is it settled? Xuanfeng asked the question first. Yes, sir. The person has been thrown into the Anbu cell. Minato did everything according to Xuanfeng's instructions. That's fine, just ignore him. Keep it closed. It's a kindness of mine to spare his life. If we let him go, we don't know how much blood and gore he will cause. Xuanfeng felt that he had done a good thing. He also insisted on seeing you. Conan joined in the conversation. She felt uncomfortable if she didn't say anything. It has nothing to do with the aloof style in the original book. Am I someone he can see whenever he wants? What is his identity? What is my identity? Xuanfeng laughed as he spoke. He was really a wicked person. Kakuzu was such an honest person, but he cried out in pain when he was cheated. That is, Conan took it for granted that he was just a prisoner. Okay, if you're okay, go home and rest. Anbu will not send you any more missions today. Chuan Feng had greeted Tsukumo in the morning, and now Minato and the others had finished their early shift. Then I'll go find Kushina. Minato runs faster than a rabbit, so he can't use Flying Thunder God when he comes, but he can walk. Goodbye, teacher. Nagato and the other two looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Whenever Minato has some free time, he can't wait to spend time with Kushina. In fact, they are all young boys and girls trapped in love, and no one is better than the other. Chapter 305. Boring Genin Life. Makoto, ran to your side. Grab it. Kushina looked anxious as he called out to Makoto at the other end of the alley. I know. Makoto just agreed when she saw a dark shadow rushing towards her. It was a huge fat cat, and it was wearing a gold necklace. It's incredible that it's so fat and can jump so high. I can only sigh that it is worthy of being a cat in the ninja world. Ah, Makoto was afraid of being disfigured, so she covered her face and sat back. Her strength was indeed not that great, and she did not dare to use heavy hands on the cat. She got a headache whenever she thought of her employer, that shrewd rich old woman. Are you okay? Kushina ran over and, without blaming Makoto, helped her up with a look of heartache on her face. It's my fault. I let it get away again. Makoto was a little embarrassed that the cat ran away right in front of her. It's okay. This cat has been caught so many times that it reacts quickly. I saw Pingzi had already gone after him. Kushina helped Makoto brush the dust off his butt. It feels good. She even pinched it mischievously. Oh, you are shameless. Makoto hits Kushina lightly and the two of them start fighting. The little mistake just now was instantly forgotten. Although Kushina looks carefree, he is actually very thoughtful. Youth is all about such touching friendships. Dai appeared out of nowhere, with tears in his eyes, as if he was reminiscing about his younger days. Unfortunately, two of his teammates from his youth had already died in the mission. Teacher Dai. Kushina and Makoto stopped playing around, feeling nervous as if they were caught by the teacher for skipping class. Well, you have to keep it up. Also, if you don't chase it, the cat will disappear. Debbie gave a thumbs up, revealing the dazzling White Fang. Oh, I'll go right away. The two of them left quickly. When they thought about the cat being lost, the rich woman's face appeared in their minds. They both even imagined what she had cursed at them. Anyway, they are unwilling to face it. Brother Dai. A voice sounded behind Dai. Minato, come and find Kushina. Dai turned around to see Minato scratching the back of his head slightly embarrassed. Their generational structure is also very messy. Advertisement. Minato started calling Dai uncle, but was later corrected by Dai himself. He is still young, why call me uncle? Yeah, what mission are you doing? Is he catching the cat again? Minato had changed into his regular clothes and looked very handsome. Not many people can hold his hairstyle. Haha, yeah. That fat cat runs away from home 4 or 5 times a month. Dai laughed. The money from the mission offered by the rich woman was enough to buy a new one. I'll go and help. Minato volunteered, and it was easy for him to capture the enemy. No, the task is small. But these are all valuable experiences on the road of youth. Dai refused without hesitation. If they need help from others even for such a small task, when will Kushina and the other two ever grow up? Okay, I'll wait with you then. Minato didn't insist any further, he felt that what Dai said made sense. Sit over there and eat something. Dai pointed to a kebab shop not far away. If the current economic level had not improved, he would never treat others so easily. Okay, I'm a little hungry. Minato was indeed feeling a little hungry after running around for so long. The two came to the kebab shop and ordered some food casually. Then we ate and chatted. Dai mostly did all the talking, with Minato occasionally responding. 3 sentences are inseparable from youth, and 5 sentences will make you cry. Minato really didn't know how to respond. Just when he thought the conversation between the two of them could not continue, Kushina and the other two appeared not far away holding the fat cat. Minato was like seeing a savior, and would never be alone with Brother Dai again. Kushina. As Minato called out, Kushina's eyes lit up. He stuffed the fat cat into Makoto's arms and ran towards Minato. When did you come? Kushina sat down next to Minato, not even paying attention to the teacher leading the team. Just arrived not long ago. You haven't completed your mission yet, so Brother Dai and I will be waiting here. Minato reached out and picked off a small leaf fragment from Kushina's head, probably from when he caught the fat cat. In just 2 sentences, Makoto and Pingzi also entered the store. Since Minato often came to see Kushina, they were quite familiar with each other. After greeting each other, Makoto and Pingzi also sat down in the empty seats. Teacher Dai, the mission has been accomplished. Makoto kept holding the fat cat tightly in both hands. Good job, have something to eat. I'll go hand in the task. Advertisement. Dai took the fat cat from Makoto's arms, intending to give the young man some space. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. The 3 girls bid Dai farewell in unison. Have fun. I'll go straight home to be with the kids later. Dai left with the fat cat in his arms, smiling, and did not forget to order some more food and pay the bill. He will not go back on his word when he said he would treat us. There are no lies allowed on the road of youth. As soon as Dai left, the atmosphere at the table became lively. Although Minato is also a Jonin, they are close in age and there is no generation gap. We either catch cats or dogs every day, it's so boring. Kushina stuffed a skewer into her mouth and started complaining. If Dai were still alive, she wouldn't have said it. Because she would definitely be lectured, and she really couldn't stand Dai's way of preaching. It's not bad. Makoto thought it was quite interesting, as she was not looking for any exciting tasks. After she gets married to Fugaku, she probably won't have the chance to do missions anymore. It's nothing good, it's so boring. I envy Minato so much, he must have done a big mission today. Otherwise he wouldn't show up now. Pingzi guessed correctly, her personality is similar to Kushina's. No, just a small task. It's the teacher who gave us the holiday. Minato didn't think it would be difficult to capture Kakuzu, and he had no intention of elaborating on it. Minato, you are the Jonin, I am the Genin. You won't dislike me, will you? Kushina didn't know what was wrong with him, and he just acted out whatever he thought of. How could that be? I still like it even if you don't know ninjutsu. After Chuan Feng's training, Minato is no longer shy about saying such things in front of everyone. Tisk tisk, don't show your affection in front of me. Curse you. Pingzi was the only single person here, and she ate a skewer with resentment. Haha, I won't do as you wish. My Minato is the best. Kushina said as he squeezed closer to Minato, wanting to stick to him. You make me sick. Pingzi was so angry that she turned her anger into appetite and ordered a few more skewers. Ha ha ha. Minato and the other two couldn't help but burst out laughing. Not long after, the skewers ordered later were served. The four of them ate and chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. After eating, they went their separate ways, and Minato and Kushina began to enjoy their sweet time together. From the streets to the alleys, from sunset to moonrise,